Xu Feng has traversed into a world resplendent with martial prowess. Yet, much to his dismay, the admission quota for a prestigious martial academy, which his parents had secured at the cost of their lives, has been surreptitiously usurped by another. No one pays heed to the sentiments of a mere insignificant individual like him. Fortunately, Xu Feng has awakened his attribute panel, and with diligent effort, he is assured of reaping rewards. During the Martial Academy's assessment, after a month of arduous training, Xu Feng astonished everyone. At this juncture, the puppet master behind the scenes finally felt a sense of trepidation. The opposing party hastily visited to offer apologies, imploring Xu Feng to let bygones be bygones. Accompanying individuals also urged him, saying, "One must be magnanimous, leave a thread for future encounters." An esteemed elder of martial arts proclaimed, "Geniuses have never been of great worth. How many prodigies have perished along the path of growth?" Xu Feng scoffed softly in response. "When you seize my quota, did you ever contemplate the notion of leaving a thread for future encounters? Now that you find yourselves in trouble, you wish to counsel me on magnanimity, as if all good fortune should rightfully fall upon your heads. As for whether I will be of any worth in the future, it is unnecessary for you mediocre individuals to concern yourselves with." Chapter 1. The admission quota for the prestigious Martial Academy has been usurped. The peculiar attribute panel. On a late spring evening, by the lotus pond of the school, in this flourishing era of martial arts, Tiannan No. 1 High School, like other institutions, does not adhere to the tradition of evening self-study. The weather is pleasantly mild, and few venture here to escape the heat. However, today feels somewhat peculiar. For by the edge of the lotus pond, a boy clad in a school uniform sits upon a stone, seemingly lost in thought. Students passing by on the narrow path cast him incredulous glances. Soon, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Xu Feng is truly pitiable. The admission quota for Nanjing Martial Academy, which rightfully belonged to him, has been snatched away. Nanjing Martial Academy ranks among the top martial academies in the Great Xia, with comprehensive strength, placing it firmly within the top 10. Indeed, I have heard that this admission quota was obtained by Xu Feng's parents at the cost of their lives. If I were to face such a predicament, I would surely be driven to madness by frustration. It is utterly lamentable. Ahem, truth be told, he is not entirely to be pitied. Do not we all lack any special quotas? If he truly possesses the capability, he should rely on his strength to gain admission to Nanjing Martial Academy. Then I would genuinely admire him. You speak without understanding. There are countless individuals aspiring to enter Nanjing Martial Academy, yet only a handful succeed each year. Setting aside academic performance, just the requirement of achieving a vitality score above 180 eliminates 99 of candidates. Those capable of elevating their vitality score to above 180 through foundational training are either martial prodigies or affluent heirs who can indulge in vitality elixirs daily. Indeed, my current vitality score is merely 116, and there remains but a month until the Martial Academy assessment, let alone the top 10 Nanjing Martial Academy. Merely gaining admission to the local Tianhu Martial Academy would be a significant achievement. I shall return home and plead with my father to procure more vitality elixirs for me. The whispers faded as the crowd moved away. At that moment, the figure sitting on the stone suddenly stirred. Upon witnessing the desk before him transform abruptly into a lotus pond, Xu Feng knew that something extraordinary had transpired within him. He disregarded the school uniform adorning him and began to examine himself from head to toe. All limbs intact, fingers unscathed, features present, teeth aligned, and well endowed. Excellent. Xu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. He surveyed his surroundings, quickly discerning that he was within a school, and he was presumably a student. It appears I have traversed realms. Fortunately, I have not found myself in the body of an elderly man. As he expressed this relief, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. 20 minutes later, he had assimilated the inexplicably materialized memories. As twilight approached, Xu Feng finally stood up and, guided by his recollections, made his way homeward. Along the journey, he absorbed the information within his mind. This world is known as Great Xia, and its technological advancement is comparable to that of his previous Earth. It may even be slightly superior. However, the most striking difference lies in the existence of a remarkably comprehensive martial arts cultivation system. Consequently, martial arts training is woven into the very fabric of daily life. For instance, at Xu Feng's school, martial prowess is deemed as paramount as academic performance. In fact, it often surpasses it. Among the top 10 universities in Great Xia, all are designated as martial academies. The identity Xu Feng has assumed is that of an ordinary high school senior at Tiannan No. 1 High School in Yifeng District. What a stroke of misfortune. The quota for Nanjing Martial Academy, which rightfully belonged to me, has been stolen. He surmised that this incident was undoubtedly connected to internal affairs at the school, and there may even be ulterior motives at Nanjing Martial Academy. Xu Feng had already deduced that his admission quota had been covertly manipulated. Regrettably, he found himself powerless in this situation. The individual who had usurped his Nanjing Martial Academy admission quota came from a powerful and affluent family, far beyond Xu Feng's capacity to contend with. Damn it, Xu Feng cursed inwardly once more. Although he is not the original owner of this body, he nonetheless feels a profound sense of frustration and helplessness. Unlocking the door with his key, Xu Feng surveyed this familiar, yet unfamiliar place. The layout consisted of 3 bedrooms and a living room, providing ample space within the home. However, the original owner's parents had passed away, meaning that Xu Feng now resided here alone. Since I am here, I might as well make myself comfortable. First, I shall prepare a meal. Xu Feng sighed, tossing his coat onto the sofa before stepping into the kitchen. After a flurry of sounds emanating from the kitchen, approximately half an hour later, a dish and soup were served on the table. Following half an hour of dining, he rested for an additional half hour. Then, adhering to the original owner's habits, he stood in the middle of the living room, assuming a peculiar stance reminiscent of cradling a ball. This was the Yangyuan Zhuang, a foundational practice that every high school senior must learn. It serves as a means for them to enhance their vitality. In this present world, where martial arts shine brilliantly, the strength of one's vitality is the most direct measure of a martial artist's prowess. The vitality score of an ordinary adult hovers around 100. Through his recollections, Xu Feng learned that the last recorded vitality score of the original owner was 132. This figure is not considered low among peers, placing him in the upper echelon. Xu Feng endeavored to empty his mind, envisioning a vital energy surging from the soles of his feet, radiating throughout his entire being. As time gradually elapsed, he felt a gentle warmth begin to envelop his body, a manifestation of his qi and blood slightly increasing. In that moment of trance, he seemed to glimpse a peculiar interface. The slightest distraction shattered the state of his cultivation. However, Xu Feng felt no trace of regret, for at that moment, he truly beheld an interface within his mind. Name, Xu Feng. Realm, not yet classified. Cultivation technique, Yangyuan posture proficient, 18/100. Martial skill, Thunderbolt Fist beginner, 45/50ths. Qi and blood, 132/132. Could this be my personal attribute panel? Xu Feng pondered in astonishment as he gazed upon the information displayed in his mind. As a time traveler, he had longed for a unique advantage, a golden finger of his own. After all, in the myriad of web novels he had perused, the protagonist would invariably soar to greatness upon acquiring such a boon. Yet, what Xu Feng never anticipated was that he indeed possessed one. Chapter 2. One can increase experience points through cultivation, achieving minor success in the Yangyuan posture. It turns out that my Yangyuan posture has only just reached the proficient level. No wonder my vital energy has been increasing so slowly. Gazing at the information on the attribute panel, Xu Feng suddenly gained a vivid understanding. The original body has been practicing the Yangyuan posture for nearly a year, during which time the vital energy has increased by over 30. However, when broken down to a daily average, it amounts to merely an increase of 0.1 per day. Although this figure may seem modest, it remains above average among peers. Xu Feng shook his head in disappointment. At this rate of cultivation, by the time of the Martial Arts Academy assessment in a month, his vital energy value could only increase by a few points. Gaining admission to a prestigious institution like Nanjiang Martial Academy seemed utterly beyond reach. As for his sole martial skill, the Thunder Fist, Xu Feng found himself at a loss for words. He had only just scratched the surface. Curiously, why is there a data point resembling upgrade experience associated with both the cultivation method and martial skill? Xu Feng mused quietly, sensing that he had yet to grasp a crucial aspect. Could it be, after pondering for a while, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Xu Feng's mind, leading him to consider a possibility? He resumed the posture of embracing a ball and began to visualize vitality surging from his feet. Approximately 2 minutes later, upon opening his eyes, Xu Feng's face was aglow with joy. For shortly after practicing the Yangyuan posture for a brief moment, a subtle change appeared on his attribute panel. Cultivation method, Yangyuan posture proficient, 19/100. Indeed, the experience value for the proficient stage of the Yangyuan posture had risen from 18 to 19. Although it had yet to manifest any tangible effect, Xu Feng felt that this development held great promise. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking his potential. Without a moment's hesitation, he resumed the Yangyuan posture once more. This time, he practiced for a longer duration, and when he finally opened his eyes, nearly half an hour had elapsed. The changes on the attribute panel did not disappoint him. The previous 19 had astonishingly transformed into 34, an increase of precisely 15 points. Regarding the 2-minute increment for 1 experience point, Xu Feng reflected and formed his own conjecture. During the practice of the Yangyuan posture, he imagined the flow of vitality throughout his body approximately every 2 minutes. It was evident that as the realm of the Yangyuan posture advanced, the speed at which vital energy increased during cultivation would also accelerate. Proficiency was certainly not the highest realm of the Yangyuan posture, there must be further classifications to explore. As for the specifics, he would naturally discover them once he filled the experience requirements for the proficient level tonight. With that thought in mind, Xu Feng felt an eager anticipation to witness the results. Approximately 2.5 hours later, as the clock struck 10 in the evening, Xu Feng once again examined the attribute panel in his mind. Name, Xu Feng. Realm, not yet in the ranks. Cultivation method, minor success in Yanyuan posture, 2200. Martial skill, beginner thunder fist, 4550. Vital energy, 132,132. So, the realm following proficiency in the Yanyuan posture is minor success, and the required experience points have doubled. Xu Feng felt a surge of happiness at this revelation. Although the vital energy data remained at 132 without any apparent change, he sensed an improvement in cultivation efficiency upon reaching the minor success realm. If he could elevate the Yanyuan posture to its pinnacle, the enhancement in cultivation efficiency would undoubtedly be even greater. However, relying solely on the limited time after school would be far from sufficient. With only a month left until the Martial Arts Academy assessment, he needed to elevate his vital energy as much as possible in a short time. Xu Feng began to calculate in his mind. Currently, after an hour of practice, he could increase the experience points required for upgrading the Yanyuan posture by 30. If he continued with his regular school schedule, he could only practice for 2 to 3 hours a day, resulting in less than 100 experience points. However, if he devoted himself entirely to his training, he could practice for 10 hours a day, achieving a remarkable 300 points. Under such circumstances, it became necessary for him to request a leave of absence for a period. Fortunately, word of his situation had spread throughout the school, making it absolutely feasible to take time off. With this in mind, Xu Feng promptly picked up his phone and called his homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun. As expected, the process of requesting leave went smoothly. When Mr. Chun inquired about the reason for his absence, Xu Feng simply stated that he was feeling unwell and needed a few days to recuperate, and the matter was settled without further questions. After hanging up, Xu Feng decided against further practice for the day and turned instead to his evening routine. Meanwhile, in a certain room of the staff building at Tianhu One High School, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, gazed at his phone with a slight sigh. Alas, a promising talent. I hope this child does not suffer too great a setback. Unfortunately, my capabilities are limited, and I cannot offer much assistance. I hope you won't hold it against me. Mr. Chun, what are you mumbling about all by yourself? You've seemed rather downcast lately. Is something troubling you? Approached his wife with a concerned expression. It's nothing at all. You should wash up and get to bed early. Mr. Chun waved his hand dismissively, offering no further explanation. In the principal's office of Tianhu No. 1 High School, the lights were still bright. Coincidentally, Principal Ma Yutian was on a phone call. His demeanor far more radiant than Mr. Chen's. Mr. Xiao, rest assured regarding what we discussed last time, there will be no issues on my end. I've looked into it, and that student named Xu Feng had a vital energy reading of just over 130 during his last test. Even with an additional month, his performance will hardly raise any eyebrows. The person on the other end of the line chuckled heartily. Thank you, Brother Ma. By the way, when will your daughter be starting work? I'll arrange for her to have the position of assistant manager first, after some time. We can promote her to manager without any issues. Principal Ma Yutian also smiled. Since Mr. Xiao values her so highly, I'll have my daughter report for duty tomorrow. I hope you'll take good care of her. Certainly. Our company is eagerly looking forward to having capable and talented young individuals like your daughter join us. By the way, Brother Ma, please keep a close eye on that matter. If there are any complications, notify me immediately. It's the Nanjiang Martial Academy after all. I feel somewhat unsettled until everything is finalized. After some further pleasantries, the call ended. Once he hung up, he dialed another number. Shaoli, it's Dad. I've managed to pull some strings to get you a job. It's definitely better than the last one. Are you causing a ruckus again at the bar? Make sure to come home early. You're not a child anymore. Got it. You're so annoying. In a raucous bar, a young woman adorned with large earrings and smoky makeup impatiently ended the call. However, as she turned to survey her surroundings, she suddenly raised her glass and cheered. Ladies, my old man has found me another job. Cheers. Chapter 3. The Marvels of a Warrior's Cultivation of Vital Energy in the Attribute Panel. The next morning, after a restful night, Xu Feng awoke before 6 o'clock, just as dawn began to break. Nearly a year of cultivating the Yanyuan posture had left him brimming with vital energy, and his spirits were exceptionally high. Following the original body's habits, he indulged in a lavish breakfast consisting of 2 large glasses of milk and 6 raw eggs. Maintaining a substantial food intake at every meal was essential, as the cultivation of vital energy demanded ample energy. Otherwise, it could undermine his foundation. This is precisely why the school chooses to impart the practice of Yang Yuan Zhuang only after the students have entered their final year. After finishing breakfast, Xu Feng took another half-hour to rest. It was only then that he stood once more in the center of the living room, assuming the posture of the Yang Yuan Zhuang. Today, Xu Feng had set a rather ambitious goal for himself, to practice Yang Yuan Zhuang for 10 hours. Although the posture may appear quite simple, requiring one to stand still without movement, the prolonged practice demands an enormous expenditure of physical energy. Furthermore, during the practice, the energy within the body is transformed into vital essence. As time passed, Xu Feng gradually entered a meditative state, the vitality he envisioned circulating within him time and again. Approximately every 2 hours, he would pause to rest briefly and replenish his fluids. The entire practice proceeded surprisingly smoothly. In just one morning, he dedicated 4 hours to Yang Yuan Zhuang. At this moment, the information in the attributes panel changed to Technique, Yang Yuan Zhuang Minor Achievement, 120200. The progress was encouraging. At this rate, he would soon witness the realm that follows the minor achievement of Yang Yuan Zhuang. Xu Feng smiled with delight. Throughout the practice, he could distinctly feel the advantages brought by the higher levels of Yang Yuan Zhuang. First, he would prepare lunch, followed by a 1-hour rest, and then continue his training in the afternoon. Xu Feng glanced at the time, ready to head to the kitchen. Just then, his phone rang. Shinshan? He murmured upon seeing the caller ID. A charming figure naturally materialized in his mind. After a moment's thought, he lowered his head and answered the call. Hello. On the other end, there was a brief pause in breathing, and Xu Feng even sensed a hint of nervousness from the caller. However, it was soon replaced by the crisp and melodious voice of a girl. Hello, Xu Feng, it's Shinshan. Yes, do you need something from me now, Shinshan? Xu Feng replied casually. Well, I noticed you didn't come to class today. Are you all right? The girl spoke with a slightly restrained tone, yet her concern was unmistakable. Xu Feng knew she must have heard about his situation, and with a chuckle, he reassured her. I'm fine. I just wanted to take a few days off to adjust. Thank you for calling, Shinshan. She must have heard the amusement in his voice, as she seemed to relax, her tone brightening. Oh, I see. By the way, are you coming to the training this afternoon? Upon hearing her question, Xu Feng suddenly remembered something. In their class, there were only 6 students with a vitality score above 130, including Shinshan and himself. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, encouraged them to motivate one another by practicing Zhuang Gong and Ben Lei Quan together after school. However, Xu Feng had completely forgotten about this arrangement yesterday and had not attended. Considering this, he pondered for a moment and replied, Shinshan, I'm sorry, but I won't be attending training for the next few days. On the other end, Shinshan's expression seemed a bit disappointed, but she quickly responded cheerfully, that's okay. If you're not going, then I won't go either. I'll practice Yang Yuan Zhuang at home after school. By the way, how many days are you taking off? I haven't decided yet, but it shouldn't be more than a week, he replied. Oh, all right, Xu Feng. I'll hang up now. Okay, goodbye. After hearing the call disconnect, Xu Feng stared blankly at his phone for a moment before murmuring to himself, youth is truly wonderful. The stage following the minor achievement of Yang Yuan Zhuang is the major achievement. Surely, the major achievement is not the pinnacle of this technique, is it? By this time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. After his midday rest, Xu Feng had practiced Yang Yuan Zhuang for another 3 hours. The information on his attributes panel had changed even more. Name, Xu Feng. Realm, not yet entered. Technique, Yang Yuan Zhuang Major Achievement, 10400. Martial Skill, Ben Lei Quan Beginner, 4550. Vitality, 132,133. Indeed, his Yang Yuan Zhuang had ascended from the minor achievement to the major achievement. Xu Feng even suspected that the major achievement might be the highest level of Yang Yuan Zhuang. Another delightful revelation was that his vitality score had finally increased by 1 point. Although it seemed like a mere increment in the past, achieving a single point in vitality would have taken Xu Feng approximately 10 days of effort. Even this slow pace was considered relatively good among his peers. Otherwise, why were there only 6 students in their class with vitality scores exceeding 130? This implied that the vast majority of students remained at the entry-level stage of Yang Yuan Zhuang practice. The fact that he could elevate Yang Yuan Zhuang to the major achievement in such a short span of time was undoubtedly linked to the existence of the attributes panel. Xu Feng had begun to grasp this notion. In nearly a year of practice prior, he had only just begun to scratch the surface of proficiency in Yang Yuan Zhuang. Yet now, in less than a day, he had advanced to the major achievement. If this were a normal occurrence, even Xu Feng would find it hard to believe. His explanation was that the existence of the attributes panel had forcibly enhanced his proficiency in Yang Yuan Zhuang. In other words, as long as he exerted effort, rewards were inevitable. Moreover, during this period, he had not encountered any bottlenecks, which was even more astonishing. Logically, any martial technique's cultivation should be tied to one's comprehension or innate talent, with bottlenecks being an absolute reality. However, under the influence of the attributes panel, the prerequisites of comprehension and talent were unceremoniously bypassed. Contemplating this, Xu Feng's expression grew rather peculiar. Chapter 4. The Complete Mastery of Yang Yuan Zhuang and a 20-fold Training Speed. Over the next few days, Xu Feng entered a focused training mode, devoting himself entirely to his practice. Aside from preparing his meals each day, he spent the remainder of his time honing Yang Yuan Zhuang. However, diligence naturally bore fruit. By the following evening, he had already amassed the 400 experience points required for the major achievement of Yang Yuan Zhuang. To Xu Feng's surprise, There was another realm beyond the major achievement, known as perfection. The experience points required for attaining perfection had risen to 800. To push Yang Yuan Zhuang to its utmost limit, Xu Feng invested an additional 3 days to accumulate those 800 experience points. At last, he realized that he had reached the upper limit of his progress in Yang Yuan Zhuang. Furthermore, through 5 days of continuous practice, he deduced the efficiency of vitality enhancement at each level of Yang Yuan Zhuang, which was as follows. Intra-level, daily vitality increase of 0. 1. Proficient level, daily vitality increase of 0. 2. Minor achievement level, daily vitality increase of 0. 5. Major achievement level, daily vitality increase of 1. Most astonishingly, upon pushing Yang Yuan Zhuang to the limit of perfection, he found that with just 1 hour of practice each day, his vitality could increase by 2 points. This efficiency in converting energy into vitality was truly remarkable. However, at this juncture, Xu Feng suddenly encountered an unexpected situation. The energy he derived solely from food was no longer sufficient to sustain the daily consumption required for Yang Yuan Zhuang. Especially after completing his training on the 4th day, Xu Feng felt utterly exhausted, lacking the vigor to continue. In the realm of martial arts cultivation, this was highly abnormal, indicating that he had perhaps overexerted himself during the conversion of vitality in Yang Yuan Zhuang, inadvertently compromising a bit of his foundational strength. Fortunately, after indulging in a feast, the situation swiftly improved. In truth, the vast majority of individuals practicing the Yang Yuan stance would never encounter circumstances akin to Xu Feng's. It is likely that even the pioneers who developed this technique had not contemplated such issues. As a widely embraced introductory practice in the Great Xia, the primary advantage of the Yang Yuan stance lies in its stability. Stability, in turn, signifies ample safety, albeit at the cost of a slower cultivation pace. One might even assert that the rate of progress is exceedingly gradual, which duly considers the varying physical constitutions of the students. However, it is improbable that even the founder of the Yang Yuan stance anticipated that someone could genuinely cultivate this foundational technique to its utmost pinnacle. This is not merely a matter of the duration of practice. Rather, it is a question of the innate talent and qualifications that ordinary individuals simply do not possess. At this juncture, the energy derived solely from sustenance is no longer sufficient for cultivation. While I might manage for a short period, over time, this will undoubtedly have adverse repercussions, an endeavor fraught with cost, but devoid of benefit. Moreover, having reached the limits of the Yang Yuan stance, I can indeed attend school tomorrow. After all, idleness serves no purpose. Now fully recovered, Xu Feng reclined on the sofa, deep in contemplation. At that moment, the information on his attributes panel transformed into name, Xu Feng, realm, unranked, technique, Yang Yuan stance perfected, 800800, martial skill, Thunder Fist beginner, 4550, vitality, 136,138. Over the course of these 5 days of seclusion, Xu Feng's vitality had risen from 132 to 138, an increase of 6 points. In earlier times, such progress would have required nearly 2 months of diligent cultivation. Yet, having pushed the Yang Yuan stance to its limits, Xu Feng's cultivation efficiency had astonishingly surged by a factor of 20, with 25 days remaining until the Martial Academy assessment. It should be feasible for my vitality to reach 180 by then. However, since I am expected to return to school tomorrow, perhaps I ought to inform Shinshan? Suddenly, a recollection struck Xu Feng. After all, she had taken the time to call and check on him the very first day he was absent. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Xu Feng opted to send her a message. Shinshan, are you asleep? I will be attending school tomorrow, and we can train together in the afternoon. To Xu Feng's surprise, as soon as he set his phone down, he heard a notification chime. Upon opening it, he discovered a prompt reply from Shinshan. That's wonderful. Xu Feng, I'm still awake, though I am about to rest. Glancing at the message, Xu Feng quickly typed back. All right, rest well. See you tomorrow. Shinshan replied. Yes? See you tomorrow. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xu Feng felt an unexpected surge of joy upon reading her message. The following morning, as was his custom, Xu Feng awoke early. After finishing breakfast, he noted that he still had nearly 2 hours before he needed to head to school. However, today he chose not to devote this time to practicing the Yang Yuan stance. Given that he had exerted himself rather vigorously the previous day, he resolved to allow his body ample time to recover, planning to practice for an hour in the evening instead. With the Yang Yuan stance off the table for now, Xu Feng redirected his focus to his solitary martial skill, Thunder Fist. Like the Yang Yuan stance, Thunder Fist had its own experience data for progression. At the beginner level, it seemed rather meager. Nonetheless, he resolved to practice diligently. Xu Feng muttered to himself and assumed the starting position for Thunder Fist in the living room. Thunder Fist, embodying the spirit of swift strikes and likening the force to a thunderous onslaught, places its emphasis on speed. Thanks to the tranquility cultivated during his Yang Yuan practice, Xu Feng was now wholly engrossed in his training. The living room echoed with the whoosh of his punches. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. As time passed and his repetitions multiplied, Xu Feng's punching speed escalated dramatically. The abundant vitality endowed him with remarkable endurance, allowing him to practice this technique for a solid 2 hours. By the time Xu Feng paused, the floor was already dampened by his sweat. Although he felt a slight fatigue in his body, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction enveloped him. The recent 2 hours of practice had unfolded with an unexpectedly smooth flow. He sensed that his comprehension of Thunder Fist had indeed deepened. A glance at his attributes panel confirmed substantial changes in the martial skill section. Martial skill, Thunder Fist proficient, 19100. Remarkably, in just those brief 2 hours, Xu Feng's Thunder Fist had reached a proficient level. It is worth noting that the original owner had spent nearly 3 months on this skill, remaining at the beginner stage. It appears that with the attributes panel at my disposal, there will be no wasted efforts for me. While this outcome was anticipated, Xu Feng felt a surge of elation nonetheless. However, since he had resolved to attend school today, he did not intend to continue training. Unlike techniques, martial skills do not necessitate immediate advancement. Therefore, after tidying the living room and taking a refreshing shower, Xu Feng set out for Tianhu No. 1 High School. The familiar yet unfamiliar campus life stirred a sense of excitement within him. Chapter 5. A girl more beautiful than in memory. Jingtai Group is recruiting security personnel, offering a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 with excellent benefits. Requirements: martial artists of first rank or above. The Radiant Weapon Workshop is having a special sale today. Martial artists wishing to forge their own weapons should hurry. Futon Restaurant provides limited nutritious meals for martial artists daily. Order by calling 138. Ride, your considerate ride-hailing app with qualified martial artist drivers, ensuring your travel safety. That day, when returning from school, it was already evening, and Xu Feng was lost in thought, thus failing to notice the distinctive aspects of his surroundings. However, as he walked from home to school today, Xu Feng's eyes were opened wide. From the small ads on the street poles to the illuminated signs of restaurants and hotels, and even the advertisements in taxis, every facet of life underscored the significance of martial artists in this world. As long as one possesses a martial artist certification, even for the same job position, the salary would be considerably higher than that of an ordinary person. What a fascinating and wondrous world this is. Xu Feng couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Stepping through the gates of Tianhu No. 1 High School, perhaps due to his slightly late arrival today, the tree-lined paths of the campus were sparsely populated. With only a few individuals in sight, Xu Feng quickened his pace. Fortunately, with the memories of the original owner guiding him, he was not at a loss for locating his classroom. Following his instincts, Xu Feng ascended the teaching building and turned right at the 5th floor to the first room, Class 396, Senior 3. As he pushed open the door and entered the classroom, the previously boisterous environment fell abruptly silent. Numerous gazes turned toward him in unison, and Xu Feng was fully aware of the reason behind it. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and simply nodded with a smile at Xinshan, who was looking his way. The figure that emerged from his memories struck him as exceptionally charming. Yet, upon seeing her true visage, he found her to be even more beautiful than he had recalled. Xinshan clearly noticed Xu Feng's greeting. After a brief moment of surprise, she smiled back, only to quickly lower her gaze to the books on her desk, her long eyelashes fluttering. Having initially felt concern upon hearing about Xu Feng's situation, she now felt a touch of shyness at seeing him well and present in school. Buddy, taking a 5-day leave like that, you haven't been too shaken, have you? As Xu Feng settled into his seat, a pockmarked fellow beside him nudged his arm and inquired. I'm fine, I just wanted to take a break. Xu Feng cast a glance at the other party and casually remarked, by the way, Zhang Shower, has anything interesting occurred at school recently? With a sigh of relief, he noted the boy's apparent recovery. However, could you refrain from calling me Zhang Shower? It makes me sound like a servant from an ancient tavern. Zhang Chan complained with a look of exasperation, but soon his face lit up with astonishment. Xu Feng, did you know that the notorious Xiong Tian from our class 404 has reportedly achieved a vitality level of 170? I reckon that when the Martial Arts Academy assessment comes around, he might just stand a chance against the top 10 martial arts academies of the Great Xia. Is he truly that formidable? Xu Feng's expression mirrored his surprise. After all, his own vitality level was merely 138, a full 30 points lower than that of Xiong Tian. Beside him, Zhang Chan wore an envious expression, his acne-ridden face flushed a deeper shade. Absolutely. Yet he isn't even the strongest in the school. Several others from different classes have also begun to shine. Perhaps it's due to the upcoming martial arts assessment, as these individuals seem to be fueled with an extraordinary zeal. Xu Feng nodded in agreement. It was only natural for students to intensify their efforts as the martial arts assessment approached. Nonetheless, even upon hearing of someone reaching a vitality level of 170 or higher, Xu Feng felt little envy. He possessed his own hidden strengths and was confident that when the assessment commenced, he would not be outmatched by anyone. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. As Xu Feng became lost in thought, the bell for class rang. Coincidentally, the first period was taught by their homeroom teacher, Old Zhang. Upon entering the classroom, he clearly spotted Xu Feng and nodded in acknowledgement. Old Chen's lectures were rather unremarkable. However, Xu Feng was somewhat taken aback by the stark differences in curriculum between this world and Earth. Firstly, there were no foreign language classes. If one wished to learn, they could seek a tutor independently. Secondly, in addition to language and basic sciences, there were several courses related to martial artists, such as martial arts knowledge, wilderness survival skills, and bestiary of ferocious beasts. Yet, for students from both worlds, the most significant commonality during lessons was likely the monotony. Fortunately, as a newcomer, Xu Feng found himself thoroughly engrossed in the unfamiliar subjects. Even though he had memories related to these topics, he remained fully attentive during class. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Zhang Chun excitedly patted Xu Feng on the shoulder and urged, "Come on. Let us hurry to the training ground and see how your Thunder Fist is coming along. You haven't been around for a few days, and without Shinshan. I was nearly driven to madness by those three boasting about their skills. I was too lazy to go the last couple of days." Indeed, this acne-faced Zhang Chun was one of the 6 students in their class with a vitality level exceeding 130. Xu Feng nodded, glancing toward Shinshan, who sat in the second row. To his surprise, she was looking back at him. However, as per usual, Shinshan typically went to the training ground alone. Hence, Xu Feng merely smiled at her before being dragged away by Zhang Chun. The training ground was not far from the classroom. Upon their arrival, the lively sounds emanating from within indicated that the atmosphere was already buzzing. The other 3 students from Xu Feng's class, Zhang Dechong, Luo Yonghao, and Li Ji, had already arrived. Yet, Zhang Chun paid them no heed. He simply waved at Xu Feng, grinning, "Come on, as per tradition. Let us warm up with a round of Thunder Fist. I've made significant progress these past few days, so watch out." Seeing his familiar starting posture, Xu Feng chuckled. He accepted the challenge, positioning himself opposite Zhang Chun and adopting the same stance. In the next moment, the 2 figures collided, exchanging punches and kicks. However, within less than a minute, the once confident Zhang Chun was crying out in surprise, having been forced to withdraw from the combat. He stood there, incredulous, for a while before exclaiming, "Xu Feng, what happened? When did your Thunder Fist become so formidable?" "Formidable? This is merely the proficient stage of the Thunder Fist." Xu Feng shook his head in mild exasperation at Zhang Chun's astonishment. "Perhaps I've simply practiced it more frequently at home these past few days." Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Chun seemed to grasp the truth, albeit begrudgingly. "That does make sense. You haven't attended class lately. I suppose you've dedicated that time to training." Xu Feng chose not to elaborate further, knowing that revealing the truth, that his progress was merely the product of 2 hours of practice that very morning, would likely leave Zhang Chun astounded. At that moment, Shinshan finally arrived from the classroom. However, Xu Feng, Zhang Chun, and even the other 3 were taken aback to see that she was not alone. She was accompanied by a girl from their class named Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, your vitality level has also reached 130? Congratulations." Despite his acne-ridden face resembling that of a reclusive youth, Zhang Chun was quite the lively character in class. He approached Lu Yu with a broad smile. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to Shinshan, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Shinshan, since Xu Feng hasn't been around, why haven't you come either? Have you 2 formed a secret little clique?" As he spoke, he exaggeratedly gestured with his thumb. Seeing the 2 girls, especially Shinshan, grow slightly embarrassed, Xu Feng rolled his eyes and pushed him aside. "Stop with the nonsense. Rather than wasting time, why not focus on honing your skills? Lu Yu, welcome to our little group. I hope we can all progress together," Xu Feng added, directing his words to the new arrival. "Thank you." Lu Yu nodded, her expression revealing her excitement. "Great. Our class has gained another capable member. The future looks promising." Zhang Chun chimed in, unwilling to be left out. Although a vitality level of 130 did not grant them entry into the ranks of the top martial academies in Great Xia, there was still potential for advancement in the coming days, possibly even competing for spots in prestigious national institutions. Having spoken, Xu Feng turned his gaze toward Shinshan. He could not help but notice her striking beauty. She stood tall, her height reaching at least to Xu Feng's brow. At that moment, Shinshan was also assessing Xu Feng, yet neither spoke. However, this tranquil atmosphere was soon shattered by the arrival of the other 3 boys. Suddenly, Zhang Dechong, sporting a slight overbite, remarked, "If you ask me, our class is the weakest in the entire senior year. While others have students with vitality levels exceeding 170, we're over here, treating 130 like a precious gem. Could you please refrain from speaking if you have nothing constructive to say?" Before anyone else could respond, Zhang Chun shot back, "If you're so capable, why not have your father procure you a 500,000 yuan dan? Who knows? You might just reach a vitality level of 150. If we could procure 2, 3, or even 4, perhaps Zhang Daqiang would find his place at the Nanjing Martial Academy." Zhang Daqiang, appeared momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the remark. However, Luo Yonghao, who had followed along, quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension, chuckling as he said, "Zhang Chun, you and Zhang Daqiang share the same surname. Perhaps you are even distant relatives. Why speak so harshly?" Zhang Daqiang merely sighed, admitting, honestly, "Our class's strength is significantly inferior to others." Upon hearing this, a wave of gloom washed over the group. prompting them to seek out spaces to practice the Yangyuan post. Xu Feng was no exception. Although he had contemplated honing his Benlei fist further, he ultimately decided against drawing too much attention to himself. An hour later, Xu Feng opened his eyes. As was customary, his internal vitality had increased by 2 points compared to the previous day, finally reaching 140. Around the same time, Xinshan, Zhang Chun, and Lu Yu concluded their practice of the post as well. Despite the training ground being brightly lit, the sky outside was gradually darkening. The group set off together, preparing to head home. Walking beside Xu Feng, Zhang Chun suddenly spoke in a low voice, tinged with regret. Xu Feng, I was actually planning to ask my family to pull some strings to get me a Yangyuan pill. I've heard that it can increase one's vitality by at least 15 points, and some even claim it can reach 20 points. However, my family connections aren't extensive, so I might not be able to help you. Initially, Xu Feng expected something more profound, but he was taken aback by this revelation. He chuckled and shook his head, saying, It's all right. I actually don't need the Yangyuan pill. By the way, could you help me acquire some Qi blood pills instead? I can pay you up front for them. You should be able to obtain those, right? Zhang Chun looked visibly surprised, replying, Qi blood pills? Xu Feng, while they are significantly cheaper than Yangyuan pills, they still cost 5,000 each. Moreover, unlike Yangyuan pills, which have a prolonged effect, the potency of Qi blood pills diminishes rapidly if not absorbed shortly after consumption. Xu Feng nodded, somewhat helplessly stating, I understand. Just let me know if you can help me get them. I can manage that. I have no problem with acquiring up to 10. All right, then I'll take 10. Once I get home, I'll transfer the money to you. Xu Feng patted Zhang Chun on the shoulder, not waiting for a refusal, and turned to walk in a different direction with Xinshan. This wasn't due to any particular reason. It was simply because they were on the same route, while Zhang Chun was heading in the same direction as Lu Yu. After walking a short distance, Xinshan suddenly remarked, Xu Feng, I noticed significant progress in your Benlei fist today. During their time at the training ground, they had little opportunity to converse, merely exchanging glances occasionally. Xu Feng smiled, responding, It's going well. I suppose my understanding of the Benlei fist has deepened considerably lately. Oh, Xinshan nodded gently. She took a few steps forward before hesitatingly saying, By the way, Xu Feng, if you need Yangyuan pills, I could ask my family for assistance. To be honest, Xu Feng was quite surprised by her offer. He was well aware of the exorbitant price of Yangyuan pills and how difficult they were to obtain without influential connections. Although he knew Zhang Chen's family was fairly well off, Zhang Chun had previously mentioned only being able to secure what he needed for himself. It was unexpected for Xinshan to offer her help in acquiring the Yangyuan pill. It seemed that the usually unassuming Xinshan came from an even better background than he had imagined. Chapter 7. Consuming a Qi blood pill indeed proved remarkably effective. No need, but I appreciate your kindness. Looking at the earnest expression on her face, Xu Feng shook his head with a smile, adding, By the way, if possible, I might need your assistance in obtaining some Qi blood pills. Initially, Xinshan looked somewhat disappointed upon hearing the first part of Xu Feng's statement, but her expression brightened when he continued. Sure, that is no problem. Qi blood pills are commonly used by entry-level warriors to restore vitality, and acquiring them isn't particularly troublesome. Young lady, while it may not be a hassle for you to purchase Qi blood pills, for an ordinary person like me, who isn't even a warrior, such items are rarely seen. Xu Feng thought to himself, suddenly pondering a question. By the way, Xinshan, are there any restrictions on the use of Yangyuan pills, since they can significantly boost one's vitality? Before Xu Feng could finish his thought, Xinshan broke into a smile. Her smile was both pure and captivating, momentarily distracting Xu Feng. Regrettably, her smile was brief, and she soon explained, Xu Feng, while Yangyuan pills can gently enhance one's vitality, they should not be overused. Essentially, this type of pill is meant to unlock a person's potential. The effect is optimal with just one pill. If someone has poor innate talent, even taking a Yangyuan pill may yield minimal results. Understanding dawned on Xu Feng. No wonder some individuals schemed to obtain the admission quota for the Nanjing Martial Academy. It was clear that relying solely on Yangyuan pills could not lead to limitless vitality enhancement. However, this made perfect sense. Otherwise, Yangyuan pills would hardly be available for a mere 500,000. Although 500,000 seemed substantial, it was insignificant for entry-level warriors, since he had already exhausted his allocation of Yangyuan post-practice for the day in the afternoon. Xu Feng devoted his free time that evening to diligently improving his proficiency in the Benlei fist. The principle of effort begets reward was vividly exemplified in Xu Feng's experience. By the time he went to bed that night, the information on his attribute panel had transformed to name, Xu Feng, realm, not yet entry-level, technique, Yangyuan post perfected, 800. Martial skill, Benlei fist proficient, 55-100. Vitality, 140-140. The experience points for proficiency in the Benlei fist had surpassed the halfway mark, and he anticipated reaching a minor achievement within a day. In truth, Xu Feng's advancement in this martial art was even slower than during his practice of the Yangyuan post. The reason for this was that while the Benlei fist was of a lower tier and did not involve the manipulation of internal vitality, It comprised a plethora of techniques. Completing a set of moves took Xu Feng 5 to 6 minutes. Fortunately, at this stage, he had no other techniques or martial skills requiring proficiency enhancement. So he resolved to patiently master the Benlei fist to its highest realm. The following morning, Xu Feng practiced for 2 hours before heading to school, increasing his proficiency in the Benlei fist by an additional 24 points. However, what delighted him today was that as he settled into his seat, Zhang Chen stealthily handed him a small porcelain vial. Xu Feng, this vial contains what you requested, 10 pills in total. Count them carefully. Also, be cautious when using them. It's best to start with one to test its effects. If it doesn't work well, you can return the rest to me, and I'll refund you. Xu Feng was taken aback by Zhang Chen's efficiency. He had only transferred the money the previous night, yet here he was, receiving the Qi blood pills the very next morning. Thanks, buddy. Xu Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Chen before uncorking the vial. A rich aroma of medicinal herbs suddenly enveloped Xu Feng, invigorating him immensely. Within the porcelain vial lay 10 small, white pills, each the size of a fingertip. Evidently the so-called blood Qi pills. Being in the classroom, Xu Feng refrained from lingering too long over them. He merely cast a quick glance before pocketing them. 50,000 had vanished just like that, exchanged for 10 blood Qi pills. Indeed, the alchemical concoctions of martial artists are more precious than gold. Were it not for the substantial inheritance bestowed upon me by my parents, I would hardly dare to be so extravagant. I hope these will prove beneficial. After all, my nourishing yuan stance has already reached perfection, so it should be of some use. Due to the presence of the 10 blood Qi pills in his pocket, Xu Feng found it challenging to concentrate during class. Thankfully, his mastery of the nourishing yuan stance allowed him to quickly attain a state of tranquility. And after a deep breath, he gradually settled his mind. Even after school, he participated in training as usual, where an hour of practicing the nourishing yuan stance granted him an increase of 2 points in his blood Qi. However, upon returning home and finishing dinner, he was gradually consumed by excitement as he gazed at the round blood Qi pill he had poured from the vial. The pill was pure white and exuded a rich herbal fragrance, undeniably valuable. Should I try taking half first? On second thought, it is merely the lowest tier blood Qi pill. It should pose no significant risk. After only a moment's hesitation, Xu Feng swallowed one whole. Simultaneously, he positioned himself in the nourishing yuan stance within the living room. Initially, he felt little. However, moments later, a powerful warmth surged from within him. Without delay, he envisioned vitality emanating from his feet, circulating throughout his body. Time passed slowly. Although Xu Feng appeared motionless like a wooden post from the outside, astonishing transformations were occurring within. This session of stance training lasted significantly longer than usual. After a full 2 hours, he finally emerged from the state of the nourishing yuan stance. Yet, upon opening his eyes, his first sensation was not of newfound strength, but rather a warmth beneath his nose. A quick touch revealed that he had begun to bleed, leaving several drops on the floor. Have I overdone it? After hastily tending to his nosebleed in the restroom, Xu Feng mused in bewilderment. Nevertheless, the 2+ hours of effort had not been in vain. In fact, the results exceeded his expectations. His attribute panel reflected a significant change in the blood Qi section. Name, Xu Feng. Realm, not yet entered the grade. Technique, nourishing yuan stance perfection, 800. Martial skill, thunderclap fist proficient, 79-100. Blood Qi, 146. Indeed. Although one blood Qi pill had caused Xu Feng to bleed, it had remarkably increased his total blood Qi by an astounding 4 points. While 4 points may seem trivial, it would have required Xu Feng a month of practicing the nourishing yuan stance to achieve such an increase previously. Zhang Chen was right. The efficacy of blood Qi pills diminishes far too quickly. Although my blood Qi has risen considerably, I fear I have only absorbed a fraction of the pill's potency. Observing the remaining 9 pure white blood Qi pills in the vial, Xu Feng spoke to himself. Based on his estimations, a grade martial artist utilizing such a first-tier blood Qi pill could replenish at least 10 points of blood Qi. After entering the first grade, the body's efficiency and energy conversion would see a dramatic enhancement. Even if the potency of the blood Qi pill dissipates quickly, it would not matter much for those who have already entered the grade. Of course, this applies only to those who have entered the grade. For someone yet to achieve it, the effects of the blood Qi pill would be negligible due to their low conversion efficiency. It is only due to Xu Feng's unique ability to have mastered the entry-level nourishing yuan stance to perfection that he can barely utilize the blood Qi pill. It is essential to note that his current efficiency in converting blood Qi is a staggering 20 times that of his peers. Yet even so, Xu Feng had not fully absorbed the effects of the last blood Qi pill. Nonetheless, it was still quite impressive, exceeding even his own expectations. If one blood Qi pill can increase my blood Qi by 4 points, then 10 would yield an increase of 40 points. Calculating in his mind, Xu Feng's face lit up with joy. Clearly, for his circumstances, using blood Qi pills is far more advantageous than utilizing nourishing pills. One nourishing pill costs 500,000 and, while gentle and long-lasting, can only increase blood Qi by 20 points. Conversely, If he were to spend that same amount on blood chi pills at 5,000 each, he could acquire 100. Just imagine how much blood chi 100 blood chi pills could provide. That would be an astonishing 400 points. Adding that to his current 146 points would be more than enough for him to advance to the second grade martial artist. As the threshold for promotion to the first grade is 200 points, and for the second grade, it is 500 points. The following morning, Xu Feng felt quite well, devoid of the intense heat he had experienced the night prior. However, he now understood his limits. He could approximately utilize 1 blood chi pill per day. Any more would be excessive. After all, he had yet to become a grade martial artist, and his physical attributes were still far inferior to those of one. The increase in blood chi would naturally lead to enhancements in strength and other aspects. Fortunately, after 2 hours of practicing the thunderclap fist, he had grown accustomed to this sudden surge of power. Moreover, this sole entry-level fist technique had gifted him a pleasant surprise. Martial skill, thunderclap fist minor completion, 3200. Indeed, the thunderclap fist had finally crossed the threshold into minor completion. This was likely one reason Xu Feng was able to so swiftly manage the surge in blood chi. Hey, did you use a blood chi pill yesterday? If you didn't find it effective, you can return the remainder to me, Zhang Chun whispered as Xu Feng entered the classroom. Xu Feng considered for a moment before offering a non-committal response. No need to return it. I think it's all right. There's some effect. He certainly could not divulge that he had increased his blood chi by 4 points from just 1 blood chi pill, as that would surely shock others. Some effect? You rascal. Fine. If you don't want to return it, you don't have to. Zhang Chun, still sporting his acne-riddled face, paused in surprise before waving his hand and adding with a grin. Regardless, the value retention of these blood chi pills is commendable. Holding on to them is akin to possessing cash. Moreover, should special circumstances arise, you might even sell them at a premium. By the way, I have something to tell you. But you must keep it a secret for now. My dad managed to get me a nourishing pill. As he spoke this last part, Zhang Chen's expression turned somewhat secretive, and his voice dropped. Upon hearing the term nourishing pill, Xu Feng immediately understood. Rather than feeling envious, he patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder, genuinely pleased. Congratulations, my friend. You are about to hit the jackpot. Zhang Chen's cheeks flushed for a rare moment as he chuckled. Hee, keep it low-key. I can't say how much it will increase my blood chi yet. Just wanted to give you a heads up. So you won't be left dumbfounded when you see my blood chi soaring. At this point, Zhang Chen suddenly slapped his forehead. He slyly pulled out a folded note, gesturing for Xu Feng to take a look. What is this? You're not asking me to help you with a love letter, are you? Xu Feng asked, puzzled. But he accepted the note nonetheless. However, upon unfolding the paper and seeing its contents, he was left utterly speechless. Zhang Chen, nearby, wore a somewhat triumphant expression. Brother, there's no need for formality. However, my capabilities are rather limited. Just remember the contents after you read it, and when you become a high-ranking warrior in the future, you can seek your revenge then. Thank you. Xu Feng expressed his gratitude earnestly, but upon noticing Zhang Chen's solemn demeanor, he added, rest assured. I'm not foolish enough to act impulsively. What were the two of them cryptically alluding to? It was, in fact, the matter of the enrollment quota at the Nanjing Martial Arts Institute. The paper that Zhang Chen handed to Xu Feng contained some basic information about the individual responsible, Xiao Shilin, the owner of the Nansha Real Estate Group, who himself was a third-tier warrior, and Xiao Xiong, the youngest son of Xiao Shilin, currently a senior at Tianhu No. 3 High School. To be honest, Xu Feng had been completely oblivious to who had snatched away his enrollment quota until he saw the note that Zhang Chen provided, revealing the mastermind behind the scheme. Memorizing the details meticulously, Xu Feng then tore the paper into tiny fragments. Observing his actions, Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief and remarked, Brother, this situation is partly due to your unfortunate luck. As far as I know, the Nanjing Martial Arts Institute releases a portion of its quotas each year. Clearly, among all the candidates, you are the one with the least background, which is why you caught the eye of such individuals. However, do not be disheartened. Once you become a high-ranking warrior, a mere contractor will be easily dealt with. Zhang Chen's perspective was quite amusing. He referred to Xiao Shilin, a dignified real estate magnate, merely as a contractor. Xu Feng understood that Zhang Chen's comments were meant to bolster his spirits, so he smiled in return and boldly declared, You are absolutely right. Just a small contractor, and I shall settle the score with him later. Moreover, I do not regard the Nanjing Martial Arts Institute's quota as significant. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning somewhat weak as he remarked, While I wish to commend you, isn't your confidence a bit excessive? Chapter 9, Vitality Value reaches 170, the threshold required by 10 prestigious martial arts institutes. Knowing the identity of the shadowy figure behind his troubles did not disrupt Xu Feng's daily life. He continued his routine of practicing martial arts, attending school, and training, returning home each evening to consume vitality pills to enhance his energy. During the first 2 days, every time Xu Feng took a vitality pill, he experienced nosebleeds from the surge of energy. However, as his physical condition gradually improved, subsequent use of the pills no longer resulted in such reactions. 3 days swiftly passed. Before long, it was Friday, with only 19 days remaining until the Martial Arts Institute's assessment. On Friday afternoon, all third-year students were given an opportunity to measure their vitality. Most students opted to participate, though a small number abstained for various reasons. Xu Feng was among that minority, as he did not wish to attract too much attention. To his surprise, Xinshan also did not partake in the vitality test. Conversely, another girl he had been training with, Lu Yu, achieved a score of 135. Zhang Chun, with his acne-ridden face, was even more extravagant, boasting a vitality value of 148. It was noteworthy that just a few days prior, he had not even reached 140. It was evident that he had consumed the vitality pill his father had procured for him on the spot. Brother, how about it? Aren't I impressive? As Zhang Chun approached with an air of self-satisfaction, Xu Feng could only respond with a resigned gesture. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Zhang Chun was clearly taken aback. And after a moment, he reacted with a look of annoyance. What the heck? When did you become so cunning? Nevertheless, he continued. Honestly, brother, this vitality pill is quite effective. Are you certain you don't need one? If you do, I can throw a tantrum at home to convince my dad to get you one. Xu Feng shook his head, responding seriously. I appreciate the kind offer, but I truly do not require such things. In fact, Xinshan mentioned something similar to me earlier, which I also declined. Zhang Chun relented. All right. Since you have your own plans, I won't press further. But why have you become so close to Xinshan lately? Could it be? As he trailed off, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. Xu Feng pushed him away in irritation, warning, don't talk nonsense. I have no such relationship. Xinshan might not appreciate those remarks. Zhang Chun responded, understood, don't worry. I'm not that oblivious. No, you are. Due to the afternoon vitality testing and the fact that it was Friday, there was no training scheduled for the day. Nevertheless, Xu Feng chose to walk home with Xinshan. Although he harbored no ulterior motives regarding the beautiful girl beside him, inexplicably, after hearing Zhang Chun's remarks earlier, he felt a peculiar sensation stirring within him. When he discreetly turned his head to glance at Xinshan, he was surprised to find her looking back at him. The moment their gazes met, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Clearing his throat, Xu Feng broke the silence. Xinshan, why didn't you participate in the vitality test today? I didn't want to draw too much attention, she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, adding, by the way, Xu Feng, why didn't you take part? Xu Feng, nearly lost in thought, quickly averted his gaze and gave the same answer. Because I didn't want to attract too much attention either. Upon hearing this, they both shared a laugh, and the atmosphere lightened once more, perhaps spurred by their conversation. Xinshan inquired, Xu Feng, if all factors were disregarded, which martial arts institute would you most like to attend? Naturally, the top 10 prestigious martial arts institutes in Daxia. Xu Feng replied matter-of-factly. However, you know about my previous incident, so I'm not particularly keen on the Nanjing Martial Arts Institute. Oh, Xinshan lowered her head slightly, her expression revealing a hint of disappointment. Xu Feng, oblivious to her feelings, asked, what about you? I might choose the Nanjing Martial Arts Institute since it's close to home, and my parents would prefer that, she said, kicking a small stone along the path. Before suddenly looking up with a smile, Xu Feng nodded in agreement. It's indeed better for a girl to be closer to home. Plus, the Nanjing Martial Arts Institute is one of the top 10 prestigious martial arts institutes. As their conversation progressed, Xu Feng learned more about her, including that she was an only child, which explained her parents' desire for her to stay nearby. When they arrived at a fork in the road, Xinshan looked up at Xu Feng, playfully raising her small fist and cheerfully exclaiming, Xu Feng, good luck. I hope we can both get into our ideal schools. Yes, good luck. Xu Feng nodded earnestly before breaking into a smile. Watching the beautiful girl's figure recede into the distance, he found himself reflecting. It seems I am not the only one with secrets. From Xinshan's tone, it appears she is quite determined to enroll in the Nanjing Martial Arts Institute, which explains her desire to keep a low profile. Recalling their conversation, Xu Feng grew more convinced of his suspicions. However, since it was Xinshan's secret, he chose not to pry further. Upon returning home, Xu Feng prepared dinner for himself before pouring a pure white vitality pill from a small porcelain vial and consuming it. Due to the lack of training that afternoon, he practiced the Yanyuan stance for an hour longer than usual. When Xu Feng finally opened his eyes, the information on his attribute panel had transformed into Name, Xu Feng. Realm, Unranked. Technique, Complete cultivation of the Yanyuan post, 800800. Martial skill, Thunder Fist minor achievement, 75200. Vitality, 170,170. Indeed, following the recent transformation, his vitality has reached 170. This is precisely why Xu Feng expressed to Xinshan his desire to remain low-key. He now increases his vitality by 6 points each day to gain admission into the elite martial academies ranking in the top 10 of the Great Xia. The threshold for vitality is set at over 180. However, given my current rate of improvement, this requirement seems hardly daunting. I can certainly aim even higher. Perhaps to become a first-tier martial artist before the academy assessments? Xu Feng mused excitedly to himself, yet upon glancing at the small porcelain vial, a hint of concern washed over him. Although my progress is swift, I've already consumed half of the 10 vitality pills, and it appears I must seek Xinshan's assistance. Chapter 10. Beast Exhibition Hall. The residual will of the Fifth Order Bloodthirsty Ape. The advancement of the Thunder Fist has been somewhat slower than Xu Feng had anticipated. Nevertheless, after 2 hours of training this morning, he managed to elevate his experience from 75 to 99. He still requires an additional 100 experience points to reach the minor achievement of the Thunder Fist. Yet, despite this, Xu Feng remains unhurried. He feels that his mastery of the Thunder Fist is now nearly on par with that of the instructor who originally taught them this technique. This is not to say that Xu Feng could match the instructor in combat, as a non-ranked martial artist. He naturally lacks the strength to contend with a fourth-order martial artist. His assertion of being on par solely pertains to his comprehension of the Thunder Fist. Since it is the weekend, Xu Feng need not attend school today, and he has no intention of remaining indoors all day. Although there are no shortcuts on the martial path, and diligent practice is the rightful way, it does not imply that a martial artist cannot engage in daily life and leisure activities. After all, what is the purpose of enduring the rigors of martial training? In fact, yesterday afternoon, Zhang Chun had invited Xu Feng to go out and have fun over the weekend. However, Xu Feng declined, as he wished to wander alone and explore. While the memories of his previous life grant him familiarity with this world, they remain mere recollections. Some experiences cannot be wholly understood without direct observation. Perusing the memories in his mind is akin to watching a film, initially vivid, yet fading with the passage of time. Thus, after enjoying a sumptuous breakfast he had prepared himself, Xu Feng leisurely stepped outside. He carried a backpack containing some bread and 2 bottles of mineral water, as he was uncertain when he would return before noon. The Tianhu First High School, where Xu Feng studies, is situated in the Yifeng district, which is not in the city center. Hence, his first destination is to take a taxi to the center of Tianhu City. Throughout the journey, the driver was preoccupied with a phone call, his expressions both engrossed and ambiguous, leaving Xu Feng somewhat concerned about his safety in the vehicle. Fortunately, they arrived at the city center square without incident. However, after disembarking, Xu Feng decided to leave the driver a negative review. "This is for your own good, lest you lose your job," he muttered as he tapped a single star in the ride-hailing app. With his phone stowed in his pocket, he finally had the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Although Tianhu City is not the capital of Baisu Province, it remains quite prosperous, especially on weekends. The streets are bustling with people. Standing still, Xu Feng found himself obstructing others' paths multiple times. Reflecting on this, he resolved to stop standing idly, and instead joined the throng in aimless wandering. 2 hours later, he found himself standing before a particularly grand structure. The words Martial Artist Service Hall were clearly visible from a distance atop the building. Xu Feng was inclined to enter and take a look. Unfortunately, only those certified as martial artists are permitted inside, and it was evident that he could not gain entry. His keen eyesight even allowed him to glimpse vitality pills displayed in glass cases within the hall. The pure white pills were identical to the 5 remaining ones he had at home. This suggested that someone in Zhang Chun's family must be a martial artist. Explaining the young man's remarkable efficiency, a thought flickered through Xu Feng's mind. Although he could not enter the martial artist hall now, it did not preclude future access. Moreover, the adjacent building, the Beast Exhibition Hall, piqued Xu Feng's interest and curiosity. Entry to that venue required no special qualifications, merely the purchase of an admission ticket. Xu Feng spent 100 yuan on a ticket, stored his backpack in an external locker, and proceeded inside. So, this is what they term a ferocious beast. The formidable adversary of martial artists? Xu Feng murmured as he gazed at a peculiar large bird within a massive glass display. This was his first time witnessing a ferocious beast in person, aside from the knowledge he had gleaned from his previous memories and the bestiary course at school. The strange avian creature exceeded 3 meters in size, its wings yet to unfurl. The half-foot-long beak and claw-like talons were sufficient indicators of its formidable nature. Black-necked sparrow, a first-order avian ferocious beast, known for its wariness and tenacity. Xu Feng was taken aback by the description below the display. How could such a colossal creature be referred to as a sparrow? And it was merely a first-order beast? Xu Feng understood that first-order ferocious beasts corresponded to first-tier martial artists. Yet he found it hard to believe that an ordinary first-tier martial artist would stand a chance against such a formidable bird. Of course, it could also be that Xu Feng's current level was too low to grasp the situation fully. As Xu Feng continued to explore the exhibition hall, he encountered numerous bizarre ferocious beasts. Some bore sharp bony spikes along their backs, others had thick armor on their chests and abdomens, while some possessed scales akin to steel. Yet, the most chilling sight was a giant ape towering 7 to 8 meters high. Bloodthirsty ape, a fifth-order ferocious beast, possessing unparalleled strength. Despite knowing that the beasts within the glass displays were merely specimens, Xu Feng felt as though he was gazing upon a living creature. An overwhelming sense of primal pressure washed over him. After standing in front of the display for a moment, he found himself inexplicably drenched in sweat. At that moment, Xu Feng felt a warm hand rest upon his shoulder. "You seem quite perceptive, young man. It's best not to gaze too long before becoming a martial artist." As the voice resonated, Xu Feng noticed that the giant ape had vanished from his view, replaced by an elderly man. He exhaled a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked the man. "Thank you, sir. I don't know what came over me. It felt as if that specimen had come to life." "Ah, quite normal. After all, it is a fifth-order ferocious beast. Even as a specimen, it retains a trace of its will. However, only those who are first-tier martial artists can sense such a will. You, young man, exhibit considerable talent." The elderly man smiled warmly. It was only then that Xu Feng noticed the man was dressed in the uniform of the exhibition hall staff. "Sir, are you a staff member here? How did I not see you earlier?" The old man nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I am a staff member and also the curator of this beast exhibition hall. Young man, I observed you wandering around the exhibition hall. Did you have any immediate impressions?" "Impressions?" Xu Feng fell into deep contemplation, his expression somewhat grave as he remarked, "My most immediate sensation is that the feral beasts are truly terrifying. I wonder how prevalent such creatures are. And in the face of such formidable monsters, how do the martial artists maintain the stability of this world?" Chapter 11. Enemies cross paths. Do not assume that dyed yellow hair equates to a gangster. Zhao Xingchuan, the curator of this exotic beast exhibition hall, initially held a mere curiosity towards the young man before him. It is quite rare for someone who has yet to ascend to the ranks of martial artists to sense the residual will of a fifth-tier beast. Thus, upon revealing his identity, he intended to offer a piece of advice to the young man, or perhaps extend a favor. However, upon hearing Xu Feng's words, Zhao Xingchuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Young man, what is your name? Your perspective on the issue is rather unique." Xu Feng smiled slightly and replied, "Old Zhao, my name is Xu Feng. I merely pondered a bit more after witnessing the situation. I find it utterly unimaginable that humanity is able to keep the ferocious beasts at bay." In truth, once the elderly gentleman introduced himself as the curator, Xu Feng had already deduced his identity, having caught a glimpse of the staff bulletin board upon entering the exhibition hall. The top row prominently displayed the curator's information, complete with his name and photograph. "Contemplation is beneficial, yet I shan't disclose this answer directly. When you enter the higher martial academy, seek out your own answers." Zhao Xingchuan chuckled, scrutinizing the young man with renewed seriousness. "Young lad, your vitality must have exceeded 170, correct? With a bit more effort, you might very well gain admission to the South River Martial Academy, and your future will be boundless." After hearing this, Xu Feng simply smiled. The South River Martial Academy was not his desired destination, yet he deemed it unnecessary to voice this sentiment. After bidding farewell to Curator Zhao, Xu Feng made his way toward the exit of the exhibition hall. To his surprise, he received a business card from the curator, which bore minimal information, the name Zhao Xingchuan and a contact number. Carefully storing the card, Xu Feng stepped outside into the warm sunlight, feeling the traces of the bloodthirsty beast's influence dissipate completely. Fifth-tier feral beasts are indeed terrifying entities. Even a trace of their will can affect me. However, one day I shall possess such combat prowess, or even greater. Xu Feng held this belief with unwavering confidence. Yet after wandering through the exhibition hall, he began to contemplate the nature of this world. At first glance, it bore little difference from Earth in his previous life. Ordinary people rarely encountered feral beasts in their daily lives. Nevertheless, lurking beneath the tranquility was an ever-present shadow. The martial artist served as the barrier protecting this calm from being shattered. "Dear, why have you taken so long? I've been waiting for you forever." Lost in thought, Xu Feng inadvertently wandered into an old street. To his dismay, a beautiful young woman suddenly looped her arm through his. The words she uttered sent a chill down his spine. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat relieved upon realizing he was in a respectable place. Fortunately, before he could voice his confusion, the girl whispered urgently, "Young man, please help me. I've been harassed by a few punks." "A few punks?" Xu Feng paused, turning to see three disheveled young men approaching. The girl visibly shuddered and tightened her grip on his arm. "It's them. They've been bothering me since the food street, and have followed me relentlessly." Xu Feng gently patted the girl's arm, signaling her to stand behind him. Before facing the approaching trio, they had clearly noticed Xu Feng's presence, and one of the boys with dyed hair suddenly burst into laughter. "Oh, look, Xiao! A naive kid thinks he can be a hero. How amusing." The one beside him, adorned with an earring and dressed in a flamboyant manner, pointed at the girl and exclaimed, "Why are you running, miss? We mean no harm. We merely wish to befriend you. Do you know who the Xiao is? He's a genius guaranteed admission to the South River Martial Academy." Between these two stood a buzz-cut young man clad in biker attire, clearly the so-called Xiao. At that moment, Xu Feng's gaze sharpened. The mention of Xiao and the South River Martial Academy piqued his interest. Could it be that fate has intertwined our paths? Xu Feng silently mused, stepping forward with a solemn tone. "Gentlemen, the young lady is not interested in befriending you. Kindly refrain from harassing her. What do you think you are? Meddling in our affairs?" The earring-clad boy's expression darkened as he pointed at Xu Feng, berating him. Unfazed, Xu Feng replied earnestly, "I am neither a nobody nor a mere onlooker. I am simply a rational person. Your actions could be classified as harassment, and let me assure you, dyeing your hair or sporting an earring does not make you a gangster. Who do you think you are trying to intimidate?" The beautiful girl, who had previously appeared anxious, now found amusement in Xu Feng's words. In stark contrast, the expressions of the trio darkened considerably. Kid, are you looking to start a fight? The buzzcut Xiao finally spoke, his eyes brimming with menace. Xu Feng shook his head indifferently, responding, I do not know where you learned your pitiful bravado, but do spare us the embarrassment. By the way, isn't it customary to announce your father's name at times like this? Do hurry, I am eager to hear it. Xu Feng was not entirely certain that this Xiao was indeed the individual he suspected. After receiving information from Zhang Chun, he had specifically searched online for details, but found no relevant photographs or profiles. Thus, he sought to probe further, hoping to glean some useful information. Regrettably, his expectations were dashed. The buzzcut Xiao, though visibly furious, took a step back. Mao, teach this kid a lesson. The first one to speak. The boy with dyed hair nodded and stepped forward, throwing a punch at Xu Feng without hesitation. The reason Xu Feng had the audacity to stand there was that he sensed the trio's energy levels were not particularly high. Upon seeing the attack, he unhesitatingly retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a dull thud. The punch from the boy hit Xu Feng's shoulder, while Xu Feng landed a blow to the boy's chest. However, Xu Feng's expression changed as he staggered back a few steps from the force of the blow to his shoulder. It felt as if his fist had struck a layer of leather, while his shoulder throbbed with pain. Xu Feng suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake. Refined skin realm? Damn, that dyed hair punk is actually a first-tier martial artist. Chapter 12, Thunderous Fist Achieves Success. The beautiful girl's unusual gaze. Xu Feng's swift reaction stemmed from the professional knowledge he acquired in martial arts class. The strength of the dyed hair boy was marginally superior to his own, yet his skin was exceptionally tough, aligning perfectly with the characteristics of the refined skin realm, which indeed indicated he was a first-tier martial artist. Be careful. This kid isn't even a martial artist and dares to play the hero. The exclamations of the beautiful girl and the triumphant voice of the blonde boy resonated almost simultaneously. The blonde, emboldened by his perceived advantage, unleashed another punch without hesitation. Meanwhile, the buzzcut man in motorcycle attire and the guy with ear studs stood back, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. To them, it was evident that the blonde had an easy match against this youth, who was barely a first-tier martial artist. Yet, in the face of the blonde's assault, Xu Feng remained far from the panic his opponent anticipated. Indeed, while the adversary had a slight edge in both realm and vitality, the difference was marginal. Xu Feng believed that a higher vitality did not necessarily equate to superior combat prowess. Otherwise, battles would be rendered unnecessary. Individuals could simply compare their vitality scores. Although Xu Feng had not yet attained the first-tier skin refining realm, he possessed his own confidence, the mastery of the Thunder Fist at an intermediate level. It was worth noting that even the instructor of the fourth-tier martial artist had only a similar comprehension of the Thunder Fist. As another punch from the blonde came hurtling toward him, Xu Feng deftly sidestepped and unleashed a flurry of Thunder Fist strikes upon his opponent's face. He could hardly believe that the blonde's skin was so resilient. In the next instant, Xu Feng felt a punch land squarely on his chest, causing him considerable pain. Yet the blonde was met with a retaliatory blow that forced his head back. Gritting through the pain, Xu Feng seized control of the situation. The blonde's skin refining level was indeed lacking. The punch to his face had left him flustered and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Feng would not let such a prime chance slip away. Though the Thunder Fist was merely an introductory technique, its speed was astonishing. Coupled with Xu Feng's intermediate mastery, his strikes flowed effortlessly. The subsequent series of dull thuds filled the air, each one marking the sound of the retreating blonde taking hits. Within mere seconds, the blonde was left with a nosebleed, clearly stripped of his combat effectiveness. The other two bystanders were left dumbfounded, or perhaps frightened by Xu Feng's ferocity. After supporting the injured blonde, the buzzcut man and the ear stud guy dragged him away, only to threaten Xu Feng with a promise to return once they had distanced themselves. As the trio vanished from sight, Xu Feng touched the spot where he had been struck, inhaling sharply. Truth be told, it had been quite perilous. Had the blonde been a bit more aggressive, or had Xu Feng's Thunder Fist not reached its intermediate level, he might have faced a rather painful defeat. Even though he had triumphed through the Thunder Fist, the two punches he received were no small discomfort. Hey, are you alright? The pretty girl who had gasped earlier once again linked her arm with Xu Feng's, her expression laced with concern. Zhou Yake felt a surge of regret. She had thought that finding a shield would deter the trio from further harassment. Little did she know that her chosen shield was far too formidable and refused to back down. Their exchange quickly escalated from a verbal spat to an all-out brawl. The moment she realized they were a martial artist and a non-martial artist, her heart raced with apprehension. Yet, the ensuing turn of events left her utterly astonished. This kind-hearted youth, a non-martial artist, had managed to defeat the martial artist blonde. It's nothing. I'm fine, Xu Feng responded, mustering a smile while noticing her worried expression. Let us leave for now, to avoid any potential trouble should they return with reinforcements. Also, it's best for you to steer clear of this area for a while. Just in case. Yes, I will. Let us hurry. Zhou Yake nodded repeatedly, guiding Xu Feng in a different direction. I really didn't sustain much injury. I can walk on my own. Xu Feng awkwardly withdrew his arm, signaling that he was perfectly capable. Zhou Yake paused, momentarily flustered, her cheeks flushing as she regained her composure. The earlier scene had truly rattled her, leaving her in a state of disarray. Seeing the blonde being supported away, she had assumed Xu Feng required assistance as well. By the way, I'm Zhou Yake. I truly appreciate your help today. As they approached the bustling food street, Zhou Yake finally regained her composure and expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. It's only natural to stand against injustice. I'm Xu Feng, he replied nonchalantly. Though today had been perilous, encountering a first-tier martial artist had served as a minor trial for him. Moreover, the chance meeting with that enigmatic figure, Xiao Xiao, had left Xu Feng feeling quite fulfilled. Xu Feng, are you really uninjured? Should we visit a hospital to check? Zhou Yake inquired, her gaze lingering on the spots where he had been struck. Xu Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. And my opponent is far more injured than I am. Oh, then let me treat you to a cup of milk tea as a token of my gratitude, Zhou Yake suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. All right. Xu Feng accepted her offer without hesitation. While Zhou Yake queued to buy the milk tea, Xu Feng discreetly examined the spots where he had been struck. Although the blonde lacked combat prowess, he was still a genuine first-tier martial artist, and Xu Feng's defenses were evidently inferior. He noted that both areas where he had been punched were now bruised and sensitive to the touch. If I were also a first-tier martial artist, I could have emerged from this battle unscathed. Xu Feng sighed. However, thinking of his current rate of improvement, he quickly regained his spirits. After all, it was merely a first-tier martial artist. He only needed 200 vitality points to reach that realm. With his daily increase of 6 vitality points, he would cross that threshold within a week. Lost in his thoughts, a cup of fragrant milk tea was soon placed in front of him. Strangely, after taking the tea, Xu Feng felt as though the girl's gaze upon him had taken on a different quality. Chapter 13. Achieving the first-tier martial artist status, an invitation from Shinshan. After finishing the milk tea, Xu Feng did not pursue further contact with the beautiful girl. He politely declined her invitation to visit her home and began his journey back. However, at Zhou Yake's insistence, he did add her contact information. Heroically rescuing a damsel in distress truly proved to be an effective strategy. But women would only hinder my speed in striking. As he sat in the taxi on his way back, this thought crossed Xu Feng's mind. Upon returning home, he immediately rummaged through his belongings until he found the long-neglected bruise ointment. Fortunately, the bruises were on the front of his body, allowing Xu Feng to apply the ointment while looking in the mirror. In this world, it was common for martial artists to sustain injuries, so the effectiveness of the bruise ointment was remarkable. Shortly after applying the medicine, he felt the bruises from the punches begin to dissipate. He decided to swallow a vitality pill, baring his torso as he assumed the Yang Yuan Zhuang posture in his living room. Time passed slowly. As the light outside the window began to dim, Xu Feng finally opened his eyes. As expected, the combination of the bruise ointment and the Yang Yuan Zhuang had worked wonders. The marks from the punches had nearly vanished. Upon closer inspection, one could hardly discern any trace of the blows he had received. Meanwhile, his vitality had increased to 176, finally nearing the threshold of 180. He was among the top echelon of students even within the entire Tianhu No. 1 high school. After a quick shower, he prepared dinner. Since he was dining alone, Xu Feng was not particularly fussy. He held his bowl while browsing the internet for information. Before long, he retrieved a photograph of Xiao Shilin from the web once again. Comparing the individual in the photograph with the buzz cut he encountered today, Xu Feng noticed a striking resemblance between the two. It was highly probable that the person he met today was indeed the one who had snatched away his admission spot at Nanjiang Martial Institute. In other words, the buzz cut he had seen was none other than Xiao Xiong, the younger son of Xiao Shilin, the head of Nanxia Real Estate. How amusing. He mused at the smallness of the world, chuckling to himself. However, he did not find it entirely surprising that he would cross paths with someone named Xiao Xiong. After all, Tianhu No. 3 High School was situated in the city center, and Nanxia Real Estate had a presence there as well. Moreover, today just happened to be a weekend. Although it was somewhat coincidental for Xu Feng to encounter Xiao Xiong, it was entirely reasonable. Despite the fact that his current capabilities had led him to dismiss the Nanjiang Martial Institute's admission spot, which was something his parents had sacrificed their lives for, he could hardly turn a blind eye to it. Xu Feng stared at the photograph on his computer screen for a few more moments, murmuring softly to himself. Yet, he was not in a hurry. Besides, as someone who had yet to attain even the rank of a first-grade martial artist, he had little recourse against the other party. He could either wait until he became a high-grade martial artist, at which point he would naturally seek revenge, or he could seize an opportunity, with the Martial Institute's assessment being a splendid choice. The following day, a Sunday, Xu Feng refrained from wandering about. Consequently, aside from his vitality increasing by 6 points to reach 182, his proficiency in the Thunder Fist technique also improved significantly. At this stage, he was unable to learn any other martial arts, so he focused on honing the Thunder Fist to its utmost. Although vitality was of paramount importance for martial artists, martial techniques could occasionally transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Over the course of the next week, Xu Feng's overall strength steadily increased. Both his vitality and proficiency in the Thunder Fist improved accordingly. By Wednesday evening, he had finally elevated his vitality to the threshold of a first-grade martial artist, reaching 200 points. Fortunately, the martial arts knowledge course had already covered how to continue cultivating after reaching the first-grade level. Thus, upon breaking through the first-grade threshold, Xu Feng's vitality did not stagnate. Instead, it smoothly advanced to the skin refining stage, allowing him to begin refining his skin through the circulation of vitality. Prior to this, he had also sought Xunshan's assistance in purchasing vitality pills. The 10 vitality pills he had previously acquired from Zhang Chun had been completely consumed by Wednesday evening. Knowing that Xunshan's family had substantial resources, Xu Feng opted to purchase a larger quantity this time, 20 pills in total, costing 100,000 yuan. Adding the 50,000 yuan he had already spent, it meant that Xu Feng had expended 150,000 yuan on martial resources in a short period. Naturally, as the Martial Institute assessment approached, he was not the only one making progress. Although Xunshan did not participate in this week's vitality test on Friday, Xu Feng was aware that this beautiful girl undoubtedly had a high vitality value. She might very well make an impressive showing during the Martial Institute assessment. As for Zhang Chun, he did participate in the test and achieved a remarkable vitality score of 160. One should not underestimate this figure, as the vitality threshold for the top 10 super martial institutes in the Great Xia was only 180. Each year, how many students from the entire Tianhu city could gain admission to these super martial institutes? From an outward perspective, it seemed that Xu Feng's class was the least impressive group in the vitality test. The highest vitality score was Zhang Chen's, followed by Zhang Daqiang, Li Ji, and Luo Yonghao. It was likely that all three had consumed nourishing pills, with their vitality scores exceeding 145. The last addition to the small group, Lu Yu, tested the lowest with a score just reaching 140. Meanwhile, students from other classes had already achieved vitality scores as high as 192, stunning the entire school. Such extraordinary results made it almost certain that they would gain admission to the top 10 super martial institutes in Great Xia. Zhang Chun and his companions expressed intense envy but felt helpless in the face of it. Xunshan, however, remained remarkably composed, as did Xu Feng. He also chose not to participate in the test, citing the same reason as before: he didn't want to draw too much attention. However, thanks to the existence of his attribute panel, he was well aware of his own data. Even without undergoing the vitality test: name, Xu Feng; realm, first-grade martial artist; technique, nourishing stance perfected, 800/800; martial skill, Thunder Fist great accomplishment, 604/400; vitality, 208/208. Such exaggerated data, if revealed, would likely cause a sensation not only within the school but throughout the entire city. Moreover, after entering the skin refining stage of the first-grade martial artist realm, Xu Feng's absorption of the vitality pill's medicinal power had also increased. Now, consuming a single vitality pill allowed him to convert 8 vitality points, significantly reducing his consumption. Aside from advancing to the first-grade martial artist realm, Xu Feng's Thunder Fist had finally reached the great accomplishment stage. However, the perfect realm still remained a distant goal. This could not be rushed, and fortunately, he was not in a hurry. On Friday afternoon, Xu Feng continued to walk back with Xunshan. The two engaged in casual conversation, but as they approached a fork in the road, Xunshan suddenly inquired, "Xu Feng, there's an exotic beast exhibition in the city this weekend. Would you like to go? Is it the exhibition hall in the city center? I visited it last weekend." Xu Feng replied, glancing at the girl beside him. To his surprise, Xunshan shot him an annoyed look before continuing. "I'm not talking about the specimens at the city exhibition hall. This time, they are real, live ferocious beasts." Xu Feng was momentarily taken aback by her glare. Yet he found the event she described intriguing. "There's such an exhibition? We can actually see live ferocious beasts? Then I definitely want to go. But I don't even know where it's being held. Can I still join?" Seeing the puzzled expression on Xu Feng's face, Xunshan couldn't help but chuckle softly. As she walked toward the other path, she waved her hand at Xu Feng, instructing, "Then don't go out tomorrow morning. Just wait for me at home, and we'll go together. It's settled." "All right, see you tomorrow, Xunshan." Xu Feng waved back, not overly concerned about whether she could see him. He continued to watch her figure until it nearly disappeared before turning to head home. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he turned, Xunshan, who had not looked back, glanced in his direction and stomped her foot in irritation. Silly boy. In the span of a single evening, Xu Feng's vitality steadily increased by 8 points. Of course, this was a result of consuming the vitality pill. Otherwise, relying solely on the nourishing stance, his daily cap would only be 2 points. As for the 2 hours spent practicing the Thunder Fist in the morning, it had raised the proficiency of this technique by 24 points. After finishing his practice and washing up, Xu Feng soon received a call from Xunshan. Upon hearing that she was waiting for him downstairs, he wasted no time and grabbed his backpack before heading down. As Xu Feng stepped out of the community gate, he was momentarily captivated by the scene before him. During their school days, both boys and girls donned uniforms, and Xunshan was no exception. However, today, she astonishingly wore a delicate, light pink floral dress that was strikingly radiant. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that her hair had been meticulously styled, and a subtle makeup adorned her face. After stealing a few glances, Xu Feng felt his heart inexplicably race. "Hey, Xu Feng, over here," Xunshan called out, gently waving her hand. She had certainly noticed the dazed expression on his face and felt a surge of joy within. Moments later, Xu Feng approached her, taking in her appearance before finally articulating the words he had longed to express. "Xunshan, why do you look so beautiful today?" At this, Xunshan shot him an incredulous glance and retorted, "Are you implying that I am not usually beautiful?" Oblivious to the change in her tone, Xu Feng, albeit somewhat slow on the uptake, hastily replied, "Of course you are beautiful. It's just a different style. I've grown accustomed to your previous look, so seeing this new style caught me off guard." "Humph, at least you recognize it." Xunshan's eyes conveyed her thoughts. Xu Feng sighed in relief and quickly shifted the topic. "Xunshan, how shall we get there? Should I drive?" In truth, Xu Feng had a car at home, although it had remained untouched in the underground garage. Upon hearing his suggestion, Xunshan looked surprised. "Xu Feng, you have a driver's license now?" Xu Feng's expression stiffened, and he shook his head, but quickly reassured her. Not yet, but my driving skills are impeccable, I assure you." Hearing this, Xunshan immediately dismissed the idea. "Then forget it. Let us just take a taxi to avoid any trouble with inspections." "All right, just tell me the location, and I'll call for a cab." Xu Feng nodded, realizing that he needed to obtain his driver's license soon. Fortunately, the ride-hailing app proved efficient. Shortly after placing their order, a car arrived at their side. Noticing Xunshan's elegant dress, Xu Feng courteously opened the door for her to enter first. This considerate gesture brought a smile to Xunshan's face, though she kept her delight under wraps. "My friend, I'm attending an exhibition today, where I hear we might see live ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, I only managed to secure one spot, so I apologize in advance. I'll send you videos." Xu Feng was taken aback when, upon reaching their destination, he received a message from Zhang Chun. After reading the content, he glanced at the exquisite ticket Xunshan had handed him, and a peculiar sensation stirred within him. He couldn't help but steal a sideways glance at Xunshan. It was evident that the exhibition they were attending was not open to just anyone. Moreover, judging by Zhang Chen's message, securing tickets for the exhibition was undoubtedly a challenging feat. Xu Feng often preferred not to overthink things. He wasn't foolish. As he regained his focus, he muttered, "I've always had good luck, so why is this opportunity presenting itself so conveniently?" "What did you just say?" Xunshan, with keen hearing typical of martial artists, looked at him quizzically. Xu Feng quickly waved his hand in dismissal. Cough, nothing. I meant to say that once we go in, we're sure to run into Zhang Chun. Look, he sent me this message, and he doesn't even know I'm here today." His diversion successfully captured Xunshan's attention. After undergoing a security check and storing their bags, they were soon allowed inside. The location of the Ferocious Beast exhibition was not in the city center. Rather, it was somewhat remote, even bordering on the outskirts. Xu Feng had not anticipated encountering such a robust structure in this suburban area. This establishment was specially constructed to house ferocious beasts and was only occasionally open to the public. The guards stationed here were all skilled martial artists, with some even possessing high ranks. Noticing Xu Feng's puzzled expression, Xunshan quietly briefed him on the situation. He nodded in understanding. Just then, a distant and resonant roar erupted from within the building. Upon hearing the sound, both Xu Feng and Xunshan felt a surge of adrenaline. Their spirits instantly lifted. They exchanged glances, their curiosity about what they were about to witness heightened immensely. What was that noise? It made my hair stand on end. At that moment, someone behind them exclaimed in astonishment. Xu Feng felt an odd familiarity with the voice. Turning around, he smiled upon recognizing Zhang Chun, who had evidently arrived later than both him and Xunshan. Xunshan also spotted Zhang Chun but, like Xu Feng, chose not to greet him first. They stood there, sharing a silent laugh. In the next moment, they saw the astonishment in Zhang Chen's eyes. "Xu Feng, Xunshan, what are you two doing here?" Zhang Chun hurried over in confusion. Xu Feng chuckled. "Well, we noticed a certain fool over there making a ruckus, so we decided to watch the spectacle. Get lost." Zhang Chun snapped back to reality, playfully punching Xu Feng's shoulder before wrapping an arm around his neck. "Hey, how come you're here?" "I was just lamenting your absence and thinking about sending you videos." Xu Feng smiled and quietly explained the situation, which transformed Zhang Chun's expression into one of intrigue. "Oh wow, you really pulled off such a grand entrance without a word." Anticipating the inevitable teasing from Zhang Chun, Xu Feng quickly interrupted. "All right, enough chatter. Let us head inside and not waste any more time." Xunshan nodded in agreement and led the way, while Xu Feng stepped alongside her. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun, brimming with curiosity, glanced around, his inquisitive nature ignited. Unfortunately, he couldn't find an opportunity to converse privately with Xu Feng, leaving him to ponder. When did these two start this? Fortunately, once they entered the vast building, Zhang Chun's curiosity was redirected. Xu Feng and Xunshan were similarly captivated. The hall was bustling with young people, likely similar in age to Xu Feng and his companions. The martial artists stationed as guards exuded an aura of formidable strength, which made one hesitant to act frivolously. Moreover, they were finally about to witness living ferocious beasts, and their curiosity quickly eclipsed all else. Although these creatures were confined within specially constructed cages of alloy, their fierce presence sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, in the enormous iron cage directly before Xu Feng and his companions, lay a fearsome bear-like creature, sprawled on the ground. This beast measured over 6 meters in length, its fur glistening with a sheen reminiscent of satin. Although the massive bear appeared languid and harmless, its occasionally open small eyes emanated a fierce glint that sent shivers down the spine. This was a third-tier ferocious beast, the iron-hide giant bear. One could only imagine how much meat it consumed to reach such a size. Zhang Chun, with his exuberant personality, could not resist murmuring in this daunting environment. Xu Feng shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "How much meat can it eat? I reckon tossing you in would barely suffice for one meal." Zhang Chun sheepishly scratched his head, sensing the gravity of the situation, and promptly ceased his chatter. With the tension alleviating, Xu Feng turned to Shinshan, reminding her, "Shinshan, don't get too close. One can never be too sure about the sturdiness of this cage." Shinshan smiled at his words, unconsciously inching closer to Xu Feng as they began to converse in hushed tones. This scene did not go unnoticed by Zhang Chun, who felt as though he had transformed into an unwelcome light bulb. Heavens, I skipped breakfast just to witness this exhibition. And you two are feeding me dog food right off the bat. Feeling somewhat dejected, Zhang Chun nudged Xu Feng's shoulder and said in a somewhat envious tone, "I'll go check out that side. Let us meet up later." "All right, go ahead. Just make sure to call if you can't find us," Xu Feng replied, oblivious to the underlying acidity in Zhang Chun's tone. "Goodness, this fellow doesn't he even attempt to persuade me to stay. He.s. truly a friend who forgets his companions in the presence of beauty," Zhang Chun grumbled darkly as he walked away, though his lively nature quickly distracted him upon spotting other ferocious beasts within their cages. Meanwhile, Shinshan suddenly paused her chatter, glancing at Xu Feng with a soft giggle. "Shinshan, what is so amusing?" Xu Feng inquired, puzzled by her laughter. "Oh, nothing. Xu Feng, let us go see that beast over there. Wow. It's a fiery red fox," Shinshan exclaimed, waving her hand as she abruptly took Xu Feng's hand and dashed toward the next exhibit. Truth be told, Xu Feng's heart raced unexpectedly, yet seeing that the girl beside him was oblivious to their hand-holding, he gradually shifted his focus to the fox. A fourth-tier ferocious beast. "The flame fox, how soft it looks." Upon uttering this, Shinshan's large eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Xu Feng, what did you just say?" Nothing much. I meant this flame fox may be small, but it's ranked higher than that giant bear," Xu Feng stammered, embarrassed by his earlier slip while being distracted. Fortunately, Shinshan did not linger on the matter for long. After admiring the flame fox, she eagerly pulled Xu Feng toward the next exhibit. As they proceeded, Shinshan tightened her grip on his hand, expressing, "Xu Feng, this beast feels rather intimidating. I even sense it possesses a remarkable level of intelligence." At this moment, they reached the innermost part of the hall. What lay before them was no longer a mere metal cage, but a sealed chamber crafted from an unknown, transparent material. Within this transparent space stood a towering, 3-meter-tall silver wolf. The fearsome creature Shinshan referred to was none other than the sole 6th-tier beast of this exhibition, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Xu Feng too clenched his hand slightly, for he felt a similar apprehension upon beholding the magnificent wolf. Unlike the ferocity exhibited by the previous beasts, this 6th-tier creature strolled leisurely within its transparent enclosure, exuding an air of elegance. As Xu Feng and Shinshan observed from outside, the colossal wolf cast a glance in their direction, and that single gaze instilled an indescribable sense of strangeness. Xu Feng could even sense a hint of disdain in the wolf's eyes, as if it regarded them as inferior beings. Chapter 16. Rebirth and Transformation. Beasts beyond the 6th tier are termed sacred beasts. Zhang Chun's sudden exclamation broke the peculiar atmosphere enveloping Xu Feng and Shinshan. Yet, judging by his words, it seemed their feelings were not merely figments of their imagination. "Bro, did you see that? The wolf is smiling. Is it mocking me?" Before Xu Feng could respond, Zhang Chun pointed excitedly at the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. To be fair, from their vantage point, the wolf's slight lip curl indeed resembled a smile. Xu Feng nodded, sincerely remarking, "Perhaps it truly is mocking your overreaction. Let us stay composed. We shouldn't allow a ferocious beast to underestimate us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chun finally quieted down, nodding earnestly. "You're right. It's just a mere beast. Does it dare to look down upon us humans? Even if it's a 6th-tier creature, it's still confined within a cage by us." However, his serious demeanor lasted only 3 seconds, as he soon noticed the intertwined hands of Xu Feng and Shinshan. In an instant, Zhang Chun's expression morphed into one of exaggerated astonishment. Xu Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to react before Shinshan. Her cheeks flushed, discreetly withdrew her hand. Hey, quit pretending. I saw everything," Zhang Chun exclaimed, prompting Xu Feng to grimace slightly and scold, "Stop making a ruckus. We don't want the beast to take an interest in our antics." Zhang Chen glanced into the transparent chamber before muttering, "Well, it's not like it's watching my spectacle." Just as he murmured this, his eyes lit up, and he threw his arm around Xu Feng's shoulder. "Bro, you decide. How should you act to silence me? You should know I'm not easily hushed without a few hearty meals." Xu Feng eventually promised him 3 substantial meals, which finally pacified Zhang Chen's incessant chatter. As they approached the exit of the Ferocious Beast exhibition, Xu Feng unexpectedly spotted a familiar face and hurried over to greet him. "Old Master Zhao? You're here today as well?" Indeed, the familiar figure was none other than Zhao Xingchuan, the curator of the Exotic Beast Exhibition Hall, from whom Xu Feng had obtained a business card not long ago. "Little Xu, it's you. I've noticed your considerable progress lately. How does witnessing living ferocious beasts compare to viewing specimens?" Zhao Xingchuan assessed Xu Feng with a smile, then glanced at Shen Shan and Zhang Chun, nodding approvingly. "Very good. Very good. You're all promising talents with immense potential." As the elder expressed his admiration, Xu Feng took the opportunity to introduce Shen Shan and Zhang Chun to Zhao Xingchuan. Shen Shan politely addressed him as Curator Zhao, while Zhang Chun, rather informal, called him Old Master Zhao and excitedly added, "Old Master Zhao, just now when we were watching that 6th-tier Howling Moon Silver Wolf, it seemed like that beast was smiling." Xu Feng also pondered this matter, expressing his confusion. "Old Master Zhao, do 6th-tier ferocious beasts possess a considerable level of intelligence? Their gaze resembles that of humans." "Haha. Indeed. You have observed keenly." Zhao Xingchuan chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Ferocious beasts of the 6th tier inherently possess significant intelligence. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf, in particular, stands out among its peers. Moreover, are you aware of the names given to the realms beyond the 6th tier for humans?" Upon hearing Zhao Xingchuan's sudden inquiry, Xu Feng and his companions shook their heads in unison. Such knowledge was not found in textbooks, and thus they were unaware. Noticing their collective lack of knowledge, Zhao Xingchuan remained undeterred, continuing with a meaningful tone. "The realms following the 6th-tier warriors are known as the 7th and 8th tiers, referred to as rebirth and transmutation. This applies to both humans and ferocious beasts alike. Those ferocious beasts that undergo such transformations may be regarded as sacred beasts." The trio felt a surge of excitement at the revelation of this rare knowledge from the elder. Previously, they had only encountered warriors of the 4th tier, which they considered an impressive level. Yet now, the concepts articulated by Director Zhao transcended their previous understanding, delving into the realms beyond the 6th tier. "That will suffice for today. Any further elaboration would yield no benefit for you," Zhao Xingchuan concluded abruptly, a smile gracing his face. "In just a few days, the Martial Academy assessment will take place. You all must perform admirably and bring glory to Tianhu City." Xu Feng and Shen Shan simply nodded, yet Zhang Chun exuberantly proclaimed, "We'll certainly do that. Rest assured, Old Master Zhao." This exuberance momentarily left the director of the Exotic Beast Exhibition Hall stunned. He nodded, casting a glance at Xu Feng and Shen Shan before departing with a knowing smile. Once the elder had left, Zhang Chun immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Old Master Zhao even encouraged me to perform well and bring honor to Tianhu City." "Indeed, indeed. Just make sure to shine when the time comes." Xu Feng replied with a resigned nod, his thoughts betraying a hint of concern. Poor fellow. He likely remains oblivious to the fact that his vitality value is the lowest among us. Although Shen Shan had never disclosed her vitality value, Xu Feng sensed it to be significantly higher. Meanwhile, Shen Shan glanced between Xu Feng and Zhang Chun, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Fortunately, Zhang Chun remained oblivious, instead clamoring for the grand feast Xu Feng had promised. By the time the trio finished their meal, the night had fully descended. After ensuring Zhang Chun returned home alone, Xu Feng escorted Shen Shan to her doorstep. Upon returning home, the clock read 8 in the evening. Since he had yet to practice the vitality cultivation stance that day, Xu Feng wasted no time, swallowing a vitality pill and entering a meditative state in the living room. 3 hours passed in focused practice, resulting in an increase of 8 vitality points. However, Xu Feng had no inkling that in a cozy bedroom, Shen Shan was clutching her phone, lamenting about someone being a fool. After much hesitation, she finally tapped on Xu Feng's avatar and sent a message. "Xu Feng, the exhibition we visited today was quite fascinating, and I felt genuinely happy." Just as Xu Feng was preparing to wash up, he heard the familiar ding of his phone. Upon reading her message, he slapped his forehead in annoyance and promptly replied, "My apologies, Shen Shan. As soon as I got home, I dove into practicing the vitality cultivation stance and just finished." As the days drew closer to the Martial Academy assessment, a palpable tension began to permeate the senior year. Even the usually exuberant Zhang Chun had become more subdued in recent days. Xu Feng's routine, however, remained unchanged. Time flew, and soon it was Tuesday evening. The next morning, all third-year students from Tianhu No. 1 High School would head to various testing sites for their vitality assessments. Due to the random allocation of testing sites, Xu Feng regrettably found himself separated from Shen Shan and Zhang Chun, unable to accompany them. Instead, He was grouped with Zhang Daqiang and Luo Yonghao at the Tianhu 3 testing site. Their relationship was merely average, hence there was no need for joint action. After dinner, Xu Feng sent Shun Shan a message wishing her luck and encouraging her to rest early. She quickly replied, and after a brief exchange, they bid each other farewell. Xu Feng initially intended to set his phone aside and proceed with the vitality cultivation stance, but after a moment's reflection, he also sent a message of encouragement to Zhang Chen. He couldn't afford to let Zhang Chen accuse him of abandoning friendship for the sake of a pretty face again. To his surprise, just 2 seconds later, Zhang Chen called, expressing his nervousness. Xu Feng had no choice but to patiently chat with him for quite some time before finally hanging up, feeling a twinge of regret for sending that message. However, with nothing else to occupy his time, Xu Feng swallowed another vitality pill and engaged in 3 more hours of cultivation, successfully concluding his practice. He opened the attribute panel in his mind and scrutinized the information displayed. Name, Xu Feng. Realm, First Tier Warrior. Cultivation Method, Vitality Cultivation Stance, Perfected, 800. Martial Technique, Thunderous Fist. Major Achievement, 192,400. Vitality, 248. Having reached the First Tier Warrior realm, Xu Feng realized that practicing the vitality cultivation stance now involved more than merely converting vitality. It required transporting vitality to refine the skin, marking the initiation of the skin refinement stage. The purpose of this practice was twofold. Firstly, using vitality to strengthen the skin enhanced its resilience, rendering it more robust. Curiously, while the refined skin became tougher, its sensitivity increased as well. Secondly, the skin refinement stage aimed to augment the body's capacity to contain vitality. If one likened a warrior's body to a vessel, then vitality represented the liquid within. The sturdier the vessel, the greater the space available for vitality, thus allowing for a higher capacity in the future. This necessity for entering the skin refinement stage was paramount for first-tier warriors. Without this reinforcement of their physique, the limit of 200 vitality points would be nearly insurmountable for the majority. Of course, this did not encompass those with extraordinary talents, who could naturally accommodate more vitality than the average person. Nevertheless, they too had their limits. Upon reaching those limits, they would similarly require physical refinement to continue their progress. After glancing at the attribute panel, Xu Feng pressed his fingers against his skin, reflecting, "My vitality has reached 248 points. Yet the toughness of my skin still pales in comparison to that yellow-haired individual I encountered the other day. It is evident that my victory over him involved a fair amount of luck. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits." With that thought, Xu Feng recalled the individual clad in motorcycle gear and a buzz cut. If his judgment was correct, that person was none other than Xiao Xiong, who had snatched away his spot at Nanjiang Martial Academy. Although a spot at Nanjiang Martial Academy held little significance for him now, it was nonetheless an inheritance left by his parents, and they had no right to take it from him. Xu Feng muttered to himself. In the heart of Tianhu City, within a grand villa, Xiao Xiong, clad in his motorcycle attire and sporting a buzz cut, stood before the desk in the study, visibly agitated. Although he had shed his motorcycle gear, the essence of his buzz cut remained unchanged. "Dad, have you had someone investigate me again? Do you intend to meddle in every aspect of my life?" he exclaimed, his voice rising as he noticed the middle-aged man entering the room. Xiao Shilin, taken aback by his younger son's outburst, responded with an icy demeanor, "What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever had someone investigate you? Is that so? Then what do you call these?" Xiao Xiong retorted, gesturing towards a dossier on the desk adorned with a photograph of himself. "Only Mao Gu and his crew knew about my confrontation with that kid. How could you have this information without conducting an investigation?" Xiao Shilin's expression shifted to one of surprise as he grasped Xiao Xiong's arm firmly, demanding, "What is going on? How are you connected to this person? Explain it to me in detail." Momentarily intimidated by his father's demeanor, Xiao Xiong refrained from further complaints about the investigation and recounted the events, from encountering a striking girl to Mao Ge's subsequent beating. As Xiao Shilin's expression darkened, he finally slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You imbecile! Why didn't you mention this sooner? Do you realize who that person is? He is the one whose spot at Nanjing Martial Academy you usurped." Xiao Xiong weakly murmured a protest, "But he's just a poor kid. What's the big deal?" Xiao Shilin, nearly at his wit's end, maintained his stern expression and countered, "Do you think that Huang Mao could ascertain that this kid wasn't a first-rank martial artist? If Huang Mao is indeed a first-rank martial artist, how could he possibly lose to this boy?" Xiao Xiong paused, then nodded. Indeed, Huang Mao said that the kid hadn't even reached the refinement stage, so he couldn't be a first-rank martial artist. However, his striking speed was astonishing. He kept landing blows on Huang Mao until he was dazed. "Humph! You still have the audacity to associate with such worthless individuals," Xiao Shilin scolded, before inquiring, "Do you have any idea what that kid's vitality score is?" "How would I know?" Xiao Xiong replied, bewildered, before suddenly recalling, "Oh right. Mao Ge later mentioned that it was a momentary lapse. That kid's vitality is actually quite weak." "Enough," Xiao Shilin interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Get out of here and behave yourself for the next few days." As he exhaled a sigh of relief, he reached for his phone and began dialing. Good evening, Brother Ma. I'm calling to check on how your daughter is faring at my company. Is she comfortable? As long as she finds her work pleasant, I can rest easy. I've always believed she is quite talented. She just needs a platform to showcase her abilities. After exchanging pleasantries with my Yutian, Xiao Shilin proceeded. Brother Ma, I must trouble you to confirm something regarding that incident from last time. It's nothing serious. I merely wish to inquire about the vitality score of that student named Xu Feng. Recently, my Yutian had been enjoying favorable circumstances. The number of students with exceptional vitality scores at the school had been increasing, with several already confirmed to enter prestigious martial academies. Such achievements naturally brought him pride as the principal, promising a wealth of resources and benefits. Additionally, his daughter had finally secured a good job, ceasing her incessant complaints about resigning. This improvement in her demeanor brought him a sense of accomplishment. Upon receiving Xiao Shilin's call, my Yutian cheerfully assured him, rest assured. President Xiao, there will be no errors in this matter. Let me check right now so you can put your mind at ease. As he spoke, Ma Yutian opened his computer and soon responded with a smile. President Xiao, I just looked it up, and that kid Xu Feng has a vitality score of 132, which is quite ordinary. 132? So low? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shilin was taken aback, exclaiming, Brother Ma, my reckless son encountered Xu Feng not long ago. According to him, that Xu Feng was capable of defeating a first-rank martial artist. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Ma Yutian shook his head vehemently, chuckling, President Xiao, you yourself are a third-rank martial artist. Do you believe that a first-rank martial artist could be bested by someone with such a low vitality score? Xiao Shilin understood the rationale behind my Yotian's skepticism and replied soberly, Brother Ma, while I personally find it unlikely, my son is not one to lie about such matters. Do you think it's possible that Xu Feng intentionally concealed his true abilities during the test? Initially, my Yutian thought Xiao Shilin was overreacting. However, he soon recalled the favor he owed regarding his daughter's employment and decided to investigate further. After examining the system, he discovered some irregularities. President Xiao, I checked again and found that Xu Feng's vitality score was recorded a month ago. He hasn't participated in recent tests, and considering the short time frame, any increase would likely be minimal. A month ago, Xiao Shilin's heart skipped a beat. Nevertheless, being a savvy businessman, he quickly gathered his thoughts. A month ago, I hadn't yet initiated the process for the Nanjing Martial Academy quota. Thus, the 132 vitality score must indeed be accurate. Even if Xu Feng used a vitality-enhancing pill, an increase of 30 points in such a short time frame would be remarkable. This implies that during tomorrow's Martial Academy assessment, Xu Feng might very well exceed a score of 160. While this score, though respectable, still fell short of the thresholds set by the 10 elite martial academies. Xiao Shilin felt reassured, confident that he could manage the situation as long as it did not involve those top-tier institutions. With this thought, Xiao Shilin finally relaxed, his tone lightening as he expressed, Thank you, Brother Ma. Once this matter is resolved, I shall treat you to tea. He continued, Also, could you please provide me with the details of Xu Feng's assessment location? I will dispatch someone to keep an eye on it. You're too kind, President Xiao. We're merely helping each other out. My daughter still needs your guidance. My Yutian chuckled in response, promptly sending over the requested information. That kid is at Tianhu 3 High School. That certainly simplifies matters, Xiao Shilin muttered to himself as he hung up the phone. However, he quickly picked up his phone again to arrange for the following day's activities. After issuing a series of instructions, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Inwardly resolving, once my son enters Nanjing Martial Academy, with my financial backing, his future will undoubtedly be bright. I do not even aspire for him to reach the 6th or 7th ranks, as long as he attains the title of a 5th-rank martial artist. The Nansha real estate will no longer be at the mercy of others. Xiao Shilin's relentless efforts to secure a position for his son at the Nanjiang Martial Arts Academy stem from a deep-seated concern that has troubled him for years. Originally, Nansha real estate flourished under the auspices of a 4th-tier martial artist. After more than a decade, that martial artist has ascended to 5th-tier status, while Nansha real estate has transformed into a prominent and promising entity in the entire Tianhu city. Yet, Xiao Shilin has grown increasingly discontented. Although the martial artist's influence contributed to Nansha real estate's growth, it is undeniable that Xiao Shilin's meticulous management played a far more significant role. In truth, his contributions far exceed those of the martial artist, who merely holds a nominal title. Nonetheless, the harsh reality remains. Nansha real estate is still obligated to allocate 30% of its profits to the martial artist annually. The secret weighing on Xiao Shilin's heart is known only to him. He has not even confided in Xiao Xiong. He understands that, without absolute certainty, Nansha real estate cannot afford to confront the martial artist. Although the martial artist's relevance to Nansha real estate has waned, and despite the annual loss of substantial profits, should a 5th-tier martial artist choose to act malevolently, it would spell immense trouble for Xiao Shilin. He believes this upcoming opportunity could be the turning point he has been waiting for. Meanwhile, lying in bed after completing his morning routine, Xu Feng murmured softly, This martial arts academy assessment will present an opportunity. At the very least, I can reclaim some interest. Those who achieve a sufficient vitality score during the assessment will undoubtedly become the center of attention. Given my current abilities, I am certain to create a significant stir during the tests. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xu Feng soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning at 6 o'clock, he arose punctually. Despite the day marking the Martial Arts Academy assessment, Xu Feng maintained his usual rhythm. After enjoying breakfast and practicing the Thunderbolt Fist for 2 hours, he leisurely set out. The martial arts assessment is merely a formality. Today, I shall undoubtedly make an astonishing impression. Chapter 19. Martial Arts Assessment Vitality Testing, Super Martial Probability at 0. 2. The annual Martial Arts Academy assessment in Daxia is a day of great anticipation for the entire populace. Following this day, countless individuals will soar to new heights due to their stellar assessment results. Following the martial arts assessment, there is another evaluation based on cultural knowledge. However, the fervor surrounding that day pales in comparison to the martial arts assessment, appearing somewhat lackluster. Achieving commendable results in the martial arts assessment may even exempt one from the cultural knowledge examination, as those who score high in vitality are inherently vigorous individuals. A clear mind accompanies abundant energy, naturally leading to commendable cultural achievements. When Xu Feng arrived outside Tianhu No. 3 High School, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. However, he felt no urgency, for the martial arts assessment would span the entire day, and his assigned testing number fell in the middle of the sequence. Had he not been curious to witness the talents from other schools, he might have arrived even earlier. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he was met with many curious gazes. Most of those waiting outside the assessment venue were parents, each appearing quite anxious. I hope my daughter achieves an excellent score. Indeed, my son only scored 125 in the last school test. I wonder how much he has improved in recent days. In my opinion, it ultimately depends on the admission criteria of the various martial arts academies. I wonder how many at this venue will meet the threshold for a super martial arts academy. Those are the true prodigies. Amidst the sparse murmurs, Xu Feng presented his identification card, undergoing thorough verification before being permitted entry. This is standard procedure, as previous years have seen individuals attempting to cheat by hiring substitutes for the assessment, resulting in dire consequences. Yet even so, the temptation of entering a prestigious martial arts academy is too great for some to resist, particularly with Daxia's renowned super martial arts academies, which represent superior techniques, abundant resources, and expansive futures. Otherwise, no one would attempt to encroach upon the Nanjiang Martial Arts Academy position that rightfully belonged to Xu Feng. Yet, the harsh reality of the martial arts assessment lies in the fact that the vast majority possess mediocre martial arts aptitude, destined to remain at the first or second tier throughout their lives, unless they hail from affluent families that can afford to invest in resources to elevate them to third or fourth tier status. Nevertheless, even with such advantages, they still fall short compared to those with genuine martial talent. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Xu Feng stepped into the assessment venue. In stark contrast to the anxious expressions surrounding him, his demeanor remained remarkably relaxed. Although he had never been to Tianhu No. 3 High School before, the layout of schools typically bears similarities. The martial arts assessment at Tianhu No. 3 High School is held in the on-campus training ground, a standard feature for most schools. Upon Xu Feng's arrival at the training ground, he estimated that 1,000 or 2,000 individuals were already present. In fact, at his own school, Tianhu No. 1 High School, there are just over 1,000 students in the senior class. However, not every school qualifies to host an assessment venue, resulting in a participant count several times larger than usual. Candidate number 345, name, Xu Beishan, affiliation, Tianhu No. 7 High School, vitality score, 118, talent, below average. Candidate No. 346, name, Zhou Wenkai, affiliation, Miling High School, vitality score, 142, talent, average. Candidate number 347, name, Zhang Feifei, affiliation, Tianhu No. 5 High School, vitality score, 108, talent, below average. Candidate number 348, candidate number 396, name, Imo Xian, affiliation, Tianhu No. 3 High School, vitality score, 164, talent, above average. At the front of the training ground, 20 vitality testing machines were operating at full capacity. Candidates approached the front in sequence according to their assigned numbers to undergo the vitality assessment. The electronic display screen at the forefront relayed the information of each candidate being tested in real time. Those achieving high scores were elated, envisioning a bright future, while those with poorer results, despite being mentally prepared, appeared dejected. In truth, individuals with below-average talent are likely to achieve limited success in martial arts. Rather than squandering time on an elusive martial career, it would be wiser to pursue a grounded life as an ordinary person. As time passed, each time an exceptional vitality score was announced, gasps of amazement echoed among the waiting crowd. Xu Feng noted that, thus far, the highest score recorded was merely 172. Although this individual did not meet the threshold for the 10 super martial arts academies, such a score was commendable. In fact, within the next tier of martial arts academies. Such a vitality score would guarantee a favorable choice. This is hardly unexpected. Nearly 10 million individuals participate in the martial arts assessment annually. Yet the 10 super martial arts academies accept only a handful of candidates. Moreover, the qualifications of candidates vary by region. Thus, the probability of a candidate from Tianhu City entering a super martial arts academy hovers around 0. 2. In the ensuing moments, Xu Feng spotted the assessment results of two familiar faces on the electronic screen, Luo Yonghao and Zhang Daqiang, both from his class's elite group. Judging by their announced scores, it appeared that they had performed quite normally. One individual boasted a vitality score of 152, exhibiting a talent of above average caliber. Another possessed a vitality score of 148, classified as possessing moderate talent. Xu Feng merely smiled, opting not to approach them for a greeting. However, it wasn't long before an audible gasp rippled through the crowd. My heavens, this person's vitality score has reached 203. How utterly astonishing. Who would have thought that our examination site would yield such a prodigy? The Super Martial Arts Academy must have already pre-selected them. Is this what it means to be a genius? To attain the level of a first-grade martial artist during the Academy's assessment. This individual hailed from Tianhu 3 High School, which was poised to gain significant recognition this time around. It's noteworthy that throughout the history of the martial arts assessments, very few have surpassed a vitality score of 200. This is our class's genius. During the last test, they achieved a score of 198. And to think they've made such progress in such a brief period. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Xu Feng also directed his gaze towards the electronic scoreboard. Candidate No. 659, name, Wu Sanjun, affiliation, Tianhu 3 High School, vitality score, 203, talent, superior. It appeared that to attain a superior talent rating, one must meet the threshold for entry into the Super Martial Arts Academy. Yet, the fact that this individual could elevate their vitality score to 203 through the training method known as the nourishing element posture was indicative of an extraordinarily remarkable talent. Observing that line of information, Xu Feng couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, in another conference room, a group was attentively monitoring the data from various examination sites across Tianhu City. These individuals were, of course, the principals of the schools in Tianhu City. Thus, when the data revealing a score of 203 was announced, the majority present exhibited expressions of envy. Chapter 20. This guy is truly pretentious. Unbelievable data. The Martial Arts Academy assessment measures an individual's vitality score, so there is no need for concern regarding data leaks or similar issues. Consequently, when the scores from each examination site were released, while they were not immediately shared with the public, personnel within the system were privy to the information. Moreover, in addition to the principals from various schools, even recruitment staff from the martial arts academies were closely monitoring the situation. In that conference room, everyone was expressing their astonishment at the score of 203. To possess such a high vitality score essentially guaranteed admission into the Super Martial Arts Academy. Liang Danning, the principal of Tianhu 3 High School, was beaming with delight. Seated just one place away, Ma Yutian, unable to conceal his sourness, offered a begrudging congratulations. Old Liang, I never expected your number 3 to produce such a genius this time. Truly congratulations. Liang Danong, naturally, detected the envy in Ma's tone and smiled even more broadly. Oh, not at all. I trust your school must also be brimming with talent today. Not quite like your number 3. It seems your school is destined for great acclaim this time. Ma Yutian replied with a forced smile. Historically, Tianhu 1 and No. 3 high schools had been in a silent rivalry during the martial arts assessments. In the previous session, Tianhu 1 had performed slightly better, allowing Ma Yutian to bask in glory. However, unexpectedly, during this assessment, with not even half completed, Tianhu 3 had unleashed a trump card. This left Ma Yutian feeling quite disgruntled. He was well aware that among the students of Tianhu 1, several had the potential to enter the Super Martial Arts Academy. But he recalled the highest vitality score during the last test barely exceeding 190, far inferior to this 203 anomaly. Growing increasingly irritated, Ma Yutian was preparing to step outside for a smoke when suddenly someone beside him remarked, Old Ma, did you and old Liang make a pact today? He just produced a genius, and now you're not to be outdone, leaving the rest of us feeling burnt to a crisp. Indeed, another 203, how coincidental. And it appears to be a girl. Every time it's you from number 1 and number 3 stealing the spotlight. We truly are mere background players. Hearing these words from those nearby, Ma Yutian was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with doubts. Another candidate with a vitality score of 203 in the martial arts assessment? Such outstanding results had not been seen in prior tests. And it was a girl? Yet, the expressions of the others suggested they were not jesting. Ma Yutian thus resumed his seat, quickly glancing at his computer screen, revealing data from the Tianhu 8 examination site. Candidate number 725, name, Shinshan, affiliation, Tianhu 1 High School, vitality score, 203, talent, superior. In an instant, Ma Yutian felt rejuvenated, his spirits lifted. Although he harbored questions about why this girl named Xinshan had not made an impression in earlier tests, the validity of the score from the martial arts assessment was indisputable. This meant that Tianhu No. 1 had also produced a contender capable of rivaling the genius from Tianhu No. 3. With this realization, Ma Yutian joyfully declared, "It's nothing much. The assessment is only halfway through. Who knows what other geniuses might emerge? This year's students are truly remarkable. 2 individuals with vitality scores exceeding 200 have already appeared." Now, it was Liang Danning's turn to feel a twinge of annoyance. With a snort, he refrained from responding, inwardly criticizing Ma Yutian for his pretentiousness. Meanwhile, Xu Feng, who had yet to be called for his assessment, remained oblivious to the fact that Xinshan had already completed her test, achieving a vitality score of 203. While Xu Feng had previously surmised that Xinshan's vitality score would not be low, he had not anticipated it would surpass 200. In the training ground where he was stationed, following the emergence of the prodigy Wu Sanjun, several others had similarly posted high scores, all exceeding 180. Already stepping into the threshold of the Super Martial Arts Academy. This development left those awaiting their turn in the training ground devoid of much anticipation. 4. Based on a 2000th probability, only 4 to 5 candidates from their examination site would qualify for the Super Martial Arts Academy. What a predicament! Why are all these geniuses appearing at once? Indeed, none of the candidates ahead reached the threshold for the Super Martial Arts Academy. Now suddenly 4 or 5 have surfaced, implying that the thousands yet to come have no hope. What does it matter? My vitality score is merely 130. It's not as though I stand a chance. Xu Feng pondered that Wu Sanjun was likely the highest scoring genius present, the highest in the entire venue. I would wager he might be the one with the highest vitality score across all examination sites in Tianhu City. It's worth noting that in the last martial arts assessment, even the most exceptional candidate did not exceed a score of 200. True enough, this fellow is surely on the rise. Superior martial arts academies will be clamoring for him. While this data might not be remarkable in cities like Longdu, Modu, or even Baisu, it truly was phenomenal in Tianhu City, unequivocally marking him as a genius among geniuses. Listening to the discussions around him, Xu Feng refrained from interjecting. On one hand, he was surrounded by strangers, unlike the lively and exuberant Zhang Chun. On the other, as his turn approached, he found himself feeling slightly anxious. With nearly 3,000 individuals present, each testing for only a brief period, and with 20 testing machines operational at the front of the training ground, Xu Feng glanced at his number, 1099. The electronic scoreboard was already displaying candidate number 1000. He thus took his identification card and proceeded to the assessment waiting area for final verification. Approximately 5 minutes later, Xu Feng was escorted by staff to one of the machines. The vitality score test was quite straightforward. One merely needed to step into the machine and operate the nourishing element posture. This specially designed machine for measuring vitality scores would accurately provide his current score. Certainly, there are individuals who, due to excessive anxiety, find themselves unable to fully activate their vital energy. Consequently, the data reflecting their vitality levels may appear significantly lower than usual. Contemplating this, Xu Feng inhaled deeply and stepped into the testing machine. Drawing upon his daily practice of nurturing his vital energy, he assumed the posture of holding a ball within the confines of the small chamber. He envisioned boundless vitality surging forth from the soles of his feet, circulating throughout his entire being. In less than 2 minutes, a sound signaled the automatic opening of the machine's door, indicating that his test had concluded. However, upon exiting the machine, Xu Feng sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the venue. Although the setting was a martial arts academy assessment where attendees maintained a semblance of decorum, hushed whispers were inevitable, and the training ground had been filled with a low hum. At that moment, however, aside from the sound of breathing, an eerie silence prevailed. All eyes were fixated on the electronic screen ahead, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Candidate number 1099, name, Xu Feng, affiliation, Tianhu No. 1 High School, vitality level, 248. Talent, superior. Chapter 21. Stunned. Is this guy even human? Ma Youtian's astonishment. Unsurprisingly, the test results matched precisely with the attributes displayed on the panel. Xu Feng merely cast a glance at the electronic screen before merging into the crowd. He had no desire to remain among the dazed individuals, exposed like a spectacle. His decision was evidently prudent, for mere seconds later, the training ground erupted into gasps of astonishment. Almost every gaze was in search of the individual who had achieved such an extraordinary result. My heavens! Which divine being produced this vitality level of 248? Is this person even human? Indeed, just moments ago, the figure of 203 had seemed impressively high. Yet, who could have anticipated an even more remarkable result? Such a vitality level would undoubtedly rank among the elite in the entire North Su province. Truly, one must consider the saying that comparison breeds envy. My own vitality level is merely half of theirs. How on earth does someone like this cultivate their abilities? Even consuming a vitality-enhancing pill would not suffice. This data may very well be unparalleled in the history of Tianhu City's martial arts assessments. What an extraordinary talent. I dare say soon enough, 10 prestigious martial arts academies will be vying for him. The murmurs within the crowd continued unabated. Meanwhile, at the rear of the gathering, two individuals wore expressions of sheer shock. Daqiang, did I just hear correctly? That individual with a vitality level of 248 is named Xu Feng? Is he really the Xu Feng from our class? This is simply unfathomable. Luo Yonghao, somewhat dazed, nudged his companion Zhang Daqiang, his disbelief palpable. Zhang Daqiang, equally taken aback, mechanically nodded. Indeed, how could Xu Feng possibly achieve such a high vitality level? I recall he hadn't participated in the school's vitality tests recently. Yet this is utterly absurd. 248, that's a full 100 more than I have. Yes, I was initially regretful about Xu Feng missing the opportunity at Nanjing Martial Arts Academy. But now, considering his capabilities, he could easily attend Longdu Martial Arts Academy. A tinge of shame flickered across Luo Yonghao's face as he recalled feeling somewhat gleeful when Xu Feng relinquished his place at Nanjing. After all, possessing something that no one else had tends to evoke envy. Yet now, he realized that Xu Feng didn't require such accolades. His prowess spoke volumes. Zhang Daqiang remarked. Once Xu Feng's assessment data is made public, countless individuals will be left astounded. Indeed, Zhang Daqiang's assertion held merit. In the conference room at that moment, nearly everyone sat wide-eyed. Vitality level 248. Old Ma, is your school defying the heavens? To harbor such an extraordinary talent? This student named Xu Feng possesses terrifying potential. He might one day attain the status of a master. With this, Tianhu No. 1 High School is bound to gain notoriety. Such achievements could very well crown them as provincial champions. Old Ma, you'd best treat us when the time comes. Such fortune has unexpectedly fallen upon you. How many years has it been since Tianhu City has witnessed a student of such caliber? Truly, what an eye-opener. In a flurry of congratulatory remarks directed at Ma Yutian, the attendees recognized that a school might not see a talent of this rarity for a decade. The ensuing glory and accolades would bring forth envy regarding resource allocation. Even Liang Dajing, who had previously considered competing with Ma Yutian, found his ambitions extinguished. With a vitality level of 248, no number of prestigious academy slots could compare. Moreover, those slots are not as readily available as cabbages by the roadside. Amidst the cacophony, Ma Yutian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, particularly upon witnessing Liang Dajing's glum expression, which brought him an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He felt as though fortune had smiled upon him this year. Not long ago, a talent with a vitality level of 203 emerged, and now another prodigy of 248 had seemingly descended from the heavens. Indeed, Ma Yutian felt as if this surprise had fallen directly from the sky. For prior to today's vitality assessments, neither of these extraordinary talents had made their presence known. Shinshan, Xu Feng, wonderful, splendid. Xu Feng, Xu Feng. Ma Yutian, flushed with excitement, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He disregarded the congratulations from those around him and scrutinized the earlier information once more. Candidate number 1099, name, Xu Feng, affiliation, Tianhu No. 1 High School, vitality level, 248. Talent, superior. Upon reaching this juncture, Ma Yutian's complexion drained of color, muttering to himself, this can't be. Could it be a case of homonymy? In a flurry, he began to search the school's internal database, but the results quickly dashed his hopes. For within the entire senior class of Tianhu No. 1 High School, there was but one Xu Feng. Had it not been for a call from Xiao Shilin the previous night, he might not have remembered so vividly. Yet now, an icy dread gripped Ma Yutian's heart. He slumped into his chair, momentarily devoid of the strength to rise. Old Ma, how can you look so dazed at such a joyous occasion? Old Ma must be so thrilled he has lost his wits. Perhaps pondering how to celebrate with his wife. This could very well be true. If I were to experience such good fortune, I would surely be overjoyed to the point of disorientation. How enviable. Why does our school lack such promising talent? With such achievements, Old Ma surely won't remain the principal of Tianhu No. 1 High School next year. The surrounding chatter continued. But Ma Yutian was startled back to reality by the thought of not remaining principal. Yes, this isn't solely my affair. I must find Xiao Shilin. Without regard for the crowd around him, Ma Yutian hurriedly turned and departed, leaving others stunned, staring at the heavily shut door, uncertain as to what had just transpired. At this moment, Ma Yutian was evidently beyond caring. If Xu Feng had performed moderately in the Martial Arts Academy assessment, he would have brushed it off without a second thought. However, the current outcome suggests that this lad named Xu Feng is poised to become the top scholar of the entire province. What magnitude of influence can a top scholar wield? Ma Yutian had never pondered this deeply, yet it was more than sufficient to unsettle his current standing. Thus, the moment he reached a secluded spot, he hastily dialed Xiao Shilin's number. The past pretense of cordiality vanished in an instant, and Ma Yutian opened with, Xiao, you've betrayed me. Chapter 22. The ferocious ant is terrifyingly fearsome. Xiao Shilin had not ventured to the office today. He remained at home, awaiting news. When he received Ma Yutian's call, he was momentarily dumbfounded by the abruptness of the conversation. The anger that flickered across his face dissipated quickly, and suppressing his urge to retaliate, he responded calmly, "Brother Ma, what on earth has happened? Did I offend you in any way today? You haven't offended me, Xiao, but you have certainly caused me great distress this time." Ma Yutian was far from appeased by a mere exchange of words, his frustration evident as he exclaimed, "Do you have any idea what Xu Feng's assessment data is at the Martial Arts Academy?" "Yes. The very Xu Feng whose quota you poached from the South River Martial Arts Academy. His vitality value is 248. That lad's testing data is 248, which could very well make him this year's top scholar of the entire North Su province." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shilin could no longer afford to feel anger. A cold sweat broke out as he repeated, "Brother Ma, hold on. You just said that Xu Feng's vitality value is 248? How can that be? Just last night, you mentioned that his score was 132 a month ago. Indeed, it was 132 a month ago. But his assessment at the Martial Arts Academy is unquestionably 248. Xiao, you are the source of this calamity, and you must find a way to rectify it. Or else." Ma Yutian felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Had he not assisted Xiao Shilin, how many advantages would he have reaped from the emergence of such a prodigy at Tianhu No. 1 High School? But now, all of that was in ruins. Thoughts of benefit were futile. He merely wished to retain his current position, which felt like a stroke of good fortune. Upon hearing Ma Yotian's lamentations, Xiao Shilin felt a pang of anxiety as well. The situation had completely disrupted his plans, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Had Xu Feng's performance been mediocre, any discontent from the other party would have been inconsequential. However, now that his remarkable results in the Martial Arts Academy could not be concealed, the matter of the South River Martial Arts Academy quota was likely to surface. Furthermore, it was even more troubling that he had offended a promising genius. Although Xu Feng was merely a first-grade warrior at present, who could predict what heights he might reach in a few years? The training pace of such a prodigy was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. This was untenable. He absolutely could not remain passive. As long as the situation had not yet escalated, there was still hope. After a considerable pause, Xiao Shilin finally regained his composure. He understood that Ma Yutian had not yet ended the call, so he spoke directly. "Brother Ma, we are in this together now. Complaining will yield no results. We must find a way to remedy this. Please send me Xu Feng's address immediately." At this, Ma Yutian was utterly taken aback. "Xiao, if you want to court disaster, do not involve me. Do you realize the consequences of a fatal incident? Moreover, if a talent like Xu Feng were to suddenly perish, it would not be something that South Xiao Real Estate could handle." "Brother Ma, calm down. When did I say anything about murder?" Xiao Shilin finally interrupted him. Speaking in a serious tone, "What I meant was that we should proactively go and apologize, hoping to mitigate the fallout. Since you are also implicated, I hope you can accompany me. Your identity will serve as an excellent cover. Now, you should head out." Since Xu Feng had completed the Martial Arts Academy assessment, he had no reason to linger further. However, upon exiting Tianhu No. 3 High School, he was immediately encircled by a group of uncles and aunts. "Young man, what is your vitality value from the assessment? Why are you out so soon?" Earlier, a student who came out mentioned the highest vitality value was 203. "Is there anyone with a higher score? I suspect this young man may not have performed well, which is why he is reluctant to stay inside," one of the parents suggested. Faced with this inquisitive crowd, Xu Feng felt somewhat exasperated. He had initially intended to send a message to inquire about the situations of Shun Shan and Zhang Chun, but now, cough, dear uncles and aunts, my vitality value is not particularly high, so I must keep it confidential. However, there was indeed someone who came out with a higher score of 248 after the 203. As for those who reached the threshold for the Super Martial Arts Academy, there are only about 5 or 6. That's all I have to say. Please allow me to pass, as I have matters to attend to." After finally pushing through the throng of curious adults, Xu Feng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The parents, having gleaned the latest information, began to chatter amongst themselves. A vitality value of 248. I wonder what such a genius looks like. He must be exceptionally handsome. By the way, that young man, didn't he specify whether he was male or female? Perhaps he was just overwhelmed by the impressive scores of others and lost his confidence. Indeed, the young man himself mentioned that his vitality value is not high and needs to be kept secret. That must be the case. Sigh. How wonderful it would be if such a genius could become my son-in-law. He would be perfect for my daughter. Xu Feng had been leisurely making his way out. But upon hearing that last remark and catching sight of the ant's appearance, he quickened his pace and fled. That ant was indeed terrifying, her ferocity rivaling that of the giant ape specimen he had seen at the exotic beast exhibition. Having run a considerable distance, Xu Feng finally retrieved his phone. It had been turned off and stored away during the martial arts assessment. As soon as he powered it on, he noticed a message from Shinshan. "Xu Feng, I have completed the Martial Arts Academy assessment. Can you guess what my vitality value is?" Seeing this message, Xu Feng chuckled and replied, "Did you reach 190? By the way, Shinshan, I just came out from the assessment site. Wrong guess. My vitality value is 203, which should be the highest of the entire event." "Xu Feng, did that surprise you? By the way, what is your vitality value? You've never told me." It was evident that Xu, after participating in the Martial Arts Academy assessment, had become more playful and lively. Xu Feng was pleased to witness this change. Regarding her subsequent inquiry, he did not withhold his own data and truthfully shared it with her. On the other end, Xu, who had been stifling laughter, froze momentarily upon seeing the figure 248. It was clear she was quite astonished, but then she quickly broke into a joyful smile. However, the message she sent Xu Feng bore a slight divergence from her cheerful demeanor. How annoying. You scored so much higher than me. Xu Feng, you owe me a treat. Xu Feng smiled and engaged in light banter with Xu. Just then, he received a message from Zhang Chun, which bore a striking resemblance to Xu earlier one. Bro, I've finished the assessment. Can you guess what my vitality value is? So boring. Xu Feng curled his lips, responding bluntly with 2 words, not guessing. Chapter 23, Is There No Justice in This World? The news sent shockwaves throughout the entire school. Outside the 8th examination point of the Wuyuan in Tianhu City, Zhang Chun, who had initially worn a satisfied expression, was instantly infuriated upon reading Xu Feng's reply. His fingers flew across his phone in a frenzy, quickly sending another message. You won't guess? Well, I shall tell you anyway. My vitality score from the assessment is 165. Dude, look at me. Is my score not impressive? Impressive indeed. Xu Feng promptly sent back a nonchalant reply. It was not that he intended to treat them differently. Zhang Chun had tested at 160 just last Friday. With only a few days having passed, the assessment figures would undoubtedly hover around that number. There was no suspense here. Fortunately, Zhang Chun had a vibrant personality, and upon being praised, his mood immediately lifted. By the way, bro, you still haven't told me your vitality score. Not much. Just slightly higher than yours. Xu Feng, wishing to avoid dampening his friend's spirits at this moment, chose to be vague. However, Zhang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Slightly higher than mine. Did this guy perhaps slip and mistype? I took the Yuan pill. Could it be that his vitality elixir is even more potent? Bro, are you certain it's just a bit higher? What exactly is it? It's a tiny bit higher. You'll naturally find out the specifics tomorrow, Xu Feng continued to tease. For some inexplicable reason, Zhang Chun did not respond further. After a couple of minutes, however, his phone call came through. As soon as Xu Feng picked up, he was met with Zhang Chen's voice, filled with astonishment and disbelief. What the heck? Xu Feng, you actually scored 248. This is absurd. What in the world have you been consuming lately? How could you create such a sensational headline? A vitality score of 248 could very well make you the top scorer in the martial arts examination in North Su province this year. Xu Feng pulled the phone away slightly, waiting for the excitement on the other end to subside before retorting. Why are you shouting? It's just 248, nothing too remarkable. Just a little higher than yours. By the way, did you rush to ask Xu about this right after receiving the news? At this, Zhang Chen's frustration grew even more palpable, and he exclaimed loudly, Xu Feng, you're truly too forgetful for friendship. You didn't inform me of this earth-shattering news right away, but chose to tell Xu instead. Let me tell you, I am deeply wounded by this. No amount of meals can soothe my fragile heart. All right, say how many meals you want. Xu Feng chuckled, knowing his friend was just joking. He then inquired, by the way, do you know Xin's vitality score? I don't know. I was so focused on asking you that I completely forgot. Zhang Chen replied after a moment's pause. Xu Feng couldn't help but laugh, saying, ahem, Xin's score is also slightly higher than yours. Just a little bit. No way. Zhang Chen's voice elongated in disbelief, his incredulity rising again. Are you all trying to mess with my mind? What exactly is her vitality score? This time, Xu Feng did not hold back and revealed Xin's score of 203. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Chen's call was abruptly terminated, evidently struck hard by the revelation. However, Xu Feng soon realized he had underestimated Zhang Chen's resilience to disappointment. Although the call ended, Zhang Chun began fervently posting in their class group, Extra, extra. My buddy Xu Feng has become the biggest dark horse of this year's martial arts examination. An astonishing vitality score of 248. He might just be the top scorer in all of North Su province. Breaking news. Our class beauty and the school's belle, Xu, has also achieved an impressive score of 203. She can choose from any of the 10 elite martial arts academies. What? You don't believe me? I just called to confirm. It's absolutely true. Besides, what is there to gain from lying? You'll all know the news tomorrow. Xu Feng, buddy. Come out and share with everyone to prevent them from thinking I'm deceiving them. Xu, bring Xu Feng out to flaunt your scores. We're waiting for you. It must be said that Zhang Chun had a remarkable talent for energizing the atmosphere. The previously quiet class group instantly buzzed with activity. Although Xu Feng remained silent, Xu confirmed the news in the group. Within mere minutes, this astonishing information spread further, causing an uproar throughout the entire school. This had been entirely within Xu Feng's expectations. In previous years, the school would have already unfurled banners celebrating such joyous news. Such monumental achievements warranted any form of promotion. It was a significant honor for the institution. Yet this year was different. Ma Yutian was in a state of disarray, even forgetting to disseminate this news. as he was currently in a frantic meeting with Xiao Shilin, both of them desperately deliberating on how to manage the ensuing chaos. Xu Feng, however, was not concerned with these matters. Unexpectedly, he received a call from their homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun. "Hello, Teacher Chen?" "Xu Feng. Congratulations on achieving such an outstanding result in the martial arts examination. To be honest, I did not anticipate this." Mr. Chun's voice was filled with excitement and a hint of guilt. "When that incident happened, I felt I couldn't assist you much and feared you would become disheartened. But, well done. I take pride in having students like you and Shinshan. You are both exceptional. Thank you for the kind words, teacher." Xu Feng held no resentment towards Mr. Chun and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Once the call ended, Xu Feng smiled, looking up at the sky, his spirits soaring. With a remarkable vitality score of 248 in the martial arts examination, he could confidently consider any of the 10 elite martial arts academies. The only matter left to ponder was which one to choose. Given Xu Feng's achievement, it was likely that recruitment officers would reach out to him directly. What he needed to focus on now was securing the best benefits and resources available to him. He had come to a profound understanding of the disparity between wealthy warriors and impoverished scholars. While talent was undeniably crucial, without sufficient resources to support it, the path of martial arts would be exceedingly arduous. Ultimately, it would come down to which elite academy could offer the most favorable conditions. Xu Feng mused contentedly. However, before that, there is a troublesome matter that needs addressing. Of course, the trouble lies with others. I'm merely the one looking to create some inconvenience. Putting aside everything else, he resolved to collect what was owed to him first. Chapter 24. Why should I show you any respect? Had anyone else achieved Xu Feng's remarkable score in the martial arts examination, they would likely have celebrated with great fanfare. Yet, upon exiting the examination point, Xu Feng did not feel overly proud. Indeed, a vitality score of 248 was astonishing in the martial arts assessment, granting him the privilege to choose from 10 elite institutions. However, Xu Feng still recalled what he had seen at the exhibition hall during the beast showcase. The lingering will of the 5th-tier ferocious beast, now merely a specimen, could still influence a martial artist's psyche. The 6th-tier beast, the howling moon silver wolf, displayed a profound contempt for ordinary humans. Xu Feng had merely just stepped into the realm of a first-grade martial artist. Although his performance during the Martial Academy assessment had provided a promising start, the journey ahead remained dauntingly long. Thus, after departing from the assessment venue, Xu Feng promptly took a taxi home. The incessantly chattering driver, who was engrossed in discussions about the Martial Academy evaluation, remained blissfully unaware of the remarkable prowess exhibited by his passenger during the assessment. Upon arriving home while the hour was still early, Xu Feng dedicated another 2 hours to practicing his martial arts. Following dinner, he resumed his usual routine of cultivating the Yang Yuan stance in the living room. The month of arduous training he had previously endured was not solely for the sake of the academy assessment. Rather, it was a prelude to a much larger ambition. Consequently, the conclusion of the assessment did not grant him the liberty to become complacent, especially considering that he was soon to attend a prestigious martial academy, where he would confront the most gifted individuals from across the Great Xia, to compete on equal footing with these prodigies and to distinguish himself amidst a multitude of talents. Unwavering diligence was imperative. 2 hours later, as the clock struck 9 in the evening, Xu Feng concluded his Yang Yuan stance practice and once again glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Xu Feng. Realm: first-grade martial artist. Cultivation technique: Yang Yuan stance perfected, 800. Martial skill: Thunderbolt Fist. Major achievement, 200-400. Vitality, 256. Thanks to the support of the Qi blood pill, his vitality had been steadily increasing each day. The experience points required for the major achievement of the Thunderbolt Fist had finally surpassed the halfway mark. Although the path to perfection still lay ahead, fortunately, in the coming period, whether or not he attended school was of little consequence, thus allowing him ample time for martial practice. Xu Feng meticulously analyzed the changes in his strength. Regrettably, my Yang Yuan stance has long since reached perfection, and my proficiency has stagnated. If only I could acquire a higher level technique, my progress during this period could be significantly enhanced. With a faint sigh, Xu Feng did not dwell too much on this matter, for he understood that upon entering any prestigious martial academy, advanced techniques would undoubtedly be at his disposal. At that juncture, his rate of advancement would undoubtedly surpass his current pace manifold. Thus, despite the knowledge that he would soon face peers who were exceptionally gifted, he remained confident in his own abilities. Just as Xu Feng's thoughts wandered, the clear sound of the doorbell interrupted him. It seemed that some individuals could no longer contain their impatience and had rushed over in the dead of night. Xu Feng raised an eyebrow, a thought crossing his mind. As the ringing persisted without indication of cessation, he chuckled softly and finally stood up to answer the door. Upon opening the door, Xu Feng was greeted by 2 figures standing at the threshold. The one slightly ahead was none other than Ma Yutian, the principal of Tianhu No. 1 High School, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Yet, upon closer inspection, a hint of bitterness and worry lurked beneath his cheerful facade. Standing behind Ma Yutian was a robust man dressed quite formally, his smile both appropriate and humble. Xu Feng immediately recognized that this man was none other than Xiao Shilin, the president of Nanxia Real Estate. Xu Feng, are you in the midst of training? Such diligence and effort. No wonder you have achieved this level of success. Ma Yutian began, his demeanor warm and inviting. By the way, Xu Feng, I am Ma Yutian, the principal of Tianhu No. 1 High School. You should recognize me, correct? Before Xu Feng could respond, Ma Yutian continued amiably. Xu Feng nodded slightly, though a look of confusion lingered in his eyes. To begin with, as the principal of Tianhu No. 1 High School, I wish to extend my congratulations to you. At this point, Ma Yotian's expression suddenly turned a shade awkward. After speaking for so long, the young man before him had yet to extend an invitation to enter and sit down. However, certain delicate matters were hardly suitable for discussion at the door. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Ma Yutian finally spoke up. Xu Feng, we have a matter to discuss. May we come in? To his surprise, Xu Feng immediately shook his head in refusal, stating, I apologize, Principal Ma, but I am home alone, and it is not convenient. Ma Yutian was momentarily taken aback, but managed to force a smile. Your vigilance is commendable, but I assure you that neither I nor President Xiao are ill-intentioned. Principal Ma, there is an old saying that goes one knows the face, but not the heart. Exercising caution is never a disadvantage. Moreover, as a child without parents, should any misfortune arise, there would be no one to care. Xu Feng's tone turned slightly sarcastic, reflecting his awareness of Ma Yotian's involvement in past events. The two at the door understood the underlying implications of his words all too well. Xiao Shilin felt an ominous premonition creeping in, while Ma Yotian's smile faltered, becoming exceedingly awkward. Nonetheless, he continued, Xu Feng, it seems I, as your principal, have not done enough to show you my concern. Xu Feng chuckled dryly, his smile devoid of warmth. No, having a principal like you, Ma, is indeed a blessing for all students of Tianhu No. 1 High School. My achievements today are also not without the hindrance of your involvement. Oh, my apologies. I meant to say they are certainly a result of your robust support. Yes, robust support. Ma Yotian's expression darkened, rendered speechless by Xu Feng's words. Seeing this, Xiao Shilin stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. Xu Feng, I am Xiao Shilin from Nanxia Real Estate. I wonder if you have heard of me before? Given your intelligence, I believe you can surmise why we are here today. Apologies, but I am unaware of anything in my possession that would warrant your esteemed visit, President Xiao. Xu Feng was unyielding in his demeanor. After all, extending courtesy to such individuals was merely a source of internal frustration. Xu Feng, since that is the case, I shall be direct. Xiao Shilin maintained his composure, stating, I am aware of the incident regarding the South Jiang Martial Academy quota that was taken from you, which surely caused you distress. However, I have come with the utmost sincerity today, hoping you might grant me some leniency. Grant you leniency? Xu Feng finally let out a cold laugh, his voice flat. Why should I grant you any leniency? When you snatched away my Martial Academy quota, who extended me any consideration? Chapter 25. You acted with such ruthlessness in the past. And now you wish to persuade me to be magnanimous? As the conversation threatened to dissolve into conflict, Ma Yutian hastily interjected, Xu Feng, you are still quite young. And sometimes your thoughts may lean towards the extreme, impulsive. Now that this matter has transpired, you should adopt a broader perspective and look forward. Furthermore, if we are to be candid, you have not truly suffered any loss. You still have the opportunity to select from among the 10 prestigious martial academies in the Great Xia. If you can be magnanimous and not hold a grudge, I assure you that President Xiao will certainly show his appreciation. Indeed, Xu Feng, we are open to negotiations regarding any conditions you may have. If you can promise not to pursue the matter of the quota, I can immediately offer you 2 million. Xiao Shilin spoke with a serious tone. Having discussed this strategy with Ma Yutian prior to their visit, they believed that for a young man like Xu Feng, 2 million would be a substantial sum. However, after Xiao Shilin made his offer, Xu Feng's expression was not one of the surprise they had anticipated. Instead, he merely smiled faintly and replied, 2 million, huh? It appears that a quota for entry into a prestigious martial academy is not worth much at all. If one could obtain a quota for the Nanjing Martial Arts Academy at the cost of 4 nourishing yuan pills, I believe numerous individuals would readily part with their money. Xiao Shilin's expression shifted drastically, and he spoke in a grave tone. Then how much do you desire? Just name your figure, and we can negotiate. Xu Feng shook his head and suddenly interjected. Are you aware that the quota for the Nanjing Martial Arts Academy was, in fact, earned by my parents at the cost of their lives? So I ask you, what is the value of my parents' lives? When the quota was taken from me, there was no consideration for discussion. Now that you wish to negotiate, it is far too late. Ma Yutian quickly attempted to mediate, earnestly saying, Xu Feng, there is no need to be so absolute. One should leave a line for future encounters. Though you are a prodigy with limitless potential ahead, the influence of Nanxia Real Estate should not be underestimated. If you ever find yourself in trouble in the future, Chairman Xiao will surely reciprocate. Leave a line for future encounters? Ha ha ha, that statement is utterly amusing. Xu Feng laughed aloud, but his expression soon darkened. If certain individuals had left me a line when they were taking my quota, then we might indeed have something to discuss now. However, when they seized my quota, there was no thought of leaving a line. Now that they are in trouble, they wish to counsel me on generosity, as if all the good fortune should fall into their laps. Some individuals do not even understand this principle themselves, yet they still advise others to leave a line. It is truly absurd. Ma Youtian's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat shamed by Xu Feng's words, yet he still forced a smile. Xu Feng, it is inevitable for one to err, and you should grant others the opportunity to amend their mistakes. No, you are mistaken. Xu Feng interrupted Ma Youtian bluntly, stating seriously, one must bear the consequences of their errors. This is the essence of true logic. If everyone could simply acknowledge their mistakes and move on, then what need would there be for law enforcement? Xiao Shilin's complexion turned deathly pale, and he enunciated each word carefully. Xu Feng, do you truly wish to sever ties with us? You must understand that while Nansha real estate may be insignificant in the Great Xia, it still possesses a degree of influence in the entire Baisu province. Are you attempting to threaten me? Xu Feng's tone turned equally frosty. Xiao Shilin shook his head in response. No, I am merely stating a fact. Should you choose to withdraw at this moment, it would be a mutually beneficial outcome for both parties. If this escalates, while it may affect Nansha real estate, it will not bode well for you either. Farewell. I shan't see you out, Xu Feng declared, moving to close the door, adding casually, by the way, I do not feel the slightest joy, and I shall take your previous remarks as a threat. With a resounding slam, the door was shut before Xiao Shilin and Ma Youtian could react. That insufferable brat. Why is he so impervious to reason? Xiao Shilin, who had already endured much, finally erupted in anger. Ma Youtian, feeling distressed, realized their objective had not been achieved and panicked. Chairman Xiao, what should we do now? We cannot simply allow this situation to escalate. What to do? Let it simmer. You witnessed everything. That brat clearly has no intention of reconciliation. We approached with utmost sincerity, and yet, he didn't even grant us entry. As the head of Nansha Real Estate, Xiao Shilin was not accustomed to such indignities. Were it not for the strict regulations in the Great Xia regarding martial artists in everyday life, he might have resorted to violence. What now? Ma Youtian paced anxiously, suddenly recalling something. Chairman, don't you have connections at the Nanjing Martial Arts Academy? Could you possibly enlist their assistance? Forget about it. The connections I have with the Nanjing Martial Arts Academy are tenuous at best. Xiao Shilin shook his head, sighing. Let us leave. Remaining here serves no purpose. And I fear that brat may even consider calling the authorities. However, this matter cannot simply be allowed to end here. We must both seek out our respective connections. As Xu Feng set down his phone after hearing the footsteps and voices fade away, he reflected on Xiao Shilin's earlier words. Had those two men truly lingered at the door, he would have unhesitatingly opted to report them. However, since they chose to leave, Xu Feng was spared considerable trouble. Yet, recalling the expressions of the two men, he found it rather laughable. When Xu Feng had been an inconspicuous figure without family backing, these individuals had shamelessly taken what belonged to him. Now, having made a remarkable impression during the martial arts assessments, they had come, eyes wide, hoping to trivialize the matter. Xu Feng would not so easily acquiesce to their wishes. Moreover, despite Xiao Shilin's outwardly humble demeanor and willingness to reconcile, Xu Feng understood the nature of such individuals all too well. Not only could he not expect any form of reciprocation from them should he encounter trouble in the future, but it would be surprising if they did not try to take advantage of him further. Furthermore, the compensation they offered was utterly insufficient. A mere 2 million? Did they think that would suffice? Perhaps if they added another zero to that figure, I might pretend to consider it a moment longer. Xu Feng chuckled. For an ordinary person, 2 million is indeed a substantial sum. Although he was merely a first-tier martial artist, his perspective far exceeded that of the average individual. Even if 2 million were to be spent on the lowest-grade blood qi pills, it would only procure 400. Conversely, for nourishing yuan pills, merely 4 would consume the entire 2 million. The visit from Xiao Shilin and Ma Youtian had not impacted him in the slightest. However, Xu Feng was somewhat taken aback when, the very next morning, yet another visitor arrived. Chapter 26. You think you can lure me in with free food and lodging? You must be dreaming. Is this the residence of Xu Feng? Upon opening the door, Xu Feng was greeted by a middle-aged man with a briefcase, beaming with a smile. Suspecting as much, he nodded and replied, I am Xu Feng. How may I assist you? At this, the man's smile widened even further as he promptly handed over a document. I am a recruitment officer from Tianhu Martial Arts Academy. First and foremost, congratulations on your outstanding achievements, Xu Feng. Should you choose our Tianhu Martial Arts Academy, you will have access to abundant training resources and more. Upon hearing the name Tianhu Martial Arts Academy, Xu Feng immediately lost interest. He politely declined the document, smiling as he interrupted, I appreciate it. But my aspirations lie with the 10 super martial arts academies of the Great Xia. I understand. A talent such as yourself naturally has lofty ambitions. However, it would not hurt to familiarize yourself with the conditions of our Tianhu Martial Arts Academy, would it? The middle-aged man maintained his expression, forcefully pushing the document into Xu Feng's hands while cheerfully stating, Xu Feng, I won't take up any more of your time. Should you have any thoughts, feel free to call me. I am at your service 24 hours a day. After saying this, the man who had not even stepped inside turned and walked away. What is this madness? The admission requirements for Tianhu Martial Arts Academy stipulate a blood chi value of 130 to enroll, with my blood chi test exceeding 248. They dare to approach me? Xu Feng shook his head in disbelief. However, upon casually reviewing the conditions presented, he was surprised to find them quite appealing. In addition to waiving all tuition and fees, they also offered an additional reward of 5 million in training resources. Yet, these conditions still lacked sufficient allure for me. The reason the super martial arts academies are considered superior lies not only in their robust faculty, but fundamentally in their training methodologies. A high-level training technique is worth far more to me than 5 million. Xu Feng was acutely aware of this. Regarding the rewards in terms of cultivation resources, given his performance in the martial arts examination, he need not worry even if he were to attend a prestigious martial arts academy. The fact that even the admissions personnel from the Tianhu Martial Academy, which is not even among the second-tier academies of the Great Xia, dared to approach him speaks volumes. Xu Feng found this somewhat perplexing, as it seemed they held no substantial hope, merely trying their luck. After all, should they encounter a genius with an unconventional mindset who is disinterested in attending a super martial academy, they would stand to gain significantly. A casual visit incurs little cost, and the prospect of a small investment yielding substantial returns is certainly appealing. Initially, Xu Feng assumed that the Tianhu Martial Academy would be the sole entity attempting to test their fortune. However, he soon realized he was gravely mistaken. Within just a few hours, he had already been approached by 7 or 8 martial academies. Some were quite respectable, being first-tier institutions outside the 10 super academies, with commendable strength and sincerity. Yet, others had capabilities inferior even to the Tianhu Martial Academy, merely there to join the fray. The conditions offered by these academies varied in quality. The most generous proposal promised Xu Feng a total of 10 million in training resources over the next 4 years. As for the less impressive offers, they merely included waiving all of Xu Feng's expenses, along with complimentary meals and lodging. This left Xu Feng both amused and exasperated. Although his vitality score during the martial arts assessment was not exceptionally high, it was undoubtedly unrivaled in the entirety of Tianhu City. These individuals seemed unaware that simply providing meals and lodging would not suffice to entice Xu Feng. Their expectations were rather fanciful. It appeared that his dazzling performance in the martial arts examination was not entirely beneficial. At least those with poorer results were spared the incessant disturbances he faced. When the doorbell rang once more, Xu Feng could not help but self-deprecate. Fortunately, upon opening the door, he was greeted by a heavyweight contender, the Nanjing Martial Academy. Among the 10 super martial academies in the Great Xia, Nanjing Martial Academy ranks within the top 5 in terms of comprehensive strength. Xu Feng was not surprised that their admissions personnel were the first to arrive among the 10 super academies. Quite the opposite. It would have been peculiar if the only super martial academy in Baisu province were to lag behind others in local recruitment. However, seeing the 2 admissions officers from Nanjing Martial Academy, Xu Feng felt a wave of nostalgia. Both of his parents hailed from Nanjing Martial Academy, which was the reason he was able to secure an admission quota. Yet, due to the previous revocation of this quota and the lack of any communication from Nanjing Martial Academy, his initial impression of the institution was not particularly favorable. Nonetheless, despite his reservations, it was essential to invite the admissions personnel from such a prestigious academy inside. The 2 representatives from Nanjing Martial Academy were also comprised of a serious-looking middle-aged man and a young woman with an attractive visage. From the composition of the admissions team alone, it was evident that super academies possess a higher caliber than ordinary institutions. Once inside, the 2 began to observe Xu Feng's every move intently. After receiving the tea Xu Feng had prepared, the young woman expressed her gratitude before saying, "Xu Feng, you might not yet be aware of your ranking in the entirety of Baisu province, am I correct?" Xu Feng shook his head, genuinely unaware of this information. The serious middle-aged man then smiled and said, "Young Xu, while the specific rankings have yet to be made public, it is permissible for us to discuss it privately. Your vitality score of 248 places you at the pinnacle of Baisu province." Although Xu Feng was aware that his data during the martial arts examination was among the elite in the province, he had never anticipated that he would claim the top spot. The 2 admissions officers from Nanjing Martial Academy simultaneously exclaimed, "Congratulations, Xu Feng. You are the top scorer in this year's martial arts examination for Baisu province." "Thank you, teachers," Xu Feng replied with a smile. But he did not allow himself to become overly proud. "Young Xu, this achievement is a reflection of your own hard work. We are merely facilitators." The serious middle-aged man gestured humbly. The young woman added with a smile, "Xu Feng, with such impressive results, you are indeed a rarity in the history of admissions at Nanjing Martial Academy. By the way, have you explored the Nanjing Martial Academy among the 10 super academies of the Great Xia? While it is true that Nanjing Martial Academy may not match the comprehensive strength of Longdu and Moda Martial Academies, It has consistently been a contender for a top 3 position among the 10 super academies in recent years. Listening to their introduction, Xu Feng nodded occasionally, and after a moment, he smiled and said, "Teachers, you may not be fully aware of my background. Both of my parents are alumni of Nanjing Martial Academy, and I have held a deep affection for the place since childhood." Upon hearing this, both the serious middle-aged man and the young woman displayed expressions of delight, believing the current situation to be highly favorable, and perhaps the recruitment task would soon be finalized. However, Xu Feng's subsequent words caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Chapter 27. A duck cooked to perfection suddenly takes flight. Xu Feng suddenly lowered his head to sip his tea, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "In truth, I already possess an exemption from entrance examinations for Nanjing Martial Academy. This is impossible. We did not find such information in your records," the young woman exclaimed, quickly rebutting. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man appeared contemplative, his demeanor growing more solemn. Observing the young woman's reaction, Xu Feng chose not to argue further. He simply continued, "This exemption was secured for me by my parents, so it is undoubtedly true. However, it is rather strange that I have yet to receive any notification from Nanjing Martial Academy regarding this exemption." The young woman was about to respond, but the middle-aged man raised his hand to stop her and said solemnly, "Young Xu, please allow us to return to Nanjing Martial Academy to ascertain the specifics of this situation. If what you say is indeed true, Nanjing Martial Academy will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. Xiaozhong, please leave a copy of our special admissions agreement for young Xu." Soon, a substantial agreement was placed into Xu Feng's hands by the young woman. The 2 admissions officers from Nanjing Martial Academy stood up, and the man spoke apologetically. "Young Xu, we will prioritize your concerns. Should any errors have occurred on the part of Nanjing Martial Academy, we hope it will not affect your perception of us. While the accomplishments of a martial artist are greatly influenced by innate talent, the cultivation and resource provisions received thereafter are equally crucial. Should you choose Nanjing Martial Academy, we will certainly strive to secure the best conditions for you. Thank you, teachers." Xu Feng nodded appreciatively and escorted them to the door. Once their figures vanished from sight, he gently closed the door and exhaled a sigh of relief. This unfoldment had been precisely as he had planned. Now, he found himself rather eager to see how Nanjing Martial Academy would respond. Meanwhile, the 2 admissions personnel from Nanjing Martial Academy boarded the vehicle that had been waiting downstairs. The young woman in the passenger seat wore an expression of hesitation. After a moment, she finally spoke, "Team Leader Zhou, do you think what Xu Feng just said is true? But how is that even possible? Xiaozhong, your time at the Martial Arts Academy has not been long, and there are indeed many things you may not fully comprehend. Each year, our Southern River Martial Arts Academy does allocate a portion of enrollment quotas for direct admission, whether as a favor or as a reward. However, it is not the case that all those who receive such direct admission truly merit the quota." At this point, the middle-aged man let out a sigh. The young woman blinked, her expression somewhat peculiar, and inquired, "Team Leader Zhou, are you implying that there are individuals within the Southern River Martial Arts Academy who have clandestinely transferred these quotas to others?" "Not necessarily," he replied. "It is also possible that the individual possessing the quota has sold it at a high price. Historically, the Southern River Martial Arts Academy has tended to turn a blind eye to such matters. However, given that this incident involves Xu Feng, the top scorer of the martial arts examination from the northern Su province, it must be approached with utmost caution." Once again, the middle-aged man sighed deeply and said solemnly, "You should head back now. This issue is exceedingly complicated and beyond our capacity to resolve. You witnessed Xu Feng's attitude earlier. If the Southern River Martial Arts Academy fails to handle this matter appropriately, we will undoubtedly lose the opportunity to retain this martial arts prodigy from northern Su province. What a pity it would be. Students like Xu Feng, who excel in martial arts examinations, are exceedingly rare, even within the Southern River Martial Arts Academy. If such a situation had not arisen, the prospects for the Academy, as the only super martial arts institution in the region, would have been immensely promising." The young woman expressed her lamentation, and the middle-aged man, who had already started the car, nodded in agreement. He too shared the same sentiment. It felt as if a well-cooked duck had suddenly taken flight just as it was being served. Anyone would find such a turn of events regrettable. Yet, the complexity of this incident surpassed expectations, and the middle-aged man believed he lacked the capability to address it. If it were merely a talent being snatched away by another super martial arts academy, the loss would be relatively minor. The most alarming consequence would be the damage to the Southern River Martial Arts Academy's reputation. Restoring it would require significant effort. As he observed the car speeding away from the window, Xu Feng smiled. In truth, he considered himself merely a first-tier martial artist. How much influence could he truly wield? He could not exact revenge on Xiao Shilin from Nansha Real Estate, nor could he retaliate against Ma Yutian from Tianhu High School. Yet, the peculiarity of the situation lay in the fact that he now bore the title of the top martial arts scorer from the northern Su province. With this accolade, Xu Feng's words carried an extraordinary weight. This was precisely why Xiao Shilin and Ma Yutian had rushed over upon hearing the news. After a busy morning attending to the enrollment representatives, Xu Feng found himself with ample free time in the afternoon. Perhaps the local martial arts academies had already made their rounds that morning, while those from out of town had yet to arrive, allowing him the opportunity to hone his skills. By the end of the afternoon, Xu Feng had successfully increased his proficiency in the Thunderbolt Fist by 60 points. Martial technique. Thunderbolt Fist major success, 300-400. However, the thought that he still needed 800 points to reach the perfected level weighed heavily on him, meaning he would need to practice the fist technique an additional 900 times. This was no trivial endeavor. Fortunately, compared to those who had performed poorly in the martial arts examinations and were now preparing for the academic tests, Xu Feng found himself in a much more relaxed position. At least he had the freedom to allocate his time as he pleased. After dinner, he sent a message to Xin Shan to inquire about her situation. As expected, Xin Shan, a martial arts prodigy with a vitality score of 203, was also being courted by representatives from the Southern River Martial Arts Academy. Although nothing was confirmed yet, she mentioned that her parents were quite pleased with the prospect of her attending the academy. The Southern River Martial Arts Academy has promised me 5 million in training resources if I go, Xin Shan elaborated before asking Xu Feng. By the way, Xu Feng, what are your thoughts? Surely the conditions offered to you are better? Xu Feng smiled and replied promptly. The conditions from the Southern River Martial Arts Academy are indeed quite satisfactory, but you are aware of the situation that has unfolded regarding me. I have already communicated this to the representatives who came to recruit me today, and now it is up to the academy to handle it. Just then, an unfamiliar number called in, startling him. He paused and sent another message to Xin Shan. Xin Shan, I have a call coming in. Let us talk tomorrow. All right. Xu Feng, see you then. Yes, goodbye, and take care. Xu Feng quickly replied to Xin Shan, and then answered the call from the unregistered number. Chapter 28. How unfortunate for me, Xiao Shilin, to encounter these two calamities. In truth, aside from receiving calls from couriers or food delivery services, Xu Feng rarely received calls from unknown numbers. However, now that his martial arts examination results had been published, circumstances had changed somewhat. To avoid missing any important matters, Xu Feng decided to answer the call. Hello, who is this? Are you Xu Feng? I've heard you had a bit of an unpleasant encounter with Xiao Shilin from Nansha Real Estate. The voice on the other end did not immediately identify itself, but instead made that remark. Had this been an ordinary person, curiosity might have prompted further inquiry. However, Xu Feng was not inclined to engage in riddles. He responded directly, Who exactly are you? If you're going to keep playing games, I will hang up. Young man. No need to be so irritable. Indeed, Xu Feng was quite irritable. Seeing that the caller still had not disclosed their identity, he ended the call without hesitation. While his time might not be exceedingly precious, he certainly did not wish to squander it on such individuals. Meanwhile, in a luxurious residence in northern Su province, a man of considerable presence bore a displeased expression. To his right stood Xiao Shilin, the head of Nansha Real Estate, wearing a look of inquiry. Do go. What did the kid say? Ha ha ha, amusing. That little brat actually hung up on me. Du Xuanda chuckled to mask his embarrassment and irritation. As a fifth-tier martial artist who had entered the realm of muscle transformation, others often treated him with great respect, even at less prestigious martial arts academies. He was regarded as a VIP. However, Du Xuanda had not anticipated that someone would dare to hang up on his call simply because he had not directly identified himself. Under different circumstances, he would have been furious. Yet today, he had no choice but to make this call, as the stakes involved were substantial. Xiao Shilin had already promised that if Du Xuanda could help resolve this matter, Nansha Real Estate would increase its profits by an additional 10% for him. For any martial artist aspiring to advance, resources were always in short supply. Reflecting on this, Du Xuanda suppressed the urge to explode and redialed the previous number. However, his expression darkened once more, for this time, the other party rejected the call outright. If Xiao Shilin had still been in a state of confusion earlier, he now understood the situation perfectly. He dared not question Du Xuanda's actions. Instead, he simply took out his own phone and silently handed it over. Do go. Use my phone. The kid was rather rude. Please bear with it. Fortunately, this time the call was not rejected, and the familiar voice once again resonated. Hello. Who is this? It's me, Du Xuanda. Du Xuanda, undoubtedly having learned from the earlier lesson, felt a sense of reluctance, yet mustered the courage to state his full name. Unfortunately, the individual on the other end, Xu Feng, did not exhibit the astonishment that Du Xuanda desired. With a nonchalant tone, he replied, Oh, I have not heard of you. However, if your call pertains to the quota from Nanjing Martial Arts Academy, there is nothing to discuss. Du Xuanda was momentarily taken aback by Xu Feng's tone and retorted coldly. Youthful exuberance is not inherently a flaw, but failing to recognize the situation is unbecoming of an astute individual. While I, Du Xuanda, may not be widely known, I have already ascended to the 5th rank of martial artists. Xu Feng, if you possess any wisdom, you ought to refrain from entangling yourself in this matter. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to escalate it. If the situation were to spiral out of control, it would benefit no one. Xu Feng could not help but laugh. Listen to this. Is this truly the tone of someone seeking resolution? Ultimately, it is merely a pretext to exert pressure. Prior to finding the right opportunity, I chose to endure and bide my time. But now, armed with the title of the top scorer in the martial examination of Baisu province, I need not tread lightly. Thus, before Du Xuanhua could finish his statement, Xu Feng unceremoniously interrupted, "Stop. I do not require your guidance on how to conduct my affairs, nor is it your place to assume the role of a sage here." Du Xuanhua was utterly incensed by this interruption, responding in a frosty tone, "Young man, do you truly believe that your commendable performance in the martial examination grants you license to be arrogant? I have encountered numerous prodigies, yet how many have successfully matured? Most who bear the title of genius ultimately achieve mediocrity, with many failing along the way. You are still quite immature, at the very least. When addressing a fifth-rank martial artist, one should maintain the requisite respect." Xu Feng scoffed, retorting, "If you have no further explanations, I shall interpret your words as a threat. As for my respect, it is not freely bestowed upon just anyone. To expect my deference from some random individual is nothing short of laughable. By the way, do not bother to call me from another number. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you." Having uttered this, Xu Feng promptly hung up the phone. He paid no mind to whether the other party was displeased. After all, it was not he who initiated the call. Xu Feng was already being quite magnanimous by not dwelling on the time wasted by the other party. "I hope the response from Nanjing Martial Arts Academy comes swiftly. Once this matter is settled, I trust no one will trouble me again," he muttered to himself. He then switched off his phone and commenced practicing the Yanyuan posture in the middle of the living room. Xu Feng remained unperturbed. But Du Xuanhua's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. In the next moment, he hurled his phone against the wall, shattering it into countless pieces. Beside him, Xiao Shilin hesitated, ultimately refraining from asking why he had smashed his phone. Instead, he cautiously inquired, "Du Gu, what shall we do now? That insolent wretch. How dare he dismiss the goodwill of a fifth-rank martial artist?" Du Xuanhua slammed his hand on the table and turned to say, "Do not worry, Lao Xiao. This boy dares to be so arrogant. He will inevitably face the consequences when we cross paths again. What I need is not how you will proceed in the future, but a solution to the current predicament." Xiao Shilin felt a wave of despair wash over him. Had he known it would come to this, he would have refrained from seeking Du Xuanhua's assistance. Now, with the situation escalating, it seemed there was no room for reconciliation. That wretched Xu Feng and this thoughtless Du Xuanhua had truly brought a streak of misfortune upon Xiao Shilin this year. Chapter 29. The Super Martial Academies Come Knocking. The generous offer from Longdu Martial Academy. "Hello, Xu Feng. We are the recruitment personnel from Modu Martial Academy in Baisu Province." "Greetings, Xu Feng. We are the representatives from Northwest Martial Academy responsible for admissions in Baisu Province. Desya Military Martial Academy eagerly anticipates your joining. Upon graduation, you can directly enlist in the Desya Jiuzhou Army. First, congratulations, Xu Feng, for becoming the top scorer in the Baisu Province Martial Examination. We are from Haiging Yunju Martial Academy." "Hello, Xu Feng. Allow me to introduce myself. We are the recruitment representatives from Longdu Martial Academy. For the top-ranking Longdu Martial Academy among the 10 super martial academies in Desya, you are surely familiar with its reputation." In the ensuing 2 days, the smaller martial academies seeking Xu Feng dwindled, while representatives from the 10 super martial academies arrived in succession. Through interactions with these recruitment personnel, Xu Feng gained insight into the distinct styles of each super martial academy. Modu Martial Academy exuded a laid-back charm. Northwest Martial Academy radiated generosity. Desya Military Martial Academy embodied discipline, and Yunju Martial Academy represented opulence. Interestingly, all the recruitment personnel visiting Xu Feng were paired as a male and female duo. Currently engaging with Xu Feng were the representatives from Longdu Martial Academy, the most prestigious and powerful institution in Desya. Compared to the previous visitors, the male and female representatives before him projected an air of sophistication. Notably, both representatives from Longdu Martial Academy appeared remarkably youthful. Sensing Xu Feng's curiosity, the female representative smiled and explained, "Xu Feng, both Feng Chang and I are current students at Longdu Martial Academy, in our 3rd and 4th years, respectively. Should you choose Longdu Martial Academy, you may refer to me as senior sister Tang Ru and Feng Chang as senior brother." "Ah, I see. No wonder the representatives from Longdu Martial Academy appear much younger than those from other institutions," Xu Feng quickly grasped. Tang Ru continued, "The reason we, as current students, undertake recruitment duties at Longdu Martial Academy is quite intentional. As students ourselves, we possess a deeper understanding of what one can learn at Longdu Martial Academy." At this point, Xu Feng raised his hand, intrigued, and asked, "Senior sister Tang Ru, I am curious about the martial prowess of both you and senior brother Feng Chang. Would you mind sharing?" "Not at all," Tang Ru replied with a smile, gesturing towards Feng Chang as she earnestly introduced Feng Chang, a 4th-year student at Longdu Martial Academy. Initially admitted with a vitality score of 236, now possesses the rank of a 5th-rank martial artist. Moreover, here is a little secret that others might not know. Feng Chang is among the elite 5th rank martial artists and may soon advance to the 6th rank of the cleansing marrow realm. As for myself, I am comparatively weaker, currently at the 4th rank of the cultivating organs realm, which pales in comparison to senior brother Feng. Xu Feng gasped softly upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the seemingly youthful duo before him possessed such formidable martial prowess. It was noteworthy that the Du Xuanhua sought by Xiao Shilin had merely attained the 5th rank. Upon researching Du Xuanhua online later, Xu Feng discovered that he was already in his 40s. In contrast, Feng Chang was merely in his 20s, on the cusp of becoming a 6th rank martial artist. Moreover, Xu Feng detected a hint of modesty in Tang Ru's words. Indeed, while a 4th rank Tang Ru was weaker than a near 6th rank Feng Chang, she was only in her 3rd year. Given another year, it was improbable that she would remain stagnant at the 4th rank. After all, those who gain admission to Longdu Martial Academy are far from ordinary. Each one is a paragon of excellence. Upon reaching this point, Xu Feng sincerely exclaimed, Senior Tang Ru and Senior Feng Chang are truly remarkable. Are all the students at Longdu Martial Academy this formidable? It was now Feng Chang's turn to speak. He chuckled and replied, Xu Feng, you are aware that those who can enter Longdu Martial Academy possess exceptional talent and aptitude. Hence, while individuals like Tang Ru and myself may not be exceedingly common, we are certainly not in short supply. Moreover, Longdu Martial Academy has consistently implemented a mechanism for discouragement, applicable to all students. Anyone who fails to meet the minimum requirements and assessments will face compulsory withdrawal. Xu Feng nodded, showing his understanding. It is entirely normal for such a discouragement mechanism to exist in elite martial academies. Even within superlative institutions, cultivation resources are finite and cannot be squandered. Even if one initially gains admission due to exceptional talent, a lack of continued effort will inevitably lead to mediocre achievements, and resources will naturally cease to be provided. Xu Feng, this document outlines the specific terms tailored for you by Longdu Martial Academy. Please take a look. After Feng Chang finished his introduction, Tang Ru handed him a file. Xu Feng had encountered numerous such documents in recent days, from ordinary academies to elite martial institutions. However, upon opening this particular file, he was still somewhat astonished by the grandeur of Longdu Martial Academy. The promise of providing 15 million in cultivation resources over the next 4 years, contingent upon meeting minimum assessment standards, caught Xu Feng's eye. This commitment positioned Longdu Martial Academy and Moda Martial Academy as the second most favorable offers among the various elite institutions he had received. The wealthiest offer, however, came from Yunzhou Martial Academy, which directly pledged 20 million in cultivation resources over the same period. Yet, Xu Feng sought to compare more than just cultivation resources. Otherwise, he could have simply chosen Yunzhou Martial Academy. Within the 10 elite martial academies, Yunzhou Martial Academy ranked relatively low in overall strength, necessitating more appealing conditions to attract high-caliber talents. Conversely, Longdu Martial Academy, as a leading institution among superlative academies, already held significant prestige, and the offer of 15 million in resources was quite substantial. As Xu Feng continued to read, he discovered that the 15 million in cultivation resources encompassed selections of martial arts techniques, supplies of medicinal pills, martial skills, weapons, and more. Notably, he encountered a term referred to as contribution points. Perhaps noticing Xu Feng's prolonged focus on this term, Tang Ru elaborated. Contribution points are utilized across all elite martial academies and serve as a form of universal currency within the super martial domain. While other elite institutions may have different names for it, the fundamental nature remains the same. As you know, Xu Feng, high-tier martial arts techniques and high-grade medicinal pills and weapons are exceedingly challenging to quantify in monetary terms. For instance, the whale fall technique that I cultivate or the nirvana technique practiced by Senior Feng are invaluable. Listening to Tang Ru's explanation, Xu Feng nodded. Having consistently trained with the Yang Yuan pillar, he had longed to transition to a higher-tier cultivation technique. He found himself quite intrigued by the whale fall technique and the nirvana technique mentioned by Tang Ru. However, it seemed that they barely skimmed the surface of the topic. Quickly moving past it, it appeared that until Xu Feng agreed to become a member of Longdu Martial Academy, he would not glean further insights on techniques from Tang Ru. Moreover, the mention of these techniques at this juncture could very well be a strategic maneuver in their negotiations. In the ensuing moments, Xu Feng gathered more information regarding post-admission life at Longdu Martial Academy from the two seniors. As noon approached, the two exchanged glances before rising to their feet. Tang Ru smiled and remarked, Xu Feng, I presume you have been in contact with other elite martial academies recently, not just Longdu Martial Academy. While I am unaware of the conditions offered by other institutions, I can assure you that Longdu Martial Academy is genuinely sincere. Speaking solely as a senior, I believe that given your martial aptitude, it would be prudent to select from the top 3 academies among the 10 elite institutions of Daxia. While other academies may extend superior training conditions, their overall strength ultimately falls short. Upon hearing her words, Xu Feng nodded, stating, Thank you for your guidance, Senior Tang Ru. I will give it thoughtful consideration. Should I reach a decision, I will inform you promptly. Tang Ru suddenly laughed, saying, All right, Xu Feng. Both Senior Feng and I genuinely hope you will become our junior. While Longdu Martial Academy enrolls numerous talented individuals each year, few possess your amiable disposition. Feng Chong nodded in agreement. Xu Feng escorted them to the door, watching their figures fade from view before returning to the sofa. In truth, after comparing these elite martial academies, Xu Feng had already formed a tentative decision. However, he refrained from finalizing it as he awaited the outcome from Nanjiang Martial Academy. This was not because he favored Nanjiang Martial Academy more, but rather he believed that as long as he withheld his decision, the academy would place greater emphasis on him. If he were to finalize his choice too early, he would lose any leverage he had. Yet, Xu Feng could not have anticipated the complexities that lay ahead. As the individuals involved in the admission quota incident at Nanjiang Martial Academy held significant status, while the matter needed to be addressed, it could not be treated frivolously. Thus, after several days of intense deliberation, Nanjiang Martial Academy decided on a discreet resolution. This likely explained why, despite the passage of several days, Xu Feng had not been approached by any media outlets. As the only elite martial academy in Baisa province, they still possessed considerable influence. In previous years, given Xu Feng's stunning performance in the martial examination, he would have undoubtedly been the subject of extensive media coverage. However, this time, the situation was peculiar. With all media seemingly suffering from collective amnesia, even Tianhu No. 1 High School, where Xu Feng studied, refrained from extensive publicity regarding this martial examination. The martial examination top scorer of Baisa province was, astonishingly, treated as a mere footnote. Perhaps it was due to his insufficient strength that others did not regard this matter with due importance. The title of top scorer may be impressive to ordinary individuals, but among high-tier martial artists, it likely meant little. Xu Feng self-deprecatingly mused. Fortunately, he maintained a positive mindset. After finishing his lunch, he resumed practicing the Thunderbolt Fist. That evening, Xu Feng finally received a call from the stern gentleman from Nanjiang Martial Academy who had previously visited his home. Xu Feng, we have verified the matter you mentioned within our internal system. Following serious discussions among the school's higher-ups, the admission qualification of the individual named Xiao Xiong has been revoked. Furthermore, if you are willing to enroll in Nanjiang Martial Academy, we are prepared to raise our previous offer of 13 million in cultivation resources to 18 million. Listening quietly to the words on the other end, Xu Feng remained silent throughout. Once the speaker concluded, he succinctly replied, "Understood. Xu Feng, do you have any other questions that require clarification?" "No, thank you." After hanging up, Xu Feng felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Although he had anticipated that Nanjiang Martial Academy would handle the situation discreetly for the sake of their reputation, he had not expected them to approach it so lightly. Regardless of whether it is Xiao Shilin from Nanxia Real Estate, Ma Yutian from Tianhu No. 1 Middle School, or the individual within the Nanjiang Martial Arts Institute, those who colluded in the shadows to seize Xu Feng's admission quota have remained untouched. The other party merely revoked an already non-compliant admission qualification. It appears that my plans must undergo a transformation. Xu Feng inhaled deeply. He laid all the training agreements from the super martial arts institutes he had encountered on the table, with the exception of the Nanjiang Martial Arts Institute. Longdu Martial Arts Institute, Modu Martial Arts Institute, Daxia Military Martial Arts, Northwest Martial Arts Institute, and Yunzhou Martial Arts Institute. In total, there were 9 super martial arts institutes, each extending an olive branch to Xu Feng. Had the resolution from the Nanjiang Martial Arts Institute been satisfactory to Xu Feng, he would have chosen Longdu Martial Arts Institute. After all, this super martial arts institute is the foremost leader among all martial arts institutes in Daxia, providing commendable training resources. However, now everything has turned into an uncertainty. Xu Feng decided to append a condition to the letters of intent from these super martial arts institutes. He would select whichever institute agreed to his stipulation. Naturally, to avoid the scenario where multiple super martial arts institutes might acquiesce simultaneously, Xu Feng resolved to start with Longdu. Without much hesitation, Xu Feng dialed Tang Ru at Longdu Martial Arts Institute. "Xu Feng, is your call an indication that you've made your choice?" Tang Ru's voice quickly came through the line. Xu Feng chuckled and replied, "Senior Sister Tang Ru, I am quite pleased with the conditions offered by Longdu Martial Arts Institute, but I have a small request. If you can accommodate this request, I shall choose Longdu Martial Arts Institute. The details are as follows." Tang Ru on the other end of the line seemed momentarily taken aback upon hearing Xu Feng's words. Nevertheless, she quickly responded, "Junior Xu Feng, I cannot make a decision on this matter without consulting Senior Feng. I must report this up the chain. Rest assured, I will convey your request and get back to you at the earliest opportunity." "Thank you, Senior Sister Tang Ru." After hanging up, Xu Feng felt a flicker of anticipation. Should Longdu Martial Arts Institute agree to his request, it would spare him considerable trouble, as this institution was his top preference. However, if they could not meet his conditions, he would have to settle for a secondary option. It must be noted that Tang Ru's efficiency was commendable. Within half an hour of Xu Feng's call, a response arrived. Unfortunately, upon hearing Tang Ru's first words, Xu Feng felt a premonition. "Junior Xu Feng, I regret to inform you that Longdu Martial Arts Institute has not accepted your condition. It's not that it is unfeasible, but due to certain considerations, Longdu cannot comply. Although Xu Feng felt a tinge of disappointment, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile. That's all right, Senior Sister Tangru. It's just a pity that I cannot become a true junior to you and Senior Feng. Chapter 31. The Super Martial Arts Institutes, 7 out of 10. A twist of fate. Even the entry-level Benlei fist, upon reaching perfection, is far from simple. Early in the morning, Xu Feng returned from his training, quietly reflecting. Indeed, though he had been preoccupied with admission representatives from various martial arts institutes these past few days, he had not neglected his practice of martial arts and vitality cultivation. At this moment, the information displayed on Xu Feng's attribute panel had undergone corresponding changes. Name, Xu Feng. Realm, First Grade Warrior. Technique, Full Mastery of Yanyuan Post, 800-800. Martial Skill, Full Mastery of Benlei Fist, 600-800. Vitality, 280-280, during the Martial Arts Institute assessment. Xu Feng's vitality value was merely 248. However, after 4 days, it had risen to 280. The refining skin realm could be considered an initial threshold, as his skin's defensive capacity and resilience had significantly improved. Additionally, the most notable change in Xu Feng's personal information was his unwavering commitment to Benlei Fist. After more than a month of diligent practice, the proficiency of Benlei Fist had finally progressed from entry-level to perfection. Naturally, to fully master the perfection level of Benlei Fist, it would likely require another month of effort, as the 800 points of proficiency at this level far surpassed the cumulative total of previous stages. Fortunately, there were no other techniques or martial skills requiring improvement at the moment, so he would continue with this for now. After finishing breakfast, he would have to call each of the super martial arts institutes one by one. Xu Feng muttered to himself. Since it had been late the previous night, he had only informed Tang Ru from Longdu Martial Arts Institute. Regrettably, Longdu had not provided the hopeful response Xu Feng had anticipated, as they had outright rejected his request. Consequently, Xu Feng would need to devise an alternative plan. While he personally aspired to attend Longdu Martial Arts Institute, opting for another super martial arts institute was not entirely out of the question. After all, each of these institutions ranked among the top 10 in Daxia, and each stood out in its own right. Even if some schools had comparatively lower overall strength, what did that matter? The determining factor for a person's achievements lies not solely in these institutions. The most crucial aspect remains one's own efforts. Martial artists typically consume hearty meals to ensure ample energy, and Xu Feng had done so in the past. However, since he began using vitality pills, he no longer had to endure the unpleasantness of consuming sterile raw eggs for breakfast. Undoubtedly, this was a delightful change. However, the price of this change was significant, as a single vitality pill was valued at no less than 5,000. After finishing breakfast, Xu Feng once again picked up his phone. He glanced at the remaining 8 super martial arts institutes, excluding Nanjiang and Longdu. He first drew out the file from Modu, which was his second choice, following Longdu. Yet, only a few minutes later, he set the Modu file aside as they too had declined his request. For the next half hour, Xu Feng found the experience increasingly arduous. Northwest Martial Arts Institute rejected. Shanghai Martial Arts Institute rejected. Daxia Military Martial Arts rejected. Songfeng Martial Arts Institute rejected. At this point, the number of super martial arts institutes that had turned down Xu Feng's modest request reached an astounding 6. If one were to include the Nanjiang Institute, a staggering 7 out of the 10 super martial arts institutes had declined him. With the opportunities dwindling, Xu Feng felt a rising anxiety. Was he truly left with no choice but to temporarily abandon his condition or to consider first-tier institutes below the super martial arts category? No. While first-tier institutes might be commendable for others, they paled in comparison to the super institutes. Thus, attending a super martial arts institute was imperative, meaning he had 2 more chances left. Otherwise, he would have to relinquish his hopes for now. Xu Feng contemplated briefly before finally dialing the number left by the admissions personnel at Yunzhou Martial Arts Institute. Mr. Xiao, I never imagined this matter would conclude so abruptly. It has kept me awake these past few nights. In a private room at a certain restaurant, Ma Yutian expressed his apprehension before awkwardly adding, by the way, Mr. Xiao, I've been rather anxious lately, so please don't take my previous words to heart. The person seated across from Ma Yutian was none other than Xiao Shilin, the president of Nanxiao Real Estate. He appeared considerably more composed than Ma Yutian, casually waving his hand and saying, Old Ma, I told you not to fret. Matters will naturally take a turn for the better, and see, it has arrived. It is just a pity about my son's quota. If it weren't for that lad named Xu Feng, my son would have already received the admission notice from the Southern River Martial Arts Academy. Do not be deceived by Xiao Shilin's current calm demeanor. In truth, he was just as flustered as Ma Yutian at that moment. Especially after his connection, Du Xuanda failed to resolve the issue, he was prepared to abandon all hope. However, the unfolding events took Xiao Shilin by surprise. Although the Southern River Martial Arts Academy was aware of the situation regarding the admission quota, they chose to handle it discreetly. While they rescinded his son Xiao Xiong's admission quota, they did not make any adverse moves against Xiao Shilin. It is important to note that the 10 super martial arts academies within the Great Xia are far more than mere educational institutions. The influence and power wielded by any one of these super academies are astonishingly formidable. To retaliate against a minor entity like Nanxiao Real Estate would require merely a word from them. Thus, upon learning that the Southern River Martial Arts Academy had merely revoked his son's admission quota, Xiao Shilin felt a sense of relief. Yet, in the presence of Ma Yutian, he refrained from displaying his feelings and merely stated, "Brother Ma, while this matter seems to have settled, it does bear significant implications for that individual at the Southern River Martial Arts Academy. Though others may remain silent, it appears we must demonstrate some sincerity." Indeed. Ma Yutian nodded earnestly, harboring no objections. Just days prior, he had been anxiously fearing for his own position. Now that his position was secured, it was only natural to make some concessions. Consequently, the two men engaged in a meticulous discussion over how to express their gratitude while toasting to one another. Both Xiao Shilin and Ma Yutian believed that there would be no further developments in this affair. Although that Xu Feng had the title of top scholar from Baisa province, it paled in comparison to the prestige of the Southern River Martial Arts Academy. The difference between them was indeed stark. Since the Southern River Martial Arts Academy had opted for a discreet resolution, it was assumed that no unforeseen incidents would arise. Hadn't the various media outlets maintained a low profile regarding the Baisu province top scholar until now? This was the consensus held by both Xiao Shilin and Ma Yutian, as well as the decision-makers at the Southern River Martial Arts Academy. However, what no one anticipated was that the situation would take a turn the following morning, one that none of these individuals had foreseen or wished to witness. Chapter 32, a nationwide sensation. Is there truly such a thing as a guaranteed profit? Shock. This year's Baisu Province Martial Arts Examination Champion was unexpectedly supplanted for the Southern River Martial Arts Academy admission quota. How was the most discreet martial arts champion produced? For details, see the Baisu Province Martial Arts Examination blood vitality value of 248. Who, behind the scenes, wielded the dark hand that exchanged the admission quota, earned through the blood and tears of the champion's parents? Rare. The Baisu Province Martial Arts Champion this year has seen no exposure. Why has the media remained silent? Confirmed. The Baisu Province Martial Arts Champion has now been awarded to Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy, with reportedly generous terms. These were the posts appearing on major popular websites and forums, generating immense buzz upon their release. How could a Super Martial Arts Academy's admission quota be secretly usurped? When will this matter come to an end? Mingguang Daily. Where is the justice? The quota earned through blood and tears has become a bargaining chip in a clandestine transaction. Thunderbolt Daily. Justice may be delayed, but it will certainly not be absent. The Martial Arts Champion's heartfelt appeal. Yunzhou Times. These were also printed publications from several well-known media outlets in the Great Xia, with sales that were beyond description. Within the span of a single night, the events surrounding Xu Feng spread throughout the entirety of the Great Xia. The incident that the Southern River Martial Arts Academy hoped to handle discreetly was suddenly thrust into the limelight. Xu Feng himself, of course, lacked such influence, but that did not hinder his search for those who possessed it. Indeed, the Southern River Martial Arts Academy was a formidable force throughout Baisu Province. Able to manage matters quietly, the media across Baisu Province dared not report anything negative regarding the Southern River Martial Arts Academy, resulting in Xu Feng's admission quota substitution vanishing without a trace. Even with his status as the top scholar from Baisu Province, he could not affect the situation. Yet, there remained entities in this world that dared to confront the Southern River Martial Arts Academy. Previously, Xu Feng had sought assistance from super academies such as Longdu Martial Arts Academy, Modu Martial Arts Academy, and Songfeng Martial Arts Academy, only to be met with rejection. However, he found solace when he contacted the admissions personnel of Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy, resulting in a pivotal turn of events. The admissions staff at Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy also refrained from making unilateral decisions and needed to report Xu Feng's conditions back. Initially, Xu Feng felt a sense of disappointment, expecting the same refusal he had received from the other super academies. Yet to his astonishment, Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy directly agreed to his conditions. The only requirement for Xu Feng was to sign the admission agreement with Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy. Furthermore, all promises outlined in the agreement remained unchanged. They still committed to providing 20 million in targeted training resources over the next 4 years. What more could Xu Feng say? Thus, he consented to Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy's request, and soon someone arrived to assist him in signing the agreement. This led to the subsequent morning's events, where the matter that the Southern River Martial Arts Academy wished to handle discreetly erupted across the internet, igniting national discussion. Huh? You thought you could make this all disappear as if nothing had happened? I shall not comply. Since a satisfactory resolution was not provided, Xu Feng decided to pursue his course of action. Observing the escalating discussions online, he smiled. However, he found himself genuinely admiring the audacity of the decision-makers at Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy. It is worth noting that agreeing to Xu Feng's demands was tantamount to slapping the Southern River Martial Arts Academy in the face. Did not even Longdu Martial Arts Academy, Modu Martial Arts Academy and Shanghai Martial Arts Academy all declined. Yet, the Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy, which Xu Feng contacted 7th, chose to proceed. Their objective, of course, was to recruit Xu Feng, the top martial arts scholar from Baisa province. Simultaneously, in the office of the president of Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy, a short-haired woman dressed sharply furrowed her brow and addressed the middle-aged man with a plump face seated at the head of the table. Father, is it worth sacrificing the reputation of the Southern River Martial Arts Academy for the sake of a promising genius? The middle-aged man chuckled, his already round face becoming even more so. Haha, Nan, is there truly such a thing as a guaranteed profit in this world? Whether it is worth it will depend on how this lad, Xu Feng, performs in the future. And what if we tarnish their reputation? When has the Southern River Martial Arts Academy ever afforded Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy any courtesy during martial arts exchange competitions? However, the short-haired woman hesitated, wanting to voice more. But the middle-aged man raised his hand to interrupt her, stating firmly, "Hasten to send someone to fetch that Xu Feng lad. He is now one of our Yunwu people." The Great Xia Education Department is planning to host a talent summer camp, and preparations are already underway. With Xu Feng's performance in the martial arts examination, he will undoubtedly be selected. This is our opportunity for Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy to shine. Father, as far as I know, while Xu Feng is the top scholar from Baisa province, he is not the overall top scholar of Great Xia. In fact, based on the rankings from the martial arts examination's blood vitality test, he may not even make it into the top 100, the short-haired woman remarked, lacking optimism. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but stubbornly retorted, "Can I forget that? What I mean is that we should promptly bring that little fellow over for intensive training." The short-haired woman continued with a sigh, "Dad, if you can think of this, the others at the Martial Arts Academy can certainly think of it as well." The middle-aged man suddenly felt a bit awkward. Nan, could you refrain from always contradicting me? All right, fine, I won't hold my breath this time. However, it's certainly worthwhile to attract a few genuine prodigies and nurture them properly. Ever since I took over the Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy, we have consistently ranked last among the 10 super martial arts academies, which is utterly humiliating. I just cannot fathom why this is the case. Clearly, the benefits we offer at Yunwu are superior to others, so why can't we recruit the most exceptional talents? If it weren't for this individual named Xu Feng coming to us voluntarily, these promising candidates would likely have been snatched up by others. Upon hearing this, the short-haired woman's expression was also filled with resignation. Unfortunately, there was little she could do about this embarrassing situation. Indeed, as the wealthiest martial arts academy among the 10 super institutions, Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy naturally offers the most generous treatment for prodigies. Yet, every recruitment drive targeting these extraordinary talents is fraught with challenges. The most sought-after destinations for these exceptional individuals tend to be Longwu, Mowu, or at the very least, Daxia Junwu and Nanjing Martial Academy. As a super martial arts academy that consistently ranks at the bottom, Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy struggles to attract candidates even when offering higher incentives. To be frank, this year's recruitment drive has not instilled much hope in us regarding those young prodigies. Yet, in this context, Xu Feng unexpectedly presented his unique conditions, leading to the current president of Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy, Qian Datong, being utterly elated, promptly approving the arrangement. As for the reputation of Nanjing Martial Academy, whoever cares to maintain it, I am too indifferent to worry about such matters when trying to seize this rare talent that has willingly come to us. Consequently, Nanjing Martial Academy, which thought it could quietly handle the situation, found itself in an awkward predicament at this moment. Chapter 33. My friend is impressive. I, as a junior, bow in respect. Yifeng Grand Restaurant is an extraordinarily luxurious dining venue located in the Yifeng district. Typically, it is rare for ordinary students to hold gatherings in such a place. Yet today, on a Tuesday, the entire second floor of Yifeng Grand Restaurant has been reserved by Class 396 of Tianhu No. 1 High School's senior year. Aside from the class teacher, Mr. Chun, the only middle-aged individual present, the rest are all young men and women. The atmosphere is quite lively. In fact, almost everyone has already arrived, but they have yet to begin dining. This is because an important guest for tonight's banquet has not yet arrived, and everyone is waiting. Fortunately, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly boomed, unmistakably belonging to Zhang Chun. Our champion of the martial arts examination from Baisu province is here. Let us give a warm welcome. Upon hearing this, nearly all eyes turned towards the entrance of the restaurant, followed by a thunderous applause. To be honest, Xu Feng, who had hurriedly taken a taxi to arrive, was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the scene before him. Luckily, Zhang Chun had already come to his side, threw an arm around his shoulder, and whispered, "Buddy, I knew you must have been busy these past few days, which is why I hadn't sought you out. But ever since I saw those things online, I realized you must be nearing the end of your busy schedule. You're quite the character. Showing up right before the meal." Xu Feng shot him a slightly annoyed glance. Indeed, Xu Feng had been unaware that his class was gathering at this venue today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept everyone waiting for so long. Just a little while ago, he had received a call from Zhang Chun, prompting him to rush out. Zhang Chun chuckled and said, "If I had let you come too early, there wouldn't be such a spectacle now, would there? Don't worry. I made this decision after discussing it with everyone. Today's gathering serves both as a reunion for classmates and a celebration for our illustrious champion. It seemed that Zhang Chun had said all the right things, leaving Xu Feng with little else to do but smile and wave at the classmates who were still applauding. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, as Mr. Chun, the class teacher, approached Xu Feng with a look of admiration and excitement, extending his congratulations. Following this, Shan, who once again dazzled in her dress, walked up to Xu Feng with a smile. All right, our champion Xu Feng has arrived. Everyone please take your seats. It was Mr. Chun who spoke, managing the situation. Xu Feng was then invited to the most prestigious table, which included not only Mr. Chun but also Shan, who scored 203 in the martial arts examination, alongside Zhang Chun, Lu Yu, Luo Yonghao, and others. It goes without saying that those seated at this table had all performed commendably in the martial arts examination. However, at this moment, everyone's attention remained focused on Xu Feng. The fact that this dark horse had shown so brilliantly in the martial arts examination, securing the top spot in Baisa province, was simply remarkable. Even Shan, who had also performed impressively, seemed slightly overshadowed. As they settled down, Zhang Chun suddenly whispered, "Buddy, how did you stir up such a commotion? The news has gone viral online. I heard our principal was summoned for a tea session this morning and hasn't he been released yet." Although Zhang Chun's voice was low, everyone around him heard clearly. Their attention now fully on Xu Feng. Xu Feng chuckled and replied, "It's nothing much. I just needed to vent my frustrations." "Wait, seriously? Do geniuses like you consider such things?" Zhang Chun asked, his face filled with confusion. Xu Feng rolled his eyes at him, slightly exasperated. "You foolish fellow, of course not. I merely wanted to express my displeasure. If those people made me uncomfortable, I certainly wanted to let them feel at ease." Zhang Chun appeared momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain his composure before giving Xu Feng a thumbs up. "My friend, you're impressive. I bow in respect. By the way, did you really choose Yinzhou Martial Arts Academy? You do realize its ranking among the 10 super academies ISNT very high?" This question piqued everyone's interest, and the entire second floor fell silent, as they all understood that with Xu Feng's performance in the martial arts examination, it wouldn't have been surprising if he had chosen Longdu Martial Academy. Yet, the news circulating online claimed that this year's champion from Baisa province had indeed been secured by Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy. Noticing the curious gazes from everyone, Xu Feng smiled again and nodded. "You're correct. I have already signed the enrollment agreement with Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy. As for why I chose Yunzhou, it's because all the other academies rejected my requests." "Requests? What requests?" Zhang Chun and the others became even more curious, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Even the waitstaff, who were currently serving dishes, subtly slowed their movements. Xu Feng did not shy away from revealing the truth, stating, "You all should know that my quota matter hadn't circulated online for a while. But why has it suddenly become public today? Indeed, why is that?" Zhang Chun played the perfect supporting role, inquiring further. Xu Feng smiled and replied, "Naturally, it's because Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy took action. Otherwise, who would dare disregard Nanjing Martial Academy's reputation in the entire Baisa province? Xu Feng, do you think this will have any repercussions for you later?" At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, also spoke up. Xu Feng shook his head and replied earnestly, "Teacher Chun, to be honest, once the handling results from the South River Martial Arts Academy are released, I no longer care about the repercussions. Moreover, as you all know, this incident is not my fault. I merely stated the facts as they are." Sigh. "Xu Feng, if only you could endure a little longer, perhaps a better outcome would arise," Mr. Chen lamented. "Although my understanding is limited, I do know that the Dragon City Martial Arts Academy is considerably superior to the Cloud State Martial Arts Academy." Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, my brother. The Dragon Martial Arts Academy ranks first among the 10 super martial arts schools in Great Xia, while Cloud Martial is likely at the bottom." Xu Feng chuckled with a carefree smile, brimming with confidence. "Teacher Chun, and dear classmates, gaining admission to a martial academy is merely the first step. Ultimately, one's accomplishments depend on oneself. Therefore, whether one excels in the martial examination or must participate in subsequent cultural assessments, let us raise a toast together. This drink is dedicated to everyone present, to ourselves, and to our future. Cheers to ourselves. Cheers to the future." Unbeknownst to him, Xu Feng had developed an astonishing charisma within the class. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted into joyous revelry as the banquet commenced. Chapter 34, No One Can Bully You. "Shan, has your admission to the South River Martial Arts Academy been confirmed?" The banquet had concluded, and as they walked home, Xu Feng turned to the beautiful girl beside him, inquiring. In recent days, he had been so preoccupied that he had completely forgotten to ask her about this matter. Shan nodded, her voice soft and melodious. "Yes, I've signed the enrollment agreement with the South River Martial Arts Academy, and I should be heading there in about a week. There's apparently a summer camp event that is about to be held. What about you, Xu Feng?" "I'm nearly in the same boat. The Cloud State Martial Arts Academy has actually been urging me to come over today, claiming they want to conduct some special training." Xu Feng chuckled, saying, "So perhaps tomorrow or the day after, I might be heading to Cloud State." That soon. Xinshan's tone carried a hint of disappointment. But she quickly brightened up, saying, "Xu Feng, I haven't congratulated you yet. Congratulations on becoming the top scholar of Baisu province. Having you as a classmate makes all of us feel quite honored." Xu Feng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, replying, "Haha, you say that. But everyone feels honored to have a classmate like you as well. You must know that the South River Martial Arts Academy ranks even higher than my Cloud State Martial Arts Academy among the super martial arts schools." "Humph. That was your own choice. Otherwise, even if you went to the Dragon City Martial Arts Academy, it would be a piece of cake," Xinshan playfully shot back. Though her expression turned slightly worried as she added, "Xu Feng, considering your talent, I genuinely believe the Dragon City Martial Arts Academy would have been the best choice. Alas, it's pointless to say this now since you've signed an agreement with Cloud Martial. If I had known you would be so headstrong, I would have tried to persuade you more earnestly. Don't worry, although Cloud Martial is slightly inferior to Dragon Martial in overall strength, it is still a super martial academy. Moreover, the conditions offered by Cloud State Martial Academy are quite generous. I've heard that Principal Qian has high expectations for me." Xu Feng reassured her. Although he had not been able to attend the top-ranking Dragon City Martial Academy, he felt no significant disappointment. If given the chance to start over, he would undoubtedly make the same choice as he had now. After this exchange, the two fell into a contemplative silence. As they continued walking, they reached a fork in the road and paused. "Xu Feng, once you go to Cloud Martial and I to South River, will it be difficult for us to meet again?" Xinshan asked softly, her gaze fixed on her shoelaces. She looked up at Xu Feng, and he noticed her eyes had unwittingly turned red. To be honest, it was the first time Xu Feng had been this close to her, and he took a moment to genuinely appreciate her beauty. Xinshan's features were exquisite, her eyes sparkling with a certain spirit, as if she embodied the essence of nature's finest artistry. Coupled with her outstanding attire today, her aura was utterly captivating. The only flaw seemed to be the slight redness around her eyes. Suddenly, Xu Feng chuckled and blinked, saying, "What's this? We just had a gathering. And now you're already wishing not to see your old classmate? Foolish girl, didn't you just say you were going to participate in the summer camp? I'll be there too. Cloud State and South River are not too far apart. It's just a few hours by plane. Besides, given the enmity between the South River Martial Academy and me, do you really think I won't visit them to stir up some trouble?" With that, the somber atmosphere was instantly dispelled by Xu Feng's words, and Xinshan couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you talking nonsense. When you go to South River to bully people, don't you dare bully me." Xinshan turned away, discreetly wiping the corners of her eyes. Before quickly returning to her cheerful demeanor, Xu Feng nodded seriously, stating, "Of course, I wouldn't dare bully anyone, especially you. Otherwise, Zhang Chuan and the others would surely have my back. By the way, after hearing all this, you're not thinking about crying anymore, are you?" At this, Xinshan's face flushed instantly, and she playfully punched Xu Feng on the shoulder. "Stop saying such ridiculous things. I wasn't crying. Right, you weren't crying. The one worried about never seeing you again was me. I'm the one who should be crying." Xu Feng laughed heartily and turned to run. "You're such a nuisance. Xu Feng, you annoying brat," Xinshan exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she chased after him, shaking her tiny fists in protest. This time, Xu Feng chose a different path at the fork, heading towards Xinshan's home. Compared to Xu Feng's lightheartedness, some individuals were experiencing far more distress. In the administrative office of the South River Martial Arts Academy, the dean, Li Maishan, was fuming, all because of a single enrollment quota. "The principal has decided to dismiss Li Dongyin from all his positions? I cannot agree to this." An elderly man beside him raised his hand and said, "Old Li, an enrollment quota is indeed a trivial matter, but the crux lies in the fact that this situation has stirred quite the uproar. If we at South River Martial Arts Academy do not provide a substantial response, it will significantly tarnish our reputation. Can we not find that Xu Feng fellow and persuade him to cease spreading rumors?" Li Maishan asked sternly. Cough. "Old Li, to be honest, he isn't spreading rumors." The elder sighed. "Alas, we mishandled the situation too casually. We did not anticipate that this Xu Feng student would take such measures. Furthermore, the academy has attempted to contact him, but he has been avoiding us and refuses to answer calls. And what about the Cloud State Martial Academy? Have we negotiated with them?" Li Maishan pressed on. "Without support from Cloud Martial, that kid could cause a ruckus, but it would be futile." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression grew peculiar. "Old Li, you should already know what kind of person Qian Daton from Cloud Martial is. He adamantly insists that it wasn't Cloud Martial's doing and insists we look elsewhere. What can you do about that? So, my son Li Dongyin's dismissal is inevitable? Indeed. I've come to inform you that this matter has been settled internally within the academy. The news will soon be disseminated, as the criticism of South River Martial Academy online is quite severe." Understood. In the first instance, Ma Yutian was promptly invited for tea, and after a considerable internal struggle, he candidly confessed everything. Consequently, it is highly likely that he will no longer retain his position at Tianhu No. 1 High School, and there is a strong possibility that he may face several years of incarceration. Conversely, another individual, namely Xiao Shilin, the CEO of Nansha Real Estate, is less adversely affected. At the very least, no one has summoned him for tea. However, the reputation of Nansha Real Estate has undoubtedly plummeted. Nevertheless, for businessmen of their ilk, a tarnished brand can easily be replaced with a new one. At most, it may cause a temporary setback, but it does not threaten their very foundation. Chapter 35. Xu Feng, overwhelmed with embarrassment, covered his face and departed. This bumbling fool, due to Xu Feng's connection to the explosive scandal emerging from Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy. For individuals were directly implicated. However, the ramifications extend far beyond that. In this incident, Nanjing Martial Arts Academy assumed the role of the antagonist. The external criticism, particularly on social media, directed towards Nanjing Martial Arts Academy has been vehemently harsh. Although Nanjing Martial Arts Academy swiftly issued a statement indicating that several individuals involved had been dealt with severely, once reputation is tarnished, regaining a former standing in a short period is rather unrealistic. Thus, the students of Nanjing Martial Arts Academy have recently been feeling quite stifled. This fellow Xu Feng is truly malevolent. Why did he have to escalate matters to such an extent? Indeed, the issues concerning his quota only involved a select few individuals, which could have been handled discreetly. Yet now, all of us from Nanjing have to bear the brunt of this situation. It's utterly ridiculous and frustrating. Alas, I no longer dare to declare myself a student of Nanjing Martial Arts Academy, for fear of being berated. You're quite astute. I hadn't considered that. But you all know the truth. While I empathize with that fellow named Xu Feng, his subsequent actions are indeed inappropriate. If only our Martial Academy had initially taken this matter seriously, we wouldn't find ourselves in this passive predicament now. Had we swiftly dealt with that Li Dongyin from the start, Xu Feng wouldn't be causing us trouble now. I heard that Xu Feng, because of this incident, even gave up the opportunity to attend Longdu Martial Arts Academy and chose Yunwu instead. It's truly a lose-lose situation. Yunwu cannot possibly compare to Longdu Martial Arts Academy in terms of prestige. That Xu Feng is indeed a calamity. I propose we place him on our blacklist at Nanjing Martial Arts Academy. Absolutely. In the future, anyone who encounters Xu Feng should not extend him any courtesy. Let him not presume his modest talent makes him exceptional. Each of us here is a prodigy in our own right. Moreover, possessing talent does not guarantee future accomplishments. Perhaps that fellow will become useless at Yunwu. The students of Nanjing Martial Arts Academy were left feeling dejected and speechless. In truth, the higher-ups at the Martial Academy were equally anxious. If Xu Feng's results had merely qualified him for Super Martial, the repercussions would have been significantly less severe. Yet, his achievements have rendered him the top scorer in the entirety of Baisu Province, essentially the valedictorian of the provincial martial examination. As the sole Super Martial Academy native to Baisu Province, Nanjing Martial Arts Academy not only failed to retain this top student, but also found itself embroiled in scandal. The implications are evident. Fortunately, amidst the turmoil, the higher-ups at Nanjing Martial Arts Academy finally devised a countermeasure. A day later, Nanjing Martial Arts Academy issued another announcement. The valedictorian of the Shanghai Province Martial Examination, Xu Feng, has chosen to join Nanjing Martial Arts Academy with a martial examination score of 260. Indeed, to counter the loss of the top scorer, Nanjing Martial Arts Academy opted to recruit talent. They expended significant resources and connections to poach this year's top scorer from Shanghai Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, this newly acquired valedictorian, Xu Feng, boasts an even higher vitality score than Xu Feng. While we may have lost one top scorer, we have now regained another. Do not think that Xu Feng's status as a mere top scorer holds any significance. Should we desire, we can promptly find someone else to take his place. Someone even more gifted and extraordinary. This encapsulates the mindset of the higher-ups at Nanjing Martial Arts Academy. Naturally, these developments have little bearing on Xu Feng at this point. He has already arrived at the airport. That evening, he had informed Shinshan that he would soon be heading to Yunzhou. This was no jest, as Yunzhou Martial Arts Academy had been persistently calling to urge him to arrive expeditiously. There was no alternative, having signed a contract with them. Xu Feng could only comply with their demands. Buddy, who knows when we'll meet again? Remember to keep in touch. Although I wish to advise you to take care over there, I know you will undoubtedly fare better than I will, so I shall refrain from saying more. Accompanying Xu Feng to the airport was Zhang Chen. Shinshan, for some unspecified reason, did not come to see Xu Feng off, but merely sent him a message. Observing the incessant chatter from Zhang Chen, Xu Feng patted him on the shoulder. Brother, are you certain about your choice of Tianhu Martial Academy? With your results, you should be able to attend a better institution. Zhang Chen suddenly burst into laughter, responding, You're right. If I were to search, with my score of 165, I could indeed attend a superior martial academy. However, I lack grand ambitions, and Tianhu Martial Academy has offered me a satisfactory arrangement, so I'll make do. That's fine. Preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of an ox may not necessarily be a poor choice. Xu Feng nodded, respecting Zhang Chen's personal considerations. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Zhang Chen's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wow, buddy. You've managed to articulate such a profound philosophical statement. I truly underestimated you before. Xu Feng was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. It dawned on him that Zhang Chun regarded the phrase about preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of an ox as profound wisdom. Nevertheless, it made sense. This was a philosophical adage Xu Feng had brought from Earth, and it was understandable that the locals had not encountered it. With this in mind, he felt a playful impulse and chuckled. That remark was merely a prelude. Since I'm leaving, let me impart 2 even more remarkable sayings. Even more remarkable? All right. Come on, write them down for me. Zhang Chun became instantly excited. Unbeknownst to him, he had produced a small notebook and promptly presented it to Xu Feng. Perhaps noticing Xu Feng's puzzled expression, he hesitated a moment before explaining. Ahem, don't laugh just yet. I initially intended to ask you to write some farewell words for me. Imagine how envious others at Tianhu Martial Academy would be when they see them. However, I later thought it would be somewhat embarrassing, so I refrained from mentioning it to you. But now that you've brought it up, I must preserve the memorable quotes from our cohort of top scorers in Baisa Province. Observing Zhang Chun's earnest demeanor, Xu Feng smiled. He took the pen Zhang Chun offered and swiftly inscribed 2 sentences in the small notebook. At that moment, the boarding time for the flight was approaching. Xu Feng handed the notebook back to Zhang Chun with a grin. All right, we big men aren't overly sentimental. Come visit me in Yunzhou when you have the chance. I'm off. Watching Xu Feng roll his suitcase toward the boarding gate, Zhang Chun hurriedly waved goodbye. However, he soon looked down at the farewell words Xu Feng had left behind. The 2 sentences inscribed in the notebook were vigorous and powerful, prompting Zhang Chun to softly read them aloud. Do not worry about the road ahead without friends. Who in the world does not recognize you? When he looked up again, he found Xu Feng had already passed through the boarding gate. Zhang Chun's heart stirred, and in a moment of fervor, he shouted at the top of his lungs. My friend, I bestow upon you these 2 lines. Do not lament the absence of kindred spirits on your journey. Who in the world does not recognize your worth? In an instant, Zhang Chun's thunderous voice captured the attention of everyone present. Oblivious to the spectacle he was creating, he continued to wave foolishly in the direction of Xu Feng, grinning like an idiot. Xu Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved back at Zhang Chun before hastily covering his face and departing. What a fool. Chapter 36. To think he would deem me unremarkable? The foremost golden thigh of Yunwu. After spending 3 hours aboard the airplane, Xu Feng left behind all the clamor of Baisu Province. The moment he disembarked, he was greeted by the unique warmth of a port city. Thankfully, although the humidity in the air was considerable, it lacked the sticky, briny scent that often accompanies such locales, which eased Xu Feng's mind. After scanning the area, he soon spotted a representative from Yunzhou Martial Academy, sent to greet him. Xu Feng was uncertain of the individual's rank within the academy, but she was a short-haired woman dressed with striking professionalism. It appeared she had confirmed his identity, as her gaze remained fixed on him, appraising. Hello, I am Xu Feng. Upon hearing his introduction, the short-haired woman smiled and nodded, casually replying. You may call me Teacher Qian. Please, get in the car. We will arrange everything once we return to Yunwu. Xu Feng reciprocated her smile, declining her offer to assist with his luggage and instead placing his suitcase in the trunk himself. However, he hesitated between choosing the front passenger seat and the back seat. Fortunately, Teacher Qian did not leave him in suspense, directly indicating the passenger seat for him to occupy. Thank you for coming to pick me up, Teacher Qian. Fastening his seatbelt, Xu Feng politely remarked. No need for formality, Xu Feng. The school had arranged for someone else to meet you, but I happened to be free. So I wanted to catch a glimpse of our top prodigy, Qian Nan replied casually, then promptly dialed a phone number. Dad, I've picked him up. He looks rather unremarkable. Instantly, Xu Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His first impression in the eyes of this short-haired woman, Teacher Qian, was that he was utterly mundane. Setting aside his title as the top scholar of Baisu Province, surely his handsome countenance could not be overlooked? Before long, Qian Nan ended the call and continued driving. Xu Feng, do not take offense. I tend to speak quite candidly. I say whatever comes to mind. Well, that statement was more awkward than not saying anything at all. Xu Feng internally grumbled, nodding in acknowledgement and choosing silence. He discerned that this short-haired Teacher Qian possessed a peculiar talent for sharp, biting remarks. To avoid her verbal barbs, the simplest strategy was to remain quiet and composed. Indeed, Xu Feng's strategy proved effective. Throughout the ensuing journey, Teacher Qian's sharp tongue found no target against the stoic Xu Feng. This young man had remarkable composure, though it was a pity he was rather dull and uninteresting. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Qian Nan reached this conclusion as they traveled. The drive from the airport to Yunzhou Martial Academy took just over an hour, during which Xu Feng maintained his silence, as it was far easier than confronting Teacher Qian's incisive wit. Arrived. Time to disembark. As he pondered, the vehicle suddenly halted, and short-haired Teacher Qian had already unfastened her seatbelt. Xu Feng hurriedly followed suit, retrieving his luggage from the trunk. However, he found himself perplexed, as there were no signs indicative of Yunzhou Martial Academy. The surroundings appeared to resemble an old street rather than a prestigious martial institution. Though Xu Feng had never visited Yunzhou Martial Academy, indeed, He had yet to set foot in the South River Martial Academy of Baisu Province. He had naturally researched Yunzhou Martial Academy prior to his arrival, given the internet age. Fortunately, his musings were interrupted when Qian Nan spoke up. It just so happens that it is summer break, and since you are here for specialized training, you will not be residing at the school during this time. Rest assured, Yunwu would never allow a genius like you to roam the streets. I have secured a rental for you on this street. For the next 2 months, this will be your residence. The area is quite convenient for meals and other necessities. So let us settle you in first. Xu Feng had grown accustomed to her sharp remarks by now. He merely nodded and followed her in silence. However, when they arrived at the rented courtyard after walking a short distance, he felt quite satisfied. It was a 2-story building with an independent courtyard. Reportedly his domain for the next 2 months. The room was well equipped, with new bedding and slippers all provided. Xu Feng simply hung up his clothes from his suitcase. Deeming himself settled, "Teacher Qian, I am all set." Maintaining his habit of being reserved, Xu Feng waited until he had completed his tasks before speaking briefly. Qian Nan nodded, saying, "Well then, it's lunchtime. Let us go grab a meal and introduce you to some people." Xu Feng had no objections. He would defer to her wishes. Lunch was not at this street, so they got back into the car. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle stopped in front of a restaurant. Qian Nan quickly led Xu Feng up to a private room on the 3rd floor, which seemed to have been reserved in advance. Initially, when teacher Qian mentioned introducing him to some people, Xu Feng had expected a crowd in the private room. However, upon entering, he found only one person seated there, a plump, round-faced middle-aged man. The moment Xu Feng recognized the man's appearance, he quickly recalled the information he had encountered online. The current principal of Yunzhou Martial Academy, Qian Datong. "Hello, Principal Qian, I am Xu Feng from Tianhuno. One high school." So, this was the benefactor who had invested significantly to bring him here. Without hesitation, Xu Feng greeted his patron warmly. However, a question soon arose in his mind. Was this rotund Principal Qian related to the short-haired, sharp-tongued teacher Qian? What surprised Xu Feng even more was Principal Qian's jovial demeanor. As he waved enthusiastically, "Ha ha, wonderful. Little Xu, I never imagined you would recognize me. Come, sit beside me. We are not at school, so no need for formalities. Just call me Uncle Qian." Upon hearing that you chose Yunwu, I immediately dispatched someone to urge you to come. I didn't expect to wait a few days for you. Xu Feng was taken aback by this warm reception, hastily replying, "Uncle Qian, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. I had some matters to attend to on my end. I rushed over as soon as I resolved them. And I am surprised you personally came to welcome me. What does it mean to take advantage of an opportunity?" This was precisely the situation for Xu Feng. The man before him, Qian Datong, was evidently a brilliant golden thigh, and Xu Feng decisively embraced that opportunity. It is well known that the principal of any prestigious martial academy is not an ordinary individual. If Xu Feng could secure a strong relationship with this golden thigh, he would surely navigate his 4 years at Yunzhou Martial Academy with ease. Ahem, of course, one should not forget that crabs walk sideways. However, if Xu Feng could cultivate a good rapport with the head of Yunwu, he could expect a most comfortable experience in the years to come. Chapter 37. Ah, little Xu. You are indeed the one destined to bear the heavy burden. The Yunzhou Martial Academy, located in the coastal province, is undeniably the locale closest to the sea. With both ocean and harbor, the regional characteristics have fostered a delightful diversity in culinary offerings, particularly seafood-centric dishes in the local restaurants. Qian Datong fully embraced the persona of Uncle Qian, enthusiastically introducing Xu Feng to the various delicacies at the dining table, frequently urging him to sample this or that dish. This scene rendered Qian Nan, who sat beside them, speechless. Unfortunately, no one was engaging her in conversation, and her sharp tongue had no outlet, compelling her to focus on the shellfish before her. "Little Xu, the purpose of having you come early for special training is to prepare for the upcoming Genius Summer Camp. This summer camp is not to be taken lightly, as it is an initiative organized by the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia, with substantial rewards at stake." Once they had dined sufficiently, Qian Datong finally broached the topic of importance, stating, "Although your martial examination results place you at the pinnacle of the entire North Su province, the world is not short of prodigies. I've heard that the Longdu Martial Academy has recently recruited several exceptional talents whose examination scores approach 300. Listening to the plump Qian principal's words, Xu Feng nodded thoughtfully. "Uncle Qian, may I inquire about the nature of this Genius Summer Camp? Is it simply a gathering of those who excelled in the martial examination to compete against one another?" "Certainly, it is more than that," Qian Datong replied, a meaningful smile gracing his face. "The Genius Summer Camp is also known as the Survival Summer Camp. The competition among prodigies is indeed one aspect, but it does not take the familiar form of a typical arena battle. The specific details tend to change frequently, and only the organizers of the camp would know for certain. However, one thing is clear. Personal combat prowess will be of utmost importance in this summer camp. So my upcoming special training will focus on enhancing combat strength?" Xu Feng quickly grasped the implication and inquired. "Exactly," Qian Datong affirmed with a nod, smiling as he continued. Traditionally, you and your peers have relied on cultivating the Yanyuan posture to enhance your vitality. Yet, in terms of combat strength and martial techniques, it was merely a cursory approach. But once you enter the martial academy, things will be different. For this genius summer camp, our Yunzhou Martial Academy, as usual, will send 10 participants. The other 9 will merely serve as support, while you, little Xu, shall bear the weight of the responsibility. Here it comes, the task has arrived. Xu Feng thought to himself. However, he understood that being invited by Uncle Qian at such expense meant he was expected to contribute. Fortunately, he felt no aversion to this. Rather, he was filled with curiosity. Uncle Qian, I cannot guarantee anything, but I will certainly do my utmost. Just do your best, little Xu. And do not feel overly pressured. To speak frankly, in past genius summer camps, our Yunwu has consistently occupied the last position. This time, your goal should not be set too high. As long as you do not finish last, that would be considered a successful completion of your task. Naturally, if you can manage to place a bit higher, that would be even better, Qian Datong said, chuckling as he patted Xu Feng on the shoulder. Xu Feng nodded and asked, Uncle Qian, who will be responsible for my special training in the coming days? I will. At this moment, Qian Nan, who had been relatively silent, finally seized the opportunity to speak. She lifted her head and declared, Xu Feng, for the next week, I shall be your special training instructor. Though you all have been high achievers with low practical abilities, special training will undoubtedly bring about a transformation. Ah, the venomous-tongued sister has returned, her words dripping with sarcasm. Xu Feng had already surmised the answer to his earlier question. Short-haired teacher Qian was indeed the beloved daughter of the plump principal Qian. She held a formal position at the Yunzhou Martial Academy as an associate professor. Rumor had it that this teacher Qian Nan would also be leading a class of new students this year. The thought sent a shiver down Xu Feng's spine, for he feared he had been unofficially designated as her target. The mere prospect of facing her sharp tongue regularly made his skin crawl. After the seafood feast, Principal Qian Datong left with a cheerful demeanor. Although Yunzhou Martial Academy had officially entered the narrow definition of summer vacation, as the principal, he still had numerous responsibilities. To carve out a noon to visit Xu Feng speaks volumes about the importance he placed on this prodigy. Teacher Qian, the venomous-tongued sister, then drove Xu Feng to the training ground of the Yunzhou Martial Academy, informing him of her activities in the afternoon and instructing him to arrive at 6 o'clock the next morning for training. Once her instructions were conveyed, she promptly departed, leaving Xu Feng standing alone before the expansive training grounds, momentarily at a loss for where to go. Oh well, I suppose I should take a stroll around the Yunzhou Martial Academy, where I will spend the next 4 years. Although the venomous teacher did not explicitly state it, her implication was clear. I should familiarize myself with the environment. Xu Feng chuckled to himself and began to wander aimlessly through this prestigious martial academy, ranked among the top 10 in the Great Xia. As summer vacation had commenced, the Yunzhou Martial Academy was not as bustling as usual, yet it was by no means deserted. Xu Feng still observed numerous confident students of Yunwu as he meandered through the premises. Such is the spirit of students within a super martial academy. Even though Yunzhou Martial Academy ranks lower among the 10 super martial schools in the Great Xia, it is nonetheless one of them. Needless to say, each of the first-tier martial academies in the Great Xia strives diligently to elevate themselves to the status of super martial. Graduating from any super martial academy guarantees a bright future, both in terms of prospects and wealth. Although Xu Feng had perused information about Yunzhou Martial Academy online before his arrival, he was taken aback by the sheer vastness of the institution as he explored. He spent the entirety of his afternoon wandering the grounds. As dusk approached, he finally made his way back to his small courtyard situated on an old street. Fortunately, Xu Feng was not directionally challenged and could utilize his phone's navigation feature. Otherwise, he would have surely become lost. After grabbing a casual dinner on that old street, he returned to his courtyard early. Despite the imminent special training led by the venomous teacher the following day, he did not neglect his evening practice. After diligently training for 2 hours using the Yanyuan posture, he dispelled the effects of a vital blood elixir before finally preparing for bed. By this time, the information on his attribute panel had transformed to read: Name, Xu Feng, Realm, First-tier martial artist, Cultivation method, Yanyuan posture perfected, 800-800. Martial technique, Thunder fist perfected, 300-800. Vitality, 320-320. Chapter 38. The venomous teacher's astonishment nearly caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xu Feng was a person with a strong sense of time. Therefore, upon hearing teacher Qian Nan announce a 6 o'clock gathering, he arrived punctually at the Yunzhou Martial Academy training ground right at 6. However, he was somewhat surprised to find that teacher Qian was also arriving precisely at the appointed hour. Aside from the two of them, the other 9 students participating in the special training had already arrived early, waiting outside the training ground. In their eyes, Xu Feng appeared to be merely accompanying Qian Nan. This is Xu Feng, the martial arts examination champion from North Su province, who has stirred quite a commotion. He seems to be just like us, nothing particularly remarkable about him. Haha, his martial arts score is 248. How does yours compare? Not to mention, The resources he has for training are quite intimidating. But why has he come here with Teacher Qian? Does Xu Feng possess some special connections? As Xu Feng and Qian Nan drew closer, the 9 onlookers began to whisper among themselves. However, once Qian Nan approached, they all fell silent. Hesitant to speak further, Xu Feng cast a casual glance at the 9 individuals present and nonchalantly joined the line. He noticed that among the 9 participants in the special training, there were both males and females, roughly equal in number. Of course, if Xu Feng included himself, the ratio would be 6-4, with 2 fewer females. Qian Nan had already positioned herself at the front, her expression stern as she declared, "All right. You 10 are the ones selected to represent Yunzhou Martial Academy at the Genius Summer Camp. In order to ensure that you do not disgrace Yunwu at the camp, we will have a week of special training ahead. Of course, most of you will likely just be there to make up the numbers. So don't get too excited just yet." As expected, Teacher Qian's sharp tongue could not be contained, and she unleashed her biting remarks. Xu Feng internally scoffed at her earlier serious words, thinking perhaps she had turned over a new leaf, only to realize he had overestimated her change when her next words emerged. Fortunately, she was not targeting him at that moment, so he remained unperturbed. In contrast, the others standing nearby displayed expressions of discomfort, evidently unaware of Teacher Qian's unique talent for sarcasm. Since there are 10 of you here, I won't call out names individually. Let us proceed to test your vitality levels so I can gauge your current conditions. After stating this, Qian Nan briskly led the way into the training ground, leaving the newcomers momentarily bewildered. Xu Feng, accustomed to Teacher Qian's style, took the lead and followed her, prompting the others to do the same. The use of machines for testing vitality levels was familiar to those present, and they completed the process swiftly. However, their faces bore no signs of ease. Rather, they appeared dejected, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. With each test completed, Teacher Qian, with her sharp tongue, recorded the information. Li Shanshan, vitality level 202. Passable, but nothing to write home about. Zhang Junqi, vitality level 213, mediocre. You'll be fodder in the Genius Summer Camp. Sun Wanyu, vitality level 190. Are you perhaps here to fill numbers? Xu Feng, vitality level 320. You, my boy, haven't you been taking any supplements recently, have you? Your vitality has surged remarkably. Xu Feng had initially thought he could escape Teacher Qian's acerbic remarks, but soon found himself ensnared as well. The other 9 individuals around him now wore expressions of astonishment. Xu Feng's vitality level was 320. They were all aware of his martial arts examination score of 248. But no one had anticipated that he would achieve a vitality level of 320 so soon after the exam. Even Qian Nan, their training instructor, appeared somewhat taken aback. She scrutinized Xu Feng for a moment before stating, "Having a high vitality level isn't particularly impressive. At most, it means you can endure a bit more punishment. Moreover, I know that the higher your vitality, the better your score will be during the summer camp. So Xu Feng, you must work on enhancing your survival skills. You wouldn't want to be a target." Hearing this, Xu Feng, who had just managed to steady his mindset, nearly choked on his own breath. To be mocked for having a higher vitality level than others was truly outrageous. Fortunately, Teacher Qian soon shifted her focus to the next participant. After approximately 20 minutes, once all present had endured Teacher Qian's friendly barbs, the testing concluded satisfactorily. All right, I now have a general understanding of your profiles. The special training officially begins. In just 7 days, you won't learn anything substantial, so let us make do. Qian Nan tossed aside her notebook and clapped her hands, saying, "Today, I will teach you a martial technique known as phantom leg, which utilizes vitality for attacks and enhances speed. This will not only increase your combat capability, but will also allow you to escape danger more swiftly." Seizing every opportunity to exhibit her skills, Qian Nan's words left everyone drenched in cold sweat. However, when she demonstrated the martial technique, all present instinctively overlooked her acerbic tongue. In a flash, Qian Nan moved with an ethereal grace, appearing right before them. In the next instant, her foot was poised inches from Xu Feng's face. The force of the kick sending his hair standing on end. What the heck? Why is this sharp-tongued sister using me for her demonstration? You startled me. Truth be told, Xu Feng had not seen it coming. By the time he registered the moment, his hair was already standing on end. As Qian Nan expressionlessly retracted her leg, Xu Feng's hair finally fell back into place. "Xu Feng, you just died once, courtesy of my kick," she quipped, turning her attention to the others. Martial techniques that have reached a certain level require the manipulation of internal vitality to unleash their full potential. Of course, for novices like you, mastering the manipulation of vitality won't happen overnight. Fortunately, the phantom leg technique I'm teaching today only involves the manipulation of vitality through your legs. As Qian Nan elaborated, Xu Feng gradually forgot about having been kicked to death earlier. He noticed that an additional entry had appeared in his attribute panel. Martial technique, Thunder Fist Mastery, 300-800, Phantom Leg Beginner, 0-200. What the hell? The proficiency required for the beginner level of Phantom Leg is enough to reach the minor accomplishment of Thunder Fist. Xu Feng suddenly realized. feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Chapter 39. How can I compete? This feels like a disaster waiting to unfold. It must be said that Qian Nan's title as an associate professor of martial arts carries no weightless merit, although her sharp tongue often causes considerable annoyance. Her proficiency in imparting martial techniques is exceptionally high. Moreover, none of the 10 individuals from Yunzhou Martial Academy, who are set to attend the Genius Summer Camp, are fools. Thus, after hearing Qian Nan explain the vitality manipulation techniques for Phantom Leg several times, they grasp the essence of it. Of course, understanding it intellectually is one thing. Executing it physically is another matter entirely. While everyone had found Qian Nan's demonstration of Phantom Leg effortless and astonishing, they soon discovered that executing this technique was far more challenging than it appeared. Consequently, the prevailing sentiments among the group were, eyes, this is simple. I can do it with a glance. Mind, I've grasped the essence of it. There's no major issue. Body, you two can boast all you want. If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? As the individual with the highest vitality present, Xu Feng's progress in mastering the Phantom Leg technique was, in truth, not markedly different from that of his peers. While listening to the acerbic instructor's explanation earlier, Xu Feng felt he had grasped the essence of the technique to a considerable extent. However, upon attempting to harness his vitality to execute the Phantom Leg, he discovered that this martial art was far from facile. This was, of course, to be expected. Any technique capable of unleashing one's life essence would inherently possess a degree of complexity. Mastery of such techniques could significantly enhance one's offensive prowess. The prowess of high-tier martial artists stems from their ability to effortlessly wield vitality in combat, effectively doubling their combat capabilities. 10 fleeting minutes passed. The gathered prodigies, after a series of stumbles in their practice, finally managed to grasp the fundamentals of the Phantom Leg technique. Yet, the initially astonishing Xu Feng, whose vitality had impressed everyone, now appeared to blend in with the crowd. This prompted a murmur among the onlookers. Could it be that Xu Feng, the top scholar from Baisu province, is not as exceptional as expected? Shouldn't he be a paragon of talent? How is it that his progress in learning the Phantom Leg is comparable to mine? Perhaps his strength lies solely in his vitality? Ha. It seems we found a balance. Xu Feng struggles with martial arts just like the rest of us. If his only talent is this, I may have overestimated him. Even if his vitality is slightly superior, it does not guarantee greater combat strength. It appears I might stand a chance at the upcoming Genius Summer Camp. Is this really the performance of Baisu Province's top scholar? What a disappointment. He pales in comparison to the prodigies I've encountered before. Not only the 9 individuals present, each harboring their own thoughts, but even Qian Nan, the acerbic instructor standing nearby, wore a peculiar expression. Was this fellow merely a pseudo-genius with high scores but limited capabilities? His training aptitude might be commendable, yet his comprehension seemed woefully inadequate. The 2 million in training resources allocated to him by Yunwu would surely go to waste. Indeed, there is no such thing as a guaranteed profit. Yunwu had made a grave miscalculation. Qian Nan mused quietly, scrutinizing Xu Feng's progress with the Phantom Leg. The lad appeared strikingly ordinary, even lackluster among the 10 participants. What a disaster. The elder had previously entrusted significant responsibilities to Xu Feng, but it seemed he would soon be disillusioned. The Genius Summer Camp would not determine success based on vitality alone. It primarily relied on combat effectiveness. Yet, Xu Feng's evident struggle with mastering even the Phantom Leg posed a grave question. How could he compete with the elite talents from other prestigious martial academies? This situation seemed dire. Aware of the murmurs surrounding him and the instructor's ambiguous gaze, Xu Feng remained unfazed, recognizing the futility of attempting to alter their perceptions. The pace at which he learned the Phantom Leg technique would not bend to his will. In truth, his proficiency with the Phantom Leg was consistently reflected on his attribute panel. Thus, even amidst slow progress, he felt no cause for alarm. Indeed, he was not the archetypal genius that dazzles upon entry. Rather, his strength lay in his enduring resolve. This explained why his vitality was merely 132 prior to the martial examination, yet he could astonish others a month later. The extraordinary aspect of the attribute panel allowed Xu Feng to steadily accumulate advantages, piece by piece, ultimately surpassing his peers. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of those around him, Xu Feng contemplated. Although the proficiency required for the Phantom Leg technique was considerable, its moves were relatively few. Compared to the Thunder Fist, which demanded 5 minutes of practice for each attempt, the Phantom Leg would surely yield faster progress. The only complication lay in the fact that each practice session of a vitality technique would deplete his internal vitality. Xu Feng furrowed his brow. After his earlier attempts with the Phantom Leg, he noted a swift reduction of 2 vitality points. This did not imply that the technique's power was limited to that 2-point cost. Rather, it was a reflection of the expenditure during execution. Even with his current vitality at 320 points, he could only practice the Phantom Leg just over 100 times at full capacity. Although his vitality would gradually recover, he could not afford to exhaust it entirely without jeopardizing his physical foundation. Should a martial artist deplete their vitality? Even if their realm remained intact, they would surely suffer ill effects, a scenario Xu Feng wished to avoid. While martial techniques were crucial, the primary concern for any martial artist was their vitality. A vast reservoir of life essence was their ultimate pursuit. It seemed prudent to request additional training resources from the acerbic instructor, as his remaining vitality pills were insufficient. Although he had yet to formally enroll, he hoped such a request would not be met with refusal. Xu Feng had already devised a solution in his mind. The enrollment agreement with Yunzhou Martial Academy promised him 2 million in training resources over the next 4 years. To expedite his mastery of the phantom leg technique, he resolved to utilize these resources. He had previously heard the instructor mention that achieving excellent results in the Genius Summer Camp would yield substantial rewards, which Xu Feng was eager to pursue. At this point, he recognized the significance of resources for martial artists. Despite the promised 2 million, he understood that it would not suffice on its own. Though it seemed a vast sum, martial artists were notorious for their insatiable appetites. The path of martial arts was fiercely competitive. Xu Feng sighed quietly and approached the instructor, discreetly articulating his request. Upon hearing him, Qian Nanan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, saying, "Xu Feng, while your progress in martial arts may be lacking, you must not succumb to despair." Chapter 40. Is this really an enlightenment pill? Xu Feng was taken aback. Dad, it seems your business is about to incur a loss. Don't say I didn't warn you. That evening, in the office of Principal Yunwu, Qian Nanan lazily settled into a chair across from her father's desk, a teasing smile on her face. Meanwhile, Qian Datong, having just completed his daily tasks, was momentarily bewildered by his daughter's remarks. He cast her a curious glance before inquiring with a smile, "Nanan, what business do you think is about to fail? By the way, how did Xu Feng perform today? Our Yunzhou Martial Academy is counting on him to shine in this Genius Summer Camp," he added. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Qian Nanan could not help but voice her grievances. "Alas, Dad, you've miscalculated. Xu Feng is not nearly as talented as he appeared during the martial examination. In fact, I suspect his understanding is rather low. He's a classic case of high scores but low competence." Qian Datong pondered for a moment before responding, "Nanan, are you suggesting that you do not hold high hopes for Xu Feng?" With a conflicted expression, Qian Nanan replied, "Dad, while Xu Feng may indeed be a genius in terms of vitality, making rapid progress in that regard, his grasp of martial techniques is alarmingly poor. He shows no signs of being a prodigy. This Genius Summer Camp prioritizes combat effectiveness, and if he falters in that area, his prospects may be bleak. His acceleration in vitality is impressive, even astonishing. However, it is improbable for him to create a significant gap in such a short time compared to other prodigies in this regard." Upon hearing this, Qian Datong nodded. For Qian Nanan's observations were indeed accurate. While vitality is crucial, the correlation between combat prowess and vitality diminishes if there is no substantial disparity in levels between the combatants. For instance, if both parties are first-tier warriors, the outcome of a battle between one with 300 vitality and another with 400 is quite uncertain. At that moment, Xu Feng, with his vitality still unranked, had managed to bewilder the first-tier Huang Mao. However, should one side be a third-tier warrior while the other remains a first-tier, the likelihood of victory becomes glaringly evident. By the way, Xu Feng also mentioned wanting to withdraw a portion of training resources. Do you think we should hold off for now? We wouldn't want this fellow to focus solely on cultivating his vitality at the expense of honing his martial skills, suggested Qian Nanan. There is no need for that. Since Xu Feng has requested the training resources, we shall allocate them to him. After all, the 20 million in training resources was stipulated in the enrollment agreement. Qian Datong replied with a smile. Very well. By the way, father, since Xu Feng seems ill-equipped for great responsibilities, should we consider selecting another team leader? Let's hold off for now. The Genius Summer Camp will be facing other exceptional talents selected from various super martial arts institutions. If Xu Feng truly lacks potential, replacing him with someone else may not alter the outcome significantly. Ultimately, Qian Datong decided thus. As the president of Yunzhou Martial Academy, despite his open-mindedness, he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to rely on this prodigy they had recruited to showcase Yunwu at the Genius Summer Camp. However, after hearing Qian Nanan's words, it became apparent that Xu Feng appeared to possess only a talent for cultivating vitality. It seemed increasingly unlikely that he could achieve notable success at the Genius Summer Camp. Back in the modest courtyard, Xu Feng remained oblivious to the discussions concerning him by Qian Nanan and Qian Datong. However, he was quite pleased that the training resources he required had been delivered promptly. Previously, Xu Feng had only encountered 2 types of training resources, vitality pills and nourishing essence pills. The nourishing essence pill, valued at 500,000 each, was something he had only heard of by name, never having seen the actual item. Yet, among the first batch of training resources allocated by Yunwu, there was a type of pill Xu Feng had never encountered, the enlightenment pill, which could slightly enhance a person's comprehension without any side effects. Upon reading the description of the enlightenment pill, Xu Feng wore a befuddled expression. It was evident that this pill had been prepared specifically for him by the acerbic teacher, as she must have been dissatisfied with his progress in martial arts. One enlightenment pill was worth 50,000. How wonderful it would be if I could exchange it for vitality pills instead. Xu Feng grumbled silently. Nevertheless, he did not intend to consume the 10 enlightenment pills among these training resources. He planned to sell them later, as they belonged to him. And how to utilize them was his prerogative. Moreover, did Xu Feng truly lack comprehension? Perhaps his aptitude in that regard was not particularly remarkable. But he did not require the enlightenment pill for enhancement. With the attribute panel in his mind, given a little more time, everything would fall into place. With the support of this batch of training resources, Xu Feng was confident he could enhance his proficiency in the phantom leg technique within a short span. In fact, today's training on this vitality-based martial art had not been without its effects. However, due to the consumption of vitality during each practice session, he dared not exert himself too vigorously. At that moment, his martial arts information was as follows. Martial technique. Thunderclap fist complete, 300-800. Phantom leg beginner, 5200. Now that he had the aid of training resources, it was time to begin. Xu Feng smiled, took a vitality pill, and assumed the posture for the nourishing essence stance. However, his purpose today differed from the usual vitality enhancement for refining the skin realm. With a vitality pill consumed, Xu Feng merely intended to use the pill's effects to replenish the vitality he had expended today. This, in fact, was the true use of vitality pills, designed to replenish the consumption required by warriors. After consuming 2 vitality pills, Xu Feng felt that the vitality he had depleted from practicing the phantom leg had been restored. After a brief respite, he resumed his practice of the phantom leg technique. Time passed gradually, since he needed to reserve 2 hours to enhance his vitality. Xu Feng ceased practicing the martial technique once his proficiency in the phantom leg reached 100 points. While the progress appeared less than optimistic, Xu Feng felt a sense of delight. He discovered that as he became more adept at the phantom leg, the vitality consumed during each execution was decreasing. This meant that if his proficiency in the phantom leg reached a higher level, the total vitality within him could sustain his practice for a longer duration. Initially, each execution consumed 2 points of vitality, allowing him approximately 50 consecutive executions, which amounted to a 50-point proficiency increase. If the consumption were reduced to 1 point of vitality, he could execute it 100 times, effectively doubling his proficiency gain. Xu Feng estimated this in his mind, feeling quite optimistic. With this, his proficiency in the phantom leg would only increase more rapidly. It is worth noting that Xu Feng's own vitality was also continuously increasing with the practice of the nourishing essence stance. Chapter 41. Zero practical experience, but perfect theoretical knowledge. The training of the phantom leg puts a considerable burden on vitality, so with your strength, practicing for 2 hours a day should suffice. Therefore, today, Teacher Yang Xiong will be responsible for imparting survival skills and techniques for wilderness survival. The next morning at 6 o'clock, the acerbic teacher Qian Nanan arrived precisely on time, accompanied by a robust man. Once she concluded her remarks, all eyes turned to the sturdy man. He smiled and introduced himself. Greetings, fellow students. My name is Yang Xiong. You may address me as Teacher Yang, or simply Yang Xiong. All 10 of you will be participating in the Genius Summer Camp organized by the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia, where survival skills are of utmost importance. Rumor has it that the main focus of this summer camp will be wilderness survival training. Listening intently to Yang Xiong's detailed explanation of the upcoming Genius Summer Camp itinerary, no one noticed when the acerbic teacher quietly slipped away. Presumably, she was seeking a moment of leisure. Upon realizing this, Xu Feng silently grumbled to himself. Wilderness survival is a complex endeavor, encompassing a myriad of unpredictable environments that one must confront with composure. In brief, it revolves around the fundamental principle of survival. Building upon that, it further delves into how to live more comfortably. It was evident that this teacher, named Yang Xiong, possessed considerable experience in wilderness survival. Over the course of the following day, he began to impart various survival techniques, progressing from the simple to the complex. He taught them how to create fire by friction, locate water sources, construct shelters, and conceal their tracks, among other essentials. In stark contrast to their practice of the phantom leg the previous day, this group found themselves thoroughly engrossed in the lessons. The only individual seemingly disinterested was Xu Feng, who possessed the highest vitality among them. The survival techniques presented by teacher Yang Xiong were far too rudimentary and basic for him. After all, Xu Feng had previously followed Bear Grylls and Les Stroud through all their seasons. He had also watched survival programs like Surviving in the Wilderness for 21 Days and 100 Days of Solitude in the Wilderness, showcasing bare-chested survival skills. Although Xu Feng possessed zero practical experience in survival, it did not detract from the fact that his theoretical knowledge was impeccable. Moreover, as a first-class martial artist with a vitality level of 330, Xu Feng's practical abilities were certainly on par with any special forces operative. Given these circumstances, it was only natural for Xu Feng, as a seasoned veteran, to feel somewhat bored compared to the enthusiastic novices present. Nevertheless, despite his lack of interest, he did not overtly display it and continued to listen attentively. Fortunately, teacher Yang Xiong was concerned that he might overwhelm the group with too much information. So he imparted survival skills for only half a day before allowing everyone to engage in practical exercises. This afforded Xu Feng the opportunity to practice the phantom leg technique, an advanced martial skill, in solitude. This scene inevitably drew the attention of the 9 individuals around him, leading to hushed whispers. What's up with Xu Feng? He is ignoring the survival skills the teacher just taught, and instead practicing the phantom leg. Perhaps he feels threatened and wants to hone his skills to stay ahead of the others. After all, he wasn't the fastest to grasp the phantom leg technique yesterday. But as Teacher Qian said, it's best for us to practice for 2 hours daily with our vitality levels. This kid seems to have misunderstood the focus. Initially, they had thought Xu Feng, with such an impressive vitality level, would be an extraordinary talent. However, meeting him in person revealed he was not much different from them. I heard that Xu Feng's enrollment agreement includes 20 million in training resources over the next 4 years. I can't fathom why the school would invest so much in someone who doesn't seem particularly exceptional. Can Xu Feng really have access to 20 million in training resources? I'm genuinely envious. My enrollment agreement promised only 3 million resources, and that was hard-won. Don't even mention it. Having any training resources at all is a blessing, unlike me, who has none. Xu Feng, naturally possessing keen hearing, could clearly catch snippets of these whispered discussions. However, he remained unconcerned, continuing to immerse himself in practicing the phantom leg, gradually depleting his internal vitality. When today's special training concluded, Xu Feng had no intention of joining the others and opted to jog back to the small courtyard on the old street. It must be said that the small courtyard rented for him by the sharp-tongued teacher was quite satisfactory. Not only was it sufficiently quiet, but it also provided an ideal environment for Xu Feng to practice martial skills without the worry of interruptions. With a resounding bang, the effect of the phantom leg he had just executed reverberated through the air. After 2 days of intensive training and several vitality pills, his mastery of the phantom leg technique had finally reached a proficient level. At that moment, the attributes on Xu Feng's mental panel naturally displayed changes. Name, Xu Feng. Realm, first-class martial artist. Cultivation method, Yao Yuan pose perfection, 800-800. Martial skills, Thunderfist perfection, 300-800. Phantom leg proficient, 1400. Vitality, 330-330. It was only at this point that Xu Feng truly comprehended the formidable and powerful nature of vitality martial skills. Upon reaching the first-class martial artist realm and entering the refinement stage, an individual's overall defense significantly enhances. In combat, it becomes exceedingly difficult for an opponent of the same level to break through this defense with ordinary techniques. However, if one employs vitality martial skills, the outcome drastically shifts. With just a single kick of the phantom leg, now at a proficient level, the force generated doubled. If he were to engage in battle with another of equal standing, that very kick could breach the opponent's refinement defense and inflict direct damage. This was merely the initial effect of the phantom leg at the proficient level. Attaining full mastery or perfection would undoubtedly render this martial skill exceptionally formidable. Xu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Of course, the prowess of the phantom leg was only relative to someone like him, who was still at the first-class martial artist level. Should a higher-tier martial artist enter the fray, such tiered vitality martial skills would hardly be noteworthy. On the 3rd day of special training, the sharp-tongued teacher made only a brief appearance, instructing everyone to freely practice the phantom leg and survival skills for the day before vanishing without a trace. Xu Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, puzzled if the teacher deemed the group hopeless, thus neglecting them. Nevertheless, this arrangement was not a detriment to him. Rather, it provided him with greater freedom. However, just as Xu Feng found a space to practice his vitality martial skills, someone unexpectedly approached him and said, Xu Feng, we believe it would be best to incorporate a sparring mode into the vitality martial skills practice. Would you care to join? Chapter 42. As I strike with my kick, you will indeed be injured. Upon uttering these words, all 9 individuals present turned their gazes towards Xu Feng. Their expressions ranged from curiosity to mockery, expectation, and disdain, reflecting a complex array of emotions. After 2 days of intensive training, these 9 individuals had grown familiar with one another, yet their understanding of Xu Feng remained superficial. They only knew he was the top martial exam student from Baisu province, possessing an impressive vitality level, the highest among them all. Aside from this elevated vitality, they perceived Xu Feng's aptitude as unremarkable. However, what frustrated the 9 was that Xu Feng never initiated conversations with them. After each training session, he would hastily depart alone, exuding an air of aloofness. If it had only been this, they might have overlooked it. Yet, during a conversation yesterday, they learned that this Xu Feng possessed a staggering 20 million in training resources. This revelation stirred feelings of inequity among the group. Why should he be granted such high training resources when his combat prowess likely doesn't exceed ours? Thus, they conspired to teach Xu Feng a lesson. The male student who had spoken was named Zhang Junqi, with a vitality level of just over 200. Xu Feng glanced at him, recalling bits of information about him. As for Zhang Junqi's vitality data, Xu Feng had not memorized it, as it paled in comparison to his own. Now, observing Zhang Junqi standing before him along with the others who were all focused on him, Xu Feng thought, perfect. There are 10 of us here, making for an ideal 5-on-5 sparring match. If I choose not to participate, one of you will lack a partner. Xu Feng smiled and nodded. Moreover, I have gained some insights into the phantom leg and wish to test my results. Understanding their intentions, Xu Feng readily agreed. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding individuals felt a surge of delight. As for Xu Feng's claim of having insights, they dismissed it. Everyone could see that his martial skill comprehension was rather average. Even if he had some understanding of the phantom leg technique, did that mean the others lacked the same? Excellent, Xu Feng. Let us team up and test our insights into the phantom leg. Zhang Junqi exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. The rest of the group expressed a hint of regret, yet they refrained from contesting with Zhang Junqi at this moment. After all, it was he who had initially proposed this idea, and it was only fitting that he should enjoy the privilege of being the first to partake. Although the competition was ostensibly set for 10 individuals and 5 pairs, once Xu Feng acquiesced to Zhang Junqi's suggestion, everyone quickly encircled the two, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Clearly, compared to engaging in elaborate combat exercises, everyone was more inclined to observe from the sidelines. Xu Feng, be cautious. The blood and chi martial arts are far from ordinary techniques. If this kick lands on you, you will certainly be injured. Zhang Junqi remarked with a chuckle as he charged towards Xu Feng, already executing the phantom leg technique. He was confident that his mastery of the phantom leg surpassed that of Xu Feng's, and even though the latter's vitality was indeed impressive, he believed it would not withstand the onslaught of his attack. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a figure was sent hurtling through the air, soaring over the circle formed by the spectators and crashing down to the ground. You were right, my kick indeed caused you harm, came a voice. Yet it was Xu Feng, who appeared remarkably composed. What just happened? The remaining 8 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss to comprehend the swift turn of events. The scene had unfolded so rapidly, akin to a flash of lightning, that they could hardly process Zhang Junqi's abrupt expulsion from the fray. Coughing violently, the figure on the ground gradually regained composure and rose, but the expression Zhang Junqi directed at Xu Feng was one of sheer astonishment. As if he were gazing upon a monster, he realized that Xu Feng had undoubtedly held back, otherwise he would not have been able to rise so easily. With a bitter smile, Zhang Junqi approached Xu Feng, saying, "Thank you for going easy on me just now, otherwise, I fear I would not be able to participate in the genius summer camp." What? Xu Feng actually held back? The surrounding onlookers were even more astonished at Zhang Junqi's admission. The spectacle of Xu Feng sending Zhang Junqi flying had already left them in shock. But hearing Zhang Junqi confirm that Xu Feng had restrained himself was beyond belief. No need for thanks. We are not enemies. It was merely a friendly spar. Xu Feng replied with a smile, acknowledging his judicious restraint. Just then, a girl named Luo piped up, "Xu Feng, I would like to spar with you as well. But being a girl, you mustn't send me flying that far." Her declaration elicited a laugh from Luo herself. Xu Feng, naturally open to such a friendly competition, nodded earnestly. "All right, I won't send you flying too far, just enough to get airborne." Luo, displaying her forthright nature, immediately took a combat stance. It was evident that she possessed a commendable aptitude, having already grasped the fundamentals of the phantom leg technique. Regrettably for her, Xu Feng had advanced his own mastery to a proficient level the previous night. 2 seconds later, a more delicate figure was propelled into the air. However, true to his word, Xu Feng had indeed moderated his strength. Although Luo was sent aloft, she managed to twist midair and land gracefully on her feet. "Your phantom leg is indeed more formidable than mine, I concede," Luo admitted without a trace of disappointment, her eyes sparkling with determination as she seemingly regarded Xu Feng as a benchmark to surpass. With 2 demonstrations completed, the remaining individuals eagerly stepped forward to challenge Xu Feng. Thus, over the next several minutes, Xu Feng engaged in friendly sparring with the other 7 participants. The outcomes were unsurprising. The rest were merely at the beginner level in their understanding of the phantom leg, with only slight variations in their abilities. In contrast, Xu Feng had achieved a level of proficiency and was also superior in physical conditioning compared to the others. If he were to lose, he would have no face left to remain at the Cloud State Martial Academy. Following the sparring sessions, the atmosphere among the group grew increasingly amicable. At this juncture, Luo curiously inquired, "Xu Feng, why do you always leave alone after training? Do you have relatives in the area?" Xu Feng paused, responding, "I have no relatives here. I simply return to my own courtyard after training. Don't you all do the same? Return to your own courtyard?" In an instant, the other attendees widened their eyes in disbelief. "Xu Feng, is this your independent courtyard? My goodness, you actually possess your own courtyard." As training concluded, Xu Feng's courtyard was abuzz with activity, as all 9 of them had come over after hearing his words. The 4 girls, including Luo and Sun Wanyu, collectively gasped in astonishment. Not even the boys, including Zhang Junqi, could hide their envy. "So you 9 have been living together while I alone reside here?" Xu Feng asked, astonished to learn that his companions did not share his privilege of having their own courtyards. Alas, the school treats us so differently. While we have our own rooms, they are nothing compared to your independent two-story courtyard. It's truly enviable. Luo Ying exclaimed dramatically. At that moment, everyone understood why Xu Feng would sneak away after training. His treatment was indeed distinct, as he possessed his own private courtyard. All right, enough standing around in the courtyard. Let us go inside and sit. Xu Feng chuckled, seeing the envy written all over their faces. Since you all are here, let us gather for a meal. I'll treat you. A delightful feast quickly drew the group closer together. They collectively expressed indignation over Xu Feng's unfair treatment at the South River Martial Academy. However, when the conversation turned to the upcoming Genius Summer Camp, an undercurrent of concern began to surface. Xu Feng, do you think our Cloud Martial team will achieve good results? Indeed, I've heard that the Cloud State Martial Academy has historically finished at the bottom during the Genius Summer Camp. I wonder how this time will turn out. To be honest, I lack confidence in myself. It's uncertain if Xu Feng can turn the tide, one added. Yes, while we've entered a top-tier martial academy, which is impressive for ordinary students, there are always those who are even stronger. Compared to true prodigies, we still fall short, another reflected. Cough, we may be lacking. But Xu Feng is undoubtedly a genuine prodigy. Thanks to the recent sparring and Xu Feng's superior vitality, the group had begun to view him as the core of their team, placing significant emphasis on his insights. Xu Feng smiled, casually replying. There's no need to feel overly pressured. Achieving good results would be ideal, but if it doesn't happen, there's no need to force it. However, your concerns are valid. Our competition will certainly not be easy. I'm not too familiar with other top-tier martial academies, but the Longdu Martial Academy participants in the Genius Summer Camp will undoubtedly be formidable. The two students who came to recruit from Longdu were a junior and a senior. The individuals Xu Feng referred to were, of course, Tang Ru and Feng Chang. Upon hearing the prowess of these two individuals, everyone present was left in astonishment. Their jaws agape. Good heavens. To possess the strength of a fourth-rank warrior at merely a third-year level, are the students of Longwu truly this formidable? Even more astonishing was the senior student who stood merely a step away from becoming a sixth-rank warrior, such a prodigy. It was disheartening to realize that those ranked highly among the super warriors were indeed so extraordinary, providing a heavy blow to one's morale. Initially, it was presumed that the gap between super warriors and ordinary martial academies was already significant. However, it now became evident that even among super martial academies, the disparities were equally vast. Complaints aside, training must continue. The sole shift in the collective mindset was a newfound respect for Xu Feng, whose strength surpassed that of all others. This naturally commanded admiration. Even the notoriously sharp-tongued instructor Qian Nannan cast several glances in Xu Feng's direction, having finally managed to keep an eye on the class for a day. However, the focus of today's training was on a different subject, tracking and counter-tracking. Therefore, Qian Nannan did not notice Xu Feng's advancements with the phantom leg technique. It was now confirmed that the upcoming Genius Summer Camp hosted by the Daxiao would revolve around wilderness survival training. Naturally, Yunwu would tailor their specialized training accordingly for Xu Feng and his peers. Today, we shall discuss tracking and counter-tracking, particularly how to assess based on traces. Given your capabilities, it suffices to learn how to counter-track effectively. This is of utmost importance to avoid being targeted during the training, leading to dire consequences. The sharp-tongued instructor maintained her usual wit, leaving everyone in the room feeling somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Qian Nannan did not linger on this matter for too long. After imparting some foundational knowledge, she distributed a booklet to each student, stating, "The first half of this booklet encapsulates the key points I've covered today. Memorize them. The latter half contains techniques to help you conceal your own vital energy fluctuations, which is exceedingly crucial. In the eyes of high-ranking warriors or those with exceptional talents, you would appear as conspicuous targets." The group eagerly flipped to the latter half of the booklet, quickly grasping the implications of Qian Nannan's words. It turned out that high-ranking warriors possessed a keen sensitivity to the vital energy of their surroundings. For novices like Xu Feng, who had just entered the first rank and were unaware of how to suppress their own vital energy fluctuations, high-ranking warriors could pinpoint their location based on these fluctuations. Of course, individuals with extraordinary talents or unique secret techniques could accomplish this as well. The technique Qian Nannan provided would enable Xu Feng and his peers to shroud their vital energy fluctuations. As everyone practiced this technique with their eyes gently closed, Xu Feng suddenly furrowed his brow, pondering, The sharp-tongued instructor has merely given us a technique. Why does the personal information on my attribute panel seem to change? It turned out that as he attempted to suppress his vital energy, the martial technique section had acquired additional entries. Martial technique, thunderclap fist completed, 300-800. Phantom leg proficient, 100-2400. Unnamed martial technique beginner, 0-1000. Would you like to name the unnamed martial technique? After a moment of surprise, Xu Feng decisively seized the opportunity to name it. Consequently, the unnamed martial technique on his panel transformed into the vital energy suppression technique. Given that it pertained to the suppression of vital energy, naming it thus seemed entirely appropriate. Thus, his attribute panel now reflected the changes, Name, Xu Feng. Realm, first rank warrior. Cultivation method, nourishing yuan stance completed, 800. Martial techniques, thunderclap fist completed, 300. Phantom leg proficient, 150. Vital energy suppression technique beginner, 1000. Vital energy, 350. In truth, as Xu Feng furrowed his brow, Qiannan's attention instantly shifted to him. Soon, the sharp-tongued instructor's brow tightened as well. Could it be that Xu Feng lacks the innate talent for suppressing vital energy? His earlier expression clearly indicated he was unsure of how to proceed. Little did Xu Feng know that in the brief moment, he furrowed his brow. His genius rating in Qiannan's mind had dropped several tiers. Chapter 44. Not even sleeping time is spared. Truly an unprecedented level of intensity. In reality, Qiannan was unaware that Xu Feng's two instances of furrowing his brow were not due to an inability to grasp the vital energy suppression technique. His first frown was born of astonishment that a technique for suppressing vital energy could also be reflected on the attribute panel. His second frown resulted from realizing that the skill he named the vital energy suppression technique had already reached a proficiency of 1000 points at the beginner level. Although Xu Feng's repertoire of martial techniques was still limited, after practicing thunderclap fist and phantom leg, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of how to discern the ranks of martial techniques. Thunderclap fist was an ordinary martial technique that did not involve the manipulation of vital energy. Thus, only 50 proficiency points were required to reach the beginner level. Conversely, phantom leg, being a vital energy technique, required 200 proficiency points at the beginner level. However, the newly emerged vital energy suppression technique on his attribute panel astonishingly required 1000 proficiency points at the beginner level. This indicated that the rank of the vital energy suppression technique was certainly much higher than that of phantom leg. It seems that the vital energy suppression technique is far more sophisticated than I initially imagined, or perhaps its ceiling is exceedingly high, Xu Feng mused. Nevertheless, he did not linger on this thought for too long and began to gradually practice the suppression of his vital energy according to the techniques outlined in the booklet. Initially, upon seeing that the vital energy suppression technique required 1000 proficiency points at the beginner level, Xu Feng had thought that this skill might take him a considerable amount of time to master, certainly not something he could achieve in a short period. However, as he truly engaged in practice, he discovered that the rate of proficiency increase for the vital energy suppression technique was much simpler than he had anticipated. He noticed that the proficiency of the vital energy suppression technique was rising at an astonishing pace of 1 point per minute, continually progressing without halt. In just over 10 minutes, his proficiency in the vital energy suppression technique had increased by over 10 points. While this increment seemed minuscule compared to the required 1000 points for the beginner level, its continuous ascent was undeniable. Moreover, a crucial aspect was that practicing the vital energy suppression technique did not require Xu Feng to expend any of his own vital energy. This meant that as long as he could maintain the suppression of his vital energy, there was no cooldown period for the skill. As per usual, after Qiannan concluded the explanation of the vital energy suppression techniques, she discreetly slipped away. The group, already accustomed to her sudden departures, felt no surprise, given that this was not her first escape. Meanwhile, Xu Feng, upon the appearance of the vital energy suppression technique on his attribute panel, devoted the entirety of that day to enhancing his proficiency in this skill. The results were, naturally, quite gratifying. Upon completing this day of specialized training and returning to the courtyard, the proficiency of his vital energy suppression technique had already reached 500. However, during the evening, Xu Feng did not devote further time to enhancing this skill, as he had already allocated 2 hours daily to the nourishing yuan stance. He also intended to maintain his progress with phantom leg. Although the Genius Summer Camp had confirmed a wilderness survival training mode, mere evasion would not suffice. Xu Feng felt it imperative to possess a tangible offensive technique, and phantom leg fit the bill splendidly. After all, as the sharp-tongued instructor had remarked, this vital energy technique not only boosts offensive power, but also proves highly beneficial for swift escapes. If one can fight, then fight. If one cannot, then flee. This was likely the sentiment at play. Thus, he dedicated an entire evening to diligent training. Xu Feng successfully enhanced his vitality by 10 points thanks to the blood chi pill, and his proficiency in the phantom leg technique reached a commendable level, 200,400. After completing these 2 exercises, he initially intended to retire for the night. However, as he lay in bed, an enlightening thought struck him. He pondered whether it was possible to maintain a state of energy convergence while asleep. If he could achieve this, he could effectively utilize his slumber to enhance his mastery of the convergence technique, thereby reserving his entire day for the training of the aggressive phantom leg skill. Should his fellow trainees become aware of Xu Feng's notion, they would likely scold him for embracing an excessively rigorous approach. Even sacrificing his sleep for the sake of improvement, such an obsession with competition would indeed seem outrageous. Without hesitation, Xu Feng commenced the slow practice of the convergence technique, diligently suppressing the fluctuations of his vitality. Influenced by his biological clock, he soon drifted into slumber. By the following morning, he awoke promptly at 5 o'clock, and his first instinct was to check his attribute panel. To his mixed feelings of joy and resignation, he discovered that while the proficiency of the convergence technique had indeed increased, it was by a mere 30 points. This indicated that after approximately half an hour of sleep, the effectiveness of his energy convergence had waned. Nevertheless, there was some progress, albeit not yet to the extent he had hoped. After contemplating for a moment, Xu Feng reached this conclusion. During the ensuing 3 days of intensive training, their sharp-tongued instructor did not impart any new knowledge. Instead, he adopted a hands-off approach, disappearing entirely for the last 2 days. Fortunately, Xu Feng and his peers had grown accustomed to self-directed training, and the absence of their instructor seemingly had little impact. As for Xu Feng himself, the outcomes of his training during these 3 days were remarkable. Firstly, through diligent practice of the nourishing pillar, his vitality had risen to 390, placing him at a mid-tier level within the refining skin realm. His skin had become significantly tougher compared to before he entered the first-grade martial artist stage, resulting in a substantial boost in defense. Furthermore, his relentless dedication to the phantom leg technique had propelled him to the minor achievement level. As for the convergence technique, which demanded the highest proficiency, Xu Feng had finally attained a competent level. Notably, his attempts to operate the convergence technique during sleep had yielded substantial advancements. He could now maintain a state of energy convergence for up to 2 hours while asleep. Thus, his attribute panel now read as follows. Name, Xu Feng. Realm, first-grade martial artist. Cultivation technique, nourishing pillar perfected, 800,800. Martial skills, thunder fist perfected, 300,800. Phantom leg minor achievement, 100,800. Convergence technique proficient, 100,2000. Vitality, 390,390. The only area in which Xu Feng had not progressed was his initially learned martial skill, thunder fist. This was partly due to the fact that it was not a vitality-based technique, which naturally diminished his focus on it. Additionally, his schedule was completely booked, leaving no spare time for further practice of the thunder fist. Fortunately, as of today, the 7-day intensive training organized by Yunwu had concluded. Tomorrow morning, 10 individuals, including Xu Feng, would fly to Daxiaolongdu to participate in the Genius Summer Camp. At this moment, Qian Nanan finally ceased her laziness and stood before the group, declaring, "Your intensive training has concluded, and tomorrow you will attend the Genius Summer Camp organized by the Daxia Education Department. Following the tradition of previous years, the camp will last for 10 to 15 days. I hope you all achieve commendable results. On second thought, forget that last statement, given your abilities. It seems unlikely you will accomplish much. Therefore, I shall not add any pressure. If trouble arises, simply concede." As always, Teacher Qian's sharp tongue caused everyone to break into a cold sweat. In Chapter 45, Shinshan remarked, "Xu Feng, is it true that there are particularly many beautiful girls at Yunwu? Dad, it seems that this time the Education Department's Genius Summer Camp will see us at the bottom once again. I initially thought that securing a martial arts examination champion would bring about change, but it appears that may not be the case." On the flight to Daxiaolongdu, Qian Nanan expressed her frustrations to Qian Datong, lamenting that Xu Feng fellow possesses a certain talent for cultivating vitality, but he likely lacks prowess in combat. He struggled significantly with the initial instruction of the phantom leg, and the nuances of energy convergence were no different. Although she initially reassured Xu Feng and his peers not to feel pressured, she couldn't help but feel anxious in front of Qian Datong. After all, Yinzhou Martial Academy has consistently ranked at the bottom among the 10 super martial academies, and as a deputy professor of Yunwu, her reputation was at stake. Conversely, Qian Datong, the principal of Yunwu, remained remarkably composed. With a chuckle, he responded, "Nan, our Yunwu is inherently the weakest among the super martial academies. It is simply an undeniable reality. However, there is a silver lining to our lower ranking. We need not fear being overtaken by others." "Dad, what kind of reasoning is that? Is there any pride in being last?" Qian Nanan retorted, her face falling with displeasure. Unfazed by his daughter's reaction, Qian Datong continued with a smile. "What I mean is that enhancing Yunwu's strength is not an overnight endeavor. It cannot rely solely on a single genius, so there is no need to rush." Xu Feng and his companions were unaware of the dialogue between Qian Nanan and Qian Datong, as they were seated in economy class. "Xu Feng, it seems our team will rely on you to hold us up. Otherwise, we may just be along for the ride," remarked Luo Ying, seated beside Xu Feng. "Damn. I was initially quite confident before the intensive training, but after these 7 days, we suddenly feel uncertain and anxious. I believe we should all do our best to survive as long as possible, while the burden of scoring should rest solely on Xu Feng's shoulders, as he possesses the greatest strength. Indeed, even compared to those prodigies from Longwu, I doubt they are significantly stronger than Xu Feng. Xu Feng, the task of showcasing the prestige of Yunzhou Martial Academy will depend entirely on you." In contrast to Qian Nanan's diminishing expectations of Xu Feng, those around him were filled with confidence in his abilities. The sharp-tongued instructor's frequent absences had left them unaware of Xu Feng's true power. mistakenly believing him to be just as inept in combat. However, the other 9 trainees who trained alongside Xu Feng were well aware of his impressive combat prowess. Furthermore, Xu Feng's vitality, which far surpassed the norm, indicated his high level within the refining skin realm, being capable of both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Such a versatile candidate's strength was undoubtedly formidable. With only 3 hours needed to fly from Haigang Province to Daxiaolongdu, they soon disembarked at the airport, where dedicated shuttles awaited to transport them to the summer camp's venue. Naturally, Qian Datong and the other higher-ups from Yunwu had their own cars and did not share a bus with the students. However, upon boarding the bus, Xu Feng and his companions discovered that 10 other students were already waiting inside. Clearly, these were members from another super martial academy participating in the summer camp. Xu Feng did not recognize any familiar faces, so he could not ascertain which academy they hailed from. Nevertheless, he could eliminate Longdu Martial Academy and Daxiao Military Martial Academy as possibilities, as the former was located in Longdu and would not require a trip to the airport, while the latter's distinctive military demeanor was hard to conceal. "Buddy, which super martial arts academy are you from?" Before Xu Feng could settle in, a robustly built young man with pronounced brows and large eyes cheerfully inquired. This question immediately captured the attention of the 20 people present. Xu Feng chuckled, unfazed, and responded directly, "I'm from Yunzhou Martial Academy." "Which academy do you hail from?" Upon hearing the words Yunzhou Martial Academy, the young man's previous hint of wariness evaporated instantly. "Ah, so you're one of Yunwu's brothers. We're from the Northwest Martial Academy. I'm Guotu." Xu Feng couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and disbelief at the sudden shift in demeanor. It was evident that the students from Northwest Martial Academy had dropped their hostility because they did not regard Yunwu as a significant threat. However, for those from Yunwu, this could be a boon. Reducing visibility in times of weakness can significantly enhance survival chances. Thus, Xu Feng smiled and introduced himself. "I am Xu Feng." "Xu Feng. That name rings a bell. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." Guotu scratched his head, looking puzzled. A lean, wiry fellow beside him interjected, "Old Gua. Don't you remember?" Xu Feng was the top scholar from Baisu Province, the one who had a falling out with the Southern River Martial Academy. A collective gasp echoed from the members of Northwest Martial Academy as they regained their composure. Guotu, more animated than ever, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Buddy, that's impressive." Xu Feng waved his hand dismissively and subtly probed for information. "Old Gua, judging by your demeanor, it seems you're the team leader of Northwest Martial Academy? How do you think you'll fare this time? Can you secure a spot in the top 3? Prior to this, Xu Feng had researched the 10 super martial arts academies, estimating that Northwest Martial Academy was roughly on par with Southern River Martial Academy, likely ranking within the top 5 in comprehensive strength. We wouldn't dare aim for the top 3. Securing a position in the top 5 would be quite an achievement. Not to mention, Longdu, Modu, and Zhenwu are all coming in strong this time, and Southern River and Songfeng are equally pumped up. Plus, with you, Xu Feng from Yunwu, it seems like you're gearing up for a comeback. The competition is getting tougher," Guotu remarked, his jovial facade faltering slightly as he spoke. Fortunately, Xu Feng took no offense and engaged in light banter with him. The bus, having picked up these 2 groups of students, was now en route to the summer camp site, as the Genius Summer Camp was set to commence that afternoon. Those from the more distant super martial arts academies might have even arrived the previous day. As for Xu Feng's team, who were neither too close nor too far, they might indeed be the last to arrive. Just as the bus was nearing its destination, Xu Feng suddenly remembered something. "Oh no. I've been so busy lately that I've even been practicing my skills while sleeping. I completely forgot to contact Shinshan." With that thought, he quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message. "Shinshan, I'm almost at the summer campsite. Have you arrived?" After about 10 minutes, a reply came back. Dripping with a sense of melancholy, "I've been here for quite a while. Xu Feng, are there particularly many pretty girls at Yunwu?" Chapter 46. Who the hell are you? Seeking attention here? Reading Shinshan's message filled with wistfulness, Xu Feng's expression turned awkward. He furrowed his brow, contemplating how to explain that Yunzhou Martial Academy was not known for its abundance of beautiful girls. Suddenly, Guotu, sitting beside him, chimed in, "Xu Feng, are you messaging your girlfriend? Don't spout nonsense." "What do you mean by that?" Xu Feng shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. "Haha, come on, don't hide it. Just by looking at your face, I knew I wasn't mistaken." Guotu laughed heartily, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Is your girlfriend also attending the Genius Summer Camp?" "Let me guess, she's from Southern River Martial Academy?" "Absolutely. If it weren't for that incident, you might have ended up at Southern River Martial Academy too. Given it's in the same province." Guotu added, "Let me tell you, being in a long-distance relationship is no walk in the park. Many lovebirds end up flying solo eventually." Alright. With Guotu's diversion, Xu Feng momentarily forgot his explanation, deciding to wait until they met in person. Observing Guotu's animated chatter, Xu Feng suddenly interjected, "Old Gua, are you still single?" Xu Feng, you really know how to hit where it hurts," Guotu replied, his face reddening as he deflated slightly. Earlier, when Xu Feng had glanced at the members of Northwest Martial Academy while boarding, he noticed a glaring imbalance in gender ratio. Out of 10 members, there was only 1 female. In contrast, Xu Feng's own team from Yunwu had a more balanced gender distribution of 6 males to 4 females. With this realization, Xu Feng winked and playfully nudged Guotu's arm, whispering, "Old Gua, how about we arrange a bit of mingling at the summer camp? The girls on our team are all single too." Upon hearing this, Guotu immediately cast a furtive glance towards Luo Ying, Sun Wanyu, and a few other girls, his actions eliciting a chuckle from Xu Feng. Despite Guotu's robust appearance, he clearly harbored romantic aspirations. "Ahem, Xu Feng, don't tempt me. I could never compromise the team's reputation for personal gain," Guotu said, his voice tinged with guilt. Xu Feng shook his head, choosing to ignore the lovesick fellow. This guy had been ogling the girls earlier, yet now he pretended to be all serious. "Ahem, Xu Feng. How about we exchange contact information? I'd love to invite you for a drink sometime." Guotu, unable to contain himself, discreetly pulled out his phone as Xu Feng fell silent. Xu Feng coldly chuckled and pushed Guotu's phone away, responding curtly, "No, no, no. Don't even think about using drinks to entice me. I want to trade the girls on our team. Come on, buddy, just give me a chance." Guotu pleaded desperately. As Guotu continued his relentless begging, the bus came to a halt. Xu Feng, feeling overwhelmed by Guotu's persistence, was the first to leap out, denying him any opportunity. At that moment, amidst the crowd, Guotu was left with a forlorn expression, gazing after Xu Feng. Regrettably, Xu Feng's attention had already shifted to a striking girl nearby, leaving Guotu unnoticed. "Shinshan, it's been a while," Xu Feng called out. Striding towards the girl standing a short distance away, his smile wide. Shinshan, having spotted Xu Feng stepping off the bus, had intentionally come over to wait for him. Before she saw Xu Feng, she had felt a twinge of resentment for his lack of communication since joining Yunwu. However, upon seeing him now, her initial annoyance swiftly gave way to joy, and she greeted him with a gentle smile. "Xu Feng, it's been so long. How have you been?" Seizing the opportunity to vent his frustrations, Xu Feng replied with a frown, "Oh, don't even get me started. I've been so busy that I hardly have time to breathe. I even wish I could use sleeping hours to practice." He noticed the members from Yunwu approaching, so he waved them over. Once the 9 of them had gathered, he cheerfully introduced, "Everyone, this is Shinshan, my high school classmate and my closest friend, currently attending Southern River Martial Academy. Shinshan. These are the members from Yunwu participating in the summer camp, my teammates in special training. Luo Ying, Zhang Junqi, and others." In that moment, one could not help but admire Xu Feng for having such a stunning classmate, and what is more, a good friend. Who would believe it? As for Shinshan, she was also surveying the 4 girls around Yunwu, and gradually felt a bit reassured. She realized that although Luo Ying and Sun Wanyu were indeed beautiful, they still paled in comparison to her own allure. Yet, just then, an ill-timed voice rang out from behind. "Shinshan, who are these people?" Everyone turned to see a haughty fellow strutting towards them, clearly the one who had just spoken. Xu Feng narrowed his eyes but refrained from speaking immediately. The newcomer's attention shifted to him, and he abruptly declared, "You must be Xu Feng? Excellent. The humiliation you brought to Nanjiang Martial Academy will be repaid in full. Who the hell are you, seeking attention here?" Someone retorted, "We're just gathering here. What is it to you? Nanjiang Martial Academy is nothing special." Before Xu Feng could respond, Zhang Junqi and Luo Ying from Yunwu defended him, all glaring at the arrogant intruder. Even Guotu, who had not been present earlier from Northwest Martial Academy, had somehow joined them, saying, "Old Xu, we've got trouble. Need some backup?" Xu Feng smiled faintly at the arrogant fellow and calmly replied, "Zheng Feiping, is it? Don't boast too soon. If we cross paths during the training, we'll see who ends up picking up their teeth." "Huh, just wait for that." Zheng Feiping sneered before turning away without a backward glance. Xu Feng regarded his retreating figure, not taking the matter to heart, and turned to Shinshan, saying, "You should return to your team to avoid being ostracized." "All right. Xu Feng, I'll head back then. By the way, Zheng Feiping is quite strong, so be careful." Shinshan nodded and quietly advised him. Xu Feng chuckled. "No need to worry. I'm quite capable myself and certainly not intimidated by that guy." Feeling somewhat reassured, Shinshan departed. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly landed on Xu Feng's shoulder, followed by Guotu's envious voice. "Buddy, you're incredible. By the way, your little girlfriend is truly beautiful. But you need to watch out for someone trying to steal her away. I'm telling you, long-distance relationships are no good. Get lost. What does it matter for a Northwest Martial Academy guy to meddle in our Yunwu affairs?" Xu Feng retorted, brushing Guotu's arm away with a roll of his eyes. Guotu, unperturbed, grinned and didn't leave, instead glancing over at Luo Ying and the other girls. "Bro, let us have a word, just a moment." Chapter 47. This lad has some merit. His blood energy fluctuations are well contained. Guotu's curiosity remained unfulfilled. As Xu Feng didn't grant him the opportunity for a private chat, the members from all the prestigious martial academies had gathered for the upcoming Genius Summer Camp. The event was set to commence shortly. Before that, however, the education department had arranged for the customary speeches from the leaders. Xu Feng stood with his team, having been designated as the leader of Yunwu by the sharp-tongued instructor. Beside them were the prodigies from the other 9 prestigious martial academies of Daxia. The speeches from the leaders were rather mundane, filled with bureaucratic jargon that could put anyone to sleep. However, the subsequent explanation of the summer camp rules piqued everyone's interest. This genius summer camp comprised 10 competing teams, each from one of the 10 prestigious martial academies. The camp would last for 10 days, during which all participants would be individually dropped into a designated forest area spanning 1,000 kilometers. To heighten the challenge, several first-tier ferocious beasts had been released within this area. This was a crucial point to note. Upon hearing this, whispers began to ripple through the crowd of participants. What the heck? They've even released first-tier ferocious beasts. Isn't that a death sentence? Indeed. While first-tier beasts correspond to first-grade martial artists, everyone knows that first-grade martial artists are no match for ferocious beasts. The organizers clearly had malicious intentions. Surviving 10 days in a forest filled with ferocious beasts would be exceedingly difficult. Not to mention the rivalry among competing teams would pose its own set of troubles. When the announcement about the presence of first-tier ferocious beasts was made, even Xu Feng was taken aback. Guotu chuckled softly beside him, saying, "Xu Feng, don't panic. Even among first-tier ferocious beasts, there are varying strengths. The ones released should be the weakest. However, I believe the conflicts between teams will be far more troublesome. Fortunately, this isn't a team deployment. Otherwise, everyone would be swept away by Long Wu." Xu Feng comprehended the implications of what Guotu was hinting at. The rules that had just been outlined indicated that each participant would be dropped individually into the forest, effectively minimizing the role of teamwork. Of course, if members of the same team happened to encounter each other, that would be a different story. The speaker continued to elaborate on the rules of this year's Genius Summer Camp. Based on survival duration, each additional day of survival will earn 1 point, with a maximum score of 10 points for surviving the entire 10 days. Additionally, eliminating non-team members will yield bonus points, with a score of 1 point for each individual whose blood energy value is below 200. Hearing this, Xu Feng couldn't help but touch his nose in disbelief. The words of the sharp-tongued instructor Qian Nanan had truly come back to haunt him, as his blood energy value had now reached 390, which meant he would be recorded as having 5 points. Fortunately, most members of the Yunwu team would only earn 2 points, with a few at 3. As the crowd continued to murmur, the presenter finally raised his voice. "All right, we have completed the detailed explanation of the rules. Additionally, this designated area is equipped with numerous cameras to monitor the performance of each participant. Furthermore, each participant will be issued a wristwatch for emergency calls and to receive any potential updates from the organizers." Soon, each of them received a wristwatch. Its design was simple, featuring only a help button and a time display. Amidst a rumble, everyone looked skyward to see helicopters descending to a nearby clearing. One by one, the teams were whisked away by the helicopters, unaware of where they would be dropped. Xu Feng's team was positioned in the middle and was soon lifted away as well. As he boarded, he caught sight of Shinshan from Nanjiang Martial Academy, discreetly waving at him. Xu Feng smiled back and waved in return, only to find a black hood being placed over his head, obscuring his vision entirely. "Damn it, they're covering our eyes too. This makes it even harder to find my teammates." Xu Feng was startled, realizing the implications of this development. Previously, he had intended to memorize the positions where each team member was dropped so he could locate them later. But now it seemed he had underestimated the organizers, who had effectively sealed off that loophole. "Xu Feng, it's all on you." As the helicopter landed, Zhang Junqi's voice rang out, indicating that he was the first to be deployed. "Captain, good luck. I'm going down first." Soon, Luo Ying's voice followed, and one by one, the members of Yunwu were dropped from the helicopter. When Xu Feng was finally cast out, Sun Wanyu, still aboard, called out, "Xu Feng, if we all get eliminated, you must make it to the end." After the hood was removed, Xu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. However, he soon realized that the other party was completely oblivious to his presence, prompting him to offer a few words of encouragement. "Well, you too. Keep it up." As the thunderous sounds faded into the distance once more, Xu Feng immediately began to assess his surroundings. He certainly did not wish to find himself thrust into the forest only to encounter a first-tier ferocious beast, only to discover he was incapable of defeating it and subsequently face elimination. Such a scenario would undoubtedly bring shame upon him as the leader of the Cloud Martial team. Fortunately, Xu Feng soon breathed a sigh of relief, as he had yet to detect any signs of a ferocious beast nearby. After all, he had undergone training in tracking and counter-tracking, albeit in an accelerated program. The curriculum not only taught participants how to guard against other superpowered individuals, but also included knowledge on how to identify traces of ferocious beasts. Nevertheless, Xu Feng was reluctant to rely solely on these methods. Hence, he promptly executed the breath concealment technique. His mastery of this technique had reached an advanced level, significantly enhancing his ability to suppress the fluctuations of his vital energy. Unbeknownst to Xu Feng, each participant had been assigned a high-grade martial artist nearby, who served as both an observer and protector. After all, every individual attending this summer camp was a prodigy in their own right. Any mishap occurring during this period would represent a considerable loss to any super martial academy. just as Xu Feng employed his breath concealment technique. A middle-aged man in close proximity momentarily froze in surprise. From the perspective of this high-grade martial artist, the once formidable surge of vital energy had instantly dwindled to that of a mere flickering flame. Had it not been for the man's keen senses and his close proximity, he might have overlooked the presence of this fledgling first-tier martial artist. This young lad possesses some intriguing potential. His ability to conceal his vital energy is commendable. The middle-aged man silently evaluated as he observed Xu Feng. At this moment, Xu Feng remained unaware of the scrutiny he was under, as he pondered how to navigate the forthcoming 10 days. Chapter 48. This fellow truly dares to say anything. It's utterly embarrassing. What a predicament. They promised survival training, yet we were not even provided with a weapon. While others in similar games start with a dog, our hands are completely empty. Glancing at the watch on his wrist, which had already commenced a 10-day countdown, Xu Feng silently grumbled. The next 10 days would be spent in this expansive forest, spanning 1,000 kilometers. At this juncture, he was not only devoid of food and water, but also entirely unarmed. However, upon further reflection, Xu Feng deemed this rationale quite reasonable. During this summer camp training, participants were highly likely to encounter competitors from other teams. The outcomes of encounters could vary dramatically depending on whether one possessed a weapon or not. The organizers likely implemented this measure to prevent any unfortunate casualties. According to my flawless theoretical knowledge of wilderness survival, the first course of action should be to locate a water source. Following that, a shelter should be constructed nearby, and then one could address the issues of food and other necessities. A mysterious confidence spread across Xu Feng's face as he swiftly maneuvered through the woods. The average vital energy value of an adult is merely 100, while his approached almost 400 points. This indicated that Xu Feng possessed a physique several times stronger than that of an ordinary person, excelling in strength, speed, and endurance. Particularly after reaching the skin refinement stage, his skin's resilience rendered him nearly immune to injuries from branches and thorns. This allowed Xu Feng to move through the forest with relative ease. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of disappointment. After half an hour, he had yet to locate a stream or river. However, he did stumble upon a cleverly disguised camera, perched on a branch of a towering tree. On a whim, he climbed the tree to investigate. The fist-sized camera was covered in a layer of moss, resembling a growth on the tree. Had Xu Feng not noticed it rotating, he might have easily overlooked it. It seems this isn't the first camera I've encountered. I simply hadn't noticed it before, Xu Feng muttered. He wondered if the cameras placed throughout the forest had any motion capture capabilities. At that moment, the lens followed Xu Feng's movements, prompting him to chuckle. It looks like I must first ensure my surroundings are safe before engaging in any private activities in the forest. I wonder whose idea it was to disguise these cameras. If they exist, why bother with the camouflage? Simultaneously, numerous individuals outside were monitoring the students' every move through the cameras installed in the forest, including principals and accompanying personnel from various super martial academies. At the forefront of the conference hall, a large screen displayed a face that suddenly appeared, radiating brightness and capturing attention. Clearly, the owner of this face was leaning close to the camera, murmuring something. Which school does this student belong to? He found a camera so quickly. His observational skills are impressive. A sharp-tongued teacher, Qian Nan, initially beamed with delight, preparing to speak. However, she soon heard the student's remarks regarding the camera, causing her to cover her face in embarrassment. Heavens, this fellow truly dares to say anything. It's utterly mortifying. Naturally, Qian Nan was not the only one to hear Xu Feng's words. The entire conference hall fell silent for a moment. As everyone regained their composure, they exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of unease. Ah, youth. They tend to speak their minds without restraint. There's no need for alarm, chuckled Qian Datong, the principal of Cloud Martial Academy, breaking the silence. Next to him, Lu Bend, the principal of Northwest Martial Academy, turned to inquire, Old Qian, is this one of your promising talents? I recall you recruited a top scorer, could it be? Indeed, that's the one. Qian Datong nodded, offering no further explanation. He had heard from his daughter, Qian Nan, that Xu Feng's talents did not lie in combat prowess. Meanwhile, Kai Xia, the principal of Nanjiang Martial Academy, let out a cold snort. The attendees were well aware of the underlying tensions between Nanjiang and Yunzhou Martial Academies, so his reaction was not surprising. After all, both academies were embroiled in the recent uproar concerning enrollment quotas. Xu Feng did not linger too long with the camera. After examining it for a while, he jumped down from the tree. The group had only been deposited into the forest that afternoon. If he did not promptly seek out a water source, he would likely have to endure a long night once darkness fell. Fortunately, within the next half hour, Xu Feng was fortunate enough to discover a mountain spring. Though the water flow was not substantial, it gushed forth from the rock face, making it safe for drinking. After locating this vital resource for wilderness survival, Xu Feng centered his search for food within a 5-kilometer radius. He was indeed fortunate today. On one hand, he had not encountered any first-tier ferocious beasts that had also been released, and on the other, he managed to capture a wild rabbit. The outdoor survival training he had participated in during his special training proved invaluable, as he quickly succeeded in creating fire by friction, igniting a pile of kindling. The wild hare was skinned, its entrails discarded, and then skewered on a stick, ready to be roasted over the crackling fire. Xu Feng searched for a sturdy branch, sharpening one end to a point before charring it over the flames to reinforce it. This branch was intended to serve as his weapon for the ensuing 10 days. As night fell, Xu Feng leaned against a large tree, gnawing on a rabbit leg. The only inconvenience was the absence of a container to hold water, forcing him to fashion a rudimentary cup from leaves. Additionally, he had yet to construct his shelter and would likely have to spend the night perched in a tree. Despite his theoretical knowledge being impeccable, his practical achievements thus far were commendable. At least in comparison to the other competitors who were ravenous and parched, he considered himself fortunate. Although he was attending a genius summer camp, Xu Feng had no intention of abandoning his training. His supply of blood-boosting pills was limited, making it improbable that he could practice the phantom leg technique during the 10 days of survival training. However, cultivating the nourishing yuan stance posed no significant issues. After an hour of practice, his vitality reached 400 points, and he proceeded to refine his breath control technique. Chapter 49. This lad truly possesses talent. He can do this as well. The rumbling thunder seemed to reverberate in his ears, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the forest as if it were day. In the depths of night, a sudden downpour appeared without warning, drenching Xu Feng, who was sleeping on a branch, completely unprepared for such weather. He scrambled down from the tree to seek shelter, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I'm soaking wet. This is going to be miserable. As the relentless rain showed no signs of abating, Xu Feng's mind raced with the theoretical knowledge he had about building a shelter. Such knowledge had not been covered during his training, which was limited to a single day on wilderness survival, far too brief to delve into such complex theories. All that he had learned stemmed from his time watching wilderness survival programs, albeit only theoretically, as he had never put it into practice. However, since he was already drenched, he figured he might as well get to work. Lacking the proper tools, he relied on his formidable strength as a martial artist to compensate for this shortcoming. With a flurry of theoretical concepts flashing through his mind, Xu Feng resolved to construct an emergency shelter suitable for the harsh woodland weather, utilizing the sporadic lightning for visibility. He quickly selected 2 large trees, roughly 3 meters apart. Fortuitously, the first fork of both trees was at an identical height above the ground, around 2 meters. Perfect for the construction of an emergency shelter. With brute force, he broke off numerous branches from a nearby tree, stripping the largest of its leaves and laying it across the forked branches of the 2 trees to serve as a horizontal support beam. The subsequent task was straightforward. Branch after branch was placed upon this support beam, their junctions bound with vines. To anchor the lower portions of the branches, he placed stones atop them to prevent them from being uprooted by the wind. The resulting wall, formed at a 45-degree angle from the ground, created a spacious cover. The framework of the emergency shelter was complete, and all that remained was to layer it with foliage to prevent rain from seeping inside, ensuring the interior remained dry and comfortable. Once the thick foliage enveloped the framework, Xu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. The shelter's rain resistance was commendable. Yet, feeling the chill of his soaked clothing, Xu Feng contemplated the prospect of building a fire. Lighting a fire in the rain posed challenges, but armed with his extensive knowledge of wilderness survival, he was not without solutions. While Xu Feng diligently constructed his shelter and gathered materials to ignite a fire, the seasoned martial artist who had been following him stood dumbfounded by the scene before him, especially when he observed Xu Feng comfortably seated within the emergency shelter, warming himself by the fire, while he himself stood soaked under a tree. His expression was one of complex emotion. This lad truly is a talent. He can perform such feats. If it weren't for the restrictions preventing them from interacting with the competitors, he would have gladly joined the boy to warm himself by the fire. Meanwhile, in other parts of the forest, the participants of the Genius Summer Camp were overwhelmed by the torrential rain. Those with better luck found caves or clever shelters to evade the downpour. The less fortunate merely stood beneath large trees, trying to avoid the rain. In stark contrast to Xu Feng, who had utilized his theoretical knowledge to construct a rain shelter, most participants relied solely on their environment for refuge. Despite being gifted prodigies, when thrust into this unfamiliar and complex environment, they fared no better than ordinary individuals. The conference hall at night was devoid of occupants, yet the rain persisted into the following day. As the dismal conditions of the competitors were relayed back by the forest cameras, the heads of various prestigious martial academies shook their heads in dismay. This cohort of students has encountered some misfortune. Such heavy rains are rarely experienced during summer camp activities, one remarked. Indeed, this will greatly increase the difficulty of their 10-day survival challenge. However, it is precisely in such adversity that the resilience of these prodigies is highlighted. I believe the rain serves a beneficial purpose. Ah, here is a student who has constructed a shelter. How remarkable. As the attendees examined the footage, someone finally noticed a significant distinction. Unlike other competitors who merely sought refuge from the rain, This particular image depicted a well-constructed shelter nestled between two large trees, with a fire burning even amidst the storm. Observing this scene, one might think that, despite the downpour, the situation wasn't so dire after all. Which school does this young man belong to? His quick thinking is impressive. Someone inquired with curiosity. Originally silent, Qian Datong broke into a broad smile, saying, "Everyone. This is a student from Yunwu Academy. I must say, this young Su possesses quite the ingenuity. Old Qian, surely your school conducted similar training before this?" Someone speculated, only to quickly retract their doubt, realizing that aside from this student, the others had not demonstrated any awareness of shelter construction. Initially, Qian Datong harbored similar doubts. But after consulting his daughter, Qian Nannan, he learned that such knowledge had not been covered in their wilderness survival training. At that moment, Kai Yixia from Nanjiang Martial Academy coldly interjected, "What use are these fanciful tricks? A martial artist's strength is paramount. If one cannot even withstand the rain, they ought not to call themselves a martial artist." Qian Datong, who was not one to suffer in silence, retorted with a forced smile, "Indeed, you make an interesting point. Principal Kai seems to harbor some grievances regarding the operations of our esteemed Xia Education Department. Otherwise, how could he be so incensed?" The summer camp organized by the Education Department was originally dubbed the Survival Summer Camp. If the sole objective was to ascertain who possesses greater combat prowess, they might as well conduct a straightforward arena competition. Why go to such lengths? Kai Yixia found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the heated exchange between Qian Datong and Kai Yixia, a bystander interjected to mediate. All right, both of you. It's quite unbecoming. Why are you both so anxious about the competition among the students? You are both the heads of prestigious martial arts academies. Your conduct should exemplify the virtues of a teacher, lest you create a spectacle here. Moreover, the summer camp has only just commenced. The true test of these student survival skills lies ahead. Chapter 50. Is there an airdrop? Confirmed, we are not of the same ilk. A torrential downpour persisted for 2 consecutive days. Within the designated area, the prodigies participating in the survival training sensed the organizers' palpable malice. Fortunately, none among those fortunate enough to attend the summer camp were simpletons. After enduring a day of rain, the vast majority independently constructed rudimentary shelters to shield themselves from the downpour. Surprisingly, during this time, one participant had already been eliminated, not due to illness from the rain, as martial artists possess far superior physical resilience, rendering a few days of hunger and rain inconsequential. The unfortunate soul was eliminated after an unexpected encounter with another competitor. Without engaging in combat, this information was known only to those observing the surveillance footage. Those still within the forest remained oblivious. Xu Feng, of course, was unaware of this development. After spending 2 days in the emergency shelter, he discovered another function of his wristwatch. Aside from displaying the countdown of the remaining 8 days, it also provided information on his current score. As it stood, Xu Feng had accrued 2 points, merely the basic score for surviving 2 days within the designated area. Although he had spent those 2 days within the emergency shelter, he had not neglected his training. Each day, the vitality he garnered through the cultivation of the nourishing yuan post steadily increased. Remarkably, the skill in which he demonstrated the most rapid improvement was the breath retention technique. When he first arrived at the summer camp, his proficiency in this technique was recorded as 100-2000. Now, it had progressed to breath retention technique proficiency 1752,000. Indeed, although the rain had impeded Xu Feng's exploration of the area, it had simultaneously afforded him ample time. It is worth noting that the cultivation of the breath retention technique does not deplete one's vitality, and proficiency increases by a small increment each minute. Over the nearly 30 hours of training since entering the summer camp, it appeared that the breath retention technique was on the verge of reaching a minor accomplishment. After reviewing his attributes panel, Xu Feng stretched lazily, contemplating, "At last, the rain has ceased. What shall I do next? Should I seek out others for a duel?" Remaining idle until the conclusion of the 10-day summer camp seems rather facile. Moreover, there are clearly no ferocious beasts in the vicinity, posing no safety concerns. How dreadfully mundane. Just as Xu Feng lamented the monotony, his wristwatch suddenly illuminated. This was the first occurrence of such an event since entering the forest, prompting him to quickly gaze at the watch. To his astonishment, a message appeared. "Contestant Xu Feng, a supply airdrop is about to fall near your location." Could it be that this survival summer camp is borrowing elements from battle royale games? An airdrop? Xu Feng was momentarily taken aback. However, he recognized that this world bore no resemblance to battle royale games, so it seemed merely coincidental. Out of curiosity, he tapped on the small red dot indicating the airdrop's location on his wristwatch. A miniature map materialized, with the red dot evidently marking the impending drop site and the small blue dot representing Xu Feng's coordinates. The airdrop was indeed not far from his position. Should he proceed to investigate? After all, the information specified it was a resource, likely including food and other necessities. Xu Feng rubbed his chin, quickly deciding to partake in the endeavor. Although he had subsisted on the rabbit he had initially captured over the past 2 days, he was not particularly hungry, but he lacked salt. This essential component is indispensable for survival in the wild, even for martial artists. Of course, Xu Feng also recognized the peculiarities surrounding the airdrop information. The organizers of the summer camp clearly did not introduce this airdrop out of humanitarian concern. Otherwise, they could have simply allowed the participants to bring along their own supplies, such as compressed biscuits. For martial artists, carrying a few dozen pounds of provisions is trivial. Now, after 2 days of hunger, an airdrop is announced. One need only think about it to realize there must be a catch. Much like the Battle Royale games Xu Feng had played on Earth, the introduction of an airdrop would undoubtedly attract nearby contestants, leading to a fierce scramble, resulting in conflict. While there were no players in the summer camp, there were contestants. The airdrop would surely draw competitors from different teams, inevitably leading to strife and confrontation, with the weaker side facing elimination. This, it seemed, was the primary intention behind the organizers' introduction of the airdrop resources. Although Xu Feng quickly grasped this concept in his mind, he still resolved to head to the airdrop site. After all, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Why conceal himself? Furthermore, if he did encounter other contestants, he might even seize the opportunity to claim some points from them. Determining the direction of the airdrop from his wristwatch, Xu Feng activated his rapid movement mode, darting through the forest with remarkable speed. Although the blue and red dots on the watch were relatively close, there was still a distance of at least 5 kilometers. Xu Feng was determined not to arrive only to find that someone else had already collected the airdrop, leaving him to gaze helplessly at an empty crate. 5 kilometers may not seem distant for an ordinary person, but for a martial artist with robust vitality, it was hardly a challenge. Within a mere 7 or 8 minutes, Xu Feng had arrived near the red dot displayed on his wristwatch. This was somewhat different from the Battle Royale games. At least he couldn't see the trajectory of the airdrop. Xu Feng scoffed and began to search meticulously. After several more minutes, he finally spotted a metallic crate perched within the branches of a large tree. However, before he could rush over to claim the airdrop, footsteps echoed from the opposite direction. What a coincidence! Just as he was about to arrive, another had appeared. Xu Feng murmured to himself, glancing toward the source of the footsteps. A tall, robust young man soon came into view. Xu Feng recognized him as someone from the Zhongfeng Martial Institute. The other party clearly noticed Xu Feng as well, displaying a hint of surprise on his face. Confirmed, they were not allies. However, the situation quickly took an unexpected turn, as the individual disregarded Xu Feng entirely and made a beeline for the airdrop. How audacious! The other's actions elicited a cold smirk from Xu Feng. Without hesitation, he charged forward. If that individual deemed him insignificant, Xu Feng had no qualms about claiming the points from his defeat. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Feng unleashed the illusory leg technique, directing a powerful kick toward his opponent. The contestant from Zhongfeng Martial Institute was evidently well prepared. Even that moment when he disregarded Xu Feng might have been a deliberate ruse on his part, for as soon as Xu Feng took a step forward, his opponent retaliated with a fierce punch. A dull thud echoed, and a figure was sent soaring through the air, crashing to the ground and splattering mud in all directions. Chapter 51. Still wanting salt? You might as well eat your own snot. Indeed, the moment this airdrop mode was introduced, the competition instantly intensified. Clearly, these students were prepared to fight tooth and nail for the airdrop supplies. After all, having endured 2 days of hunger and contending with torrential rain, the airdrop provisions were of utmost importance. In the initial 2 days, there had been only one elimination, but astonishingly, within a mere 10 minutes, 5 competitors had been ousted. The Longdu Martial Academy, renowned as the foremost among the 10 super martial academies, had seen 3 of its students eliminate their opponents. Oh, here we witnessed 2 students from the Zhongfeng Martial Academy and the Yunzhu Martial Academy encountering each other. Old he, I recall that lad from your Zhongfeng Martial Academy is the team leader, and his combat prowess should be formidable. Within the confines of the designated forest area, competitors had naturally commenced their battles to seize the airdrop supplies. Meanwhile, those in the conference hall outside were attentively watching the unfolding scene. The Longdu Martial Academy has always been the strongest of the super martial academies in Daxia, so it was no surprise that they had selected such talented individuals. However, the odds of victory among students from other academies remained uncertain. At that moment, a scene unfolded where Xu Feng was locked in confrontation with a participant from the Zhongfeng Martial Academy. After hearing the remarks of others, he launched on. The principal of Zhongfeng Martial Academy nodded with a sense of satisfaction. Conversely, on the side of Yunzhu Martial Academy, Qian Nanan's expression shifted dramatically. Dad, this is bad. Xu Feng's combat abilities are utterly lacking. He is bound to suffer against the Zhongfeng Martial Academy's competitor. It's truly puzzling for this lad, knowing he lacks combat strength. Why would he not hide instead of vying for the airdrop? Sitting beside Qian Nanan, Principal Qian Datong's countenance also darkened slightly. After all, Xu Feng was the leading contestant from Yunzhu Martial Academy. If he couldn't even survive the first 3 days of trials, it would be quite embarrassing. Just as Qian Nanan and Qian Datong focused on the unfolding scene, Xu Feng unexpectedly struck first. This is it. Not only is this lad deficient in combat prowess, but his perception is abysmally poor. The student from Xu Martial Academy must have intentionally exposed a weakness. Now, Xu Feng has fallen for it. And victory or defeat hangs in the balance. Qian Nan lamented, closing her eyes in despair. Soon, a gasp filled the conference hall, followed by hushed whispers. It's over. Xu Feng must have been directly knocked down, losing both the match and his chance for points. Qian Nan, with a bitter expression, opened her eyes to glimpse the footage streaming in. But to her astonishment, Xu Feng remained standing, while the opposing student had been sent flying far away. Dad, what just happened? How is Xu Feng still in place while that competitor has been flung so far? Cough, cough. Nan, your judgment requires refinement. Principal Qian Datong, equally astonished, suddenly broke into a delighted smile. Just now, when Xu Feng struck, the student from Xu Martial Academy countered simultaneously, but Xu Feng emerged victorious. Xu Feng triumphed? How could that be? Although the footage did seem to indicate Xu Feng had the upper hand, Qian Nan remained skeptical. However, at that moment, discussions began to ripple through the crowd regarding the previous exchange. Old he, that student from Xu showcased impressive stacking punches. Yet, the illusionary leg technique from the Yunzhu Martial Academy student was even more refined. The loss was not unjust. Indeed, who would have thought Yunzhu Martial Academy would have such a formidable talent this time? Not only formidable, but I recall that this Xu Feng's vitality seems to be of top-tier caliber. Listening to the surrounding commentary, Qian Nan finally accepted the reality of Xu Feng's victory over his opponent. Regrettably, she had closed her eyes at a critical moment, unable to witness his success. Now, observing Xu Feng's new actions on the screen, Qian Nan muttered, perplexed, how has this lad suddenly become so formidable? Unbeknownst to Xu Feng, his decisive kick that sent his opponent flying was being broadcast live for all to see. Yet, he had no intention of letting the opportunity for points slip away. And he charged forward once more. Having exchanged blows with his opponent, he realized that the Xu Martial Academy participant was no match for him. With this knowledge, he felt reassured. Meanwhile, the Xu student, who had fallen and splattered mud everywhere, now bore a look of panic. He could not afford to linger, rolling and scrambling away into the dense forest. As the leader of Xu Martial Academy, the boy's strength was undoubtedly commendable. However, he had not anticipated that the Yunzhu Martial Academy contestant he faced would surpass him in strength. What a miscalculation! The Xu student lamented inwardly, quickening his pace. But to his dismay, the Yunzhu contestant pursued him relentlessly. The Xu student felt a surge of urgency. To be eliminated here would be an utter disgrace. An idea sparked in his mind, and as he ran, he shouted, "Hey, brother from Yunzhu Martial Academy, let us leave some room for each other. We may meet again in the future. Can you refrain from annihilating me? Refrain from annihilation? Does he think this is a performance?" Hearing the desperate shouts, Xu Feng found it amusing and continued his pursuit. Nevertheless, the fleeing Xu student persisted in his pleas. "Brother, don't chase me. If you keep this up, someone else might snatch the airdrop from you." Upon hearing this, Xu Feng momentarily hesitated. He glanced back, realizing he had covered quite a distance in his pursuit. If he pressed on to claim this kill, he might indeed find himself in a position as the fleeing student had suggested. Weighing the pros and cons, Xu Feng decided to momentarily disregard the escaping opponent. After all, there would be ample opportunities for points, and the airdrop supplies were uncertain. It was prudent to secure the airdrop first. "You're lucky this time," Xu Feng muttered, turning back to run. However, to his surprise, as he halted his chase, the previously swift Xu student also came to a stop. "Hey, brother, can we negotiate? Share some of the airdrop supplies with me? I know there must be seasonings in there. Just a bit of salt will suffice." Xu Feng stood firm, expressionless, and beckoned the other with a wave. "Come here. I'll share some supplies with you." Unexpectedly, this gesture startled the Xu student, who shook his head repeatedly. No thanks, I think I'll pass." Xu Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You lack even this much courage and still dare to ask for salt? Go eat your own snot." Chapter 52. No, my friend. Your luck isn't as good as you think. As the Xu Martial Academy contestant hesitated for quite some time before regretfully departing, Xu Feng chose not to pursue. However, his earlier words were not entirely frivolous. Well, except for the part about eating snot. Salt is vital for survival in the wild, equally essential for ordinary individuals and martial artists. Prolonged deprivation of salt can lead to severe physical weakness. Yet, if one truly cannot find salt or any substitutes, consuming one's snot might not be an entirely unviable option. Certainly, if anyone could accomplish such a repulsive feat, Xu Feng would undoubtedly raise a thumb in admiration. As for the airdropped supplies in reality, who knows what peculiar items they might contain. Upon returning to the base of that grand tree and gazing upward at the metallic box nestled among the branches, Xu Feng murmured to himself. However, just as he prepared to ascend and retrieve the airdrop box, a sudden epiphany struck his mind. Why am I in such haste to claim the contents of the airdrop? While others might be frantically hungry after 2 days, I have a plump wild rabbit to sustain me. Considering that someone from the Xu Martial Institute had just rushed over, perhaps there would be others arriving as well? Xu Feng stole another glance at the metallic box's location and quietly sought out a neighboring tree to climb. What was his intention? The situation was quite clear. He intended to play the role of the opportunist, waiting in ambush. Hadn't he heard of such tactics before? Meanwhile, as Xu Feng climbed the tree to conceal himself and patiently await his moment, the attendees in the conference hall were momentarily taken aback. Even though all present were high-ranking martial artists, Xu Feng's actions left them somewhat bewildered. Eventually, someone began to chuckle and comment. This student named Xu Feng isn't planning to lie in wait for his prey, is he? Quite intriguing, I must say. I hadn't considered that angle, though it does seem a bit underhanded. In truth, I believe any method is acceptable as long as it proves effective. I wonder if anyone else will come by. Listening to the discussions around her, the sharp-tongued instructor Qian Nan felt a flush of embarrassment, wishing she could sink into the ground. This was indeed a student she had personally trained. His every move seemed excessively sneaky. How did he even conceive of ambushing by the airdrop supplies? On the other hand, the steadfast President Qian Datong of Yunwu Academy nodded in approval, a look of admiration gracing his face. Perhaps noticing Qian Nan's discomfort, Qian Datong remarked with a smile, Nan, this little Xu is quite remarkable. He exhibits strength and strategy in equal measure. Is that so? Qian Nan's tone was laced with uncertainty. After all, she was the specialized training instructor for this cohort at Yunwu. If Xu Feng and his peers were to lose face at the summer camp, her reputation would suffer alongside them. Suddenly, Qian Datong spoke up. By the way, Nan, didn't you previously mention that Xu's comprehension of martial techniques was lacking? I can't help but feel that his understanding is quite profound. That phantom leg technique seems to be taking shape. Qian Nan was at a loss for words. How could she answer such a question? Initially, she had observed that the 10 students from Yunwu showed little potential, which often led her to slack off. Little did she know that Xu Feng, who had initially struggled with martial skills, would suddenly have a breakthrough. Perhaps I misjudged him, she mused. Qian Datong, unfazed, chuckled. It appears my investment in this endeavor has not been in vain. With Xu here, Yunwu might just turn the tide. At that moment, Xu Feng indeed managed to catch a fish, though it remained to be seen which martial academy the participant belonged to. Upon hearing Qian Datong's words, Qian Nan momentarily forgot her earlier concerns and focused on the screen. In truth, many were watching the live feed featuring Xu Feng. Compared to the riveting excitement on his end, the broadcasts from others paled significantly. Those who had not pursued the airdrop supplies were irrelevant. Even among those who had located the supplies, none exhibited the same cunning as Xu Feng, who patiently crouched nearby, plotting his ambush. Most simply seized the items from the metallic box, indulging in feasting or swiftly departing. Xu Feng's restraint upon spotting the airdrop was indeed unique within the entire summer camp. Just then, another student appeared on the screen, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, the president of Nanjing Martial Academy, Kai Xia, experienced a change in expression, his demeanor darkening. The reason was clear. The competitor now visible on screen was none other than a student from Nanjing Martial Academy. In the conference hall, each individual was an elite martial artist, keenly attuned to the subtle shifts in the environment and the reactions of others. Thus, they cast sympathetic glances toward Kai Xia, their expressions brimming with an understanding of his misfortune. It was evident to all that Nanjing Martial Academy and Yunzhou Martial Academy were at odds. Observing the impending troubles for a student from Nanjing, how could Kai Xia's mood improve? Conversely, the rotund Qian Datong was grinning from ear to ear. Splendid. It seems Xu Feng may well score some points. Upon hearing this, Kai Xia let out a frustrated grunt but refrained from responding. For on the screen, the newly emerged student from Nanjing Martial Academy remained blissfully unaware of the lurking peril around him. Looking up at the metallic box nestled among the branches, he began to climb the tree, exclaiming joyfully to himself, "After 2 days of hunger, I can't believe I've stumbled upon an airdrop. What incredible luck." "Not so fast, my friend. Your luck may not be as favorable as you think." Just then, a voice broke through the rustling leaves. The Nanjing student's expression turned to one of shock as he saw a grimy Xu soul approaching him. Bang! The Nanjing student, who hadn't even touched the metallic box, was swiftly kicked down by Xu Feng, who had been lurking in ambush. Xu Feng wasted no time, launching an attack without giving his opponent a chance to react. The Nanjing student, already bewildered by the sudden ambush, found himself utterly defenseless. He could only shout desperately, Wait, I'm from Nanjing Martial Academy." Xu Feng paused momentarily, his expression shifting as he quizzically replied, "What do you mean? Are you trying to amuse me? I'm from Yunwu, specifically from the Yunwu harbor. That is how we talk there. Now hand over that head. I'm targeting you from Nanjing Martial Academy." Chapter 53, Little Sister, Don't Strike, We're All Allies. Witnessing this scene unfold on the screen, Qian Nan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Particularly, Xu Feng's declaration of being from Yunwu was utterly delightful to her. However, she quickly remembered the inappropriateness of the situation. She glanced around, only to find that most others were equally stifling their laughter, save for the visibly displeased Kai Xia from Nanjing Martial Academy. What a character! I used to think this boy was rather dull. Qian Nan mused. She recalled the time she picked up Xu Feng at the airport, where he sat silently in the car. Little did she know, his silence was merely a result of his apprehension regarding her sharp tongue. This Xu Feng is truly vibrant. He has a knack for humor. Meanwhile, Qian Datong struggled to contain his laughter, remarking, Old Qian, it seems your Yunzhou Martial Academy is destined for a resurgence. Having produced such an extraordinary talent. Someone nearby teased Qian Datong. Oh please, compared to the prodigies from Longdu Martial Academy, our little Xu Feng still has a long way to go. Seeing that the speaker was not Kai Yixia, Qian Datong humbly acknowledged, Indeed. The Dragon Martial Academy annually selects the most exceptional talents, making it exceedingly challenging to surpass them. However, the individual from the Cloud Martial Academy, Xu Feng, is quite commendable. As long as he does not encounter those from Dragon Martial, he should fare well. Not to mention the idle chatter of the onlookers in the conference hall. At this moment, Xu Feng has already secured a meager 2 points from his opponents. It remains a mystery how this elimination mechanism is determined. After he just delivered a decisive blow to the student from the Southern Jiang Martial Academy, his wristwatch vibrated, promptly displaying the message of victory and the award of 2 points. Judging by the forlorn expression on the defeated individual's face, it is clear that he is aware of his elimination. Xu Feng, however, pays no heed to his thoughts. He swiftly climbed back up the large tree where he had previously hidden, ready to continue his stealthy endeavors, quietly claiming more points. Naturally, upon witnessing Xu Feng's actions, the Southern Martial Academy student, who had just been bested and lost 2 points, felt a profound sense of despair. He never expected that such a cunning and treacherous individual could be lurking nearby, launching surprise attacks. It is truly outrageous that someone like him did not face divine retribution during the rainstorm of the previous days. Alas, regardless of the curses from the Southern Martial student, a helicopter soon arrived to whisk him away. Meanwhile, Xu Feng, comfortably ensconced in the tree and relishing his role as the stealthy predator, sensed several gazes directed his way. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, dismissing it as inconsequential. Today, he was determined to play the role of the Phantom. In such a vast designated area, actively seeking out opponents is fraught with difficulty. However, by lying in wait for the airdrops, the task becomes significantly more manageable. Moreover, as he had just demonstrated, an unexpected kick can catch opponents completely off guard. As for any notions of morality regarding his stealthy tactics, Xu Feng was indifferent. All he cared about was securing points. And as for whether donning the guise of a phantom would draw moral condemnation, well, this is merely strategy, do you understand? He chuckled to himself, hoping that more unfortunate souls would wander into his path and deliver him additional points. Perched on the tree branch, Xu Feng felt no pressure as he contemplated his situation. However, despite his vigilant efforts at suppressing his life energy fluctuations, he found himself waiting from midday until the afternoon without a single soul approaching. It appeared that there were only 3 individuals in the vicinity, one from Tsang Feng, one from Southern Martial, and himself. The Tsang Feng student had fled in fright. The Southern Martial student had been eliminated, and Xu Feng remained as the Phantom. Alas, the rewards were scant. With a yawn, Xu Feng resolved to abandon his lurking. Since he could not ensnare anyone, there was little thrill left in playing the Phantom. He leaped from the tree onto the airdrop crate, tossing the metallic box down. To his delight, upon opening it, he discovered an abundance of supplies, including food and drink. Just as the Tsang Feng Martial Academy student had mentioned, there were even seasonings like salt. Had the Tsang Feng student not fled, he might have left him some provisions. Xu Feng muttered to himself. Though whether his sentiments were genuine or feigned, only the heavens could tell. After all, every participant from other martial academies represented potential points for him. Gazing at the 4 points displayed on his wristwatch, Xu Feng couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. It was far too meager. He wondered how the others from Cloud Martial Academy were faring. Surely they had not all been eliminated? This thought led him to ponder about Xinshan, whose situation he was particularly concerned about. Although she was not from Cloud Martial, she was an old classmate of Xu Feng's, and quite an attractive one at that. Little did he know, at that very moment, Xinshan was encountering a perilous situation. Oh, it didn't seem overly dangerous, for her opponent had no intention of attacking. Hey, sister-in-law, let's not resort to violence. We are on the same side. Wutu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, looking at the vigilant girl across from him. Unfortunately, his words only caused Xinshan, who had been maintaining a defensive stance, to retreat 2 steps further. Wutu was left speechless, internally lamenting. Has Xu Feng never mentioned me to his girlfriend? That shouldn't be the case. I, Gua, have always been a decent person. I even hoped Xu Feng would introduce me to a girlfriend. Despite his inner complaints, Wutu did not press the matter. He merely took half of the food from the airdrop box, smiled, and said, Sister-in-law, I've left you half of the supplies. Remember to tell Xu Feng about it later. My goodwill is not to be taken lightly. Make sure he acknowledges my kindness. With those words, Wutu, the team leader of the Northwest Martial Academy, swiftly disappeared into the woods. Xinshan, left standing in place, waited for quite some time before realizing that he had indeed departed. Only then did she relax and hurriedly go to retrieve the remaining supplies from the airdrop box. However, once she had finally distanced herself from that area, she recalled the words of the participant across from her. I think I've seen that person next to Xu Feng before. No wonder he didn't attack. But why did he call me sister-in-law? Is Xu Feng just blabbering nonsense? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Shan felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks. Of course, despite her outward appearance of annoyance, the sweetness blooming within her heart was likely a secret only she would ever know. As time swiftly passed, the 4th day of the Genius Summer Camp arrived. Enjoying the entire bounty of the airdrop box alone, Xu Feng had been living quite comfortably over the past 2 days. His current score stood at 6 points, 4 for survival and 2 for eliminations. However, just as Xu Feng thought this pleasant state could continue for several more days, the event organizers stirred up trouble once again. This is reminiscent of a signal reception area, isn't it? Have they found a way to exploit the chicken dinner game? Observing the sudden alert on his wristwatch, Xu Feng scoffed in disdain. All participants must reach the newly designated area within the specified time, or face elimination. Indeed, this was the new message displayed on his wristwatch. With a mere glance, Xu Feng recognized the similarity to the signal reception areas in chicken dinner games. After swiping through the information, the watch displayed a circular area delineated by red lines. Fortunately, the blue dot representing Xu Feng's location was not far from the red circle, alleviating his concerns about the poisonous gas. Should anyone find themselves unfortunate enough to be far from the red circle, they would likely be filled with despair. This rule seems rather unfair, but what does it matter to me? Xu Feng chuckled at the thought. With 3 hours remaining until the designated time, he decided to act immediately and head towards the red circle. What is the saying? Based on his experiences from the chicken dinner game, lurking at the edge of the signal reception area often leads to encountering opponents. The prospect of ambushing others and accumulating points excited Xu Feng. Grabbing the remaining provisions in the airdrop box, he turned and made his way toward the red circle. Xu Feng's luck seemed to be quite favorable. He was only about 10 kilometers from the red circle. In less than half an hour, he had already entered the red zone and selected a hiding spot. Xu, the phantom, has returned. I hope some unfortunate soul passes through here. Concealed amongst the large trees, Xu Feng meticulously suppressed his life energy fluctuations. The middle-aged man trailing behind him, serving as his protector, wore a peculiar expression. Has this lad developed a penchant for ambushes? Why is he already plotting mischief the moment he enters the designated area? However, the fluctuation of his vital energy seems to be diminishing alarmingly. Had I not been shadowing this boy all along, I might have lost track of him by now. The man pondered, recalling how, when he first set his sights on the boy perched in the tree, the latter's vital energy surged like a roaring furnace. Yet, not long after, that furnace had dwindled into a mere flickering torch, and now it had reduced to a mere spark. I must ensure that this tiny flame doesn't extinguish. Otherwise, if the boy slips away, I might not even notice. With this thought, the middle-aged man instinctively inched closer. He realized that relying solely on the fluctuations of vital energy was no longer a reliable strategy. It was far more prudent to keep the boy within his line of sight. As the designated area was announced, murmurs began to ripple through the conference hall. With the update of the designated zone, it was likely that more participants would face elimination, especially those who had failed to secure aerial supplies and were situated far from the new boundary. Indeed, while martial artists possess superior physical attributes compared to ordinary individuals, they are not machines. Sustenance is essential. For days had elapsed, and nearly 30 participants had been eliminated. It was about time. Otherwise, some competitors appeared utterly devoid of motivation. Like that lad named Xu Feng. The boy has climbed back into the trees. I wonder if someone will fall prey to his ambush. Oh, there happens to be a participant on the very path he occupies, and they are alarmingly close. The audience in the conference hall, observing through the cameras, took note of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Xu Feng, concealed among the branches, had keenly picked up on the sounds around him. Could it be that luck is truly on my side, finding another participant at the fringe of this signal reception zone? Excitement surged within him, yet he maintained his composure, honing in on his senses. It appeared that the approaching competitor remained blissfully unaware. The footsteps grew clearer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The newcomer halted abruptly. This tree is mine. This path is mine. Luoying, is that you? As Xu Feng leaped down from the tree, he barely completed his line before his expression faltered. The individual he had been lying in wait for turned out to be his teammate from Yunwu. The girl, Luoying, initially startled by the sudden descent, now exclaimed with joy, "Captain, what are you doing here? Did you just jump down from the tree? Oh, don't even get me started. I thought I might catch a scalp, yet here you are following me." Xu Feng waved his hand dismissively and then suddenly inquired, "By the way, how have you fared these past few days? Did you manage to snag any supplies?" Upon hearing this, Luoying nearly shed tears, shaking her head vigorously. "Captain, I've only eaten a few mushrooms these past few days. I'm practically starving." "Well then, you've been lucky to run into me. I have plenty of food here for you to tide you over." Xu Feng, ever generous with his teammate, promptly shared the provisions he had hidden in the tree. "Wow, Captain, how do you have so much food? Luoying asked, devouring her meal. I saw the supply drop as well, but there were 2 others there. So I didn't dare to go for it. As she feasted, she recounted her experiences over the past few days. Xu Feng nodded, handing her a bottle of water with a smile. All right, since you found me, your suffering is at an end. Once you've finished eating, join me for some exhilarating ambush tactics. Trust me, it's thrilling. Ambush. What does that mean, Captain? Luoying asked, her face a picture of confusion. As she was unfamiliar with such jargon, Xu Feng chuckled and explained the circumstances surrounding his earlier ambush. Luoying listened, stunned. Captain, so you've eliminated someone? Was it from Nanwu? Xu Feng shrugged nonchalantly. I just caught one person. I thought I was about to score again, but it turned out to be you. My apologies. Captain, I must have disappointed you. Luoying stuck out her tongue playfully. Xu Feng waved his hand, smiling. No worries, this summer camp involves both individual and team competitions. While I didn't take down anyone else, we managed to keep our Yunwu members safe. All things considered, it's not a loss. I just wonder how the rest of our Yunwu team is faring. How many have been eliminated and how many remain? Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Junqi and others who were glued to the live stream wore expressions of shame. Captain, you truly brought disgrace to Yunwu. Indeed. Aside from Xu Feng and Luoying, the remaining 8 members of Yunwu had all gathered. Chapter 55. One must have dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a salty fish? Old Lu, how do you assess this student's performance? It seems he has done quite well, managing to secure supplies. I'll tell you. The girl I'm following has had a rather miserable few days. I almost intervened to help her. Just as Xu Feng and Luoying were connecting, the 2 high-ranking martial guardians assigned to them covertly converged. The woman with a horse-like face chuckled. Hearing this, the middle-aged man who had been observing Xu Feng's movements twitched the corners of his mouth, and after a moment, replied, this boy is a bit different. To be honest, I haven't fared as well as he has. During the heavy rain a few days ago, had it not been against the rules, I would have sought shelter with him. The horse-faced woman paused, initially thinking the man was joking. However, she quickly discerned that he was entirely serious, devoid of any jest. Intrigued, she asked, are you suggesting that this student is quite strong? He seems to be from Yunzhou Martial Academy, right? The middle-aged man shook his head, letting out a sigh. I wouldn't say he is strong, just a bit peculiar. Did you see how he made his entrance earlier? This lad has been preoccupied with hiding in trees to ambush others. Had he not fortuitously encountered a teammate just now, he might have added to his tally of eliminations. Upon hearing this, the horse-faced woman suddenly paused, then remarked in surprise, Old Lu, I almost forgot. How does that boy conceal his vital energy so effectively? If he leapt from the tree, I wouldn't have spotted him so quickly. Who knows? Regardless, this boy has a certain quirkiness to him. I dare not let him out of my sight. Otherwise, if I turn around and he has vanished, I'd truly be embarrassed as an observer. The middle-aged man scoffed. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Xu Feng and Luoying, the 2 observers continued their discussion, which did not hinder the duo's forthcoming actions. Under Xu Feng's persuasive efforts, Luoying was growing increasingly enthusiastic about the prospect of ambushing others, sensing it could be quite entertaining. Of course, her newfound confidence stemmed from having a reliable ally at her side. Had she attempted to ambush alone, she might have found herself on the receiving end of an attack. Captain, what is our next move? Is there anything I should be cautious about in this ambush? As a novice, Luoying inquired nervously. In contrast, Xu Feng, with the ease of an experienced ambusher, replied with a relaxed demeanor. At present, there are no particularly promising opportunities, so there is no need to feel anxious. Simply put, we must wait. Wait for what? Luoying was instantly perplexed, yet there lingered an inexplicable sense of admiration. Xu Feng smiled and elucidated. To become a seasoned player, one must seize opportunities, such as the previous airdrop or the current delineated area. Whenever the organizers create chaos, it invariably presents a golden opportunity for us seasoned players to profit. Otherwise, how do you think I managed to ambush you earlier? Wasn't it simply seizing a splendid opportunity to capture you in one fell swoop? Captain, your statement is somewhat erroneous. You did not capture me. Cough, cough. Do not engage me in debate. That is essentially the gist of it. Let us wait for the organizers. Oh, why are the organizers so efficient this time? They've just updated the delineated area, and now there's another new event? Xu Feng had barely finished his thought when both he and Luoying felt the vibrations of their wristwatches. Upon glancing down, a new message appeared on the small display. Attention nearby contestants. Reward items known as body refinement pills are located at the following locations. Body refinement pills? What are those? Xu Feng's expression was one of bewilderment as he turned to Luoying, whose reaction was starkly different. Her mouth agape, she appeared utterly astonished. Xu Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, cough, cough, Luoying, are body refinement pills truly something valuable? I have never heard of them before. Captain, you do not know about body refinement pills. They are incredibly beneficial for martial artists below the 4th rank. They enhance the limits of body refinement and are significantly advantageous for future development. A single body refinement pill can fetch over $1 million on the market, and they are usually rare and hard to find. Enough. Xu Feng interjected with a grave expression, cutting Luoying off before she could express any confusion. He continued, seeing such a valuable item. How could we seasoned players let it slip through our fingers? We must secure it at all costs. Let us proceed to the nearest location with reward items and sweep through the entire designated area. Captain, aren't you being a bit overly ambitious? With just the two of us, can we truly sweep through everyone in this area? Luoying, closely trailing Xu Feng, asked incredulously. Xu Feng shot her a glare of frustration, retorting, one must dream. Otherwise, what distinguishes us from a salted fish? And who knows, we might just achieve it. All right. Captain, we are dreamers. Whatever you say goes. Luoying stuck out her tongue, unwilling to argue further. From the small map on their wristwatches, there were over 10 locations marked by flickering red dots. This indicated that the organizers had indeed invested considerably in this summer camp, having dispatched at least a dozen body refinement pills as rewards. This was merely Xu Feng's preliminary estimation. What if a single location harbored more than one body refinement pill, each worth $1 million? Xu Feng did not genuinely believe he could collect all the rewards. Oh no, he had a burden to carry in the form of Luoying. However, having encountered such a rare opportunity, it was only natural to strive for it. Competition among martial artists is fierce, and the martial way is one of contention. Xu Feng had come to grasp this truth deeply. The real world bears significant resemblance to this designated area. Resources are limited, yet martial artists are abundant. It is the proverbial case of too many monks and too little porridge, or too many wolves and too little meat, to stand out among countless martial artists. Innate talent is but one aspect. The pursuit of resources is equally crucial. Blast it. If the organizers had released this sooner, perhaps everyone would have gone mad with slaughter. Xu Feng lamented internally. At that moment, the two of them were nearing the closest red dot marked on their map. Had it been the earlier airdrop box, Xu Feng might have had the patience to play the role of a seasoned player and relish the joy of ambush. However, confronted with the prospect of body refinement pills, he was unwilling to continue with previous strategies. Time is money, it waits for no one. Money may not buy everything, but without it, one cannot survive. That about sums it up. Thus, when Xu Feng spotted a flag proclaiming the reward items standing atop a nearby rock, he remained vigilant, yet resolutely charged forward without hesitation. Luoying, still bewildered, stood rooted to the spot, murmuring, Captain, didn't you say you'd teach me how to be a seasoned player? Why do your current actions resemble those of a reckless fool? Chapter 56. This is my, newly conceived aphorism. By heavens. Xu Feng, who had just charged recklessly toward the flag, exclaimed an expletive as he neared it. He then retreated at a speed even faster than before, hastily employing his phantom leg technique. By the time he returned to Luoying's side, she was still in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Captain, what is going on? You're not. There's a ferocious beast. Xu Feng interjected, his face serious. Now he finally grasped the organizer's intent in distributing body refinement pills as rewards. It was a trap. No wonder he hadn't encountered a single ferocious beast in the preceding 4 days. The organizers had been waiting for him here. A ferocious beast? Captain, are you saying there's one by that rock? Shouldn't we flee? Luoying's face paled as she promptly suggested retreat. For someone like her, who had just stepped into the ranks of a first-tier martial artist, encountering a ferocious beast was akin to courting death. However, Xu Feng shook his head, declaring, a mere ferocious beast cannot hinder my pursuit of the body refinement pill. That is out of the question. Please, Captain, do not risk your life for a pill. We can always find more in the future. Luoying urged with alarm. Xu Feng suddenly turned his head, fixing her with a gaze for a moment before saying, are you suggesting that as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood? After going around in circles, he added, Captain, I've never heard that saying before. Of course you haven't, for it is my, freshly conceived aphorism. Just remember it. Xu Feng said unabashedly. In truth, he was engaging in this banter with Luoying partly because he felt a flicker of nervousness. The ferocious beast he had glimpsed earlier was a massive python. The snake, adorned with mottled patterns, had suddenly raised its head, startling Xu Feng as he dashed forward. This was likely one of the reasons for his swift retreat. After all, humans possess an inherent fear of creatures that are cold, slippery, and sinuous. Yet, after exchanging a few words, Xu Feng gradually regained his composure. Ignoring Luoying's anxious pleas, he began to advance cautiously towards the stone. Fortunately, the charred weapon he had fashioned earlier remained firmly in his grasp, preventing him from facing the python empty-handed. Though he was uncertain of the efficacy of a mere charred stick, it undoubtedly provided him with a sense of security. Approximately 5 seconds later, Xu Feng caught sight of the mottled giant python coiled behind a rock. The snake, coiled in a circle, obscured its true length, but its girth was certainly comparable to that of a bull. As soon as it noticed Xu Feng's approach, its head lifted once more, its forked tongue flicking in agitation. What truly dismayed Xu Feng was the sight of a small metallic box situated at the very center of the snake's coil. Clearly, the organizers had a knack for creating challenges. just as the metallic box containing the coveted body-tempering elixirs was placed within the territory of the formidable giant python. Xu Feng realized that in order to obtain the elixir, he would first have to engage the creature in battle, cursing under his breath. He contemplated his predicament and prodded the serpent's direction with his wooden spear. In the following moment, regret for his impulsive action washed over him, for the giant python, displaying an agility that belied its massive size, lunged at him with alarming swiftness. Thus commenced the captivating spectacle. It was uncertain how many students would venture to the site of the body-tempering elixirs, and equally unclear how many would emerge unscathed from the onslaught of the ferocious beast, an anticipation tinged with excitement. In truth, the beasts confined to this designated area were predominantly the weaker members of the first tier of ferocious creatures. Had the students acted with caution rather than recklessness, their chances of success against the beasts would have been significantly improved. However, there was a looming fear that many students, lacking prior experience in confronting such beasts, would falter in the face of danger. But this student from Longwu Academy demonstrated remarkable prowess, as he boldly engaged the wolf-like beast in combat. Meanwhile, the competitors from Shibei Martial Academy were fortunate to be grouped in threes, which boded well for their chances. Conversely, the situation for Xu Feng from Yunzhou Martial Academy was becoming increasingly intriguing. He had encountered one of the more tenacious serpentine beasts, and his companion appeared unable to assist him. In the conference hall, numerous images depicting students encountering ferocious beasts had begun to materialize on the screens. Qian Nanan fixated on one particular scene, her gaze unwavering. Her fists clenched tightly as she murmured, "What on earth possessed him to charge headlong into battle? Such recklessness." Thankfully, he retreated swiftly. Alas, Xu Feng had taken it upon himself to combat the beast with nothing more than a branch. Had he left his wits at home? Or was he merely wielding a mere prop? Fortunately, Xu Feng remained oblivious to Qian Nanan's sharp tongue, lest he be disheartened by her words. After all, he had merely poked the python with a branch, only to provoke an immediate and fierce response from the beast. Caught off guard, Xu Feng barely had time to utilize his weapon, opting instead to deliver a powerful kick. His phantom leg technique, already having reached a minor level of mastery, could unleash threefold his own strength. However, upon making contact with the python's body, Xu Feng was momentarily taken aback by its texture, which felt tougher than aged leather. Good heavens! This creature's defense far exceeds that of a first-tier martial artist's hardened skin. Fortunately, Xu Feng managed to create some distance between himself and the python. Behind him, his companion Luo Ying, now terrified, let out a shriek. Xu Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that relying on this girl for assistance would be a daunting challenge. Of course, with Luo Ying's current capabilities, she would struggle to contribute meaningfully. Her presence alone was more hindrance than help. Thus, Xu Feng decisively instructed, "Little Luo, step back. Stay out of the way." "Understood, Captain." Upon hearing this, Luo Ying, who had just screamed in fright, instantly felt relieved, retreating like a timid rabbit to a considerable distance. How obedient, not even bothering to ask if she should assist. Seeing her actions, Xu Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, the giant python wasted no time, launching its second assault with blinding speed. The lengthy, muscular body of the serpent coiled around him, prompting Xu Feng to lift his foot in defense. "You think you're impressive? You think your size intimidates me? Let me show you what I can do." Faced with peril, Xu Feng's phantom leg technique surged with 200% power, nearly manifesting a shadow of itself with the force of his kick. Though powerful, it was sufficient to prevent him from being ensnared by the python in that moment. Xu Feng's mind raced as he contemplated how best to vanquish this wretched serpent. Chapter 57. A true man knows no limits. "Should we intervene?" remarked the horse-faced woman. Observing Xu Feng's struggle, the middle-aged man beside her shook his head slightly, saying, "Let us observe for now. I sense this young man possesses some hidden capabilities." Hidden capabilities? What could a novice who has only recently entered advanced martial training possibly possess? The horse-faced woman expressed skepticism, yet the middle-aged man refrained from elaborating, as he himself was uncertain why he felt this way. Meanwhile, the anxious Luo Ying, now sweating profusely, called out, "Captain, if it seems hopeless, we should flee. We can't possibly win." Witnessing Xu Feng's inability to execute the phantom leg technique any longer, she raised her voice in desperation. "Little Luo, just enjoy the show, will you? Must you stand there uttering such defeatist remarks?" Xu Feng replied with frustration, thinking, "When have I shown even the slightest hint of weakness? A true man cannot admit to being incapable." Indeed, while Xu Feng had ceased his assault with the phantom leg, it was not due to an inability to perform. As a first-tier martial artist with a vitality value of 430, executing a mere 100 kicks with the phantom leg was hardly a challenge. He had merely opted to conserve his energy for effectiveness later. Moreover, aside from the phantom leg, he possessed another technique, the thunderous fist. While it wasn't a vitality-based technique, Xu Feng had honed it to perfection. Thus, having previously launched powerful kicks, Xu Feng swiftly adapted his strategy, raising his fists for a new onslaught. In the conference hall, many spectators sighed in disappointment as they observed Xu Feng's cessation of the phantom leg. They feared he was on the brink of defeat. Qian Nan waved her fist in frustration, not out of anger towards Xu Feng's performance, but rather in despair over the potential demise of Yunwu's hopes. How unfortunate. A promising talent has emerged, yet I failed to recognize it in time. If Xu Feng is eliminated, Yunwu will once again find itself at the bottom this year. Yunwu's principal, Qian Datong, wore a grim expression, feeling the piercing gaze of Nandu's principal, Kai Yixia, filled with taunting mirth, as he silently cursed. This old fool must be reveling in our misfortune as our talent faces elimination. Just as Qian Datong prepared to retort, Qian Nan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. What kind of fist technique is Xu Feng employing? That looks like the thunderous fist, a standard non-vitality technique." Qian Datong, uncertain, replied, "It appears so." Soon, others began to chime in with astonished tones. "Old Qian, your student is quite extraordinary. He has infused such ordinary techniques with the grace of a master. Indeed, despite the thunderous fist lacking the potency of the phantom leg, it excels in conserving vitality." As the esteemed individuals surrounding him discussed Xu Feng's apparent safety, Qian Nan's face lit up with a smile, murmuring to herself, "Thank goodness. I didn't expect Xu Feng to have such hidden talents. This is truly splendid." Qian Datong was engaged in casual conversation with the influential figures nearby, an unmistakable smile adorning his face. "Haha, I've always had high hopes for this little Xu. And he has indeed surprised me once again." He decisively switched to Thunder Fist in the face of the ferocious beast that he could not counter with phantom legs. This strategy was quite astute. Of course, old Qian occasionally cast a few provocative glances toward Kai Yixia, who appeared increasingly infuriated, his face a mask of cold silence. The prominent figures in the meeting hall were taken aback, including the middle-aged man and the woman with a horse-like face. Just moments ago, the horse-faced woman had doubted the youth's potential. Now, with a hint of disbelief, she remarked, "He truly has a backup plan. How can this young man's thunder fist be so remarkably sharp? Lao Lu, why do I feel that I am even inferior to this young lad in the mastery of thunder fist? Cough, don't say you are inferior." "I too feel a sense of inadequacy," replied the middle-aged man, nodding slightly, his expression one of contemplation. Although the damage of thunder fist may not surpass that of phantom legs, its endurance is commendable, allowing this young man to persist in battle. While those who recognized thunder fist were impressed, Luo Ying, at this moment, was utterly perplexed. What martial skill is the captain employing? The speed of his fists is astonishing. I can scarcely see them. It was entirely normal for Luo Ying to be unable to identify thunder fist, as students from different provinces naturally possess varied foundational skills. However, having observed Xu Feng battling the giant python for an extended period, she could no longer contain herself and asked, "Captain, what should we do next? Do you need my assistance?" "Ah, I was waiting for you to say that, little sister." Xu Feng's eyes brightened. "Yes, Xiao Luo, quickly come to my aid." "Ah, what should I do? I'm worried I won't be of any help." Originally, Luo Ying had merely extended a polite offer, but now she felt somewhat caught in a dilemma. Stammering her response, Xu Feng chuckled, "There's no need to worry. Just come over and take my place for a moment." "But, Captain, that giant python looks so terrifying and repulsive. I'm a bit afraid," she protested. "Oh, come on. The little giant python isn't repulsive at all. Just think of it as a large spicy strip." Xu Feng urged. "Hurry over and take my place. Then I'll seize the body refinement pill. And we can make our escape." How could something so terrifying resemble a spicy strip in any way? Luo Ying muttered, suddenly struck with inspiration. "Captain, why don't you continue to hold off this spicy strip baby, and I'll go retrieve the body refinement pill." "Damn it, I completely forgot about that." Xu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his face darkening as he scolded, "Xiao Luo, if you had this in mind all along, why were you just standing there in a daze? Hurry and get the body refinement pill, so we can both swiftly escape from this large spicy strip." "All right, Captain," Luo Ying replied cheerfully. She maneuvered around the ongoing battle between Xu Feng and the giant python, snatching up the metallic box before sprinting away. "Let us go." Xu Feng seized the moment to employ phantom legs, kicking the giant python aside before quickly catching up with the fleeing Luo Ying. The giant python remained dazed, bewildered as to how its opponent had suddenly vanished. Only faint echoes of their conversation lingered in the air. "Xiao Luo, remember to be smarter next time you find yourself in such situations. Don't let me toil alone while you simply watch." "Yes, Captain, I will remember." Chapter 58, Captain. It seems those two were just now berating you for your shamelessness. Quickly, quickly. There are still 2 reward points not far from us. I hope we can secure them all. After escaping the perilous encounter with the giant python, Xu Feng urged the sluggish little Luo sister to hasten her pace. Just moments ago, he had glanced inside the metallic box and discovered not 1, but 2 body refinement pills. This revelation left Xu Feng elated, intensifying his desire for the remaining body refinement pills. After approximately 20 minutes of continued running, as they neared the next red dot, Xu Feng abruptly halted and inquired, "Xiao Luo, do you remember our team's core principle?" "I do, Captain. If the situation is chaotic, you will engage all enemies, while I will stealthily retrieve the box." If the situation is clear, I will remain hidden while you collect the box, and then we will escape together. Luo Ying nodded eagerly, earnestly reiterating their agreed-upon strategy. The principles are clear, and the roles are well-defined. Splendid. Xu Feng smiled as he led the way toward the small red dot. Having already heard the sounds of battle emanating from that direction, soon, the sight of contestants clashing with ferocious beasts unfolded before him, transforming Xu Feng into an observer. There were 2 students engaged in combat with the beast, and it was evident they belonged to the same team. If Xu Feng recalled correctly, these 2 were students from the Mountain Sea Martial Institute, facing off against an ape-like ferocious beast. After a brief assessment of the situation, he signaled to Luo Ying. Seeing that Xiao Luo had stealthily concealed herself behind a tree, Xu Feng unleashed a powerful shout to break the stalemate. Brothers, don't panic. I'm here to assist. As soon as Xu Feng's voice rang out, the 2 students battling the ape-like beast were startled, only to see a figure rushing toward them. Is there really such a good Samaritan? The 2 students from Mountain Sea Martial Institute were momentarily taken aback. Then they realized that the individual who had just shouted was brushing past them. Brushing past? This sudden appearance was not an offer of assistance. He was merely there to seize an opportunity. As Xu Feng's actions became apparent, the 2 students from Mountain Sea Martial Institute instantly reacted, their hearts sinking in alarm. They had toiled tirelessly battling the ferocious beast, yet had not even had the chance to retrieve the box. Now, someone was attempting to take advantage of the chaos? You shameless brat, stop right there. That body refinement pill is ours. As Xu Feng reached for the box, one of the students from Mountain Sea Martial Institute could no longer contain his rage and shouted, No, the ferocious beast is yours. The body refinement pill belongs to me. Everyone takes what they need. Xu Feng grinned as he snatched the box from the ground. Brothers from Mountain Sea Martial Institute, may our paths cross again. He laughed heartily and swiftly darted into the dense forest. Damn it, put down that body refinement pill. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? The 2 students from Mountain Sea Martial Institute were infuriated as they watched the reward slip away. Unfortunately, they were entangled with the ape-like beast. And though they wanted to pursue, they lacked the strength. They could only watch helplessly as Xu Feng vanished into the forest with their body refinement pill. Unbeknownst to them, behind a large tree, a petite figure had also quietly departed. Xiao Luo, do you see? This is the thrill of being the underdog. It's absolutely exhilarating. By the way, did you catch what those 2 guys from Mountain Sea were shouting just now? Xu Feng inquired cheerfully as they distanced themselves from the battlefield. Waving the box in his hand, Luo Ying cast Xu Feng a peculiar glance, hesitating for a moment before responding. Captain, those 2 seem to be calling you shameless. No, you must have misheard. Someone as altruistic as I could never be described that way. Besides, I only took their body refinement pill. Not claiming their lives is already quite generous of me. Xu Feng's expression was one of disbelief, convinced that Xiao Luo was merely spouting nonsense. All right, you're the captain. Your word is law. Luo Ying nodded helplessly, yet truth be told, she felt a thrill coursing through her veins. Although she had merely been a silent observer, her heart raced just as swiftly. Compared to the arduous days of solitary survival in the forest, life alongside the captain was infinitely more exhilarating. Indeed, it was quite a spectacle. In the conference hall, the principal of the Shanghai Martial Academy, who had just witnessed the 2 students from Shanghai being robbed of their body refinement pills, hesitated with words unspoken. Even he found the audacity of the fellow named Xu Feng rather shameless, yet he was undeniably within the bounds of the rules. Thus, even if he wished to voice an opinion, it seemed futile. If one were to be critical, it was ultimately the inadequacy of his own students that led to this predicament. Otherwise, how could it have come to pass? He hoped they would remember this lesson and seize the opportunity to reclaim their honor in the future. With a quiet sigh, the principal of Shanghai shook his head. In the footage, the 2 students of Shanghai Martial Academy, having finally evaded the beast resembling a gorilla, were seen cursing in frustration. Unfortunately, the instigator, Xu Feng, had already distanced himself from the scene, his sights set on the 3rd marked location where the reward, the body refinement pill, remained unclaimed. He would not be so easily deterred. Meanwhile, the attendees in the conference hall, following Xu Feng's trajectory, began to speculate on his next move. Suddenly, Principal Xiong Benjiang of Modu Martial Academy chuckled. Old Qian, do you think your Xu Feng will encounter our 2 students from Modu? Modu Martial Academy, one of the top 3 super academies in the Great Xia, was home to the elite of the elite. Thus, upon hearing Xiong Benjiang's remark, Qian Datong, the principal of Yunwu, visibly shifted in demeanor. Old Xiong, are you suggesting that your Modu students are formidable enough to pose a threat to our Xu Feng? Xiong Benjiang shook his head with a smile. Not necessarily, but I do have some recollection of those 2 Modu students. Their prowess ranks among the top in Modu's roster. Even when faced with the exceptional talents of Longwu, they might not necessarily fall short, though the odds would be somewhat against them. Hiss. Both Qian Datong and Qian Nanan inhaled sharply. It was well known that while both Modu and Shanghai were among the 10 super martial academies of the Great Xia, the strength of Modu's top 3 students vastly overshadowed that of Shanghai's bottom 3. Xu Feng had managed to outsmart the 2 Shanghai students. But should he face the elite of Modu, his chances of emerging unscathed were far from guaranteed. It's over. Xu Feng is so blinded by greed that he's bound to stumble. Qian Nanan muttered to herself. Chapter 59. What is the meaning of this? Are you preparing to recite lines with me? The organizers were quite cunning, arranging the rewards in such a way that forced me to scurry about. As Xu Feng hurried along, he inwardly cursed. Fortunately, the small red indicating the third reward location was still flashing nearby. Otherwise, he might have lost all motivation. Based on his previous experiences of claiming the body refinement pills, once a reward was taken, its corresponding red that would disappear from his watch. Captain, I suddenly have a foreboding feeling. Just as they were racing forward, the seemingly unobtrusive Luo Ying blurted out. Xu Feng paused, slightly annoyed. What do you mean? Are you trying to script a movie with me? Luo Ying. After pondering for a moment, she failed to grasp her captain's meaning. So she chose to disregard it and continued. Captain, look at these 3 nearby reward locations. We were the first to claim one. Those 2 from Shanghai, despite not defeating the beast, had their chance. So, here is the question. Why is that third red dot still blinking? Are you implying that someone is laying a trap? Xu Feng glanced at her and suddenly realized that while this girl might not possess great strength, she was quite astute. Luo Ying nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Exactly, Captain. I believe someone might be using the body refinement pill as bait to lure other participants. Well deduced. Xu Feng smiled and nodded. In that case, let us hurry over and not keep them waiting too long. Captain, since we know someone is lying in ambush, why should we go there at all? Initially, Luo Ying thought her captain would choose to retreat, but to her surprise, he had no intention of doing so. Xu Feng's course remained unwaveringly directed toward the location marked by the red dot. Seeing the bewilderment on her face, Xu Feng chuckled. Sister, if they want to fish, let them fish. If they wish to ambush, let them ambush. What does that have to do with us? We'll simply defeat the ambushers and take the body refinement pill for ourselves. Why overthink it? Captain, are you certain you can overpower those ambushers instead of becoming their prey? This thought brewed in Luo Ying's mind for quite a while. Yet she ultimately refrained from voicing it. She feared that if she spoke it aloud, Xu Feng might abandon her and act solo. In a certain thicket of the forest, 2 long-hidden students from Modu Martial Academy were suddenly interrupted by a yawn. One, appearing lethargic, remarked, Chini, do you think anyone will fall for our trap? We've been waiting for an hour. Someone will definitely come. Although, I worry it might be from Longwu, the other replied, nodding. And what's wrong with Longwu? We have 2 of us here. Even if we can't win, we certainly won't lose points. That's true. Let's just wait. After having eliminated 2 students from the Northwest Academy, they had already secured 5 elimination points. If 2 more participants from other academies showed up, they would make a significant profit, and perhaps even seize the body refinement pill. As the 2 students from Modu quietly conversed, Xu Feng and Luo Ying arrived near the red dot. Luo Ying discreetly pointed toward the reward placement and whispered, Captain, the situation over there is clearly suspicious. You can see the signs of a struggle on the grass. Indeed, it's definitely suspicious. There must be an ambush nearby. Xu Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over several spots he deemed most concealed. If anyone knew the tactics of an ambusher, it would surely be another ambusher. It was rather unfortunate that Xu Feng, despite having temporarily shifted careers, still retained the necessary skills. After a few glances, he had pinpointed the positions of the 2 individuals lurking in the grass. Captain, since there is an ambush, should we retreat? Luo Ying, lacking Xu Feng's experience, felt that danger lurked everywhere, which was rather terrifying. Xu Feng chuckled lightly. Now that we're here, how can we leave empty-handed? Besides, have you ever heard of the strategy of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair? I haven't. The girl shook her head decisively, indicating her ignorance of the concept. Such a lack of culture is truly alarming. Xu Feng sighed inwardly. However, recognizing that he needed her cooperation for what was to come, he quietly explained, it's essentially a method to lure the enemy away. You'll act as bait, and then wheel. A few minutes later, Luo Ying, her face alight with excitement, dashed out from the trees, heading straight for the place where the rewards were displayed. However, when they had only traversed half the distance, the young lady seemed to sense impending danger and promptly turned to flee. This sudden turn of events caught the 2 magic martial arts students lurking in the grass completely off guard. Initially, their spirits soared upon the unexpected appearance of a female contestant, and they eagerly awaited her approach to the designated prize area, ready to strike. Yet, they were unprepared for the swiftness with which she retreated. In the blink of an eye, her petite figure had already darted into the woods. Chini, you guard this spot while I snatch that elimination point. Despite the unexpected nature of the situation, the 2 magic martial arts students quickly allocated their roles. One shadow instantly surged forward in pursuit. Meanwhile, perched atop the treetops, Xu Feng crouched, chuckling to himself. Alas, the young lady's acting is rather exaggerated and unrefined, lacking any finesse. If those 2 had even a modicum of discernment, they would surely recognize her pretense. However, it is commendable that one of them remained cautious enough to stay behind. Fortunately, Xu Feng recalled that the young lady was currently in flight, so he did not linger. With a light step, he descended swiftly towards the location of the metallic box. The persistent red dot on his wristwatch indicated that the box containing the body-tempering elixir remained untouched. Xu Feng's primary goal was the prize, making the acquisition of the elixir his top priority. The magic martial arts student still hidden in the grass likely never anticipated that someone would suddenly drop down from above. By the time he realized it, Xu Feng had already snatched the metallic box and stuffed it into his pocket right before his eyes. Observing the magic martial arts student, who was fuming with rage, Xu Feng grinned mischievously. Wow, my friend, still lurking in the grass. Do you think you're playing a game of kings? Please. This is a battleground. If you want to be a ground dweller, you ought to lie flat. Chapter 60. That fellow is even more formidable than the perverts of Dragon Martial? It makes no sense. In the conference hall, the scene of Xu Feng confronting the magic martial arts student was being keenly observed by the audience. Earlier, Principal Xiong Benjong had remarked that both students were among the most formidable in the magic martial arts team. Xu Feng, having made numerous appearances, was known for his flamboyant maneuvers. Thus, when the two faced off, curiosity among the spectators surged dramatically. One individual ventured to analyze. I wonder who possesses greater strength, the magic martial arts expert or the leader of the Cloud martial arts team. This Xu Feng from Cloud martial arts exhibits remarkable prowess with his phantom leg technique and is at the peak of the first-tier martial artist realm. Conversely, Chun Yi from magic martial arts has previously teamed up to slay ferocious beasts, making his strength quite formidable as well. Indeed. Yet compared to Chun Yi of magic martial arts, I find Xu Feng to be more troublesome. His companion is currently acting as bait, and if things go awry, he could be eliminated. Should the two magic martial arts students join forces, Xu Feng's predicament may become perilous. As the discussions unfolded in the conference hall, Xu Feng had already engaged his opponent in combat. All participants were first-tier martial artists, and the battle lacked any ostentation, merely a contest of martial skills and vitality. In terms of vitality, Xu Feng believed himself to be on par. As for martial skills, it was even less reasonable for him to lose. Consequently, the clash commenced with an intensity that exceeded expectations. This time, Xu Feng refrained from employing any tricks, opting instead for a straightforward confrontation with his adversary. The resounding sounds of their strikes echoed through the dense forest, as both combatants exchanged blows, neither willing to yield. The defensive capacity of a first-tier body refining realm was indeed formidable, yet the penetrating power of vitality martial skills was astonishingly greater. In mere moments, Xu Feng had exchanged hundreds of strikes with his opponent. He could feel a fiery heat building in his chest, and his entire body throbbed with pain. However, Chun Yi, his opponent, was evidently in a more dire state, beginning to falter under the relentless barrage of blows. Though Chun Yi was not significantly weaker than Xu Feng in terms of vitality, he suffered in terms of martial skills. It was crucial to note that Xu Feng's phantom leg had reached a minor mastery level, granting a threefold enhancement to his attack power. Among the participants of this summer camp, such a level of vitality martial skill was indeed terrifying. Despite Xu Feng's earlier struggle against the giant python beast, that had been due to the nature of the beast itself. Now, with his phantom leg unleashed upon Chun Yi, each strike was as relentless as a battering ram. With a resounding thud, Xu Feng struck once more, and blood erupted from Chun Yi's mouth. Just as before, he was sent flying through the air. Chun Yi had been defeated. Captain, I'm back. Quickly save me. Damn it. Chun Yi, how are you holding up? At that moment, a male and female voice rang out in succession. The female, Luo Ying, swiftly sought refuge behind Xu Feng, gasping for breath. The male magic martial arts student cast a furious glare at Xu Feng before rushing past him toward the fallen Chun Yi. I'm fine. Quickly, activate the distress signal. You're no match for that kid. Chun Yi, having been thrown back, was not severely harmed. Grasping his companion's arm, he urgently urged him. Is this kid really that strong? The returning magic martial arts student was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Chun Yi nodded gravely. Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful, especially his explosive vitality martial skills. Even though you've been exhausting him, do I have any chance if I go back in? Does that mean this kid is even more formidable than those perverts from Dragon Martial? This makes no sense. The other magic martial arts student was stunned. It's utterly nonsensical. I had thought I stood a chance, yet I lost so swiftly. As for whether he was indeed stronger than the perverts of Dragon Martial, that remained uncertain. Moreover, even if Xu Feng had exhausted some energy, how many times could one withstand an onslaught of threefold combat power? Upon hearing Chun Yi's words, the later arriving magic martial arts student promptly pressed the distress signal on his wristwatch. Activating the distress signal was tantamount to automatically forfeiting this survival trial. However, there was an advantage. Elimination points would not be awarded to others, essentially self-sabotaging. Xu Feng likely had not anticipated such a maneuver. Thus, when the thunderous roar of helicopters echoed above, he found himself momentarily perplexed. Yet, upon witnessing the two magic martial arts students being whisked away, their gestures exuding triumph, Xu Feng finally grasped the situation. Goodness, there is such a tactic? Even in forfeiting, they 1T allow me to claim their heads? After a moment, Luo Ying approached him with a curious inquiry. Captain, they've long since flown away. Are you not weary of holding your hand up? Only then did Xu Feng retract his middle finger, previously raised towards the sky, and retorted with irritation, Weary? Hardly. I'm simply vexed. The elimination points just slipped away. Luo Ying rolled her eyes in response, retorting, Captain, if anyone should feel vexed, it's those two magic martial arts contestants, having lost their body-tempering elixirs to you. That is true. Now, let us divide the spoils. With that thought, Xu Feng's mood lightened immediately as he retrieved the 3 metallic boxes he had secured that day. Each box contained 2 body-tempering elixirs, totaling 6. What Luo Ying said next made Xu Feng, who had been feeling somewhat conflicted, truly appreciative of her thoughtfulness. Captain, it seems I have played no significant role today, merely a spectator to the unfolding drama. Perhaps I should forfeit my share of the spoils this time? Observing the earnest expression of the young lady, Xu Feng handed her a body refinement pill with a smile, saying, Although you, Xiao Luo, did not contribute much today, and initially voiced some pessimistic thoughts, the principle of sharing applies. Here, this body refinement pill is yours, while the remaining 5 shall be mine. Thank you, Captain, exclaimed Luo Ying, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing the pill in her palm, despite having not anticipated receiving it. In truth, she had not been entirely without merit. She had successfully diverted one of the contestants from the Demon Martial Academy. Had it not been for her, it was uncertain whether Xu Feng would have secured the 2 body refinement pills this time. Had the 2 Demon Martial students deemed him too formidable, they might have chosen to self-destruct right then and there. Xu Feng could not simply disregard the rules to seize their possessions. Meanwhile, in the conference hall, upon witnessing the outcome, nearly every pair of glasses shattered in disbelief. No one had expected Xu Feng from Yunwu Academy to achieve such astonishing results against the 2 students from Demon Martial Academy, resulting in 1 defeat and 1 forfeit. The principal of the Demon Martial Academy, Xiong Benjiang, who had been confident in his students' abilities, now wore a rigid expression. Conversely, the principal of Yunwu Academy, Qian Datong, could barely contain his glee, his smile stretching almost to the back of his ears. Chapter 61. Did that lad dare to refuse? No. He might indeed dare to do so. It turns out Xu Feng truly possesses remarkable strength. I have completely misjudged him. Beside Qian Datong, Qian Nanan's expression was a mixture of astonishment and slight frustration. The astonishment stemmed from her disbelief at Xu Feng's achievements, while the frustration arose from her own misjudgment. However, she soon found joy again as she contemplated, a talent as extraordinary as Xu Feng must be firmly secured in my grasp. This year, I happen to be mentoring a new cohort. There is no way I can allow anyone to snatch him away. With that thought, Qian Nanan glanced at Qian Datong and, with an ingratiating smile, said, Father, please let me have Xu Feng. I will ensure he becomes the most exceptional martial artist in the history of Yunwu. Qian Datong looked conflicted and replied, Ahem, Nanan, actually, Uncle Zhou just called me and mentioned that. Qian Nanan immediately raised an eyebrow, her expression defiant as she retorted, I don't care. Who was it that took charge of the special training for Xu Feng and the others? Who has been monitoring their progress daily? Who has been anxiously concerned for them? It was me. It was me. And only me. Where were Uncle Zhou and Uncle Lu during that time? They arrived just to reap the rewards. Qian Datong pondered for a moment before saying, Actually, giving Xu Feng to you is not out of the question, but are you certain you can properly mentor such a genius? If an outstanding talent were to falter under your guidance, the loss would be tremendous. Qian Nanan calmed herself and, after a lengthy contemplation, finally spoke, Father, while I acknowledge that my personal strength pales in comparison to the school's experts, I believe that a genius like Xu Feng may require not the meticulous guidance of a master, but rather the unwavering support of a mentor. If you entrust Xu Feng to me, I will wholeheartedly support him 100%. Qian Datong nodded, albeit reluctantly. All right then. But ultimately, we must respect Xu Feng's personal wishes. If he does not wish it, do not force him, understood? Does that lad dare to refuse? No. It seems that I must devise a foolproof plan. Just as Qian Nanan was about to argue, she suddenly realized that the situation might not be so straightforward. Xu Feng might not necessarily choose her as a mentor. If seduction fails, then perhaps I must resort to bribery. It is evident that Xu Feng has an affinity for wealth. After all, how else could he have gone through such lengths to seize those body refinement pills alongside Luo Ying? Qian Nanan felt she had found a solution, but simultaneously grew concerned about her bank account balance. Meanwhile, Xu Feng in the forest, oblivious to the fact that he had been surreptitiously sold, had successfully secured body refinement pills from both the Shanghai and Modu groups of students with Luo Ying. The organizers seemed to have calmed down, resulting in 3 days of relative tranquility, with no unexpected occurrences. Although the days were peaceful, Xu Feng was not idle. He had already consumed the first of the body refinement pills he had obtained. Thanks to Luo Ying's extensive knowledge in this area, Xu Feng would never admit his own ignorance. He learned that each individual could consume up to 4 pills, ideally corresponding to the 4 stages of body refinement for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade martial artists. This would maximize the efficacy of the body refinement pills. With his vitality nearing 460, Xu Feng was on the brink of advancing to a second-grade martial artist. Hence, he promptly consumed his first body refinement pill to avoid missing the optimal timing. Upon consuming the pill, Xu Feng experienced a peculiar sensation. On one hand, the information on his attribute panel showed no changes from the ingestion of the pill. Yet on the other hand, he felt a tangible constricting sensation throughout his body, as though he were being compressed from within, while his vitality instinctively resisted this compression. Initially, he worried that something was amiss with the pill. Fortunately, after consulting with Luo Ying, she assured him that this was a normal response and a sign of the pill's efficacy. At that moment, Xu Feng realized that this young lady was not entirely lacking in usefulness. She had her moments of insight. The intense constriction lasted for 2 full days, leaving Xu Feng wondering if someone was casting a tightening spell on him. During these 2 days of cultivation, he also noticed the benefits the body refinement pill conferred upon his physique. With a vitality of 460, he was nearing completion in the skin refinement stage. Once he reached 500 vitality, he would naturally advance to the muscle refinement stage of a second-grade martial artist. However, after consuming the body refinement pill, Xu Feng felt as though he might linger longer in the skin refinement stage. Each increase in vitality no longer bore the uncomfortable sensation of fullness. It was as if the body refinement pill had allowed him to expand his capacity, enabling him to accommodate more vitality even at the first-grade martial artist level. This was undeniably beneficial for a martial artist, indicating that he could establish a more solid foundation. Thus, as the 7th day of training arrived, Xu Feng's attribute panel reflected the following. Name: Xu Feng. Realm: first-grade martial artist. Cultivation method: Yangyuan posture, 800-800. Martial skills: Thunder Fist, 300-800 perfected. Phantom leg, 100-800 minor success. Chi concealment technique, 325-4000 minor success. Vitality, 460-460, aside from minor changes in other aspects and a steady increase in vitality. The most significant alteration was observed in the Chi concealment technique, which was nearing its limit of minor success and on the verge of entering the realm of major success. Consequently, the middle-aged high-ranking martial artist who had been following Xu Feng had entirely abandoned the idea of tracking him through fluctuations in vitality, instead ensuring that he remained within sight at all times, lest Xu Feng turn away. With his aura meticulously restrained, Xu Feng effortlessly slipped from his grasp, vanishing from beneath his very eyelids. Fortunately, the presence of a burdensome companion beside Xu Feng served as a secondary safeguard for the middle-aged man. Alas, how arduous this task has become for me. Is there any observer who toils as diligently as I do? Thankfully, only 3 days remain. Once they pass, I shall find respite. Glancing at the unresponsive figure beside him, akin to a stone in his perception, the middle-aged man let out a silent sigh. At that moment, Luo Ying, the young woman nearby, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Captain, the designated area has refreshed. This time, the circle has shrunk significantly. Isn't that redundant? As we approach the final circle, the space allotted to us must inevitably diminish." Xu Feng silently scoffed, promptly rising to his feet. "Let us proceed. This time, we shall take a stand at the center of the circle. Whether we secure victory hinges on this moment." Chapter 62. How could a person as noble and righteous as I smile with treachery? The young burden, Luo Ying, naturally obeyed every word spoken by her captain, Xu Feng. Though she found herself puzzled by the term eating chicken, she followed obediently behind him. The distance from their current location to the center of the designated area was quite considerable. Fortunately, with the replenishment of airdropped supplies, both were brimming with energy. Unperturbed by concerns of fatigue, Xu Feng's mind was preoccupied with devising strategies to accumulate more elimination points. Currently, his total score stood at 13 points, comprising 7 survival points and 6 elimination points. As for the burden, her score was even lower, with merely 7 survival points and no elimination points at all. The survival training organized by the Education Bureau offered rewards in 2 forms, one based on the collective score of the team and the other on individual scores. Xu Feng had already relinquished hope of securing rewards based on the team's total score. The only aspect worth considering now was whether he, as the leader of Yunwu, could achieve something noteworthy on an individual level. Thus, if Xu Feng could accomplish either of the following 2 objectives, his prospects would brighten significantly. Firstly, one could secure more elimination points than others while also prolonging survival. Secondly, one could achieve greater elimination points than those who managed to survive longer. Naturally, if he could attain both, it would be without question that he would claim the top spot in the personal rankings. "Captain, what were you just thinking? You looked rather cunning while smiling," Luo Ying inquired curiously as Xu Feng pondered various strategies. Xu Feng immediately adopted a stern expression and retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. How could someone as virtuous and noble as I ever smile with malice? Oh, come now. That smile you just had was akin to that of a benevolent elder." Luo Ying replied with exasperation. However, she quickly expressed her concern. "Captain, with only 3 days left in this survival training, competition will surely intensify. Alas, given my abilities, I doubt I can last until the final day. Before she could finish her thought, Xu Feng looked at her with delight and said, "Ah, little Luo. So you've finally come to such an understanding? Excellent, excellent. Self-awareness is crucial." Just then, he conceived an effective method for acquiring elimination points, explaining, "Here is the plan." "What? Captain, you want me to be the bait?" Luo Ying exclaimed, her expression momentarily blank in disbelief. She felt utterly outpaced by her captain's train of thought. Xu Feng, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded affirmatively. "What else? Should I be the bait while you play the role of the unsuspecting prey?" "Captain, what does this have to do with being prey?" Although Luo Ying suspected her abilities might only permit her to serve as bait, she struggled to comprehend the metaphor about the prey. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the yellow bird behind it. "Forget it. That's a classic saying I coined. Just remember it." Xu Feng waved his hand dismissively and continued. "Look, you've already acknowledged the possibility of being eliminated at any moment. Surely, such a sacrifice must hold value. What do you think constitutes a worthwhile sacrifice in this survival training? Think deeply about it. Is it not true that a sacrifice for the sake of your teammates is the only meaningful one? And who is your teammate at this moment?" "It is I. Little Luo, I will carry forth your spirit. But Captain, if given the chance, I would also like to survive until the very end." Though Luo Ying felt nearly swayed by his persuasion, a flicker of determination remained within her. Xu Feng burst into laughter, saying, "Little Luo, have you misunderstood something? I do not genuinely wish for you to meet your demise. I merely want you to act as bait. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect you and ensure you witness the final moments of this training." Upon hearing this, Luo Ying nodded resolutely, declaring, "Captain, I have made up my mind. I will be your bait. But you must protect me." While the first half of her statement rang with conviction, the latter half quickly reverted to her usual demeanor. Xu Feng nodded. "In that case, you shall lead the way, creating as much commotion as possible. I will restrain all my aura and follow closely behind you, within 100 meters. If we encounter a single opponent, that is manageable. If there are two or more." Meanwhile, in the conference hall, Qian Nan, watching the live broadcast, muttered softly, "Xu Feng is utterly shameless, asking a girl to act as bait for him." Before she could finish, Qian Datong shook his head with a smile, saying, Nan, I believe Su's strategic vision is commendable. Selecting him as the leader of Yunwu was a wise decision. Consider this. Is it realistic for us in Yunwu to achieve a commendable team score in this survival training? Thus, our only hope lies in Su's individual performance. So, despite how frivolous his earlier remarks may have sounded, his decision is not without merit. But we cannot send a girl to be bait. Surely, he could employ other methods. Qian Nan encountered. Qian Datong chuckled. "You often advocate for gender equality. Why are you now fixated on this issue?" Moreover, Su did not force her. He merely proposed the idea, and she consented. "Do you believe that without Su's protection, that girl named Luo Ying could survive until the end? That is simply impossible." Qian Nan nodded, acknowledging, if she hadn't been with Xu Feng these past few days, she might have been eliminated long ago. Qian Datong smiled, continuing, "So, while Su's suggestion may seem questionable, he has indeed contributed during these days. If he had not taken Luo Ying under his wing, wouldn't his own survival and chances of securing elimination points have been significantly enhanced?" Meanwhile, as Qian Datong and Qian Nan deliberated, the cicada and yellowbird team was already reaping rewards. The bold Luo Ying, charging ahead, soon encountered competitors from other teams, too in fact. What was even more astonishing was that these two belonged to different prestigious martial academies and were already engaged in battle. This unforeseen circumstance left Xu Feng, trailing behind as the yellow bird, utterly astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure upon recognizing a familiar face amidst the two combatants. Witnessing the scene unfold, Xu Feng let out a thunderous roar. "Release him." Chapter 63. What are you, to be worthy of calling me brother? Let go of that young man. His victory points are mine. With that, Xu Feng's speed surged to its peak, propelling him directly into the fray. Who did he see? It was none other than Xu Feng, the arrogant youth from Nanjing Martial Institute, whose very appearance was irksome. Xu Feng had been searching for this individual for days, only to find him here today. He vividly recalled his earlier promise to leave Xu Feng searching for his teeth, and now was the time to fulfill it. The individual currently battling Xu Feng was, as Xu Feng remembered, a student from Longdu Martial Institute. As the foremost institution among the 10 super martial academies of the Great Xia, its students were undoubtedly prodigious talents. Consequently, upon witnessing the unfolding combat, Xu Feng's immediate thought was that he could not allow Xu Feng's victory points to be snatched away by another. Unfortunately, despite his swift reaction, Xu Feng arrived a moment too late. By the time he reached the scene, the Longdu Martial Institute student had already triumphed over Xu Feng, claiming 5 points in a fit of rage. It was evident that everyone had heard Xu Feng's booming shout. Thus, when he dashed over, all eyes were fixated upon him, including that of the now eliminated Xu Feng, whose expression fluctuated between anger and despair. It was as if the one who had eliminated him was not the Longdu student, but rather Xu Feng himself. Of course, Xu Feng harbored a secret wish for that to be the case. Yet he regrettably found himself a step behind. He cast a disappointed glare at Xu Feng, exclaiming, "Xu Feng, how disappointing. After searching for you all this time, who would have thought you would be eliminated by someone else?" Without waiting for a response, he turned to the Longdu student, stating, "Brother, you are quite lacking in integrity. Why must you seize my target? What are you, to presume to call me brother?" To Xu Feng's surprise, the Longdu student retorted with a fierce demeanor. "You've arrived just in time. By eliminating your two companions, I might just secure the top position at Longdu." At that moment, Xu Feng finally comprehended the words of senior sister Tang Ru from Longwu, realizing that while the students of Longdu were indeed exceptional, few possessed a genuine amiability. With this thought, Xu Feng suddenly smiled, nodding in agreement. Very well, very well. I was initially worried you might be too accommodating, which would make it awkward for me to take action. But now that I know your tongue is as foul as your character, it is only fitting that I leave you searching for your teeth. Xu Feng's reasoning was simple. Since Longwu had toppled his target, he would adopt this individual as his new prey. After all, who wouldn't relish in the prospect of delivering a sound thrashing? Upon hearing Xu Feng's equally audacious words, the Longwu student's expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely contain himself. As a genius among geniuses, he held no regard for anyone, even when facing fellow Longdu students. How much less respect did he have for the pitiful individuals emerging from lesser martial academies? Indeed, in the eyes of many prodigies from Longdu, all other martial institutes, aside from Longwu, were deemed inferior. They believed that only one super martial academy should exist in Great Xia, and that was Longdu. As his voice faded, the Longwu student charged at Xu Feng, launching a fierce punch. Just moments ago, he had relied on this very blood-chi fist technique to swiftly dispatch Xu Feng. In his mind, the boy before him was surely no different from the last, a mere target, ripe for defeat. Yet, before the Longwu student's fist could land, a large foot suddenly appeared before him. The two forces, each imbued with tremendous power, collided, resulting in a resounding explosion that reverberated through the air. Both fighters momentarily recoiled, only to spring back into combat once more. The Longwu student likely never anticipated that this inferior martial academy contender would possess such formidable combat prowess. He had previously encountered members of other teams, including Xu Feng, who was among the elite. Yet, in the face of this Longwu prodigy, those individuals fell woefully short in every aspect, including battle strength. For him, they were merely points to be claimed, opportunities to vie for the top spot within Longwu. Indeed, the 10 competitors from Longdu had yet to select a leader, each pursuing their own goals during this trial. However, the Longwu student was unprepared for the emergence of an anomaly, even from a so-called inferior martial academy. This anomaly, Xu Feng, hailed from Yunzhou Martial Institute, which the Longwu prodigies regarded as the most inferior of all. As for Xu Feng's momentary change in expression, it stemmed from his astonishment at his opponent's strength. In truth, all participants in this survival trial shared a relatively similar level of blood chi. There likely existed no significant disparity in realm suppression. Therefore, the decisive factor in determining the outcome of a battle rested upon each individual's mastery of blood chi martial techniques. Xu Feng had encountered few who could rival him in this regard. Yet, the Longwu student before him demonstrated a blood chi fist technique with astonishing explosive power. Truly, he was worthy of the legendary status attributed to Longwu prodigies, grasping the intricacies of blood chi martial arts to such an impressive degree in such a short time. Xu Feng couldn't help but marvel at this revelation. Unbeknownst to him, the Longwu student was similarly musing in disbelief, his astonishment surpassing Xu Feng's. Meanwhile, onlookers nearby were equally taken aback by the remarkable combat prowess displayed by these two fighters. Luo Ying, for instance, while having witnessed her captain eliminate participants from Mo Wu previously, had never imagined that Xu Feng could hold his own against the Longwu prodigy. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Captain, you are truly magnificent and awe-inspiring." In stark contrast, Xu Feng's expression was far less favorable. He had once believed his strength could easily overwhelm Xu Feng, given his superior martial exam scores. Thus, he felt justified in his earlier boasts of avenging the humiliation endured by Nanjing Martial Institute. However, Xu Feng had not anticipated that before he could confront Xu Feng, he would be defeated by a Longwu prodigy. Consequently, when he saw Xu Feng charging forward, his mood plummeted. If only Xu Feng had arrived just a moment earlier, he mused, he might have eliminated that little brat before being ousted by the Longwu prodigy. Yet the next scene left Xu Feng in utter disbelief. The very Xu Feng he had presumed he could easily overpower was now evenly matched against the Longwu prodigy. No, not merely even. Xu Feng's eyes widened in shock as he discerned that the Longwu prodigy seemed to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 64. Wow, Captain, you are truly magnificent and imposing. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Who is this individual holding his ground against the Longwu prodigy? Could it be a prodigy from the Demon Martial Academy? Or perhaps a member of the Great Xia Military Academy? Surely, it cannot be a student from the South River Martial Academy? Apart from the 4 individuals visible on the surface, there were also 4 observers lurking in the shadows. At this moment, The elderly man who had been trailing the dragon martial students in disbelief turned to the other three and began to inquire. His questions were indeed quite deliberate. The Demon Martial, Military Martial, and South Martial Academies are all ranked among the top 5 of the 10 elite martial academies of Great Xia. If there were any students capable of rivaling the prodigies of the Dragon Martial Academy, they would most likely be those geniuses emerging from these martial institutions. However, as soon as the old man finished speaking, the 3 observers around him exchanged peculiar glances. One burly man shook his head and was the first to speak. He is not from the South River Martial Academy. The one from South Martial was just defeated, and I can leave at any moment. He is neither from Demon Martial nor from the Great Xia Military Academy. The woman with a long face interjected. When it was the turn of the middle-aged man to speak, he sighed deeply before saying, Elder Zheng. That lad is from the Yunzhou Martial Academy. Impossible. How could such a talent emerge from the Yunzhou Martial Academy? The elder, referred to as Elder Zheng, felt utterly incredulous. Muttering to himself, indeed, how is that even remotely possible? The remaining 3 nodded in agreement, all feeling a sense of disbelief at the unfolding scene. In truth, when the Dragon Martial student faced off against Xu Feng, many more individuals in the conference hall were closely observing this encounter. Everyone present was well aware of how astonishing the talents of the Dragon Capital Martial Academy's students were. Although Xu Feng's recent performance had been impressive, in the minds of the crowd, he could not possibly compare to the prodigies of the Dragon Martial Academy. Yet, the subsequent developments left everyone present utterly astounded. The notoriously cunning Xu Feng had audaciously dominated the Dragon Martial student in terms of combat prowess. After witnessing this scene, the conference hall fell into a stunned silence. Ultimately, it was Qian Nan who broke the silence, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, Father, it seems that your business this time will yield tremendous profits. Xu Feng has truly given us countless surprises. Ha ha. Indeed, this deal is incredibly lucrative. Qian Datong nodded in delight. Initially, when he agreed to Xu Feng's conditions to assist him in dealing with the South River Martial Academy, he had merely hoped to secure a genius in return. However, even Qian Datong had not anticipated that this genius would shine even brighter than he had imagined. Xu Feng was now able to contend with the 10 prodigies selected from the Dragon Martial Academy, making this no-cost venture an extraordinary windfall. So what if he had offended Kai Yixia from the South River Martial Academy? In comparison to this promising and extraordinary young talent, Kai Yixia was insignificant. Get lost. The conversation between the 2 Qians attracted the attention of the surrounding influential figures. The president of the Demon Martial Academy, Xiong Benjiang, immediately inquired with curiosity, Old Qian, what business were you discussing just now? Is there some backstory to it? Qian Datong chuckled and, without reservation, recounted the details of his previous transaction with Xu Feng. Upon hearing this, Kai Yixia's face turned as dark as thunder. Had it not been for the decorum of the occasion, he would likely have erupted on the spot. Meanwhile, the expressions of the other academy presidents grew increasingly peculiar. After a lengthy pause, the president of the Demon Martial Academy, Xiong Benjiang, sighed and said, Old Qian, in fact, we at the Demon Martial Academy also sent someone to recruit this Xu Feng. He proposed the same conditions. However, in order to maintain harmony amongst the 10 elite martial academies, I did not accept his request. It now appears that if we had agreed back then, this prodigy could have been ours. Sensing Kai Yixia's increasingly grim demeanor, Xiong Benjiang hastily changed the subject, laughing awkwardly. Ahem, old Kai. What I just said was purely a metaphor. Humph. Unable to sit still any longer, Kai Yixia stood up and strode towards the exit. Once he had left the conference hall, the remaining attendees felt freer to converse. Many expressed their regret, as most of the elite martial academies present had previously received Xu Feng's proposal and rejected it. The president of the Northwest Martial Academy, Lu Bend, enviously remarked, Old Qian, you've struck pure luck this time, landing such a prodigy. Had I known Xu Feng's talent was of this caliber, I would have accepted his conditions back then. Indeed, while that might have caused some friction with South Martial, what is a mere rift compared to securing a genius? This is no ordinary talent. This is a young man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies of Dragon Martial. Listening to the chatter around him, Qian Datong could hardly contain his grin. He certainly would not divulge to these individuals that he had previously feared the deal might be a loss, feeling quite anxious about it. Impossible. My vision is impeccable. How could I possibly engage in a losing venture? Naturally, Qian Nan could not interject into the discussions among the influential figures. However, she had been closely monitoring the live broadcast's dynamic changes and suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Father, Xu Feng is about to win. All eyes swiftly turned to the ongoing battle displayed in the live broadcast. Just as Qian Nan had stated, although the Dragon Martial prodigy exhibited impressive combat skills, as time wore on, he ultimately found himself at a disadvantage. At this moment, the young man was being relentlessly pursued and struck by Xu Feng, who unleashed powerful phantom kicks, leaving his opponent with barely any means to defend himself. This is impossible. The Dragon Capital Martial Academy student was on the verge of being overwhelmed by a flurry of kicks and began to shout in frustration. Xu Feng, unrelenting. delivered yet another kick while retorting, day after day, with this impossible nonsense. Could you possibly change your lines? I'm utterly tired of hearing it. What impossible things exist in this world? Do you think being from Dragon Marshall makes you exceptional? Please. I was also once invited by Dragon Marshall, but I simply chose not to go. Upon hearing this, coupled with the internal injuries accumulating from Xu Feng's phantom kicks, the Dragon Marshall student finally broke down. Not only had Xu Feng shattered his mental defenses, but he also breached his physical defenses, causing the young man to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Xu Feng deftly sidestepped the blood spray, and the watch on his wrist vibrated. Glancing down, he saw that he had just secured 5 points, raising his total score from 13 to 18. Quite a satisfactory gain, Xu Feng murmured, then suddenly pointed at the dazed Dragon Marshall student, saying, "Young man, let me teach you a lesson. Next time, do not be so arrogant, or else you'll get beaten every time we meet." Before the young man could react, Xu Feng then pointed at the equally pale Zheng Feiping, adding, "And you, looking down on everyone with your nose in the air? Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Xiao Luo, let us go." Although she had not been directly admonished, the equally intimidated little tagalong, Luo Ying, finally snapped back to reality. She glanced at the 2 eliminated individuals and then at her captain's retreating figure. Suddenly, she exclaimed with delight, "Wow, Captain, you are so incredibly impressive. So majestic." Chapter 65. Steady, steady, we are not the type to be flippant or arrogant. Amidst the cheers of the little tagalong, the 2 students from the other martial academies felt utterly humiliated. The roar of a helicopter overhead extinguished any lingering hope of continuing this survival exercise. Xu Feng, however, did not look back at the departing figures. After all, a true man never looks back at the scene, and besides, there were no beautiful women over there to catch his interest. Luo Ying had finally come alive, chattering incessantly beside him. "Captain, you were truly magnificent just now, effortlessly defeating our opponent. By the way, Captain, you seem rather displeased. Why the long face after such a victory?" Xu Feng cast her an exasperated glance and replied, Calm down, calm down. We are not frivolous or arrogant individuals. Do not lose your composure. A simple smile in your heart suffices. There is no need to display such lack of sophistication." I see. Captain, you mean we ought to carry ourselves with the demeanor of experts, right?" Luo Ying nodded, feigning understanding. Xu Feng sighed and covered his face, feeling somewhat defeated. "What experts? We are far from being experts. A mere kick would struggle to break even a tree. At full strength, we might muster 1,000 pounds of force, but we are no match for large animals. Let us not kid ourselves." "Oh, now I understand." Upon hearing his words, Luo Ying indeed ceased her laughter. After all, being outmatched by animals is hardly a cause for celebration. Did it imply she was inferior even to beasts? Ahem. Luo Ying nearly choked on her own train of thought, her expression growing increasingly morose. Just then, Xu Feng, who had been walking, suddenly halted and looked at her with a peculiar expression. "Little Luo, if you understand. Then why are you still trailing beside me? Have you forgotten your role in the task? You are the bait. Where have you ever seen bait sluggishly following a hunter?" With that reminder, the girl finally snapped back to reality and eagerly bounced ahead. "Oh, my apologies, Captain. I shall fulfill my role as bait immediately. I'll strive to lure more people over. Now that is more like it." Watching her dart away, Xu Feng finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. Unfortunately, the ensuing period was unexpectedly tranquil. Despite Luo Ying making quite a commotion ahead, not a single soul from other teams approached to investigate. Consequently, the seasoned hunter, Xu Feng, found himself with no opportunity to showcase his skills, which left him somewhat troubled. He was uncertain whether this silence stemmed from others having discerned their strategy or simply from the dwindling number of survivors as time passed. Fortunately, on the morning of the 9th day of survival training, this sense of uncertainty was finally dispelled. Their wristwatches buzzed with new information. This time, it was not another disruption from the organizers, but rather a succinct public announcement. Remaining participants: Longdu Martial Academy 5, Moa 1, Songfeng 1, Nanjing 0, Northwest 1, Yinwu 2. Captain, the Longdu Martial Academy is truly formidable. Out of a total of 15 remaining, they claim a third. Luo Ying exclaimed as she read the information on her wristwatch. Xu Feng nodded, his expression turning serious. One cannot deny that, in terms of overall strength, the Longdu Martial Academy rightfully held the title of the foremost among the 10 super martial academies of Daxia. His attention then shifted to the Nanjing 0, pondering. Shinshan has also been eliminated. I wonder who was responsible for her ousting, and whether she had a chance to seek revenge. After mumbling to himself, Xu Feng finally comprehended why even using a small oil bottle as bait had proven ineffective. Among the 15 remaining survivors, aside from the 5 from Longdu and 2 from Mo'u, there were 2 from Yunwu, while the rest were all solitary wolves. The unfortunate Nanjing Martial Academy had lost its last member just yesterday at the hands of a Longdu student. This was troublesome. These solitary wolves were undoubtedly lying in wait, making them nearly impossible to lure out. As for those 5 from Longdu, well, it would be best to avoid an encounter with them. Xu Feng was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although he had previously bested a Longdu student, he did not believe he could contend against all five. After all, at the first-grade martial artist level, the differences in strength were minimal, especially in a setting teeming with prodigies. Captain, what should we do next? It could be troublesome if we run into those five from Longdu. Luo Ying voiced her concerns, sensing the impending difficulties. Indeed, the next 2 days promised to be quite challenging. If only we could form illegal alliances. Xu Feng muttered under his breath. We must first join forces with other teams to eliminate those five from Longdu. Only then do we stand a chance of making it to the end. However, under the current circumstances, such cooperation seems utterly impossible. We can only rely on luck. After uttering this, Xu Feng suddenly fixed a serious gaze on Luo Ying and asked, "By the way, little Luo, how would you rate your luck?" I suppose my luck is fairly decent, neither particularly good nor bad. But being here at the Super Martial Academy must mean I'm stronger than average, she replied, looking bewildered. Captain, why do you ask? Is your luck typically poor? Nonsense. Xu Feng shot her a glare. He believed his luck to be quite favorable, considering he had even encountered the extraordinary event of transmigrating. With that thought, he felt reassured and declared with confidence, my luck is undoubtedly excellent. One might say it is the best. Captain, are you sure? Because I just happened to see 5 individuals heading our way. Luo Ying exclaimed, her expression suddenly alarmed. What? At her words, Xu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He turned to look and realized the little oil bottle was not deceiving him after all. He instantly recognized that the 5 individuals approaching at a leisurely pace were all students from the Longdu Martial Academy. Oh, for heaven's sake. Can it be that I am this unfortunate? Xu Feng mused inwardly and quickly addressed Luo Ying. Little Luo, run quickly. I'll cover your retreat. Surely. The Longdu students will have some pride. Upon hearing this, Luo Ying was moved to tears, asking, Captain, can you handle them alone? Xu Feng chuckled and suddenly asked, Little Luo, do you think we, the Yunwu students, have any pride? No pride, she replied tentatively. While you may lack pride, I still need mine. What I mean is, we shouldn't be concerned about appearances. If we cannot win, it's perfectly acceptable to flee. However, the Longdu students will undoubtedly care about their pride. With me here to hold them off, how could they dare pursue you, a girl? Chapter 66. One must always maintain a modicum of humility. With Xu Feng's insistence, Luo Ying bounded away, leaving him, the Yunwu leader, to confront the 5 students from Longdu Martial Academy. As he watched the approaching figures, Xu Feng felt a growing weight of pressure. If the 5 Longdu students charged at him together, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Yet, he was betting on the notion that these prodigies from Longdu valued their pride more than the average person. They wouldn't engage in a one-on-one fight while they had the advantage in numbers. It would be a different story if they were to gang up on him. With that thought in mind, Xu Feng gazed at the 5 Longdu students drawing nearer and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, as the leader of Yunzhou Martial Academy, I cannot idly stand by while my team members are eliminated. If you wish to pursue my team, you must first step over my dead body. It was merely a formality, as if anyone couldn't say such things. Xu Feng internally scoffed, but then he shifted his expression and smiled, adding, Surely, out of respect for your pride, none of you would pursue a girl of little strength. Let us proceed. For I have long held a deep admiration for the esteemed Longwu Academy. How about we engage in a series of one-on-one duels? The 5 members of Longwu stood merely a few meters away from Xu Feng. Upon hearing his proposal, one among them scoffed derisively and turned to address his companions, stating, So, who among us shall take the lead in securing this elimination point? I will, proclaimed a notably tall young man with pronounced cheekbones. Stepping forward with a booming voice, the 5 students from Longwu Academy conversed as if Xu Feng were inconsequential, treating him as though he were already within their grasp, merely deciding who among them would claim him. Meanwhile, the spectators in the conference hall observed this spectacle with keen interest. The prowess of Longwu students was beyond question, especially with all 5 competitors gathered together. For the members of other teams, this was nothing short of a devastating blow. Qian Nannan, wearing an expression of dismay, lamented. Xu Feng's luck is abysmal. How could he possibly encounter all 5 of Longwu? Yet, he did display commendable resolve, allowing the young lady Luo Ying to escape first. Simultaneously, Qian Datong, who was also watching the live broadcast, chuckled softly, remarking, Young Su's fortune may indeed be lacking, yet his strategy is sound. Those Longwu students might just find themselves in a precarious situation. Just wait and see. As the two exchanged thoughts, the tall Longwu student had already approached Xu Feng, appearing entirely unperturbed by the challenge before him. Had he known that Xu Feng had previously eliminated one of their comrades, perhaps he would have regarded him with greater caution. Unfortunately, the eliminated individual could not communicate with those still in the fray, leaving them unaware of this crucial detail. The other 4 members of Longwu were even discussing how the tall student could dispatch his opponent within mere moments. How arrogant they were. Observing this scene, Xu Feng muttered to himself, feeling a sense of duty to impart a lesson to these conceited Longwu prodigies. It was imperative to remind them that there are always those greater than oneself, and that humility is essential in life. With this thought, Xu Feng's eyes sharpened. and he lunged forward with lightning speed. With a resounding thud, the unprepared Longwu student was sent flying several meters. In an instant, Xu Feng charged forward, launching a flurry of phantom kicks towards his opponent. To be honest, even the tall Longwu student, who had been caught off guard, was momentarily stunned, as were the onlookers. No one anticipated that this seemingly unassuming youth would possess such astonishing combat prowess. The mere act of sending the tall student sprawling and then dominating him indicated that Xu Feng was on par with them in strength. This figure, who appeared as docile as a lamb, was, in truth, a ravenous wolf clad in sheep's clothing. Just how formidable was Xu Feng when he unleashed his full potential? That remained a question. When he had sparred with the Longwu student earlier, both had exchanged blows, resulting in a prolonged stalemate. Yet this time, Xu Feng employed a cunning tactic, catching his opponent off guard. It could hardly be deemed unfair, given that the other party had been careless in battle. Could Xu Feng be blamed for their lack of vigilance? It was simply that the tall student was unprepared for Xu Feng's strike. Thus, he was left to endure a barrage of blows. Seizing the opportunity while the spectators were momentarily dazed, Xu Feng sent his opponent crashing to the ground with a kick, and his next strike aimed straight for the student's forehead. At that moment, Xu Feng felt a vibration from his wristwatch, an indication that he had secured the elimination point. Consequently, he ceased his assault. The remaining 4 Longwu students finally regained their composure, and one of them shouted in fury, "Damn it, we must subdue this brat. He has eliminated Shungbin." As soon as the words left his lips, he charged forward, accompanied by 2 others who also rushed towards Xu Feng's position. Clearly, Xu Feng's swift elimination of one of their own had ignited their fury to a boiling point. However, Xu Feng had no intention of standing idly by to face all 4 of them. His earlier decisive action was precisely to secure a point before retreating. With the point obtained, he was not foolish enough to allow the remaining 4 to surround him in a brawl. Thus, before the Longwu students could encircle him, Xu Feng utilized his phantom leg technique and made a hasty retreat. As he had previously advised Luo Ying, the members of Yunwu would not cling to pride when necessary. They would flee. Of course, although Xu Feng turned to run, he was determined not to let his adversaries off lightly. "So, you Longwu folks are lacking in honor. We agreed upon one-on-one duels, yet you resort to a collective assault," he bellowed. "How shameless of you, Longwu. We clearly agreed on one-on-one combat. And now you turn it into a group melee." In an instant, the 5 Longwu students were nearly driven to the brink of fury. "Who in the world agreed to duel you? How brazen can you be?" they shouted, their faces dark with rage. "Quickly, apprehend that chattering brat." The remaining 4 Longwu students, their expressions grim, abandoned thoughts of their eliminated comrade and sprinted toward the incessantly shouting figure ahead. Regrettably, the faster they pursued, the quicker Xu Feng dashed away. Whenever they slowed their pace, he too would match their speed, all the while his shouts ringing out with ever-increasing vigor. In no time, the entire designated area was thrown into chaos. Countless observers, hidden in the shadows, were left speculating about the unfolding drama. For instance, atop a venerable tree, Guotu listened intently, secretly giving a thumbs up. Brother Xu Feng is truly remarkable, drawing so much attention all on his own. Chapter 67. Xu Feng's Cunning Tactics, Inciting the Wrath of the Longwu Students. This chase persisted for an extraordinarily long duration, stretching from morning to afternoon, and then into the evening. Indeed, Xu Feng could not hope to defeat the combined might of 4 opponents, but he could certainly outpace them. After all, what difference did it make to be pursued by 4 rather than 1? Their speeds would not amplify one another. Thankfully, thanks to the sharp-tongued sister who had taught the Yunwu team the phantom leg technique, Xu Feng was able to utilize it effectively. As she had once said, mastery of this skill would enhance their ability to escape, even if they were unable to win. This time, Xu Feng certainly put it to good use. The speed enhancement provided by the phantom leg technique was remarkable. The remaining 4 Longwu students were left trailing in his wake, eating dust. The term beyond reach likely encapsulated their predicament. Moreover, the prolonged chase was possible because Xu Feng never allowed his opponents to fall too far behind. He opted for a kite-flying strategy, taunting and luring the 4 Longwu students to pursue him. This cunning tactic drove the 4 Longwu students to the brink of exasperation. Yet, this fellow dashed away faster than a rabbit, and despite their relentless chase, they could not capture him. By the time night fell, they had traversed the updated designated area several times over. As darkness descended, they finally conceded, acknowledging that kid's combat prowess is on par with ours. If he manages to find the opportunity to take us down one by one, the reputation of our Dragon Martial Academy will be utterly tarnished. Finally, one of the Dragon Martial students spoke up. The others halted in their tracks, and another one said in a deep voice, "By tomorrow morning, we should first eliminate the other teams before dealing with that shameless brat." A third person concurred, "Indeed, let us secure the elimination points from the others first. As for that kid, he surely cannot escape in the end." The 4 Dragon Martial students finally reached a consensus, thus bringing the chase to a close. In truth, their exhaustion was a significant factor. Even a first-tier martial artist would be nearing their limits after sprinting through the forest for half a day. However, being prodigies of the Dragon Capital Martial Academy, none of them were willing to admit it openly. Meanwhile, Xu Feng sensed that his pursuers had ceased their chase, and he stealthily retraced his steps. He soon discovered the 4 dragon martial students resting beneath a large tree. Upon witnessing this scene, Xu Feng swaggered out from behind the tree, grinning as he waved his finger. "Oh, the geniuses of the Dragon Capital Martial Academy. Why have you stopped? Are you tired? Have you lost your courage? If you have the guts, continue chasing." The sight of him wearing a smug expression infuriated the 4 dragon martial students. Yet, they were acutely aware of the brat's exceptional evasion skills. Even if they wished to pursue him, they knew they could not catch up. Thus, they could only pretend not to hear him and endure his taunts without taking the bait. As Xu Feng continued his tirade of mockery, the 4 remained unresponsive, as if he were merely a figment of the air. This left Xu Feng feeling somewhat disheartened, prompting him to raise his middle finger. "You call yourselves the geniuses of the Dragon Capital? A bunch of cowards. You should just rename yourselves the Turtle Tuckers. Hold on. Don't fall for it. Let that brat jump around for a bit, and we'll deal with him tomorrow," one of them cautioned. This remark was quite impactful, nearly provoking one of them to rise, but fortunately, he was restrained by a companion. Seeing their remarkable restraint, Xu Feng found himself at a loss. Well, it seems these so-called geniuses have been trained into ninja turtles. They probably won't take the bait this time. With that thought, Xu Feng chuckled and turned to leave. However, just as the 4 dragon martial students prepared to exhale a sigh of relief at his departure, Xu Feng suddenly shouted back, "To all my fellow ground dwellers, thank me. For today I have drawn all the firepower to myself." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 dragon martial students darkened. If glares could be weaponized, Xu Feng would likely be riddled with 1,000 cuts at that moment. The forest was eerily quiet, and Xu Feng did not expect anyone to respond. Yet at that moment, a voice emerged from the depths of the woods. "Brother Xu Feng, you did well. Tomorrow, I'll follow you." Xu Feng immediately recognized the voice, replying with a hint of annoyance. "Old Gua, why didn't you say that earlier? You let me get chased by those 4 shameless fellows all alone." "Ha ha. Brother Xu Feng, I lack your prowess, so I dared not show my face." Gua 2's voice echoed back, and who knows where this guy was hiding. At the same moment, a cheerful girl's voice joined in from afar. "Captain, well done. They couldn't catch you with so many of them. Should I come find you?" "Little Luo, don't bother looking for me. Find a safe place to hide instead. They've lost their shame. If they can't catch me, they'll definitely catch you." Xu Feng laughed heartily, responding to the little tag-along. "Got it, Captain. I'll find a good place to hide." Luo Ying replied, and then faded from view, evidently seeking a secure spot, perhaps due to their distant exchange sparking interest. More voices began to emerge, both male and female. "Xu Feng, I'm Lu Shiyan from the Songfeng Martial Academy. How about we form an alliance? If we are forming an alliance, count me in from the Modu Martial Academy to jointly confront Dragon Martial. Shanghai Martial Academy is here to sign up, brother. Just name a place for us to meet and discuss further." Truth be told, even Xu Feng was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a multitude of participants. However, he would not let this golden opportunity slip away, promptly responding in a loud voice. "Since we have the support of various heroes, how can we worry about achieving great things next? Old Gua, quickly reveal your location so we can host all these valiant souls in our grand endeavor." Gua 2 called out, immediately beamed with joy, responding unreservedly. "Got it. When the great alliance leader Xu speaks, how could I not comply? Everyone, follow the sound to my location." Instantly, commotion erupted from all directions within the designated area. It appeared that those lone wolves who had previously hidden were now unwilling to remain in solitude, rushing forth to prepare for an alliance. Xu Feng smiled, suddenly feeling that his day of running around had not been in vain, for the current situation was exceedingly favorable. In stark contrast to the excited lone wolves eager to ally, the 4 from the Dragon Capital Martial Academy were far from pleased. This unfolding scene was utterly outside the realm of their plans. Chapter 68, Illegal Teaming, a Serious Deception begins. "Old Gua, have you been hiding in that bird's nest these past couple of days?" Xu Feng gazed up at the enormous bird's nest atop the ancient tree before him, giving a thumbs up in admiration. At this moment, he had reunited with Gua 2 from the Northwest Martial Academy. In fact, Xu Feng was not the first to arrive. The swiftest was the girl Luo Ying, followed by Lu Shiyan from the Songfeng Martial Academy, and a boy from the Shanghai Martial Academy. Proudly, Gua 2 replied to Xu Feng's remark. "How about it? Brother Xu Feng, this hiding spot is something most wouldn't even think to look for, right? This nest is not only concealed but also offers a great vantage point. I can oversee the entire area from up here. I actually saw you sprinting beneath me twice today. Your speed is impressive. Why didn't you come lend me a hand?" Xu Feng shot him an annoyed glare. Gua 2 scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling. "Ahem. Well, my abilities are limited, Brother Xu Feng. I can't run as fast as you. What should we do next?" Lu Shiyan from the Songfeng Martial Academy suddenly inquired. Though the lone wolves had yet to gather in full, there were 5 of them now, and their combined strength was quite respectable. "Right, Captain. How about after we form an alliance, we eliminate those 4 from Dragon Martial?" Luo Ying chimed in. "Do you think the Dragon Martial students would simply stand there waiting to be eliminated? Upon seeing our numbers, they would surely flee. Xu Feng retorted with a scoff. Truth be told, our primary purpose for forming this alliance is to prevent Dragon Marshal from picking us off one by one. From here on, we should eat and drink well, and patiently wait for this survival trial to conclude. Upon hearing this, Luo Ying, who had expected her captain to have a grand plan, looked disappointed and questioned, "Is it really just going to be so mundane? Captain, didn't you say that the Dragon Marshal students value their reputation? They might just be waiting to challenge us." I had thought they cared about their reputation too, but who could have guessed it would turn out this way? Look at these fellows, they would chase me down with 4 of them. They've no shame left to speak of. Xu Feng spoke with a look of disdain. Several other individuals from the martial academy around him nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his statement. Although the alliance they formed alleviated their concerns about the Dragon Martial Academy, the prospect of counterattacking seemed rather unrealistic. On one hand, apart from Xu Feng, the remaining members lacked the prowess to confront the Dragon Martial students one-on-one. On the other hand, should the Dragon Martial students choose to flee, pursuing them would prove exceedingly challenging. As time passed gradually, Guotu ascended the ancient tree once more and let out a couple of howls to report his position to the lone wolves. By the following morning, the lone wolves from Mo Martial, June Martial, and 2 other super martial academies had all gathered. This meant that the makeshift alliance formed by Xu Feng and his companions suddenly boasted a formidable force of 10. At this juncture, it was evident that the Genius Summer Camp had nearly reached its conclusion. Xu Feng's inadvertent execution of a strategic maneuver effectively deprived the students of the Dragon Martial Academy of any further opportunities. Meanwhile, the members of the alliance had no intentions of troubling the 4 individuals from the Dragon Martial Academy. The crucial point was that there was a significant chance they wouldn't even be able to locate or catch up to them, rendering it a waste of time to pursue. Additionally, given that they had formed an illicit team, infighting within their small group was unequivocally forbidden. It's over. Xu Feng truly has remarkable skills. He has discovered the loophole. In the conference hall, Qian Nan exclaimed with a smile as she observed the 2 live broadcast screens. One screen displayed the 4 students from the Dragon Martial Academy, who appeared quite indignant. The other screen showcased a rather complex assembly of 10 individuals, as it included participants from various super martial academies alongside those from Nanjiang and Dragon Martial. The 2 small circles of people were separated by several miles, effectively maintaining their distance. Thus, although there were still a few hours remaining until the survival experience would genuinely conclude, the outcome was already devoid of suspense. Qian Datong nodded with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, Xu is quite impressive. Our Yunwu's performance should be commendable as well." Historically, the Yunzhou Martial Academy had always placed last, yet this time they had managed to turn the tide, leaving Qian Datong in high spirits. Qian Nan, regaining her focus, quickly added, "I'll calculate Xu Feng's score. Perhaps he even has a chance to claim the top spot on the individual leaderboard." While the organizers busily calculated scores and ranks, the now liberated alliance discussed the rankings of the survival challenge. Guotu let out a heavy sigh and remarked, "I never imagined that I would be the sole survivor from the Northwest Martial Academy. It seems this time will be disastrous." Who could argue with that? You, Guotu, still have elimination points, while I've only managed to scrape together 10 survival points. Sigh. Lu Shiyan from the Tsangfeng Martial Academy sighed in agreement. A boy from Shanghai chimed in, "If only we could eliminate those Dragon Martial students, then we'd all have a fighting chance." Indeed, this time the team score from Dragon Martial is bound to be the highest, and undoubtedly, the individual score leader will emerge from among them. Guotu nodded, estimating, "I suspect someone from Dragon Martial must have scored over 20 points. It's absurd." Turning to Xu Feng, he inquired, "By the way, Xu Feng, why have you remained silent? What is your score? It shouldn't be low, right?" Under the curious gazes of Guotu and the others, Xu Feng smiled and replied, "Actually, it's not much. The elimination points were all snatched by those Dragon Martial fellows. How many could I possibly earn?" Uffed. At that moment, the girl beside him, Luo Ying, couldn't help but burst into laughter. While others were unaware of Xu Feng's score, she had a clearer understanding. Seeing her captain feign seriousness, she struggled to contain her amusement. Xu Feng shot her a glare, prompting her to hastily cover her mouth. However, Luo Ying's laughter did not raise any suspicions among the group, as Xu Feng's reasoning was too compelling. Guotu nodded in understanding, saying, "Indeed, those Dragon Martial students do disrupt the balance. Heaven knows how many have been eliminated by them. Just yesterday, it was only your swift escape, Xu Feng. Others who confronted those 4 would have been decisively eliminated." The members of the alliance expressed their pessimism regarding both their individual and team scores. In contrast, the Dragon Martial students, who had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Xu Feng in the final stage, appeared remarkably composed. For the team rankings, victory was assuredly destined for the Dragon Martial Academy, leaving no room for escape. As for the individual top scorer, it was certain to be one of their own. After exchanging glances, the 4 Dragon Martial students announced their scores in unison. One of them, beaming with pride, declared, "Everyone, my total score is 26. It seems I shall be the leader of Dragon Martial and the individual champion for this round." Chapter 69, Devil? Huh, I'll show you my magic. Dad, I just calculated carefully. It seems our Yunwu is truly going to make a comeback. In the conference hall, Qian Nanan suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Qian Datong, the president of Yunwu, cast her a glance, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, Oh, Nanan, are you referring to Yunwu's team score or Su's individual score? Both. The team score should be 59. While we certainly won to claim first place, we might just secure a spot in the top 3. As for Xu Feng, Dad, it seems the individual champion will emerge from our Yunwu this time. Qian Nanan beamed as she shared this revelation. Upon hearing this, Qian Datong could hardly believe it. Although he and Qian Nanan had recognized that Yunwu would not be at the bottom this time after Xu Feng's exceptional performance, he had never anticipated that the individual champion would hail from Yunwu. Thus, he quickly responded, Nanan, are you certain? You must remember that Dragon Marshal had 4 individuals survive until the end, and they died. You're right. Dragon Marshal indeed had 4 students make it to the end, with 2 of them eliminating 5 opponents. But so what? Our Xu Feng also eliminated 5, and 2 of those were from the Dragon Marshal Academy. Qian Nanan asserted confidently. I just calculated, and Xu Feng's total score should be 30, while the highest from Dragon Marshal is only 26. Haha cough cough, Nanan. Until the final results are announced, we should remain modest. Just as Qian Datong was about to laugh out loud, he suddenly felt it was inappropriate and quickly composed himself. Qian Nanan rolled her eyes, thinking modest? Anyone can tell from your beaming expression that something good must have happened. Captain, why didn't you share your total score just now? In the forest, the members of the alliance had concluded their discussions about the survival challenge. Luo Ying quietly approached Xu Feng and asked in a hushed tone, What is there to say? Didn't you see that everyone else looked somewhat dejected? I'd rather not draw any ire, Xu Feng replied, shrugging. Moreover, this information will be revealed soon enough. There's no need to flaunt it now. Uft. Keeping it a secret, huh? Others may not know your situation, but I know your score must exceed 20 points. With 10 base survival points plus the 14 elimination points from Missouri Marshall and Yunwu, that totals 24. Who knows if you've eliminated anyone else? If you have, then it's a foregone conclusion that you'll secure the individual champion title. The girl said with utmost seriousness. Xu Feng smiled, but refrained from giving a direct response. The little oil bottle blinked her eyes, finally asking with a face full of curiosity, Captain, could you whisper to me? Did you ever eliminate anyone before encountering me? Guess? Xu Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly indicating his unwillingness to divulge the information at that moment. I want to guess. In a few hours, I'll know anyway. Seeing that Xu Feng was so tight-lipped, unable to extract any useful information, the girl, Luo Ying, huffed off in frustration. Xu Feng chuckled, not particularly concerned, merely murmuring to himself, with my score of 30, even if I can't claim first place, securing a spot in the top 3 should be well within reach. I just wonder if this outcome aligns with the expectations of the sharp-tongued sister and Principal Qian. Xu Feng recalled that he was working for the benefactor, naturally considering the benefactor's interests. Unbeknownst to him, however, both big money and little money were already reveling in their hearts at this very moment. Time flew by, and soon it was 2 in the afternoon, marking the official conclusion of this survival training. At that moment, all 14 individuals still within the designated area were promptly retrieved by helicopter, returning to the same location where they had initially gathered. However, it had been 10 days since they departed from this place to engage in the survival challenge. From the original 100 participants, only 14 remained, a testament to the survival of the fittest. Yet, as the crowd disembarked from the helicopter, they were momentarily stunned, unable to locate their teams. For at the spot where the leaders had previously addressed them, a leaderboard had now emerged. The list was divided into 2 categories, team scores and rankings. Alongside individual scores and elimination information, there was no suspense at all. The first place in the team rankings belonged to Longdu Martial Academy, boasting an astonishing total score of 116. The second place went to Dachau Military Academy with a total score of 62, which was not particularly surprising. However, when they beheld the third place, the previously underperforming Yunju Martial Academy stood out with an impressive total score of 59. Yet, this was not the primary reason for their astonishment. The true shock lay in the individual leaderboard, where the first position was not claimed by a member of Longwu, but by Xu Feng. Indeed, individual leaderboard, first place, Yunju Martial Academy Xu Feng, total score, 30. Elimination information, Songfeng Lu Xiong 2, Nanjing Li Jun 4th, Mo Wuxianovel 4, Longwu Zhou Yunhang 5, Longwu Shengbin 5. The second position on the individual leaderboard was occupied by Longdu Martial Academy's Zhou Peiyun, with a total score of 26. What the hell? Am I seeing things? The first place on the individual leaderboard is actually Brother Xu Feng? Wu from the Northwest Martial Academy was the first to exclaim, his face a picture of disbelief. He turned to Xu Feng, asking, Brother Xu Feng, didn't you say your score was low? How did you manage to eliminate so many people? Before Xu Feng could respond, Luo Ying, a member of his own team, widened her eyes and exclaimed, Captain, you eliminated 2 contestants before meeting me? My goodness. A total score of 30, That's several points higher than those from Longwu. Are you a devil? A devil? Huh, I am but a mere mortal. Xu Feng replied with an expressionless smile, unable to accept the girl's comparison. Although the people around them were familiar with each other, they were still part of a small alliance, and many displayed astonished expressions. Initially, they all presumed that the highest elimination points would undoubtedly belong to those from Longdu Martial Academy. Yet now, they suddenly realized that there were indeed unsavory characters among them. Xu Feng, who appeared harmless, turned out to be the one with the highest elimination points, a veritable ruthless figure among them. Just from the participants he had eliminated, they spanned 4 prestigious martial academies: Songfeng, Nanjing, Mowu, and Longwu. In an instant, everyone felt a bit dazed, realizing they had teamed up with such a formidable individual and had somehow emerged alive. However, the most bewildered individuals were evidently not among the members of the small alliance, but rather the 4 students from Longdu Martial Academy, their expressions reflecting greater confusion than anyone else. The first position on the individual leaderboard is not from our Longwu. The first position is not Zhou Peiyun. Chapter 70. Brother Xu Feng, stop looking at other women. Be wary of fires starting in your own backyard. Goodness, this survival training has truly yielded unexpected results. Yunju Martial Academy has risen remarkably. Indeed, the academy that had consistently lingered at the bottom has surprisingly secured a spot in the top 3 this time. Moreover, one of their students has claimed the first position on the individual leaderboard. What a turn of events. How fearsome is this Xu Feng, having eliminated so many competitors. Even the notoriously arrogant prodigies of Longdu Martial Academy have been overshadowed by him. It is worth noting that among the 5 participants he eliminated, 2 were from Longwu. One must admit, the data on this leaderboard is entirely beyond my expectations. The previously obscure Yunju Martial Academy has shown brilliantly this time. However, it is undeniable that this achievement is significantly attributed to the individual named Xu Feng. Certainly, have you not noticed that Yunju's total score is only 59, and Xu Feng contributed a staggering 30 points? To my knowledge, aside from the 2 individuals who survived until the end, the rest were eliminated in the preceding days. Aside from the participants eliminated by Xu Feng, there were also 4 from Longwu and several from the small alliance. Many present were not familiar with Xu Feng, so one can imagine the level of shock upon seeing his name at the top of the individual leaderboard. Had Xu Feng been a member of Longdu Martial Academy, people might have merely discussed it in passing, as their students often claim the top individual honors without raising eyebrows. But he is not from Longwu. Rather, he hails from the historically underperforming Yunju Martial Academy, thus igniting a fervor of discussion. The emergence of these 2 leaderboards has indeed sparked joy for some and dismay for others. The most disheartened were evidently the members of Longdu Martial Academy, each wearing expressions of disappointment and frustration. With their foundation laid, the other teams felt a wave of relief wash over them. Aren't you from Longwu? Always claiming to be the best. Now, even the first place on the individual leaderboard has been snatched away. What do you have left to boast about? Brother Xu Feng. Thankfully, this elimination maniac did not eliminate anyone from my Northwest Martial Academy. Otherwise, I would be furious with you. Guotu, with his prominent brows and large eyes, suddenly slung an arm around Xu Feng's shoulder. Before Xu Feng could comprehend the situation, Guotu winked and whispered, Brother Xu Feng, do you know that during this training, I shared half of an airdrop box as supplies with my sister-in-law? If you were to eliminate any of my team members, I certainly wouldn't give you a pleasant look. Sister-in-law? Xu Feng paused, soon realizing he was referring to Xin Shan, and suspiciously inquired, is that true, old Gua? You're not joking with me, are you? Of course it's true. You can ask my sister-in-law to confirm. Do you think I, old Gua, am the kind of person who lies? Guotu replied earnestly. Xu Feng promptly patted his shoulder, whispering, Old Gua, I've decided to keep you as a friend. This afternoon or tomorrow, I'll treat you to a drink. I knew you were a straightforward person. However, there's one more thing I need you to keep in mind. That is. Guotu chuckled, giving Xu Feng a knowing glance. Rest assured, when you have time to visit Yunju, I'll make sure to introduce you. With a treasure like you, will you ever lack a girlfriend? Absolutely impossible. Xu Feng chuckled heartily. At that moment, Lu Shiyan from Songfeng Martial Academy approached, her expression a blend of complexity as she remarked, Xu Feng, although you eliminated one of our competitors from Songfeng, you have also assisted us significantly afterward. Hence, let us consider this matter settled. If there is another opportunity in the future, we can either collaborate or compete again. That sounds good. Xu Feng smiled as he watched her depart. He couldn't help but smirk, seemingly admiring her figure. Suddenly, Guotu nudged him with his elbow, his expression peculiar as he whispered, Brother Xu Feng, it's best not to gaze at other women right now. Otherwise, I fear your backyard might catch fire. Xu Feng was momentarily taken aback by Guotu's sudden departure. However, a melodious female voice soon echoed behind him. Xu Feng, congratulations on securing first place in the survival trial rankings. You truly are remarkable. Xu Feng turned around, startled, and upon seeing Xin Shan, he chuckled awkwardly. Huh. It's all luck and the generosity of others. Xin Shan laughed, her slender fingers subtly pointing towards the people from Longwu, as she teased. It seems the Longwu Martial Academy folks have no intention of giving you any face. They're all glaring at you. Let them glare. It won't cost me a piece of flesh, Xu Feng thought, feeling relieved that Shinshan hadn't noticed him watching Lu Shiyan leave. He smiled and shifted the topic. By the way, Shinshan, who eliminated you during the trial? I've been wanting to seek vengeance on your behalf. He regretted not knowing the opponent's details, which made it impossible to pursue. Shinshan giggled. No worries. The person who eliminated me was Lu Shiyan from Songfeng Martial Academy. Her combat prowess is indeed a notch above mine. However, I won't concede defeat so easily. If the opportunity arises, I'll surely challenge her again. Xu Feng felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming, yet he managed to say, had I known it was that Lu Shiyan who eliminated you, I certainly wouldn't have allowed her to form an alliance. At this moment, Xu Feng understood that eliminated contestants could view the live broadcast, so he did not conceal the alliance matter. Fortunately, Shinshan wasn't offended and continued to smile. It's fine. You also eliminated a student from Songfeng, which can be considered an indirect form of vengeance for me. That is true, but if I encounter Lu Shiyan again, I'll definitely make her regret it, Xu Feng replied, exhaling in relief, his gaze unwavering. Shinshan shot him a disapproving glance, slightly annoyed. Come on. Can you really bring yourself to go against such a beautiful girl? What is there to hesitate about? You might not know, but I have a nickname in the martial world. The young lord who destroys beautiful flowers. Xu Feng declared with utmost seriousness. Moreover, who dares to bully my classmates? Even if it's a woman, they will learn why the flowers bloom so red. All right, enough of your nonsense. You're the first in the personal rankings. You ought to carry yourself with a bit more gravitas. Shinshan giggled at his words, yet reminded him softly. As for solemnity, it's somewhat overrated. Being first isn't something one can simply feign. Xu Feng shrugged, casually commenting. Instead of the title of first place, he was far more intrigued about what kind of rewards he would receive, since the body refinement pills could be considered items during the trial. The actual rewards must be far more valuable. Chapter 71. Who would want to target an honest person like me? Teacher, please don't speak carelessly. The concluding phase of the Genius Summer Camp mirrored the initial stages. Upon returning, Xu Feng endured yet another round of tedious leadership speeches, filled with ramblings that left one's head spinning. Thankfully, the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating arrived, the distribution of rewards, encompassing both team and individual accolades. The team rewards were generous and straightforward. The top 3 teams from the survival trial received varying amounts of cultivation resources as their rewards. For instance, Xu Feng's team, which placed third, each member was awarded 5 million in cultivation resources. For the members of Yunwu, who merely went through the motions during the survival trial, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens, delivered right into their mouths. Everyone recognized that this fortune was largely due to Xu Feng's leadership, leading to a significant boost in his reputation within the team. Well, it's not of much practical use. Once the team rewards were distributed, it was time for the individual rewards. As the one who outshone numerous prodigies from Longwu and claimed the top spot on the leaderboard, Xu Feng was, of course, the first to step up to receive his award. However, upon opening the jade box in his hand, he was utterly bewildered. Is this really the reward for being first in the personal rankings? A seed of unknown utility for mental energy? The jade box appeared exquisite. Yet inside lay a shriveled and unattractive plant seed. Had the officiating leader not mentioned that it was a mental energy seed, Xu Feng would have been utterly clueless about its significance. Moreover, the leader had not elaborated on its function, leaving him in a state of confusion. Ahem, Xiao Luo, do you have any idea what this is for? Although Xu Feng was reluctant to admit his ignorance, he recognized his lack of knowledge in certain areas. Seizing the moment while the members of Yunwu gathered around to gawk at the peculiar item, he discreetly inquired of Luo Ying. After all, her extensive knowledge during the survival trial had earned Xu Feng's respect. However, this time, her expression mirrored his confusion. Captain, I have no idea either. Didn't that leader just tell you? She added, glancing at the seed, but it looks quite ugly. Is it truly your reward? Great. It seems my inquiry was in vain. Xu Feng shook his head, closing the jade box once more, and casually remarked, they say this is a mental energy seed, but I've never even heard of it. It might not even be worth anything. Mental energy seed? Captain, I've never heard of it either. However, you could ask Teacher Qian and the others. They might know something, she suggested, reiterating her lack of knowledge. Xu Feng nodded in agreement. He had been contemplating this very course of action. Fortunately, it didn't take long for him and the others to encounter Qian Nan and Qian Datong. Upon meeting, Principal Qian beamed at Xu Feng, praising him. Xiao Su, you performed remarkably well this time. As the principal of Yunwu, I feel quite gratified. Seeing the benefactor speak, Xu Feng hastily responded with humility. As a student of Yunwu, this is what I ought to do. And I am grateful to the principal for providing us with such a platform. Just as the atmosphere was pleasantly buoyant, Qian Nan interrupted with a sharp remark. Xu Feng, while you've achieved commendable results, don't let it get to your head. Moreover, you've offended quite a few individuals during the survival trial. Those who wish to take you down might be lining up. Who would want to target an honest person like me? Xu Feng thought, silently cursing the blunt-tongued teacher. Nevertheless, he needed to ask the pertinent questions. He retrieved the jade box, stating, "Teacher Qian, are you aware of what this seed of mental power is?" "Oh, so this is the seed of mental power. It looks rather unappealing and dry," Qian Nan remarked as she reached for the jade box, opening it to take a quick glance before tossing it casually to Xu Feng. The seed of mental power, as the name suggests, is an entity that aids martial artists in enhancing their mental faculties. This has been a subject of research in Daxiao for quite some time. Yet I never expected they would actually produce such a thing. I suspect that distributing these seeds as rewards indicates the education department's intention to conduct experiments. In simpler terms, you are the little guinea pig here, understand? As a guinea pig, you must embrace that role and take this thing home to study it thoroughly. Qian's sharp tongue remained as acerbic as ever, leaving Xu Feng drenched in cold sweat. It seemed his position as the top contender on the personal leaderboard had relegated him to the status of an official experimental subject. Xu Feng curled his lip, but soon reassured himself internally. It is what it is. Being a guinea pig isn't so bad. Since this has been in research for so long, it might be quite valuable. With that thought, he inquired, "So, Teacher Qian, how is this item to be used? Is it simply to be ingested?" "Well, you could certainly give it a try. Perhaps it will yield some extraordinary effects." Qian Nan replied with a peculiar expression before continuing. "However, as far as I'm aware, this seed of mental power originates from the world beyond the beast barrier. The method of utilization involves placing the seed on your forehead each day for meditative nurturing. I will send you further details once we return to Yunwu. As for anything else, don't ask. My answer will be I don't know." "All right," Xu Feng nodded, pondering. But how did the sharp-tongued teacher know I had more questions? He had initially wanted to inquire about the potential market value of the seed, but reconsidered, deciding against it. Presently, he wasn't particularly in need of funds, especially with the 2 million resources provided by Yunwu, coupled with the additional 500,000 as a reward. In total, he had 25 million resources for cultivation, which should suffice for an extended period. As Xu Feng calculated in his mind, Qian Nan could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Xu Feng, are you not curious about the world beyond the beast barrier that I just mentioned?" "Of course." Xu Feng nodded as if it were obvious. Qian Nan appeared puzzled. "If you are curious, why don't you ask?" Xu Feng retorted, "Didn't you just say that I shouldn't ask anything else, as the answer would be ignorance? Forget it. Since you don't ask, I won't bother explaining. Regardless, you're fortunate. Tomorrow you'll have the opportunity to tour the beast barrier." With that, Qian Nan abruptly lost interest and turned to leave. "Wait, sharp-tongued teacher. Am I not allowed to ask?" Xu Feng rolled his eyes as he watched her retreating figure. "Just when my curiosity is piqued, you drop this bombshell on me." Chapter 72. Xu Feng, please leave a path for us single dogs. Although Xu Feng could not extract information about the beast barrier from the sharp-tongued teacher, he remained unperturbed. That evening, he fulfilled his promise and invited Guotu out for drinks. However, it was not merely the two of them. Despite Guotu's ruggedly handsome appearance and Xu Feng's own masculine charm, it felt somewhat awkward for just two men to dine together. Fortunately, the Yunwu team had achieved commendable results during their survival training, making this gathering a celebratory feast. Thus, in addition to Guotu, Xu Feng also invited other teammates from Yunwu, as well as the girl, Shinshan. The total count reached 12, filling a large table with a lively atmosphere of camaraderie. Unsurprisingly, Xu Feng received the most toasts, and he welcomed them all. After all, what was a little alcohol to a martial artist? "Old Gua, do you know what the beast barrier is? I heard we are going there for a sightseeing tour tomorrow," Xu Feng asked, his arm slung around Guotu's shoulders, emboldened by the effects of the drink. Upon hearing this, the others at the table paused their conversations, their attention fixed on Xu Feng. Although they knew there was an event scheduled for the next day, none were as informed as Xu Feng regarding the specifics. Guotu, evidently caught off guard, paused before responding. "As far as I know, all ferocious beasts originate from the beast barrier, where we have stationed heavy military presence. However, I'm unclear about the exact nature of the beast barrier or the origins of these beasts. Captain, I've heard that there's another world beyond the beast barrier, but I can't confirm its authenticity," chimed in the lively girl, Luo Ying. At that moment, Shinshan, seated to Xu Feng's right, added with a smile, "I heard from our Southwu mentor that when we reach our 3rd or 4th year, we will all venture to the beast barrier for training." She did not delve into specifics, but her tone suggested that the beast barrier was a perilous place. Brother Xu Feng, honestly, pondering these matters now is futile. We'll find out everything tomorrow. Moreover, if our strength isn't sufficient, knowing won't do us any good. Look at those ordinary folks. They live their lives normally every day, right? Come, let us drink another round," Guotu said, encouragingly. After a brief exchange, Guotu poured Xu Feng another drink. Urging him on, Xu Feng decided to let the matter go, especially since it seemed the others were equally uninformed. Perhaps, as Guotu suggested, when one's strength is not up to par, knowledge of certain things is irrelevant, or perhaps the higher-ups simply choose to keep such information from them. Though all present were prodigies from the Super Martial Academy, their strength was still relatively weak. It was entirely understandable that they remained oblivious to some matters. Despite their fierce battles during the survival training, they likely seemed no different from children playing house in the eyes of true experts. The celebratory feast continued into the late hours, and even as martial artists, the group began to show signs of inebriation. Fortunately, their dining venue was just across from the hotel where they were staying, allowing them to stagger back to their rooms. After settling the bill, Xu Feng first escorted Xinshan to her room. The girl had also consumed quite a bit of alcohol, her cheeks flushed and radiating a unique charm. Particularly under Xu Feng's direct gaze, she appeared especially bashful, speaking in a soft, gentle tone. This stirred a sense of excitement within Xu Feng. Regrettably, when he reached her door, she did not invite him inside, leaving him to ponder, "Curse you, what too, for relentlessly pouring drinks down my throat. Now I must take a cold shower to cool off." Back in his room, Xu Feng muttered irritably after his cold shower. He certainly did not perceive himself as the problem. After all, he could easily place the blame on Guotu, although it was not particularly late. Xu Feng had no intention of interrupting his regular training routine. He promptly began his Yuan stance, allowing the effects of the alcohol to dissipate as the energy surged through his body. An hour later, Xu Feng opened his eyes and checked the information on his attribute panel. Name, Xu Feng, realm, first grade martial artist, cultivation technique, Yuan stance, perfected, 800-800. Martial skills, thunder fist, perfected, 400-800. Phantom leg, minor accomplishment, 600-800. Concealment technique, major accomplishment, 2,500-8,000. Vitality, 500-500. After consuming that body tempering pill, it was evident that my physical limits had indeed been enhanced. A glance at the information confirmed this observation. According to the training regimen for ordinary martial artists, upon reaching a vitality threshold of 500, one naturally ascends to the second rank of martial artist. This signifies the completion of the skin refining stage, where further enhancement to the skin's resilience is no longer feasible. The subsequent phase involves the refinement of muscles through vitality, as it is essential for the body to endure an ever-increasing total vitality. Although Xu Feng's vitality level has evidently reached 500, he remains at the first rank. This implies that, despite still being in the skin refining stage, he possesses the capacity to contain more vitality than the average person. Such an advantage may not manifest immediately, yet it will undoubtedly prove beneficial for his future martial arts journey. Aside from the increase in vitality, Xu Feng has also made progress in his qi gathering technique and phantom leg technique. The former is advancing rapidly, likely nearing perfection in no time. As for the phantom leg technique, although Xu Feng has not actively practiced it recently, his frequent application during training has significantly improved his proficiency. After reviewing his personal information, Xu Feng retrieved the mental energy seed he acquired that day. Regrettably, after scrutinizing the desolate seed for a considerable time, he could not deduce its purpose and decided to set it aside for later examination, presumably after acquiring information from his instructor with a sharp tongue. After a restorative slumber, Xu Feng felt rejuvenated, for the physique of a martial artist is indeed remarkable. At 7 in the morning, as he strolled into the hotel lobby, he deliberately overlooked Guotu, who was making exaggerated facial expressions at him. Instead, he opted to invite Xinshan, who was glancing in his direction, to breakfast. Observing the two depart in pairs, engaged in light-hearted conversation, Guotu, the solitary bystander, felt a pang of heartache, his spirits instantly dampened. Fortunately, he was not alone in his plight, as many others in the Northwest Martial Academy shared his single status, making it a particularly prevalent situation. By the time Xu Feng and Xinshan returned from their outing, the appetite of the single men present had not improved significantly, having consumed too much dog food earlier. However, as they prepared to head to Longdu Base No. 4, it became clear that the Yunzhou Martial Academy and the Nanjing Martial Academy were not traveling on the same bus. Thus, Guotu, once again seated beside Xu Feng, began to voice his complaints. "Xu Feng, my brother, could you please be mindful of your influence? Spare us, single gentlemen, a glimmer of hope, would you?" Chapter 73, Longdu Base No. 4, This place feels off. Esteemed guests, the materials distributed to you are classified as S-level confidential documents. Hence, please ensure their confidentiality after review. Detailed regulations regarding confidentiality from A to SSS levels can be found at the end of the document. Shortly after boarding the bus, Xu Feng and his companions received a small booklet. A stern-faced middle-aged man stood at the front of the bus, addressing the students with a serious demeanor. His words immediately imbued the atmosphere with a sense of gravity. Like the others, Xu Feng flipped to the back of the booklet to peruse the information regarding the confidentiality protocols. He discovered that the so-called S-level confidential documents pertain to information that must not be shared with unrelated individuals. For instance, Xu Feng could discuss it with Guotu or members of their group, but not with strangers. That startled me. I thought we weren't allowed to speak at all. Guotu murmured quietly, having noted the same stipulation. Xu Feng chuckled, pointing to the highest SSS level confidentiality clause, stating, "Take a look at this. Such matters are truly meant to be kept under wraps. Discussion is strictly forbidden. Please, spare me from such high-level content. I'm afraid I might talk in my sleep. Guotu wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Xu Feng rolled his eyes, dismissing the antics of his comrade, and resumed his examination of the booklet's contents. The pamphlet was thin and brief, containing limited information. It stated that their destination was Longdu Base Number 4, which housed a beast barrier. In addition to this fourth base, there were 3 other bases in Longdu Province, each indicating the presence of a beast barrier in a closely monitored area. However, the booklet did not disclose the total number of bases throughout the Great Xia. Xu Feng surmised that there must be quite a few, perhaps even in the Baisu Province or Haigang Province. While Xu Feng pondered this, Guotu suddenly nudged him. When Xu Feng turned to face him, Guotu, with a conspiratorial tone, whispered, "Xu Feng, there's a place like that near my home. I had no idea what it was for until now. Should I call my dad and suggest we move? That's a decision you need to make on your own. No need to consult me." Xu Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. However, upon seeing Guotu's earnest expression, he continued, "Besides, you must have lived there for quite some time. What is there to worry about? Moving might even place your new home closer to the beast barrier." Guotu slapped his forehead, a look of realization dawning on him. That's true. After all, Longdu has 4 bases already. Why was I even worrying? He chuckled. No wonder this is classified as an S-level document. It's not good for the average person to know. Xu Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, some information could incite unnecessary panic if it fell into the hands of the uninformed. Once everyone had perused the information in the booklet, the documents were collected, indicating that this information was to be retained solely in their minds, underscoring the strictness of S-level confidentiality. The remainder of the journey was spent discussing the anticipated sites at base number 4. The previous stern demeanor of the middle-aged man had piqued everyone's curiosity. Approximately half an hour later, they entered a highly controlled area, characterized by sparse human presence but abundant vegetation. Armed soldiers patrolled the route, signaling a formidable security presence. However, the martial artists among them understood that conventional firearms were ineffective against high-level martial artists. Thus, this display seemed intended for the eyes of ordinary civilians, while the true guardians were likely powerful martial artists. As Xu Feng and his companions traversed this area, they experienced an unsettling sensation, as if being watched. It appeared that high-ranking martial artists had already conducted covert security checks on them. Upon entering through the tall gates, they were greeted by a landscape of concrete structures. The bus they were on did not stop, but continued forward until it approached a building with an enormous entrance, driving straight through the gates. This bizarre occurrence left the passengers momentarily bewildered. After several seconds, someone finally exclaimed, "What just happened? Did we enter a tunnel? But that doesn't seem right." Indeed, logically, they should have halted. Even if they did not stop, they ought to have traversed the building's interior by now. Others echoed the sentiment, puzzled. Even Xu Feng found himself perplexed. Given the bus's speed, it was improbable that they had been traveling for such an extended duration in what resembled a tunnel. Just how expansive was that building? At most, it could not exceed 100 meters in height. However, at this moment, the bus had long traversed a distance far beyond what was initially perceived. Fortunately, as the bewilderment among the crowd intensified, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead of the bus. 2 seconds later, the passengers regained their clear vision, and the bus came to a halt. The middle-aged man who had first made the announcement suddenly reappeared, stating, "Everyone, please disembark and stretch for a while. We shall resume our journey in approximately 20 minutes. After uttering these words, the middle-aged man fell silent, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion. Disembark and stretch? What activity could possibly require such a break? Were they concerned that we martial artists might tire from the ride? However, upon stepping off the bus, the group soon realized that the situation was not as they had imagined. Guotu was the first to exclaim, "What the heck? Where are we? This place looks entirely different from the controlled area we just entered. So this is the so-called beast barrier." Although Xu Feng shared the same confusion, a reasonable explanation began to form in his mind. Behind the crowd, there was indeed a building with an enormous entrance. Yet it was unmistakably not the same as the one they had seen upon entry. Suddenly, a sharp and clear cry pierced the air above them. Xu Feng and his companions looked up to see a colossal creature soaring overhead. It was a gigantic predatory bird with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Its mere size indicated that it was not to be trifled with. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the enormity of the bird, another voice echoed from a distance, "Abomination. Seeking death." As soon as the words fell, a brilliant white light shot up from the ground into the sky. The once mighty predatory bird emitted a mournful cry as the white light cleaved it in two with astonishing swiftness. Feathers and warm blood rained down from the sky, creating an oddly captivating spectacle. The onlookers, who had disembarked to stretch as instructed by the middle-aged man, were now utterly dumbfounded. Some murmured, "This place is not right." Indeed, it was anything but right. Anyone could discern the strangeness of the previous scene. Not to mention that a predatory bird with a 10-meter wingspan did not exist in the outside world. One could only hope to witness such a creature in a beast exhibition hall. Even the white light emitted by the unseen martial artist earlier left the crowd in awe. Previously, they had only understood that high-level martial artists were formidable, but the specifics of their prowess had remained elusive. For instance, the principals and high-ranking officials of various super martial arts institutions were undoubtedly high-level martial artists, yet they appeared no different from ordinary people in their daily interactions. But witnessing the earlier spectacle unveiled the true might of such martial artists. A beam of white light soared hundreds of meters into the sky, effortlessly dispatching a predatory bird. Could this truly be the capability of a human? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? So high-level martial artists are actually this incredible. Guotu exclaimed after a moment of stunned silence. That white light must be the legendary sword energy. It's simply astonishing. Xu Feng rolled his eyes at Guotu's remarks. If one is not handsome, one should at least read more. Otherwise, when confronted with astonishing events, all you can utter are exclamations of disbelief. Xu Feng, however, was different. He gazed into the distance and calmly stated, sword energy spanning 30,000 miles. A single sword's light chilling 14 states. We martial artists ought to embody such a spirit. Upon hearing this, Guotu, who had initially appeared excited and astonished, now regarded Xu Feng as though he were a curious creature. Yet, the envy in his eyes was unmistakable as he silently pondered. This Xu Feng is quite the show-off. I expressed the same sentiment, yet his words sound so eloquent. Not only Guotu, but the surrounding crowd was also captivated by Xu Feng's proclamation. However, before they could articulate their admiration, a hearty laugh resonated from afar, drawing near. Ha! Young man, what is your name? Sword energy spanning 30,000 miles. A single sword's light chilling 14 states. Excellent, excellent. Would you be willing to give me those words? As the laughter subsided, a tall figure swiftly approached, coming to a halt before Xu Feng. The newcomer was a stout man with a bushy beard and eyes that sparkled like lightning. What was most astonishing was that he bore a large, unsheathed sword, its blade wrapped only in a few layers of burlap, exuding a rugged and imposing aura. At this moment, the burly man fixed his gaze on Xu Feng, seemingly awaiting his response. After a brief moment of surprise, Xu Feng quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Good sir, my name is Xu Feng. Those lines I just recited were meant as a tribute to the martial artist who felled the predatory bird." The burly man, understanding Xu Feng's intent, beamed even more brightly and replied, "Young Xu, my name is Yutong. You may call me Uncle Yu. Though my strength does not yet match the brilliance of your poetic lines, my sword energy can barely span hundreds of meters. However, it was I who struck down that feathered beast. So how about it? Can you now bestow those lines upon me?" Xu Feng chuckled heartily, radiating the same warmth as the burly man. "Uncle Yu, those verses were indeed meant for you. If you desire more, I would be delighted to share additional lines. Moreover, your earlier display with the sword truly opened our eyes. It was nothing short of breathtaking. That suffices. Those 2 lines are more than enough," Yutong exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. Suddenly, he added, "Young Xu, I see you are all first-tier martial artists. You must be here to observe the beast barrier, correct? Truth be told, such predetermined excursions lack excitement. Would you care to join me for a more thrilling experience?" To be honest, Xu Feng felt quite tempted by Yutong's unexpected invitation. However, after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Uncle Yu, but I am aware that my current strength is insufficient, and there is no need to pursue danger for the sake of thrill. I shall return to the beast barrier in the future once my strength has increased." "Good lad. You possess ambition." Yutong clapped Xu Feng on the shoulder with a hearty laugh before turning away decisively. "Young Xu, when you gain strength and return to the beast barrier, do seek me out. This place may lack many things, but danger and excitement are abundant." Ha ha. Sword energy spanning 30,000 miles, a single sword's light chilling 14 states. That is the realm I, Yutong, aspire to reach. As his voice faded, the imposing figure of the burly man had already vanished without a trace. Achieving such a level in martial arts truly allowed one to come and go like the wind, a sight to behold. Watching the figure disappear, Xu Feng sighed softly. Just then, he felt a hand resting on his shoulder, and it was not behaving discreetly. Upon turning, he found Guotu leering as he groped his shoulder. In an instant, goosebumps erupted on Xu Feng's skin, and he hastily shrugged off Guotu's hand, exclaiming with irritation, "Old Guo, what on earth are you doing here? Didn't I say I would introduce you to some girls? Don't you dare get any ideas." Seeing that Xu Feng had misunderstood, Guotu grew anxious and quickly retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm merely trying to feel the presence of a master. Is this how one feels it? When the master was present just now, why didn't you go up and shake hands?" Xu Feng shot back darkly. Before Guotu could respond, a feeble female voice chimed in from behind. "Captain, I too wish to experience the aura of a master. May I touch your shoulder?" "Indeed, Captain. We all yearn to feel it. You are truly fortunate to have received a pat from a master. Why wasn't it my shoulder that was touched earlier? If it had been, I would have refrained from bathing for an entire week. Goodness, that is quite revolting. I could at most manage 3 days without a wash." As a throng of eager individuals suddenly surrounded him, Xu Feng found himself utterly bewildered. Noticing his lack of explicit dissent, the young lady, Luo Ying, was the first to extend her hand. Soon, a second, third, and fourth followed suit. By the time Xu Feng regained his senses, his shoulder felt as though it might be worn raw by this enthusiastic crowd. Meanwhile, those around him wore expressions of sheer delight, as if they had stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of fortune. With a resigned sigh, Xu Feng noticed that the stern middle-aged man from the bus had somehow approached him. After a brief glance, the man spoke slowly. "Xu Feng, I am Zhuangshan." "Xu Feng, are you here to touch my shoulder as well?" "Oh well. Go ahead, feel free." Xu Feng decided to surrender to the inevitable. After all, what was a mere shoulder touch? It wouldn't cost him a piece of flesh. Upon hearing his words, Zhuangshan's expression became peculiar, as if he were stifling a laugh. After a moment, he replied, "Ahem, I did not wish to touch your shoulder. I merely wanted to inquire if you could write a couple of lines of poetry for me." "Ah, why did you not say so earlier? You startled me." Xu Feng exhaled in relief, inwardly grumbling without cause. Chapter 75. Gazing at the small gift weighing several hundred pounds before him, Xu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. He hastily composed a few lines of poetry to appease the middle-aged man named Zhuangshan. The shoulder-touching episode was now a concluded affair. Before long, the group was summoned back onto the bus, and the sightseeing journey officially commenced. It was only at this point that everyone realized the bus had traversed the beast barrier. According to Zhuangshan, when a living entity passes through this barrier, it encounters immense resistance. Without a martial prowess of at least third rank, one could not possibly breach the spatial barrier here. However, the bus they were riding was equipped with special devices, which spared them from any noticeable effects. The buildings, each featuring a grand entrance, could be described as decoys constructed for the beast barrier, serving as additional security. When the gates close, the walls, forged from a special alloy, can effectively withstand attacks from beasts of 6th rank or lower. Students, for every beast barrier, our great Xia sends numerous martial artists to guard it. Additionally, many high-ranking martial artists patrol this vast region to eliminate beasts and prevent any from breaching boundaries. The Longdu base number 4 has steadily advanced several hundred kilometers, with the furthest outpost reaching as far as 1,000 kilometers. At the front of the bus, Zhuangshan began to enlighten the group once more. Perhaps buoyed by the poetry he had received from Xu Feng, his demeanor was no longer stern. A smile graced his face. Indeed, it is true that beasts are the greatest enemies of martial artists, yet they also represent a bountiful treasure. Many medicinal concoctions derive their raw materials from the exotic beasts and rare flora of this realm. After years of development, Great Xia has established a remarkably sophisticated supply chain. "Teacher, I have a question." At that moment, Guotu raised his hand and called out loudly. "Speak." Zhuangshan responded, not at all irate, instead nodding in acknowledgement. "Earlier, you mentioned that base number 4 has advanced hundreds of kilometers, so there should be no beasts here. Yet, when we entered, we witnessed a massive beast soaring overhead. This should not be." Guotu's inquiry echoed the unspoken doubts harbored by many. Zhuangshan chuckled and replied, "You raise a valid point. Typically, beasts of 3rd rank and above are eradicated. However, avian beasts are notoriously elusive and can occasionally be found within secure zones. Fear not, for whenever a beast breaches a safe area, martial artists will undoubtedly pursue it." Upon hearing this explanation, the group felt enlightened. Guotu, ever so smug, cast a glance at Xu Feng, though it was unclear what he was trying to flaunt. However, when Xu Feng casually glanced at his own shoulder, Guotu's bravado quickly deflated. At that moment, commotion erupted among the students on the bus, with one exclaiming, "Everyone, look, 2 beasts are fighting over there. Goodness, they are biting fiercely." Xu Feng turned to the direction indicated and indeed beheld the spectacle of 2 beasts in combat. 2 canine creatures, approximately the size of water buffaloes, were locked in a ferocious struggle about 100 meters ahead of the bus. Amidst their howls, blood and fur flew through the air, creating a rather savage scene. It was uncertain whether their conflict stemmed from a contest for mating rights, innate aggression, or territorial disputes. "Good gracious, beasts of this size are typically of 3rd rank or lower," Guotu exclaimed, wide-eyed in astonishment. In truth, none of the passengers on the bus were faring any better. The earlier giant avian beast had merely flashed overhead, and before they could fully grasp the situation, it had been swiftly dispatched by the formidable warrior known as Yutong. However, the fight between the 2 beasts unfolding before their eyes felt profoundly different. The image of the 2 water buffalo-sized canines engaged in fierce combat was visceral. "Students, what you are witnessing is a common 2nd-rank beast known as the tiger-headed dog." Sensing the astonishment of the crowd, Zhuangshan seized the opportunity to educate them further. This beast possesses remarkable reproductive capabilities, capable of birthing over 10 offspring in a single litter, reaching maturity in just 2 to 3 years. By the way, is there anyone among you who possesses enough confidence to test their combat prowess against it? Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously shook their heads. What a preposterous notion. All present were still 1st-rank martial artists. Engaging a 2nd-rank beast would be akin to delivering oneself as a meal. Even Xu Feng, who had excelled in his recent endeavors, did not consider himself capable of battling the tiger-headed dog. It was hard to say whether it was the arrival of the bus that caused the two tiger-headed dogs to cease their altercation and slowly approach the group. They seemed eager to enjoy an uninvited meal before resuming their fight over mating rights. Unfortunately, just as Zhuang Shan had begun his explanation, he shot the beasts a fierce glare, causing them to tuck their tails and flee in disgrace. The remainder of the journey proved to be a fascinating experience for the passengers on the bus. Numerous low-ranked beasts, which they had only previously encountered in texts or data, appeared before their very eyes. Some timid creatures scurried away at the sight of the bus, vanishing without a trace. Yet, others, bold and ferocious, dared to charge at the vehicle. Zhuang Shan, playing the dual role of educator and safety officer, exhibited considerable strength, dispatching these low-ranked beasts with ease, often with a single move. The sightseeing expedition consumed an entire day for Xu Feng and the others. By the time the bus exited the building with the grand entrance once more, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. To Xu Feng's surprise, this excursion proved to be far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. The mere recollection of the martial artist named Yu Tong inviting him for such an adventure sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. And he silently expressed gratitude. How fortunate he was not to have been foolish enough to acquiesce to the invitation. Who knows what experiences he might have endured. After reflecting on this, Xu Feng thought that the day had concluded, only to have the bus abruptly halt just after exiting the premises. Two soldiers approached, bearing a substantial object. As the crowd discerned what the soldiers were carrying, gasps of astonishment erupted. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man named Zhuang Shan approached Xu Feng. Smiling as he remarked, "Xu Feng, this is a small gift left for you by that martial artist, Yu Tong. Please accept it." A small gift? Xu Feng was rendered speechless as he beheld the enormous claw of a ferocious bird, weighing several hundred pounds, now presented before him. Chapter 76. The Affluent and Sarcastic Teacher. Surprisingly fond of such whims. Yu Tong, how on earth did you establish a connection with such a masterful figure? Upon witnessing Xu Feng return to the hotel with the colossal claw, even the acerbic teacher was taken aback. After Xu Feng recounted the events, Qian Nanan incredulously inquired further. Hearing the teacher's comment, Xu Feng himself felt bewildered, still struggling to regain his composure. He had initially thought that after Yu Uncle had patted his shoulder, eliciting envy from the onlookers, the matter was settled. Yet, it seemed that was insufficient. He had been bestowed with an additional small gift. It was evident that the claw in Xu Feng's possession was the offering of that ill-fated bird from earlier in the day. The claw measured over a meter in length, with its 4 sharp talons extending about a foot each, seemingly forged from steel. The weight was staggering, reaching several hundred pounds. Had it not been for Xu Feng's robust physique as a martial artist, he might not have managed to carry it back. Throughout this journey, he had been incessantly pestered by Guotu and others. Clearly, the small gift from Yu Uncle had ignited envy and desire among the crowd. Observing the peculiar expression on the acerbic teacher's face, Xu Feng managed a dry chuckle, saying, perhaps it's because I recited a couple of lines of poetry for him. And Yu Uncle deemed the claw a fitting return gift. 2 lines of poetry? What verses? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Qian Nanan's eyes widened, clearly determined to delve deeper. Although Xu Feng had felt quite pleased with himself at that moment, being questioned by the acerbic teacher now filled him with a sense of embarrassment. Realizing he could not evade the inquiry, he reluctantly confessed. Ahem, the blade's aura stretches 30,000 miles, a single sword's radiance chills 14 provinces. What? Upon hearing Xu Feng's words, Qian Nanan's eyes widened even further. In truth, if one overlooked her infuriatingly sharp tongue, the short-haired teacher possessed quite an attractive visage. Xu Feng was lost in thought when, unexpectedly, the acerbic teacher reached out, visibly irked, and exclaimed, "How could you give such a fine poem to someone else? Had you presented it to me sooner, I would have procured not just a claw, but the entire beast for you." Seriously? Xu Feng was incredulous, feeling that the teacher was overreacting. However, before he could respond, Qian Nanan insisted, "No way. You must recite 2 lines of poetry for me today, or you shall face the consequences." "What consequences? Wait, I am genuinely afraid of your sharp tongue." Xu Feng inwardly grumbled. The teacher's demand was not particularly challenging for him, but he certainly did not want to give it away for free. Everyone knew that gifts given without cost held little value. After some contemplation, he replied, "Teacher Qian, such verses cannot simply be given without thought. My earlier lines were inspired by genuine feeling. A single tuan my dan." Before Xu Feng could finish his statement, Qian Nanan interjected, her demeanor exuding confidence. Xu Feng paused. "This. 2. Any more, and that's a stretch. Typically, 2 tuan my dan suffice for martial artists." Teacher Qian's large eyes glared at Xu Feng, clearly indicating that she was not finished with him yet. Seeing this, Xu Feng quickly nodded. All right. In truth, he had nearly agreed when she mentioned 1 tuan my dan, but his hesitation stemmed from the fact that he had never heard of such a pill before. To his surprise, upon noticing his moment of indecision, Teacher Qian had added another. Given the expression on the acerbic teacher's face, Xu Feng felt he had no choice but to comply. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Teacher Qian, Do you prefer something more imposing, or something with a subtle yet lethal vibe? Either will do. Qian Nanan replied casually, unaware of the nuances involved. Xu Feng then clasped his hands behind his back and intoned in a low voice, with hands grasping the sun and moon, I pluck the stars. In this world, none can match my prowess. Treading the yin and yang, I shall establish the cosmos. From ancient times to the present, I reign supreme. In that instant, Qian Nanan felt as if her scalp was about to burst. It wasn't that she was awestruck, but rather overwhelmed with embarrassment. Given her temperament, she likely wouldn't dare utter such mortifying words in front of others. At that moment, Xu Feng earnestly inquired, what do you think, Teacher Qian? I only recited 2 lines for someone else, and I've given you 4. Isn't that generous enough? Generous enough? How am I supposed to express such sentiments? Qian Nanan glared at Xu Feng, irritated, as if she believed he was toying with her. Xu Feng was taken aback. He had assumed that since the acerbic teacher enjoyed such themes, she would appreciate this somewhat juvenile style. But he had misjudged her. The acerbic teacher was a person of taste, and this juvenile flair evidently did not captivate her. Feeling a touch embarrassed, Xu Feng recollected Qian Nanan's promise of 2 tuo mai dan, and thus he didn't wish to delay any longer. Teacher Qian, please be patient. If you don't like this style, we can always try another. You must have faith in my ability to find verses that suit you. Go on, Qian Nanan replied, her expression frosty, suggesting that her confidence in Xu Feng had waned significantly. Xu Feng chuckled awkwardly, his mind racing as he quickly recited, I wish to let the heavens no longer obscure my sight. I wish to let the earth no longer. Change it, change it. The acerbic teacher interrupted him with evident displeasure before he could finish. Xu Feng had no choice but to abandon the increasingly earnest expression on his face. He pivoted and declared, 10 steps to slay one man, not a trace left behind. Once the deed is done, I brush off my sleeves, concealing my achievements and name. As soon as he finished, he glanced at the acerbic teacher, who had previously offered 2 tuo mai dan. To his astonishment, she frowned. With no other option, Xu Feng summoned all his resolve and intoned with fervor, in this world, the winds and clouds emerge from our generation, once we enter the martial realm. Time hastens our years. Observing Xu Feng's performance, Teacher Qian waved her hands repeatedly. That's enough, that's enough. At that moment, Xu Feng felt a chill in his heart, pondering. Why is the acerbic teacher so hard to please? Is it possible that these 2 tuo mai dan, which sound quite appealing, are slipping away? However, before he could plead his case, Teacher Qian provided a response that left Xu Feng somewhat astonished. No need for anything else. I simply want the line 10 steps to slay one man, not a trace left behind. Is that acceptable? Xu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He was not questioning the taste of the acerbic teacher. After all, how could the poetry of the immortal bard be anything less than magnificent? However, he was taken aback to discover that the sharp-tongued instructor had an affinity for such a crisp and straightforward swordsman style. Chapter 77, Unified Instruction? It felt as though it were a mere trifle, devoid of value. The following day, the affairs in Longdu had concluded, and everyone was to return to their respective homes. Yet, before boarding the plane, Xu Feng bid farewell to the lovely Xin Shan, expressing his intent to visit her in Nanjing someday. For reasons unknown, her large, glistening eyes appeared on the verge of tears as she spoke with a distinct nasal tone. This prompted Xu Feng to indulge in a few playful remarks, ultimately managing to elicit a smile from her before waving her off as she boarded the aircraft. That was the first matter. As for the second, it involved sending off Guo, who had persistently sought Xu Feng's lines. Indeed, the line The Sword Aura stretches 30,000 miles. A single sword's light chills 14 provinces had captivated more than just the acerbic teacher. Guo had long set his sights on it, and had engaged Xu Feng in earnest discussions the previous day, but alas, no agreement had been reached at that time. As Xu Feng prepared to board the plane, the robustly featured Guo was still diligently pursuing him. Seeing his earnestness, Xu Feng felt it would be ungracious to decline further. After all, Guo was a friend worth having. He pondered for a moment before saying, Old Guo, I didn't acquiesce yesterday because I had yet to determine what verse to offer you. But what about now? Have I finally made up my mind? Guo, quick-witted as ever, immediately discerned the underlying meaning in Xu Feng's words. With a grin, Xu Feng proclaimed with flamboyance, in this world, heroes emerge from our ranks. Once we enter the rivers and lakes, time hastens our years. The imperial ambitions are mere laughter. Let us not squander this life in drunken revelry. Old Guo, these lines are crafted especially for you. What do you think? Am I a good friend? Indeed, indeed. Xu Feng, you are truly a remarkable friend, Guo murmured, visibly excited as he nodded fervently. Next time, you must come to the Northwest Martial Academy to visit me, though there may not be many ladies. The wine will be plentiful. Poor old Guo. He likely remained oblivious to the fact that the lines Xu Feng had gifted him were merely the remnants chosen by the acerbic teacher. The previous day, Xu Feng had racked his brain to produce 4 different styles of quotes, which had finally satisfied the sharp-tongued instructor. Reflecting on it, Xu Feng suddenly felt somewhat shortchanged. Thus, He inquired of teacher Qian whether he could bestow upon others the quotes she deemed unsuitable. She had curtly replied with a dismissive go away, which Xu Feng took as tacit approval of his request. Consequently, when faced with Guo's insistence today, he conveniently passed along one of the lines. The outcome seemed promising. Guo's expression was a blend of excitement and enthusiasm, clearly resonating with the gift. What was once poison to one became a treasure to another. Indeed. The acerbic teacher's disdainful lines were treasured by Guo. Xu Feng chuckled inwardly, nodded at Guo, and proceeded to board the plane. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the crowd, a rather striking young woman was observing him intently. Once Xu Feng had ascended the plane, Lu Shiyan from the Zhongfeng Martial Academy let out a sigh. Captain, with more than a month left in summer vacation, are you planning to go home? On the aircraft, Lu Oing turned to Xu Feng and inquired. Xu Feng recalled that indeed, there was still a considerable time before the second semester of the regular school year commenced. This group had been specially recruited for intensive training in the upcoming Genius Summer Camp. Thus, returning to Yunwu did not imply an immediate transition back to school life. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Feng replied, I suppose I will not be returning home. After all, I have rented that small courtyard for 2 months. I might as well stay until the semester begins. What about you all? Are you planning to return home for a while before coming back to school? His question sparked a lively discussion among the squad members. It was only then that Xu Feng realized that aside from himself, Zhang Junqi, and Li Shanshan, the rest of the team hailed from Haigang province. This was quite understandable, as every premier martial academy would undoubtedly find it easier to recruit locally than from afar. For instance, had Xu Feng not encountered that incident, he might very well have had a strong chance of attending the Nanjing Martial Academy. Teacher Qian, pardon the intrusion. I have a matter to discuss. Now, it was the third day back at Yunwu. Observing the bleary-eyed acerbic teacher as she opened the door, Xu Feng shyly began. In the past couple of days, the other members of the Yunwu team returned home for summer vacation, leaving me alone. After 2 days of training in that quaint courtyard, Xu Feng felt the need to upgrade to a higher-tier cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would waste the remaining month. Another reason was that the 2 meridian-expanding pills promised by the acerbic teacher had yet to materialize. After waiting 2 days, he could no longer endure, hence his visit today. Come in. You've arrived a tad too early. It's only 7 o'clock, and it's summer vacation, Qian Nan grumbled as she stepped aside to let him in. Admittedly, she appeared even more alluring than usual in her sleepwear. Xu Feng dared not linger on the sight. He merely glanced briefly before entering, taking a seat on the sofa as she instructed. Thus, he waited for half an hour. Once Xu Feng had drained every drop from his bottled water, crumpling the bottle in the process, the acerbic teacher finally emerged, freshly washed and dressed. She plopped down on the sofa and inquired, Speak up. Why are you here so early? Have you encountered some difficulty in your training? Xu Feng nodded, stating, Yes, Teacher Qian. I now require a higher-tier qi and blood cultivation method. I am uncertain how to obtain it. Upon hearing this, Qian Nan fixed her gaze on Xu Feng for a while. Then, somewhat exasperatedly, remarked, Xu Feng, why are you suppressing your qi and blood fluctuations so tightly? You're as stiff as a rock. Well, if you wish to keep it contained, that is not entirely a bad thing. What is your current qi and blood level? Xu Feng smiled and replied, Teacher Qian, my qi and blood are approximately at 500. However, due to the use of body-refining pills, I have yet to break through to the second rank. Only 500? Qian Nan seemed surprised, then added, You are correct, at this stage. You indeed need to transition to a higher-tier qi and blood cultivation method. Typically, new students at Yunwu are uniformly taught a new technique upon enrollment. Although the semester hasn't begun yet, your situation is unique, and I can teach you now. Commonly taught to all Yunwu students. Furthermore, uniformly imparted. Xu Feng quickly recognized the incongruity in her words, perceiving that such a method might be akin to a run-of-the-mill standard product. Thus, he blinked and suddenly asked, Teacher Qian, I would like to know if there exists a more advanced technique within Yunwu than this uniformly taught one? Chapter 78. What was initially thought to be a blossoming relationship turned out to be merely a transaction. As Xu Feng gazed expectantly, Qian Nan scrutinized him for several seconds before nodding. Of course, there are, and quite a few. Some techniques are even of exceptionally high caliber. Then why did you just recommend that most basic, subpar option? Xu Feng felt a sense of perplexity, inwardly grumbling at the situation. Fortunately, Qian Nan's subsequent words alleviated his doubts. After a brief pause, she continued, The techniques imparted by the academy are complementary. Every student of Yunwu can learn them, and the martial skills follow suit. However, should you wish to acquire more advanced techniques, martial arts, or secret arts, you will need to exchange them for contribution points. Xu Feng, you don't seriously believe that everything comes without a price, do you? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Upon hearing this, Xu Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. However, he quickly replied, Teacher Qian, my enrollment agreement includes 20 million in training resources, plus the 5 million reward I just received. I recall that cultivation resources can be converted into contribution points, correct? I desire to learn the highest level techniques within Yunwu. After all, I am not short of funds. Moreover, The cultivation resources in my enrollment agreement are intended for this purpose, aren't they? Xu Feng remembered the recruiters from Longwu, Tang Ru, and Feng Chang, who had come to his door. The techniques they practiced were called the Whale Fall Technique and the Nirvana Technique, respectively. One had achieved the 4th rank by his 3rd year, while the other astonishingly reached nearly the 6th rank by the 4th year. If Xu Feng did not master a high-level method for cultivating his vitality and blood, how could he possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with such prodigious talents? Despite currently holding the 1st position in the Genius Summer Camp's individual rankings, Xu Feng knew that if he did not maintain strict self-discipline, he might soon find himself overshadowed by the talents of Longwu or other elite institutions. With this thought, Xu Feng's resolve solidified. If he was to learn, it would be the best techniques available. Money was of little concern. Qian Nan, having noticed Xu Feng's expression, suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Your personal resource of 25 million can be exchanged for 500 contribution points." Upon hearing this, Xu Feng felt a sense of foreboding. 2 million for only 500 points? A conversion rate of 1 to 100? Was it truly this outrageous? When he had thought of the 25 million, he believed that acquiring a top-tier cultivation technique would not pose a problem. Yet, now that the figure had been reduced to 500 points, unease began to creep into his heart. Without further ado, Qian Nan continued, "However, to exchange for the highest level techniques within Yunwu, you will still fall significantly short of the necessary contribution points. I suggest you first acquire a secondary level technique, which should require around 10,000 contribution points." If I recall correctly, although Xu Feng felt a twinge of disappointment, he was somewhat elated upon hearing the latter half of her statement, secretly pondering. Could it be that the sharp-tongued teacher, recognizing my talent, is offering a discounted price? Unfortunately, Qian Nan swiftly shattered this illusion, stating, "Although you currently possess only 500 contribution points, you may defer the additional 500 owed." Xu Feng's expression stiffened at once, his mind filled with complaints. "I thought we could build a rapport. Yet it seems this is merely a business transaction after all." Nevertheless, he was determined to clarify his inquiries. "Teacher Qian, I have 2 questions. Firstly, how many contribution points are required to exchange for the highest level cultivation method in Yunwu? Secondly, if I cultivate a secondary level technique now, will it affect my future pursuit of the top-tier technique, necessitating a complete restart? You're quite the forward thinker." Qian Nan remarked with a peculiar glance at Xu Feng before answering. "The highest level technique in Yunwu is called the Azure Sky Technique, embodying the essence of supporting the azure heavens, and it requires 100,000 contribution points. I had thought it might signify the rise of a new era." Xu Feng silently mocked the name. However, upon hearing the figure of 100,000 contribution points, he was taken aback. In monetary terms, that equated to 1 billion. Yet, upon reflection, the value of a top-tier technique at 1 billion seemed somewhat justifiable. Qian Nan, well aware that Xu Feng might be pondering, paused before continuing. "The secondary level technique is called the Burden of Mountains Technique, which is essentially an advancement of the Azure Sky Technique. Thus, even if you currently cultivate the secondary level Burden of Mountains Technique, transitioning to the Azure Sky Technique later will pose no issues." Xu Feng nodded, his doubts dissipating. However, he did harbor some skepticism regarding the aesthetic sensibilities of the predecessors who named these 2 techniques in Yunwu. Longwu's techniques had names like the Whale Fall and Nirvana techniques, evoking a sense of beauty. Conversely, the Azure Sky Technique was somewhat acceptable, but the Burden of Mountains technique seemed rather absurd, sounding as if it were a method practiced by rustic farmers. Moreover, if he ever accidentally mispronounced it as the Heartbreak Technique, he would truly face social demise. "Have you made up your mind? Do you wish to learn this Burden of Mountains technique?" Qian Nan inquired. In truth, if he were not fixated on the top-tier techniques, Yunwu offered several commendable techniques to choose from, such as the Avalanche Technique, which could reach the 7th rank, or the Raging Waves Technique, which could attain the 6th rank. Before Qian Nan could finish her sentence, Xu Feng had already made a difficult decision, though the latter techniques she mentioned sounded much more vivid. To avoid wavering in his resolve, Xu Feng solemnly stated, "Teacher Qian, I have made my choice. I wish to learn the Burden of Mountains technique." He articulated each syllable of the technique's name carefully, ensuring he did not misspeak. Qian Nan nodded, saying, "Since you've made your decision, very well. We shall head to the Transmission Institute of Yunwu shortly to retrieve this technique for you." Xu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he would soon find himself in a state of significant debt, owing the sharp-tongued teacher a staggering sum of 75 million, acquiring a high-level cultivation technique was indeed a reason for celebration. Moreover, Xu Feng blinked and added, "Teacher Qian, in addition to the vitality cultivation method, I also need to learn some martial skills and secret arts. I suppose I can defer those as well." Xu Feng now understood that since he was already in debt, accumulating a bit more wouldn't matter. After all, one need not worry about being burdened by debt. Qian Nan was amused by his demeanor, but ultimately nodded, "Very well. The contribution points required for lower-tier martial skills and secret arts are not too high, and they will certainly prove useful in the future. What else do you desire? Speak now, so we can avoid any surprises later." Xu Feng grinned and replied, Teacher Qian, there's also the information regarding the mental energy seed you mentioned before, as well as the reward for killing 10 in 100 steps and leaving no trace in 1,000 miles, those 2 pulse expansion pills. Upon hearing this last request, Qian Nan's complexion visibly darkened at an alarming rate. Chapter 79. In the Age of the Internet. Can one choose to repay debt with flesh? Women's hearts are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. I clearly said nothing wrong. Why am I being dismissed? When I sought to establish rapport, you seriously stated that it was merely business, leaving me with a debt of 75 million. Now that I am genuinely engaged in business, you wish to discuss feelings again, even though you had promised me those 2 pulse expansion pills. Standing on the roadside, Xu Feng sighed helplessly after being unceremoniously ejected. Women, regardless of age, can be utterly unreasonable when angered. The sharp-tongued teacher had initially agreed to accompany him to Yunwu to find a technique. Now, however, she instructed Xu Feng to go ahead and wait while she had breakfast first. Xu Feng rubbed his hands together in resignation. Contemplating whether to take a taxi to Yunwu or simply jog over, Xu Feng was unexpectedly approached by a similarly forlorn young man who offered him a cigarette. Hey mate, were you also thrown out by your girlfriend? The young man lamented, women are such a hassle. One moment they're joyful, the next they're furious, leaving one in a state of disarray. Xu Feng waved his hand, declining the offered cigarette, and replied, no, I was actually expelled by a fierce tigress. The young man's eyes brightened, and he gave a thumbs up, whispering, you've got guts. I too was ousted by a tigress. Xu Feng was taken aback. Brother, you must be misunderstanding something. However, disinclined to elaborate on their brief encounter, he raised his hand and said, brother, you enjoy your smoke. I have matters to attend to. Witnessing Xu Feng's nonchalant departure, the young man expressed admiration, calling out, hey, buddy, exchange contact info. Who knows when we might cross paths again? Xu Feng thought, why would I wish to meet you again? You seem destined to face the torment of being expelled by your girlfriend alone. As the young man's words lingered in the air, Xu Feng quickened his pace, disappearing within a few breaths. After a fortnight, returning to Yunzhou Martial Academy, Xu Feng noted the diminished presence of students, most seemingly having left for summer break. Strolling about, he eventually settled on the edge of a flower bed to rest his eyes. Time eluded him until the sound of light footsteps approached. As he slightly opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the hem of a black dress. Could it be that a fair maiden had noticed his handsome visage and sought to engage him? The thought invigorated Xu Feng. Yet, upon sitting upright and raising his head, he was surprised to find that it was none other than the sharp-tongued teacher, Qian. Teacher Qian, you're here? Xu Feng stuttered, momentarily taken aback, but managed to maintain his composure, closing his mouth which had been slightly agape. He had intended to flash a radiant smile at the approaching beauty, but realizing it was Teacher Qian, he thought it best to forego that idea. However, he couldn't help but wonder why she had donned a different dress. With a slight frown, Teacher Qian handed him a bulging paper bag along with some documents. Here's breakfast for you, and the documents pertain to the mental energy seeds. Take them home and peruse at your leisure. Presumably still irked, Teacher Qian stated this with a stern expression before turning on her heel. Truthfully, Xu Feng found himself somewhat distracted by the breakfast in his hands, despite having already eaten. However, before he could dwell on it too long, Teacher Qian turned back to urge him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. Oh, I'm coming. Xu Feng chuckled as he opened the paper bag containing breakfast and followed behind her. He couldn't help but admire Teacher Qian's poise in that black dress as he wolfed down his meal. Just as he was indulging in his breakfast while appreciating the elegant figure of the sharp-tongued teacher, Qian suddenly turned around, startling Xu Feng into thinking she had caught him sneaking glances. Fortunately, that was not the case. She merely shot him a glare and said curtly, those 2 pulse-expanding pills will be given to you when you need them. For now, I'll say this to prevent you from constantly fretting about it. If you want them, you'd better cultivate to the 5th rank soon. Xu Feng awkwardly nodded, hastily swallowing his food before muttering, honestly, I wasn't that fixated. I just mentioned it casually. Whether Teacher Qian believed him was uncertain, but she merely huffed and turned away. Xu Feng, unperturbed, continued to munch on his breakfast while admiring her graceful silhouette. What puzzled him slightly was that Teacher Qian's pace had unconsciously quickened. It was said that all advanced martial arts techniques at Yunzhou Martial Academy were housed within the not particularly tall building they were approaching. Xu Feng had long finished his breakfast by the time they had passed through several rigorous checkpoints and finally entered the building's interior. To his astonishment, the space was utterly empty, devoid of any imagined bookshelves. Teacher Qian, is there perhaps an underground area here? After pondering for a while, Xu Feng finally inquired. This question momentarily surprised Qian Nan, who countered, why would you ask that? Why would anyone go through the trouble of constructing an underground space for no reason? Xu Feng pointed around, confidently stating, earlier, as we walked through these areas, there wasn't even a shelf for storing martial arts manuals. So I believe that the advanced techniques must be hidden underground for safety. Hearing this, Qian Nan's mouth twitched slightly as she pointed to a nearby computer saying, Xu Feng, do you not realize we are in the information age? Surely, martial arts can be stored online? Xu Feng was taken aback. He had never considered such a possibility. Was there no risk of hackers in this world? The thought flashed through his mind, as he recalled that the internet was hardly a secure place. While Xu Feng was lost in contemplation, Qiannian had already seated herself at the computer and started operating it. In no time, the rotund face of Principal Qian Datong appeared on the screen, wearing his characteristic jovial expression. Nan, have you brought little Xu to select martial arts techniques? Yes, Dad. Xu Feng wishes to exchange for the Fushan Ju from Yunwu. Please grant him access. Qiannian stated plainly. However, Principal Qian's brow furrowed as he responded, Fushan Ju? This technique requires 10,000 contribution points. Little Xu likely doesn't he possess that many, does he? Qiannian nodded, speaking solemnly, I know. So I will first deduct his 25 million cultivation resources. If that is insufficient, I will cover the rest from my personal card. At this declaration, both Principal Qian and Xu Feng were momentarily stunned. After a moment, Principal Qian nodded with a complex expression, while Xu Feng silently mused. So it was Teacher Qian who lent me the money. No wonder I couldn't figure out how to repay her. He couldn't help but wonder if he could repay her in kind later, having accrued a debt of 75 million. Naturally, Xu Feng dared not voice these thoughts, fearing he might incur Teacher Qian's wrath. Chapter 80. Fist techniques? Body techniques? Finger techniques? Head techniques? What on earth is this? The Fushan Ju, which Xu Feng had chosen, valued at 10,000 contribution points, could not be copied. Thus, he had to fully grasp the technique's operation and foundational principles within this small room. Moreover, since Qiannian practiced a different technique, she avoided involvement after granting access. Fortunately, Principal Qian's face remained on the screen, as he was about to explain the intricacies of the technique to Xu Feng. After 2 hours of intense study, Xu Feng finally comprehended the Fushan Ju thoroughly, ensuring he would encounter no issues in his cultivation. Simultaneously, his attribute panel reflected changes in his personal information. Name, Xu Feng. Realm, first rank warrior. Cultivation technique, Yanyuan Zhuang perfected, 800. Fushan Ju beginner, 050. Martial skills, Benlei fist perfected, 500. Illusory leg major achievement, 400. Lianqi Ju perfected, 1,016,000. Qi and blood, 540,540. Why does the proficiency required for the Fushan formula coincide with that of the introductory level technique, the Yanyuan post? After casting a glance at his personal information, Xu Feng was suddenly engulfed by a perplexity. However, delving deeper into this matter was not feasible at the moment. He could only resolve this quandary upon his return. Thank you, Principal Qian, for your assistance. Xu Feng vividly recalled expressing his gratitude to Principal Qian, who had taken time out of his busy schedule to impart his teachings. Others were not afforded such a privilege. Principal Qian cheerfully exchanged a few words of encouragement with Xu Feng before his jovial visage vanished from the computer interface. Just then, Qiannian, who had been waiting outside, entered and spoke. Xu Feng, Principal Qian didn't inform you about the confidentiality regulations, did he? Any high-level cultivation method must not be disseminated without permission. If anyone is caught teaching techniques without authorization, the consequences will be dire, so you must be cautious. Teacher Qian, I understand. Xu Feng nodded hastily, acknowledging that he was already aware of this matter without needing to be reminded. Although the name Fushan formula may sound unappealing, it is a technique valued at 100 million. If it were to be shared, it would have undoubtedly become widely known by now. That's good to hear. Now, let me escort you to the library to select your desired martial techniques and secret arts. The management here is not as stringent, so you can take your time to choose. Qiannian remarked, turning to lead the way. The library of Yunwu was quite expansive. Xu Feng had only passed by it a few times before and had never had the opportunity to enter, since he had not officially enrolled in Yunzhou Martial Academy. He naturally lacked access to the library. Fortunately, with Qiannian accompanying him, Xu Feng was not barred from entry. Upon entering the library, they arrived at the dedicated section for martial techniques and secret arts, which comprised the upper floors of the building. The lower 5 floors of the library were filled with ordinary books and did not contain any martial arts manuscripts. Qiannian first introduced Xu Feng to the administrators on the 6th and 7th floors, allowing him to select a few martial techniques and secret arts, with all contributions to be deducted from her account. Sigh, having already owed teacher Qian 75 million, now he wondered how much more debt he would incur. Xu Feng quietly sighed. However, when he beheld the dazzling array of secret manuscripts, his spirits quickly lifted. At this moment, Qiannian turned back and advised, Xu Feng, once you've chosen your martial techniques and secret arts, just inform the administrator and take them back to study. If you encounter any difficulties, gather your questions and come back to consult me. Xu Feng thought she had concluded her instructions and nodded in preparation to express his thanks. To his surprise, Teacher Qian suddenly intensified her tone, glaring with her beautiful eyes as she admonished, remember, do not come to me so early next time. I will not open the door for you at such an early hour. Xu Feng chuckled awkwardly. Before he could nod in agreement, Teacher Qian had already departed. Her figure still strikingly beautiful. If only Teacher Qian could grow her hair long, it would undoubtedly be an added bonus. Alas. Xu Feng suddenly recalled her sharp tongue and shivered involuntarily, hastily suppressing his thoughts as he began to explore the martial technique area. Similar to an ordinary library, the martial techniques and secret art section also featured labels for categories such as leg techniques, body techniques, and fist techniques. Xu Feng's requirements were quite straightforward: enhancements in attack power, defense capabilities, and survivability. In simpler terms, he sought techniques that could enable him to be resilient, endure, withstand, and flee. His criteria were not overly demanding. He could select only 2 to 3 or, at most, 3 to 4 martial techniques, as exceeding 5 would be impractical. After all, he had been practicing the phantom leg for quite some time, only just achieving great mastery. Xu Feng quickly narrowed down his choices. He first eliminated leg techniques, as he already possessed the phantom leg martial skill and didn't require more at the moment. Fist techniques? Xu Feng considered this a potential backup, as relying solely on his legs during combat could prove somewhat awkward, particularly when engaging in hit-and-run tactics, which could lead to neglecting one aspect over another. Body techniques? They seemed to encompass both fist and leg techniques, but Xu Feng was not particularly interested. Finger techniques? They boasted versatility, with variations such as single finger, double finger, and so forth. Xu Feng did not intend to master the eagle claw technique, so he set this aside for now, though he might reconsider in the future. Head techniques? What on earth are these? Would mastering them allow one to execute iron head skills? Xu Feng meandered through all the categorized areas of qi and blood martial techniques. He discovered that aside from mainstream qi and blood martial arts, there were also niche techniques such as joint locks and grappling skills. What puzzled him was the absence of any sword or weapon techniques. Upon inquiring with the administrator, he learned that sword and weapon techniques were located on the 7th floor and above. It appeared that his sharp-tongued teacher had already charted a course for him, and it wasn't yet time for him to learn swordplay. However, even if he had chosen sword techniques, he lacked any weapons to practice with. Xu Feng muttered to himself. Ultimately, he selected a fist martial technique that appealed to him from the fist technique category, known as the Shocking Mountain Fist. It must be said that Xu Feng seemed to have a peculiar affinity for the character mountain at this point. His technique was the Fushan formula, and his fist technique was the Shocking Mountain Fist. Having temporarily settled on a fist martial technique, Xu Feng then strolled over to the secret arts section. One must admit, compared to the somewhat unimaginative martial techniques, the offerings in the secret arts section were truly eye-opening for Xu Feng. Chapter 81. Jade Toad Force and Minor Healing Technique. The terrifying upper limits of the Fushan formula. The so-called secret arts refer to the various special abilities that martial artists develop through their qi and blood. Techniques such as bone contraction, disguise, flexibility, breath concealment, and self-healing come into play. Some secret arts also pertain to offensive and defensive systems, applicable in combat and defense. For instance, techniques involving hypnosis or intimidation, as well as qi and blood defensive secret arts akin to Iron Shirt. After perusing the secret arts section for half a day, Xu Feng was truly impressed by the alternative applications of qi and blood. After careful comparison and selection, he ultimately chose 2 rather unique secret arts, Jade Toad Force and Minor Healing Technique. From the name of the Jade Toad Force, one could surmise its nature, reminiscent of a jade toad preying on insects. The essence of this technique lies in the ability to expel a stream of qi from one's mouth to harm others after considerable training. Xu Feng greatly admired this surprise attack capability. For example, during a verbal exchange with an enemy, he could unexpectedly unleash a qi blast from his mouth. The effect would be nothing short of remarkable. Not only could it inflict damage, but it would also instill psychological trauma in the adversary. Naturally, Xu Feng realized that such a technique must be mastered to the point of intentional execution. Otherwise, if he were in an intimate moment with a girl and inadvertently unleashed it, he would undoubtedly be doomed to a life of solitude. As for the minor healing technique, the name indicates it enhances the body's self-healing abilities. Warriors endowed with powerful qi and blood inherently possess cellular activity far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. With the development of this secret art, they could swiftly restore their bodies post-injury. As for why the term minor was prefixed, it is likely because the creator deemed it not powerful enough. From the content, it appears that having acquired the mountain-shaking fist, Jade Toad Technique, and minor self-healing technique, Xu Feng proceeded to report to the administrator. These 3 techniques cost him 150 contribution points, equivalent to 1.5 million in monetary terms. However, compared to the astonishing 100 million for the Burden Mountain technique, the martial arts and secret techniques he had just chosen felt rather trivial. After exiting the library, he found that teacher Xiao Qian had already departed, which was not unexpected for Xu Feng. He had no intention of meandering aimlessly, so he hailed a cab and returned to his secluded courtyard. He did not immediately examine the martial arts, secret techniques, or the information regarding the mental energy seeds. His foremost desire was to delve into the Burden Mountain technique, which had cost him an astounding 100 million. Naturally, he was deeply curious about the power this technique possessed. Without further hesitation, Xu Feng positioned himself according to the stance demonstrated by Principal De Qian earlier and began the unique foundational practice of the Burden Mountain technique. Simultaneously, he guided the vital energy within his body to follow a specific route, spiraling upward from the soles of his feet. Every advanced technique invariably encompasses a distinctive foundational practice and a complex route for the flow of vital energy. This distinguishes it from entry-level techniques like the Nourishing Yuan stance. Of course, before commencing his practice of the Burden Mountain technique, Xu Feng did not forget to swallow 2 vitality pills. As time gradually passed, Xu Feng, with his eyes closed, slightly opened his arms, as if a small hill rested upon his back. In reality, his expression was one of considerable strain, beads of sweat cascading down his face. As he controlled the vital energy, following the prescribed route from his feet, he realized that the higher he ascended, the more arduous the journey became, as if an invisible hill constrained his entire body. Fortunately, the vital energy within Xu Feng was already quite robust, enabling him to persist despite the challenges. At last, at a certain moment, the spiraling vital energy broke through the invisible constraints, and the intangible hill upon his back was lifted. At that instant, a surge of joy welled up within Xu Feng, akin to a profound liberation. The medicinal power of the vitality pills was being fervently absorbed by his body at an astonishing pace. Upon opening his eyes to check the time, he was momentarily taken aback, for the brief cycle of practicing the Burden Mountain technique had consumed over half an hour. Glancing at his attribute panel, he found that the proficiency of the Burden Mountain technique had increased by a meager 1 point. It was no wonder that this technique, valued at over 100 million, had a proficiency requirement akin to that of the Nourishing Yuan stance. The reason lay here. The difficulty of enhancing proficiency in the Burden Mountain technique was 100-fold greater than that of the Nourishing Yuan stance. Xu Feng could only lament. In the past, he could absorb the power of a vitality pill in about an hour of practicing the Nourishing Yuan stance. Yet, judging by the current efficiency of the Burden Mountain technique, an hour of practice would yield similar results to the Nourishing Yuan stance. Nevertheless, Xu Feng felt no disappointment. It was crucial to understand that his Nourishing Yuan stance had already reached a state of perfection, leaving no room for further advancement. In contrast, the Burden Mountain technique had only just begun its journey at the entry level, hinting at the terrifying potential it held. Seizing the remaining potency of the vitality pills, Xu Feng resumed his practice of the Burden Mountain technique. The afternoon melted into evening, and 3 hours had elapsed. During this period, he had consumed 3 vitality pills, all of which he had fully absorbed. At this point, he sensed he had reached his limit and could only cease his practice. Upon examining his personal information on the attribute panel, Xu Feng's expression brightened. With the powerful Burden Mountain technique now at his disposal, he had finally elevated his daily increase in vitality from a mere 10 points to 30. This was a remarkable breakthrough, and he understood it was not the ceiling of his potential. He speculated that the Burden Mountain technique's efficiency in refining the skin contributed to this enhancement. Initially, he was unaccustomed to its demands, but once acclimated, further improvements would surely follow. However, compared to the speed at which proficiency had increased during his practice of the Nourishing Yuan stance, the Burden Mountain technique's advancement was agonizingly slow. Even now, the personal information displayed, Burden Mountain technique entry level, 650. There was no use in hurrying. It seemed he could only proceed at a leisurely pace, as high-level techniques were not comparable to the Nourishing Yuan stance. With the cultivation of vitality having reached the limits of his physical capacity, Xu Feng turned his attention to the martial arts and secret techniques he had acquired that day. After a moment of contemplation, he first picked up the mountain-shaking fist to observe. Vitality martial arts inherently amplify attack power through the utilization of internal vital energy. Techniques like the phantom leg he had previously mastered, along with the mountain-shaking fist now in hand, involve the manipulation of the vital energy in a singular bodily part, categorizing them as low-level vitality martial arts. Yet, even low-level techniques could exponentially enhance attack power if mastered to perfection. For instance, Xu Feng's phantom leg, now at a proficient level, could unleash fourfold strength upon execution. Originally, Xu Feng assumed the newly acquired mountain-shaking fist would yield similar results. However, to his surprise, as soon as he began practicing this vitality fist technique, it delivered an immense surprise. The mountain-shaking fist embodied an unstoppable momentum, even if faced with a towering mountain. It would resolutely choose to punch through. Once Xu Feng mastered the method of channeling vital energy in this technique, he commenced his first practice. He thrust his fist forward, and instantly, he felt the vital energy in his entire arm being inexplicably drawn together, converging at his fist. With a resounding bang, Xu Feng's fist struck the empty air, producing a sound akin to that of a plastic bag bursting as the rapidly displaced air rushed forth. The reason he could achieve such a display upon his initial practice was not merely that the mountain-shaking fist was significantly more powerful than the phantom leg. It was simply that during his practice of the phantom leg, Xu Feng's vital energy had not been sufficiently abundant, and his physical strength had lacked the capacity to produce such explosive sounds. Now, practicing the mountain-shaking fist, his vital energy had advanced to the level of a second-tier warrior, and his overall strength had surged dramatically. Yet, after just one practice, why had the proficiency of the mountain-shaking fist increased so significantly? In truth, Xu Feng was not merely astonished by the performance of the mountain-shaking fist. He was most amazed by the rapid increase in proficiency displayed on the attribute panel. Though puzzled, Xu Feng did not hesitate. Instead, he continued to practice, throwing punch after punch. He was not foolish. What if he had stumbled upon a rare and fortuitous glitch? Thus, there was no time to ponder the reasons. It was imperative to seize the benefits first. With each punch he delivered, the proficiency of the mountain-shaking fist surged on the panel. In the midst of his fervent practice, Xu Feng could keenly feel his rapid improvement in this vitality martial art. After merely a dozen punches, he was already able to unleash double the attack power with the mountain-shaking fist. After another dozen punches, the explosive capability of the technique soared to threefold. However, concurrently, that exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement began to wane. The proficiency displayed on the attribute panel transformed into the normal increase of 1 point per punch. Only then did Xu Feng pause his practice, feeling a twinge of regret. If only he had a bit more time, he could have potentially perfected the mountain-shaking fist. As he mused over this, a sense of joy welled up within him upon glancing at the information on the panel. In less than 5 minutes, the information regarding the Shattering Mountain Fist, a martial art technique reliant on vital energy, transformed into Shattering Mountain Fist Minor Achievement, 650,800. To be candid, Xu Feng found himself utterly perplexed by this development. He scrutinized the entirety of his attribute panel multiple times, ultimately arriving at a singular possibility. It was likely that his previous mastery of the Thunderbolt Fist had reached perfection. Although the Thunderbolt Fist does not belong to the category of vital energy techniques, it is nonetheless classified as a form of boxing. The perfected Thunderbolt Fist enabled a synergistic effect while practicing the Shattering Mountain Fist. If this hypothesis holds true, does it imply that in the future, when I endeavor to learn other vital energy techniques, I should initially seek out simpler non-vital techniques to enhance my proficiency? This way, when I later practice similar vital energy techniques, I could trigger this synergistic effect. Xu Feng mused internally. Given that the cultivation of vital energy techniques consumes one's vital energy points with each practice session, and there exists a limitation on the number of daily practices, non-vital techniques pose no such expenditure. As long as one's physical stamina permits, one can practice continuously, leading to a swift enhancement of proficiency. Naturally, Xu Feng concluded that for his next experiment, he must select a more straightforward non-vital technique. Despite the Thunderbolt Fist being an ordinary boxing style, it comprises numerous techniques, and practicing it takes a considerable amount of time. This has resulted in Xu Feng not yet reaching the pinnacle of the Thunderbolt Fist. However, to expect that an ordinary technique at its perfected level could elevate a vital energy technique to perfection is rather unrealistic. My Thunderbolt Fist, though nearing its limit, has only brought the Shattering Mountain Fist close to minor achievement, Xu Feng contemplated. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This indicated that in the future, when learning similar martial arts, he would not have to start from scratch each time, significantly saving time. Setting aside the pleasantly surprising Shattering Mountain Fist, Xu Feng once again picked up the Jade Toad technique to scrutinize it closely. The essence of this secret technique lies in utilizing the internal vital energy to surge through the throat, subsequently unleashing a rapid burst of energy. Xu Feng attempted to practice it. However, rather than releasing energy, he ended up spitting out quite a bit of saliva, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, the attribute panel displayed the name of the Jade Toad technique as well. It appeared that this secret technique could only be practiced in solitude. Otherwise, encountering someone while practicing could lead to social embarrassment. A sudden chill ran down Xu Feng's spine, prompting him to quickly retrieve another secret technique, the minor self-healing technique. While the name of this technique seemed somewhat mystical, it was, in fact, quite unpretentious. Initially, Xu Feng believed that to practice this technique, he must consistently inflict harm upon himself. However, this was not the case. Otherwise, he would not have intentionally selected it from among numerous secret techniques. He had no desire to develop a self-harming habit for the sake of mastering a technique. After some effort, the minor self-healing technique finally appeared on the attribute panel. Yet, upon glancing at his personal information, Xu Feng realized that the breath concealment technique also qualifies as a type of secret technique. I wonder if I can select the categories on this information? With a thought, his attribute panel transformed into Name, Xu Feng. Realm, First Tier Warrior. Cultivation Method, Nurturing Yuan Posture Perfected, 800800. Burden Mountain Technique Entry, 650. Martial Arts, Thunderbolt Fist Perfected, 500800. Phantom Leg Major Achievement, 4001600. Shattering Mountain Fist Minor Achievement, 650800. Secret Techniques, Breath Concealment Technique Perfected, 100, 016000. Jade Toad Technique Entry, 11,000. Minor Self-Healing Technique Entry, 11,000. Vital Energy, 570,570. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, Xu Feng's stomach emitted a sudden growl. He snapped back to reality. It seemed he had not eaten anything since breakfast and the food brought by the sharp-tongued teacher. Although his internal vital energy was ample, preventing him from feeling weak, the intense hunger was undeniable. Fortunately, the cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret techniques he had chosen today were all saved in the attribute panel. He merely needed to proceed with practice in an orderly manner, first and foremost. He should venture out to grab a late-night snack. Xu Feng carefully stowed away the 3 sets of secret manuals. These manuals of martial arts and secret techniques would need to be returned to the Yunwu library later. He could not afford to lose them. Regrettably, he had yet to examine the materials given to him by teacher Qian regarding the seed of mental energy. By the time he finished washing up and stepped outside, Xu Feng was still mulling over this matter. Fortunately, there were still around 40 days until the Yunzhou Martial Institute commenced classes. Xu Feng had ample leisure time to ponder that shriveled seed of mental energy. He hoped that it would bring him some surprises when the time came. After all, it was a reward he had painstakingly earned for achieving first place on the personal leaderboard. Chapter 83, The Home of Fighters, Freebies Bring Me Joy. The coastal province where the Yunzhou Martial Institute is located is aptly named, as it boasts a massive harbor. Situated in a coastal region, the fishing industry in this province is exceptionally prosperous. This reality results in a predominance of fish and seafood in both main meals and late-night snacks. For Xu Feng, indulging in seafood once or twice is acceptable, but after frequent consumption, he begins to long for grilled meat. Therefore, this evening, he made a deliberate effort to travel a considerable distance to find a barbecue restaurant, intending to feast heartily on meat and drink copiously. What pleased Xu Feng most was that this barbecue restaurant eschewed flashy embellishments, and the menu had a distinctly ancient flavor. Thus, Xu Feng called out boisterously, "Boss, slice me 5 pounds of grilled meat, 2 large servings of duck intestines, 2 large portions of spicy chicken feet, and add 2 pounds of white wine." A pretty girl in an apron quickly approached, her voice bright and crisp. "Hey there, are you planning to take out?" "Take out? No, I'll be dining in. Hurry up. I'm about to starve." Xu Feng waved his hand, casually choosing a clean table to sit at, continuously expressing his hunger. Surely, he wouldn't be dining alone. Perhaps friends would join him later. The waitress pondered this in her heart, but promptly smiled and replied, "Please wait a moment. Your order will be served shortly. By the way, do you need a set of dishes?" "Just 1 set will do. It's just me." Xu Feng chuckled, watching as the girl discreetly stuck out her tongue before hurriedly returning to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the pretty girl whispered to the chef about the situation outside, expressing her surprise. "Dad, that young customer just ordered so much food. Can he finish it all by himself?" The chef remained unfazed, responding, "Of course. He must be a warrior. Who else could eat that much? I've seen people eat even more. But this young man looks so young, not much older than me. He isn't one of those burly giants." The pretty girl blinked her eyes, murmuring softly. Her father chuckled. "Just because he is young doesn't mean he can't be a warrior. He could very well be a genius from the Yunzhou Martial Institute." As the two conversed while working in the kitchen, Xu Feng found himself approached by someone eager to strike up a conversation. To his dismay, the person initiating the conversation was not a beautiful lady, but rather a man. "Young brother, I am Ji Chong, the one who counts, as in 1 person counts short. 2 people count long. I noticed you ordered so much food for yourself and got curious. Are you a warrior?" Following the adage of not striking a smiling face, and with the barbecue yet to arrive, Xu Feng accepted the business card handed to him. The business card bore the name of the individual, with the title agent of the fighter's home inscribed beneath, accompanied by a series of numbers. "Quite intriguing. Do you seek my assistance?" Xu Feng nodded, momentarily perplexed by the man's intentions. The middle-aged gentleman, known as Captain G, immediately broke into a smile and inquired, "Young brother, would you mind if I took a seat? Our meeting is a stroke of fate. Allow me to treat you today." Xu Feng felt no trepidation regarding any ill intent from this man, for he sensed through the fluctuations of his vital energy that Captain G was merely a first-tier martial artist. Although Xu Feng himself was still within the first tier, his vitality surpassed the critical threshold, easily overpowering even the most gifted practitioners of Longwu. If any conflict were to arise, he could bring this middle-aged man to his knees. However, the notion of being called father by a middle-aged man did not pique Xu Feng's interest. Of course, were it a young, beautiful woman of grace, he might entertain the thought. With these whimsical musings flitting through his mind, Xu Feng nodded and casually remarked, "Do take a seat. I find myself alone as well." At that moment, the charming young girl who had been bustling about emerged with a platter of grilled meat. Upon noticing another person seated across from Xu Feng, she momentarily froze, silently adding a new set of dishes while musing. This young man just claimed he was dining alone. It seems he was embellishing. Xu Feng, oblivious to the girl's reaction, focused his attention on the man before him. Captain G refrained from speaking until the girl had retreated to the kitchen, at which point he smiled and said, "Young brother, Your control over your vital energy is quite impressive. Had it not been for the abundance of food you ordered, I might not have detected your martial prowess. If I may inquire, what is your surname? With confidence in his ability to conceal his energy, Xu Feng smiled and replied. My humble surname is Xu Feng. Captain Ji continued. Brother Xu, may I ask if you have heard of the Fighter's Home? Without waiting for a response, he elaborated. The Fighter's Home is, in essence, a semi-public arena for martial contests. Every day, warriors of various tiers engage in combat, and the rewards for participating in these events are quite substantial. Listening to his explanation, Xu Feng grasped the essence of the Fighter's Home. It was essentially a venue for underground fighting, albeit not entirely illicit. In this world, such establishments are neither explicitly supported nor entirely condemned by the authorities. As Captain Ji continued his enthusiastic discourse, Xu Feng suddenly interjected, So, your intention in approaching me is to invite me to participate in a fight? Despite his adept control, he was still merely a first-tier warrior. Captain Ji chuckled and replied, Brother Xu, not all participants in the fights are high-tier martial artists. In fact, they are quite rare. On the contrary, battles between first, second, and third-tier warriors constitute the majority of the events at the Fighter's Home. The reason I am interested in you is that I suspect you might be a student of Yunwu. Xu Feng neither confirmed nor denied this, instead smilingly inquired, What leads you to believe I might be a student of Yunwu? And if you are aware of this possibility, are you not concerned? Before he could finish, Captain Ji waved his hand dismissively and said, Brother Xu, I have my reasons for suspecting your connection to Yunwu. However, you may not know that a considerable number of Yunwu students participate in the competitions at the Fighter's Home. After all, every martial artist has an insatiable need for resources to continue their advancement. Xu Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that martial artists are indeed heavy consumers of resources. Captain Ji continued, There are many agents like myself who relish the opportunity to forge connections with various martial artists. If you are interested, you are welcome to visit the address on the card to see for yourself, even if you choose not to compete. Observing the battles between other warriors can be quite enlightening. With that, Captain Ji rose, smiling as he declared, Brother Xu, I shall not intrude upon your meal any longer. I hope we may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Xu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, watching as the middle-aged man deftly settled the bill and departed, indeed treating him to the meal.